In this world, once people turn 18, they can enter the battlefield of myriad worlds and receive a random profession. These professions are categorized into combat roles, like swordsmen and mages, who can enhance their power by hunting monsters, and lord roles, who can build territories and recruit troops, eventually participating in the grand battle for supremacy on the battlefield. What makes the lord profession so coveted is the ability to bring items from their territory back to the real world. Even a casually picked leaf is considered extraordinary. As a result, anyone who awakens as a lord is immediately sought after by various powerful factions. Chen Xing was one such lucky individual. However, he refused to be controlled by others and rejected all collaboration offers. In response, those companies resorted to a well-crafted honey trap. They didn't send a stunning beauty, but rather someone like Xin Wei, who understood him, empathized with him, and always considered his interests. She never made demands, only gazed at him with her big, adoring eyes, making Chen Xing feel like the sole hero in her life. This morning, Chen Xing drew his exclusive troop type. This is the most critical step for a lord profession. With good luck, one might receive powerful troops like wolf riders, trolls, or druids. Even with average luck, there are ghouls, goblins, or rangers. But with extraordinary luck, one could draw top-tier beings like dragons, behemoths, or titans. Unexpectedly, Chen Xing drew peasants, considered the lowest tier in history, not even qualifying as basic combat units, and only useful for constructing buildings. Ironically, his awakened talent was the Lord's Aura, which boosts troop strength by a percentage. While ordinary troops have a strength of 1, peasants have only 0.1, and even doubling it only reaches 0.2, still making them the weakest of the weak. Once the beginner's protection period ends, monsters will actively attack the territory. With the peasant's strength, defeat is certain. At this moment, Chen Wei revealed her true nature, not only deceiving Chen Xing out of his 100 initial gold coins, but also taking the stone of glory from the beginner's pack, cutting off his last hope. The gold coins. I've already given them to her. Chen Xing muttered helplessly. You signed a myriad worlds contract with her? Guing stepped back in disbelief. Yes, Chen Xing nodded awkwardly. Despite sensing something amiss when Chen Wei asked for the coins, his deep-seated affection led him to sign the transfer contract. With no talent, no troops, and no initial resources, returning to the battlefield truly meant starting on hell mode. Upon hearing that Chen Xing had signed the universal contract with Chen Wei, Guing fell silent. He knew Chen Xing well enough to believe that no matter how infatuated he was with Chen Wei, he wouldn't lose his rationality. Now that Chen Xing had given his initial gold coins to Chen Wei, it might be because he was disheartened by his poor initial troops. Feeling betrayed by Chen Wei, he couldn't help but entertain thoughts of giving up. Thinking of this, Guing subconsciously clenched his fist, inwardly cursing Chen Wei. It's fine, I'm okay, Chen Xing said, not wanting Guing to worry too much. He patted Gu Ying's shoulder and reassured him. Starting with farmers, the initial gold doesn't make much difference. When the time comes, there will be a way. Since I've awakened the lord profession, I will surely carve out a path in the universal battlefield. No need to worry too much. There's always a way, but if it's a dead end, there's nothing but destruction, Guing thought, though he didn't voice his doubts. Even if Chen Xing was feigning optimism, Guing didn't want to dampen his spirits further. Forcing a smile, he said, the entrance to the universal battlefield is about to open. We should hurry up, so we don't miss it. All right, Chen Xing nodded and followed Guing to the school. The entrances to the universal battlefield were scattered across Blue Star, allowing anyone meeting the criteria to enter. One such entrance was at Chen Xing's school. By the time they arrived, a crowd of students was already gathered, waiting to enter. Chen Xing's appearance caused a stir among the crowd. As someone who had awakened the lord profession, reached the pinnacle of success, and then plummeted due to poor initial troops, he was a well-known figure at the school. Almost everyone recognized him. Why is Chen Xing here? With his initial troops, isn't he afraid of dying in the universal battlefield? Someone commented. What choice does he have? The universal battlefield summons are mandatory. Even if he doesn't want to go, he'll be pulled in when the time comes. Going in late might make things worse, another person replied. I think he should have partnered with those big companies. With their resources, even with poor troops and talents, survival would be possible, someone analyzed. He got carried away by awakening the lord profession. Those who awaken it often feel destined for greatness and aren't willing to work for a company. Another person agreed. True, but now his talent and initial troops are so bad, no company would want him. Someone shook their head. I heard his girlfriend has already broken up with him. From heaven to hell in one step. Chen Xing is really unfortunate, someone lamented. What's so unfortunate? If he hadn't awakened the lord profession, would someone like Chen Wei have even noticed him? Now that his talent and troops are lacking, it's normal for Chen Wei to leave, someone analyzed calmly. That's true, but breaking up when Chen Xing is down seems a bit too harsh from Chen Wei, another student said. What's wrong with being realistic? It's better than being the girlfriend of a dead man, someone countered. The students discussed among themselves, their eyes filled with pity and sympathy, though some showed a hint of schadenfreude. Chen Xing ignored the murmurs around him, his gaze instead drawn to Shen Wei standing in front of him. She was the woman he had broken up with, yet here she was, inexplicably appearing before him. You dare to come? Guing glared at Shen Wei, a flicker of anger in his eyes. If it weren't for not yet entering the Wanja battlefield, he would have liked to end it all with a single sword stroke. I'm here to see Chen Xing, not you, Shen Wei replied, her voice still gentle but now tinged with a hint of coldness. Chen Xing looked at her, his emotions largely unaffected. The 100 gold coins she had swindled from him were more a result of his own self-destructive choice, merely a breakup fee. Since he had already given it to her, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it further. He was simply puzzled. Why was she seeking him out again? Did he still have something of value to her? How could she have the nerve to show up in front of him? Shen Wei noticed the detachment in Chen Xing's tone and frowned slightly. She remembered publicly announcing their breakup and understood why he felt this way, so she decided not to argue. Chen Xing, I know you're disappointed in me, but please understand, I would never harm you. She looked at him with sincere eyes and continued. I told you before, I took your initial gold coins to save you. Zhao Changpeng is the current lord of Tianhong Group, and his initial troops are a level wyverns. I used your coins to negotiate a deal with the company's higher-ups to have Zhang Changlu protect you. They've agreed. With the protection of a lord possessing a level troops, your safety is assured, and once you get through the novice period, you can once again become a lord that everyone envies. Shen Wei expected Chen Xing to be overjoyed, and then she would present the remaining conditions. Unexpectedly, Chen Xing merely looked at her calmly, as if anticipating her next move. This made her feel slightly awkward, and she awkwardly stated her purpose. However, Zhang Changlu has conditions too. He said to gain his protection, you must sign this vassal contract. Chen Xing took the contract Shen Wei handed over, curious, and after a quick glance, let out a derisive laugh. Although he didn't expect much from her, seeing this vassal contract still left him feeling a bit nauseated. The terms were extremely harsh. Signing it would mean everything in his territory, from resources to troops, even his life, would be under Zhang Changlu's control. Such contracts were known as slave contracts on the Wanja battlefield, and under normal circumstances, even defeated lords wouldn't sign them. Such a generous contract. I dare not sign it, Chen Xing remarked to Shen Wei. As if recalling something he added, oh, and don't worry about those 100 gold coins. Consider them your breakup fee. After all, I'm not in the habit of taking things for free. Chen Xing's blunt words irritated Shen Wei, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and spoke soothingly. I know you're upset right now, but there's no need to be stubborn. This contract is your only chance to survive. I hope you'll sign it, for both your sake and mine. Once you return from the battlefield of all realms, I can completely leave Tianhong Corporation and be with you as your girlfriend. How about that? No thanks. I'm not that lucky. Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively with a smile and handed the contract back to her. Honestly, being around you now makes me uncomfortable. Take this contract and disappear from my sight, or I might end up throwing up all over you. Must you be so stubborn, Chen Xing? Shen Wei sighed, her gentle demeanor replaced by a more serious expression. Tianhong Corporation never takes back what it gives. If you don't want to sign it, just tear it up. But let me advise you to think carefully before making a decision. Once you're desperate and regret it, it'll be too late. That's none of your concern. Chen Xing, unwilling to argue further, saw that she wasn't reaching for the contract and casually tore it into pieces. He walked past Shen Wei, heading toward the entrance of the battlefield of all realms. Shen Wei watched the torn contract with a complex expression. Though she hadn't been with Chen Xing for long, she had spent nearly every moment studying his character to win him over. She knew he would destroy the contract, which was precisely why she had come today. Despite this, she felt a pang of regret, recalling how she once had feelings for this idealistic young man and even imagined a future with him. Unfortunately, his luck was lacking, and his stubbornness was too strong. Without power and unwilling to bow down, Tianhong Corporation would never tolerate him. She understood that Tianhong Corporation's success was not without risks and relied on cautious actions that left no loose ends. They would never allow a hostile leader to survive. Even knowing Chen Xing's survival chances on the battlefield were less than 10%, they would ensure his demise by any means necessary. As Shen Wei watched, the torn contract suddenly emitted a gentle golden light. The original words on the contract dissolved under the light, which then formed a line of text. The blessing words of the battlefield of all realms took shape and quickly dissipated into the air, clearly directed toward Chen Xing. It's truly ironic, called a blessing yet ensuring death, Shen Wei remarked, a hint of pity in her eyes as she looked at Chen Xing. She knew that once the blessing took effect, Chen Xing, who had a slim chance of survival, was now doomed. But perhaps it was better this way. Once Chen Xing was gone, she wouldn't have to feel any guilt over a dead man. She was just following orders, and Chen Xing's fate had nothing to do with her. If anyone was to blame, it was his own bad luck. Chen Xing was unaware of this as he headed straight for the entrance of the battlefield of all realms with Guing. Guing caught up, her voice tinged with anger as she mentioned Xinwei. That woman is really too much. Chen Xing nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, I don't mind that she tricked me, but treating me like a fool is a bit much. Gu Ying sighed. Can't you focus on the right thing? She's clearly setting you up to die. Chen Xing replied nonchalantly. I know. Right now, I can't do anything to her or the Tianhong group behind her, so what's the point in saying more? Without power, any words are just impotent rage. But once I have the strength. He paused, then calmly added, I'll scatter their ashes. Gu Ying looked at Chen Xing, surprised at his newfound ruthlessness, but considering the battlefield of all realms they were about to enter, he said nothing. The battlefield seemed promising, but was actually a place where people devoured each other. A bit of ruthlessness was better than being devoured. As they stood before the open entrance, Gu Ying patted Chen Xing's shoulder and said seriously, be careful in the battlefield of all realms. If things get too dangerous, abandon your territory. It's better to be a wanderer than dead. Chen Xing smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. He stepped into the entrance of the battlefield of all realms, waving at Gu Ying just before disappearing inside. See you in the battlefield of all realms. After stepping through the portal to the battlefield of myriad realms, Chen Xing felt a brief dizziness. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing on a vast grassland. A notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations on entering the battlefield of myriad realms. Your territory has been automatically established. You have received the blessing of the battlefield of myriad realms. The transfer contract is now active, and 100 gold coins have been deducted from your account. Chen Xing paid little attention to this, and quickly turned his focus to the only structure inside a dilapidated wooden cabin. Instantly, the attribute panel for his territory appeared before him. Lord's Hall. Territory level 1. Exclusive unit for apprentice lord, peasants. Current population of territory 51100. Unlockable buildings, farmhouse, warehouse. Resources 0. Territory upgrade requirements. Wood 100, stone 100, gold 100. Warehouse level 1. Beginner protection time 48 hours. World channel unlocked. No. World rankings unlocked. No. Regional channel, regional rankings. Chen Xing thought to himself that buildings in the territory could only gain properties through blueprints, which were obtainable either by upgrading the territory or by defeating wild creatures. For now, he could only construct the farmhouse and warehouse that came with a level 1 territory. Greetings, my lord. As Chen Xing was reviewing the territory's attributes, a group of peasants holding logging axes approached him and bowed respectfully. The balance of the battlefield of myriad realms was a relief to Chen Xing. Lords with powerful initial units typically had fewer of them. For instance, those with dragon or titan units would start with at most 1 young dragon. Conversely, lords with weaker initial units had more of them, but even the most numerous units usually didn't exceed 20. However, Chen Xing's initial units numbered 50, which, while record-breaking in a sense, was a rather disappointing figure. Generally, the more numerous the units, the lower their quality. In this world filled with extraordinary power, insufficient strength meant that even large numbers were merely fodder for higher-tier units. With this in mind, Chen Xing opened the attribute panel of one peasant to examine their specific details. Unit: Peasant. Unnamed. Level 1. Strength 2. Constitution 1. Agility 1. Talent: Resource Specialization Construction Expert. Increases resource yield by 50 when gathering basic resources. Seeing the dismal attributes of these peasants, Chen Xing's heart sank. The battlefield of myriad realms was a high-level world teeming with extraordinary power, where even the most ordinary beasts had attribute points above 10. In contrast, the peasants' highest basic attribute was a mere 2 points, and their talent was focused on resource specialization, clearly marking them as a support unit. The battlefield of myriad realms didn't even recognize them as combat units, which was quite disheartening. To make matters worse, all life in the battlefield of myriad realms was considered living beings, meaning these peasants needed food and shelter to survive, or they would starve or succumb to disease. Thus, these 50 subordinates seemed more like 50 mouths to feed. In a battle against wild creatures, who would protect whom? Despite feeling helpless inside, Chen Xing had to face the reality. These farmers were his only available force. He was determined not to let them starve, even if their combat skills were lacking. He planned to use himself as the front line while the farmers provided support. Although this meant some farmers might be sacrificed, he was willing to take that risk to level up. With mixed emotions, Chen Xing opened his attribute panel. The data appeared before him. Chen Xing. Race: Human. Level: 10100. Class: Lord. Strength: 5. Agility: 4. Constitution: 5. Talent: Master of Auras. Chen Xing scrutinized these numbers, calculating in his mind. His average attributes were around 5 points, about half of those of the monsters outside. His years of combat training, combined with the aura's attribute boost, should help bridge the gap. If the farmers assisted him, defeating the monsters outside his territory might not be impossible. Just then, Chen Xing noticed something unusual. He remembered his talent was Lord's Aura. So why had it changed to Master of Auras? Puzzled, he immediately checked the talent details. Master of Auras mutated talent. Effect: gain a normal quality aura skill at each level. Small chance to gain a high quality aura skill. Guaranteed to gain a rare or higher quality aura every 10 levels. Aura skill effects are enhanced 100-fold. Note: this talent skill has mutated due to unknown influences, making it unique and undetectable. Note 2. Aura skills can be upgraded with skill points, with a maximum level of 10. Current aura skill: Command Aura Level 1. Increases the strength attribute of all allied units 10-fold. Chen Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Originally, the Lord's Aura granted a skill every 5 levels, and a level 1 command aura only increased attack power by 10%. Now, not only did he gain a skill every level, but the effects were enhanced 100-fold. At level 1, all units' strength increased 10-fold. At level 10, wouldn't they be invincible? Wow, this is a real cheat code. Chen Xing exclaimed excitedly as he snapped back to reality. He had been worried about surviving in the battlefield of all worlds, but now it seemed he could rest easy. Chen Xing eagerly applied the aura skill to all the farmers. Instantly, a faint gray glow appeared beneath their feet. He randomly checked one farmer's attribute panel. Unit: Farmer unnamed. Level 1. Strength: 22,220. Constitution: 1. Agility: 1. Seeing the vast difference between the farmer's strength and other attributes, Chen Xing couldn't help but chuckle. He casually named this farmer Nong Yi and asked, "Do you feel any different in your body?" Nong Yi looked delighted, first thanking Chen Xing for the name, then moving his body. He swung his woodcutting axe with agility and strength. After a moment of adjustment, Nong Yi respectfully replied, "My lord, I feel no discomfort. On the contrary, I feel filled with strength." Confirming there were no negative effects from the aura skill, Chen Xing applied the aura to himself as well. Feeling the powerful energy coursing through him, he decided it was time to clear the monsters around his territory. With confidence shining in his eyes, Chen Xing was ready to lead this newly empowered group of farmers on their adventure. Chen Xing cast his gaze beyond the territory, where several wolves the size of calves were lurking. Due to the territory's protective mechanism, these wolves ignored Chen Xing's domain. They would only launch an attack after 48 hours. However, Chen Xing decided not to wait and chose to take the initiative. Cautiously, he selected a lone wolf and dispatched 10 farmers to encircle it. As soon as the farmers stepped out of the territory, the wolf immediately sensed their presence. With a ferocious gleam in its eyes, it charged at the first farmer, undeterred by their numbers. The wolf, despite its large size, moved with surprising speed and pounced on the first farmer. Even with the strength aura enhancing him, Farmer 1 barely managed to swing his axe as the wolf lunged to bite. Lacking combat experience and facing the wolf's swift attack, his axe intended for the wolf's head only managed to clip its ear. With a dull thud, the wolf let out a chilling scream. Its head almost cleaved in two and was sent flying by the force. Severely injured, the wolf rolled on the ground, then scrambled to its feet in terror, instinctively trying to flee with its tail between its legs. However, its escape route was already blocked. Another farmer, ready and waiting, swung his axe, striking the wolf's neck and killing it instantly. Your farmers have slain a level 1 wild wolf. You gain 10 experience points and 1 gold coin. Although the attack power was sufficient, their speed clearly was not. Watching the farmers hunt the wild wolf, Chen Xing frowned. He realized that the beasts in the battlefield of all realms were no different from those in reality. When hurt, they would first attempt to escape. Only after ensuring safety would they consider retaliation or retreat. Thus, while farmers could handle these creatures unknown, capturing or killing them was nearly impossible. The farmer's agility was too poor, and if not for others blocking the wolf's retreat, it would have escaped long ago. It seemed necessary to prioritize upgrading an agility-boosting aura. Noticing the other wolves being drawn by the dying howl of the fallen wolf, Chen Xing quickly ordered the farmers to carry the wolf's carcass back to the territory. Although the farmers have high individual attributes, they have clear weaknesses. When faced with a large number of vicious wolves, surrounding and attacking a lone wolf seems safe. However, if too many hungry wolves appear, Chen Xing can't help but feel uneasy. Injured wolves may escape, which he cannot afford, as he relies on hunting these wolves to level up. Each time a wolf escapes, it feels like a stab to his heart. Therefore, he prefers to target isolated wolves. The howling wolves, drawn by the cries, sniffed around where their fallen comrade lay. Thanks to the Lord's beginner protection mechanism, as long as Chen Xing doesn't attack monsters within his territory, the wolves outside will instinctively ignore his land. Thus, after lingering for a while, the wolves eventually left. Chen Xing didn't wait for the wolves to leave entirely. His territory is vast, and the space of several thousand square meters doesn't mean the wolves on the other side will be drawn in. While the wolves on this side were still searching for their missing companion, Chen Xing commenced a new hunt. Your farmer has killed a level 1 wild wolf, earning 10 experience points. Your farmer has killed a level 1 wild wolf, earning 10 experience points and 1 gold coin. Your farmer has killed a level 1 wild wolf, earning 10 experience points and 1 gold coin. With these constant notifications, the wolf pack outside Chen Xing's territory was soon mostly slaughtered, and his experience finally reached the requirement for leveling up. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 2, gaining 1 to all attributes and 1 skill point. What Chen Xing anticipated most was the aura skill obtained after leveling up. The aura master talent is similar to the Lord's aura, with the first level providing a fixed attack boost through the command aura, while subsequent auras are drawn by luck. At this moment, what Chen Xing needs most is a speed-boosting aura. He remembers that the second aura from the Lord's aura had a decent chance of being the swift aura, and he hopes the aura master is the same. After a silent prayer, Chen Xing eagerly opened the aura skills. 1. Thorns, aura rare. 2. Focus, aura common. 3. Swift, aura common. Thorns, aura level 1. All allied units reflect 100 of melee damage. Focus, aura level 1. All allied units have defense increased tenfold. Swift, aura level 1. All allied units have agility increased tenfold. Wow, thorns and focus, and a rare thorns aura at that, Chen Xing noted with a slight raise of his eyebrows. The thorns aura, as a rare special aura, can reflect damage back to enemies. The ability to increase reflected melee damage to full reflection, combined with the defense-boosting focus aura, can make it possible to defeat enemies by simply standing still. Unfortunately, he can only choose one aura. Picking either the Thorns aura or Focus aura alone won't provide much immediate benefit. At this moment, the Swift aura suits him best. Though he hesitated over the first two auras, Chen Xing decisively chose the Swift aura. With the Swift aura activated, the gray aura beneath the farmer's feet instantly became twofold, and the halo it emitted slightly expanded. The Swift aura's enhancement caused the farmer's agility to soar, effectively compensating for their previous lack of speed compared to their attack power. With a skill point earned from leveling up still in hand, once Chen Xing allocates it, the wild wolves outside his territory will merely be walking experience points for him. Watching the farmers gradually overcome their weaknesses, Chen Xing pondered for a moment before deciding to allocate his newly acquired skill points to the command aura. Once the command aura was upgraded to level 2, the strength attribute of all allied units would increase 20-fold. The farmers were already fast enough, so boosting their attack power was crucial. With the farmers' attributes already enhanced and the effects of the level 2 command aura, they should be able to deal with those vicious wolves with a single blow. Unit: Farmer 1, Level 2, Strength 360, Constitution 2, Agility 220. The level of units is linked to the Lord. When the Lord levels up, the units automatically upgrade to match the Lord's level. Units also receive attribute point rewards upon leveling up, but the rewards for these farmers are quite minimal. The Lord's strength mainly relies on units and heroes and usually doesn't have much combat power on their own, so the attribute points gained from leveling up are just a baseline benefit. The real beneficiaries of upgrades are the combat units under the Lord, especially those at the top of the food chain. These advanced units not only receive significant attribute points upon leveling up, but also gain additional talent skills, making them incredibly powerful. In comparison, the attribute point bonuses these farmers receive upon leveling up are somewhat lacking. Similar to Chen Xing, fortunately, with the aura's support, some of the gaps can be bridged. And this is just the early stage. Chen Xing believes that once he acquires enough auras in the later stages, even an army composed of top-tier units will be reduced to dust before him. Although the farmers still appear frail, with the command aura and Swift aura, their attributes now allow them to compete with clever units. However, since the farmers' constitution hasn't improved, their attributes are somewhat unbalanced, making them among the weaker clever units. Even so, they can easily defeat ordinary beasts outside the territory. But due to their low constitution, any injury could be fatal. To ensure safety, Chen Xing divided them into 10 groups, appointing a leader for each, and named them Farmer 1 through Farmer 10. As the territory was newly established and required abundant resources, Chen Xing instructed, "Go out and hunt, clear all the beasts outside the territory, and bring back the resources." Understood, the farmers responded in unison. "We are at your service, my lord." Empowered by the auras, the farmers, now significantly stronger, were high-spirited. After bowing to Chen Xing, they began sweeping the area around the territory. Soon after, your farmers killed a level 1 wolf, gaining 5 experience points and 1 gold coin. Then, they killed a level 1 wild boar, earning another 5 experience points. Finally, they took down a level 2 tiger, gaining 10 experience points and 1 gold coin. The common wild creatures near the territory can no longer withstand even a single blow from the farmers. As they stepped beyond the territory's boundaries, Chen Xing's information panel quickly popped up with a series of notifications. Seeing that the farmers could hunt on their own without any issues, Chen Xing felt relieved. He then walked towards the Lord's Hall and opened the Lord's panel. All the functions of the Lord are basically concentrated on this panel, but many features are not yet available to them. In a strict sense, they are not true lords. At most, they are apprentice lords. Only when the territory reaches level 10 and they pass the Lord's trial can they officially become lords. Until then, they are merely reserves and cannot even access the core hero summoning feature of the Lord profession. Chen Xing swiped through the Lord's panel for a while and found nothing urgent to address. So he sat in the Lord's seat and casually opened the regional chat channel. Having just entered the battlefield of myriad worlds, everyone was busy gathering resources and upgrading their territories. However, there were always idle people, especially among the lords who relied on their subordinates, so the regional channel was quite lively. Amy, help. Why do the stitched monsters smell so bad? I've sent them out to kill creatures, but the stench is still all over my territory. I'm really about to be suffocated, complained Fanjian. It's like feast or famine. My level archers are being treated like ancestors. If I had a clevel stitched monster, I wouldn't mind the smell. Even if it pooped on my neck, I'd still treat it like an ancestor, replied Xiao Xiongdong. Treating them like ancestors won. My units are a level slimes, and they've only killed 2 wild creatures so far. Once the protection period is over, I really don't know if they can defend my territory, McQueen chimed in. Your slow creature killing is because your units are too low level. Look at the level leaderboard. There are already level 5 lords, reminded Ding Pongzi. How many? Level 5. Damn, how long have we been in the battlefield of myriad worlds, and they're already level 5? Zhou Kun asked in surprise. It's normal. If you had level units, you could level up that fast too, said Hu Yan. That's right. Chris, who is in first place, has level Titan units. Chu Xiangdong, in second, has level devouring Python units. Elizabeth, in third, has double-winged angel units. I don't know about the others, but to be on the leaderboard, their units are surely level 2. Hu Yan continued to explain. Isn't it said that level units start in the juvenile stage? How can they be so strong? Amy asked, puzzled. Don't underestimate juvenile level units. Their initial attributes can outclass your units by a long shot, and with each level up, they gain a massive amount of attribute points and talent abilities. Even in the juvenile stage, these units can easily slaughter ordinary wild creatures, Hu Yan answered. That's just fate. There's no helping it. But the creatures around the territory should have been mostly cleared by them, so their leveling speed should slow down, Fan Jian concluded. Zhou Kun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the omnipresent dangers of the battlefield of myriad worlds. If they ventured too far from their territory and encountered unexpected events, rank units might be killed in action, causing the lords significant distress. They absolutely wouldn't take such risks, especially before the barracks were completed. Hu Yan added that the level rankings didn't hold much significance for them as lords. What truly mattered was the territory level leaderboard. They were all eager to see who would be the first to upgrade their territory to level 10. Fan Jian helplessly remarked that he couldn't possibly achieve that. His elves struggled for half a day just to fell a single tree, whereas a black dragon or a sky-swallowing python could knock down a whole area with a single swing of its tail. Hu Yan understood this, noting that rank units were not only formidable in combat, but also efficient in resource gathering. However, he also knew that despite their rapid resource collection, actual gathering had to be done by oneself, as one couldn't expect a black dragon to carry logs back to the territory. In the chat channel, most lords had units with relatively low initial levels. After browsing for a while, Chen Xing found that the highest tier unit among them was a brank unit owned by one lord. As for those higher level lords, they were likely busy clearing their territories and had no time for idle chatter. Their discussions didn't provide any particularly useful information, so Chen Xing closed the chat channel and turned his attention to the leaderboard. At the top of the level leaderboard was Chris Evans at level 5, followed by Chu Xiangdong at level 5, Elizabeth Anna at level 5, Zhou Hong at level 5, Arnold Robinson at level 4, an anonymous entry at level 4, and the 10th position held by Raina Mayan at level 4. The leaderboard only displayed up to the 10th position, with the top 4 at level 5 and the rest at level 4. Chen Xing didn't think the later ranked lords were inferior, as the location of their territories was random and the number of surrounding monsters varied. The reason these lords were only at level 4 might be because the monsters around them had already been cleared, limiting resources. Besides those on the leaderboard, Chen Xing believed there were many lords with rank units, but due to a scarcity of surrounding monsters, they hadn't made it onto the list. Therefore, this level leaderboard didn't hold much weight. What surprised Chen Xing was the territory level leaderboard. A territory could only appear on this board once it reached level 2, and currently, there was just one name displayed. The first on the territory level leaderboard was Elizabeth, with her territory at level 2. Chen Xing was puzzled. Logically, these lords could only have one rank unit at most. How had Elizabeth managed to clear wild creatures and simultaneously upgrade her territory level? Could angel units be that powerful? These questions lingered in his mind briefly before he dismissed them. After all, no angel could surpass him. His farmers were not only numerous, but of high quality, and they were auxiliary units that could accelerate territorial development. Capable of both combat and construction, he couldn't believe any other lord's territory could progress faster than his. Although the villagers lacked large-scale damage abilities, which made their efficiency in battle somewhat lacking, their sheer numbers made up for it. In less than half an hour, Chen Xing heard the level-up notification. Congratulations, you've reached level 3, gaining 1 to all attributes and 1 skill point. Excited by this news, Chen Xing eagerly opened the talent panel, ready to select a new aura skill. 3 options appeared before him. 1. Focus Aura Common. 2. Life Aura Common. 3. Power Strike Aura Rare. The Power Strike Aura doubled the range of all allied ranged units. But since Chen Xing currently had no ranged units, he immediately dismissed it. The remaining 2 auras were both crucial, one increased vitality, and the other enhanced defense. The Focus Aura, having appeared twice before, left Chen Xing somewhat hesitant. After some deliberation, Chen Xing decided to forego the Focus Aura and chose the Life Aura. This wasn't because the Life Aura was superior, but because his current rapid leveling required a boost in vitality to improve his margin for error. As for the Focus Aura, he could consider it later, since it had appeared twice already and would likely do so again. After selecting the Aura skill, Chen Xing looked at the newly acquired skill point on the attribute panel. He decided to invest it in the Agility Aura. By then, the villagers were strong enough to easily kill the surrounding monsters, and their damage had become excessive. Thus, increasing agility would allow them to clear the beasts more efficiently. However, to his surprise, it wasn't long before Farmer 1, who had been out on a sweep, returned alone to the territory. Upon seeing Chen Xing, Farmer 1 respectfully saluted with a serious expression. Lord, an unusual situation has arisen that requires your decision. Chen Xing was taken aback. The loyalty of initial units was usually at maximum, so Farmer 1 wouldn't disobey orders and return to the territory without reason. He asked, what happened? Farmer 1 reported. While clearing the forest to the south of the territory, we discovered traces of goblins. Following these traces led us to a small goblin camp. Fearing detection by goblin scouts, we didn't venture further, but from the camp size, it seems to be a small goblin encampment. A small goblin camp? It's not unusual to find monster camps near a territory, so Chen Xing wasn't particularly surprised. He directly asked, how far is the camp from our territory? Farmer 1 lowered his head to estimate and replied. We spotted goblin tracks shortly after entering the forest. If that marks their alert range, then they are only about 3 kilometers away from our territory. 3 kilometers? Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that, for them as lords, this distance was practically at their doorstep. Any disturbance in the territory would be clearly heard there. Once the territory's protection period ended, his land would certainly be exposed to the goblin camp's view. In many literary works, goblins are merely beginner monsters, but in the battlefield of all worlds, they are not mere cannon fodder. The goblins there start at level 5, and if there's a camp, there would definitely be larger goblins, maybe even a goblin chieftain or shaman, which are level 10 creatures. Moreover, a complete goblin camp would have organized goblin warriors and archers, with formidable combat abilities. Even an ordinary novice lord would struggle, and even a lord with an strength unit would have a tough time facing a goblin camp at the start. My luck is something else, Chen Xing muttered to himself quietly. He was sure that if his talent skill hadn't mutated, with just the ordinary lord's aura, he would have been killed by the goblins the moment the protection period ended. But now, it's uncertain who would be the victor. Farmer 1, you've done well. Chen Xing praised him before ordering. Go and call everyone back immediately, and make sure not to alert the goblins. Farmer 1 was pleased to hear this. As half a native creature of the battlefield of all worlds, he knew well the strength of a complete goblin camp. A direct confrontation might not end in victory and would surely incur heavy losses. Although Farmer 1, as a special unit, wasn't afraid of death, he preferred to avoid unnecessary casualties. So, he quickly set out to gather the other farmers. Watching Farmer 1's departing figure, Chen Xing pondered his options. A direct attack was out of the question due to the goblin camp's strength. If the farmers suffered heavy casualties, even a victory would be costly. As for outsmarting them, that seemed unlikely too. The goblin camp was like a proper military camp, complete with scouts and sentries that would detect any approach. Moreover, the camp's leaders would have basic military knowledge, making it difficult for Chen Xing to outwit them with his military skills. Thus, Chen Xing saw only one viable path, a war of attrition. With his talent as the Lord of Auras, each level up brought significant improvements. After leveling up once or twice, he believed he could easily overrun the goblin camp. Since the wild monsters outside the territory had been cleared, he decided to directly target the goblin scouts. With the attributes of the farmers under his command, they might not withstand a direct clash with the goblin forces, but taking out the scouts would be easy. Normally, killing too many goblin scouts would provoke the goblin army, but Chen Xing wasn't worried. There were less than 40 hours left in the territory's protection period. Once the goblins mobilized, he would have the farmers retreat to the territory to hide, ensuring the goblins found no trace of them. After the goblin army withdrew, they could resume hunting the goblin scouts. Through this guerrilla warfare, gaining a few levels wouldn't be a problem. By the time the goblin camp realized something was amiss, Chen Xing would already have the strength to crush the entire camp. It was time for these natives to witness the power of a game changer. While Nong Yi went to recall the farmers, Chen Xing checked their latest attributes. The farmers were at unit level 3, with strength at 480, constitution at 330, agility at 360, and spirit at 3. With the aid of the level 2 command aura, level 2 swiftness aura, and level 1 life aura, their stats were impressive, except for the somewhat low spirit attribute. However, since there were no mages among the farmers, the low spirit attribute had minimal impact on their combat effectiveness. With these attributes, they could easily defeat small groups of goblin scouts, but they needed to be careful not to let any escape. If any goblin managed to return to their camp, it could bring about a goblin army. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xing decided to devise a plan to lure the scouts and ambush them. He opened his panel to check his own attributes: human level 3, experience 225600, profession lord, strength 7 140, agility 6 120, constitution 770, spirit 7, and talent aura master. Compared to the farmers, Chen Xing's initial attributes were significantly higher, nearly double overall. However, at that moment, he wasn't focused on his attributes, but on his experience points. He needed 375 more points to reach the next level. According to the school's intel, goblin scouts were level 5 creatures, while he was level 3. Challenging a higher level mid, each goblin scout could provide 20 experience points. By this calculation, hunting down 2 complete squads of goblin scouts would allow him to reach level 4. At that point, he would gain a new aura skill and a skill point to enhance his command aura, doubling his attack attributes. Even against small goblin squads, he was confident in defeating them directly. With a plan in mind, Chen Xing quickly formulated a strategy. He looked at all the gathered farmers and ordered, "No, sure, take a team and start chopping trees." Ambushing goblin scouts deep in the forest risked discovery, and being too far away made retreat difficult in case of an emergency. The best approach was to create noise to lure them over, then ambush and eliminate them. Additionally, this wouldn't disrupt resource collection, allowing Chen Xing to gather some timber while ambushing the goblins. "Yes, my lord," Nong Shi replied without hesitation, though he didn't understand Chen Xing's plan. He immediately led his team to start the task. Chen Xing then turned to Nong Yi and commanded, "Nong Yi, you take the rest and follow me." "Yes, my lord," Nong Yi responded, leading the remaining 40 farmers behind Chen Xing as they swiftly moved into the forest. Upon reaching the forest, Chen Xing instructed Nong Yi and his group to spread out and hide, using Nong Jio's tree chopping as a starting point to form a simple ambush formation. Perched high on a tree branch, Chen Xing watched everything unfold below him. As he anticipated, the farmers were effortlessly handling the goblin scouts thanks to their extraordinary abilities. With a command from him, the farmers swiftly divided into 2 groups, one to stand guard and the other to chop wood. The trees fell under the farmers' axes as if they were mere sheets of paper. Their 50 resource gathering boost, combined with over 80 points of strength, made chopping wood as easy as slicing through tofu. The thunderous crash of falling giant trees echoed through the forest, spreading into its depths. Suddenly, the forest was filled with the urgent sound of hooves. Chen Xing's eyes narrowed as he spotted a squad of goblin knights, clad in light armor and wielding long swords, charging on giant wolves. This unexpected sight sent a shock through him. How could a small goblin camp possess such elite cavalry? There was no time to ponder. Chen Xing decisively signaled to the rear. The farmers instantly concealed themselves, waiting for the goblin knights to walk into their trap. The cavalry squad, showing no signs of caution, stormed straight into the center of the ambush like a whirlwind. When they saw the farmers chopping wood, they surprisingly halted. This unusual action set off alarm bells in Chen Xing's mind, but the situation had reached a point of no return. He kept a close eye on the unfolding scenario, ready to respond to any unexpected developments. Deep within the forest, a group led by a goblin knight was taken aback by a farmer who moved with the speed of a lumberjack. The knight pointed his sword at Nong Jio, speaking rapidly, seemingly intent on capturing them as slaves. Chen Xing, who was initially ready to give the order to attack, paused upon seeing this scene and instructed Nong Yi and the others to gradually tighten the encirclement. By the time the goblin knight realized what was happening, they were completely surrounded. Rather than showing any concern, the goblin knight smirked. To them, these humans, who seemed weaker than wild beasts, were nothing more than ants. The idea that these humans dared to surround them was laughable. So, instead of attacking, they stood mockingly, allowing themselves to be encircled by Nong Yi and his group. It wasn't until Nong Yi and his group were close to the goblin knight that he raised his longsword, ready to use bloodshed to demonstrate who truly ruled this forest. With a cruel smile, he swung his sword at Nong Yi, confident that this strike would cleave him in two. However, to his surprise, Nong Yi raised his axe as the blade descended, striking the knight's waist with even greater speed. The force of the blow was immense, and the goblin knight felt a sharp pain in his waist before being knocked off his dire wolf. The axe cleaved through half of his torso, sending a spray of blood and entrails into the air. He was dead before he hit the ground. The sudden death sent a shockwave through the goblin scout team. In their eyes, these humans were as weak as ants. Yet they had just witnessed one of their own killed with a single axe swing, a scene as shocking as an ant devouring an elephant. The momentary shock was soon broken as one of the goblin riders roared, preparing to counterattack. However, individually, they were no match for the farmers, and now, surrounded and overwhelmed, they stood no chance. Watching from a tree, Chen Xing was speechless at how foolish these goblin knights were to stop at the deepest part of the encirclement, making it easy for the farmers to surround them. Under the dual pressure of numbers and quality, the not-so-bright goblin knights were quickly slaughtered. The most harm they caused Nong Yi was a few scratches from their dire wolves during the attack. But with the farmers' high vitality, these minor wounds healed almost instantly, having no impact on the battle. The information panel displayed that the farmers had killed a level 5 goblin wolf, gaining 20 experience points, a goblin longsword, a set of goblin light armor, and 10 gold coins. Another level 5 goblin wolf was killed, earning 20 experience points, a goblin longsword, and 10 gold coins. A level 3 gray wolf was also killed, providing 10 experience points and 5 gold coins. Chen Xing noted that the goblin riders and their mounts provided separate experience points, with the 10 goblin wolf riders offering 20 experience points in total. Although the gray wolves offered less, the total still amounted to 300 experience points. What delighted him even more was that all the goblin knights dropped equipment, with some dropping more than one item. The drop rate for equipment in the battlefield of Myriad Worlds is notoriously low, as evidenced by the fact that despite Chen Xing's farmers having killed numerous beasts, they haven't obtained a single piece of equipment. However, now just 10 goblin riders have dropped 13 pieces of equipment for him, which is clearly unusual. Could it be that an experience compensation mechanism is at play? There is a theory regarding experience in the battlefield of Myriad Worlds. If a monster group is overall strong, the rank of lower-tier monsters might be downgraded, from elite to ordinary monsters. These downgraded monsters have the same experience as ordinary ones, which naturally increases the drop rate. Unfortunately, such groups that can cause downgrading are extremely rare, so this theory has never been confirmed. But now, it seems likely to be true. Otherwise, the drop rate for these goblin riders wouldn't be so high. However, the fact that 10 riders dropped 13 pieces of equipment, resulting in a drop rate of 130, is outrageous even with experience compensation. Could there be other unknown factors influencing this? After pondering for a long time, Chen Xing couldn't reach a conclusion, so he decided to set the question aside for now. After all, a high drop rate is undoubtedly beneficial for him, and if he can't figure it out, he might as well not dwell on it. During the novice period in the battlefield of Myriad Worlds, equipment is absolutely a hard currency. If the entire goblin camp maintains such a high drop rate, then by the time he upgrades his territory to level 3 and unlocks the trading function, he could gather the resources needed to reach level 10 just by selling equipment. With this thought, Chen Xing's heart raced. This goblin camp is more like a massive treasure trove. The prospect of enormous profits was tempting for Chen Xing, but he didn't let greed cloud his judgment. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly calmed down. Even the greatest treasure requires the capability to obtain it. These ordinary goblin scouts are already so powerful, clearly indicating that this small goblin camp is not simple. If he acts recklessly out of greed, he might end up suffering the consequences. Therefore, he must proceed cautiously and continue following his original plan. Farmer 1, send a team to drag these wolf carcasses back to the territory as a meat reserve, Chen Xing instructed. As for the goblin corpses, he frowned slightly, thinking that these things aren't edible and have no use if taken back. It's a pity there are no fields in the territory, otherwise they could be used as fertilizer. Oh well, he decided to bring them back anyway, along with the equipment they carried. After some consideration, Chen Xing decided not to waste resources. The warehouse for the territory would soon be built, and as the Lord, the warehouse he constructs would have preservation capabilities, preventing stored items from rotting or spoiling. When the time comes, he can store these goblin corpses in the warehouse and use them as fertilizer once he has spiritual fields. Since the corpses won't go to waste, neither will the equipment they carried. In the battlefield of Myriad Worlds, the equipment left behind by these monsters after death has no attributes, similar to the axes farmers wield, which can be used but offer no attribute bonuses. On the battlefield, Chen Xing viewed the spoils of war as raw materials, temporarily storing them in a warehouse. He planned to smelt them into new equipment once the blacksmith shop in his territory was established. After the battle concluded, he finally had the time to examine the attributes of the newly acquired equipment. First was the goblin longsword, of ordinary grade, with attributes of attack 50 and sharpness 1. The notes indicated that this weapon was the most basic, lacking any special effects, but its sharpness was decent. Next was the goblin light armor, also of ordinary grade, with attributes of health 50 and defense 1. The notes pointed out that this armor too had no special effects, with its defense barely qualifying as adequate. Although the descriptions of these two pieces of equipment were simple, resembling mass-produced items from an assembly line, their attributes were not low. Equipment obtained with such low drop rates was definitely not considered trash, even for beginners. In the battlefield of all realms, attack power is linked to strength, where 1 point of strength is approximately equivalent to 1 point of attack power, and the strength attribute of a level units is roughly between 20 and 50. If an level unit wielded this sword, it could surpass the confines of a level, boasting attack power comparable to level units. The sharpness 1 effect made the goblin longsword's sharpness far exceed that of ordinary weapons, significantly enhancing its effectiveness in both cutting down trees and combat. For those lords who randomly acquired low-level units, this was undoubtedly a treasure not to be missed. Unfortunately, Chen Xing's aura effect couldn't enhance equipment attributes, so these pieces offered him little improvement. He instructed Nong Yi to distribute the equipment. The goblins had dropped 13 pieces of equipment in total, including 10 long swords and 3 sets of light armor. Chen Xing kept 1 set for himself and gave the rest to Nong Yi. With these, Nong Yi's attack power would increase to nearly 100 points. According to the unit attribute classification in the battlefield of all realms, level units have initial attributes above 200 points, a level between 300 and 500, and S-level over 500. As for the higher S-level, it seems to have never appeared on Blue Star. Now, with the equipment adding a point to the attribute, once Chen Xing levels up again and uses skill points to amplify the focus aura's attribute tenfold, all farmers will reach the threshold of level units. At that point, the strength of these farmers will undergo a qualitative leap. However, Chen Xing currently lacked sufficient skill points to upgrade all auras to their maximum level. Otherwise, when facing a slightly special goblin camp, he would even have the confidence to challenge a dragon's lair. After distributing the equipment, Chen Xing instructed Nong Yi and the others to hide again. This time, there was no need to create noise by cutting down trees. After losing a team of scouts, the goblin camp would surely send someone to investigate. Therefore, he only needed to have all the farmers hide well and wait for the goblins to come to them. The wait was slightly longer this time, taking nearly half an hour before a squad of goblin cavalry came to investigate. Unlike the previous goblins, this cavalry unit was distinctly different. The earlier goblins were barely over a meter tall, looking like dwarfs atop their giant wolves. In contrast, these new goblins stood nearly 2 meters tall, with robust builds, and rode vicious wolves with bone spurs, exuding a formidable presence. Greater goblins? Chen Xing wondered. Greater goblins are evolved forms of goblins, typically serving as leader-level creatures in goblin camps. Normally, defeating a greater goblin would mean facing the camp's boss, the goblin chieftain. However, it was perplexing to see greater goblins being deployed as regular troops here. Clearly, this camp housed even more powerful goblin warriors, perhaps even elemental goblins or stronger goblin heroes. A sense of dread filled Chen Xing. Could the camp's boss be a goblin king? Suddenly, he realized that with such powerful units, the leader could not merely be a regular goblin chieftain. It must be the fearsome goblin king. With this realization, Chen Xing's expression grew grim. The goblin king is the pinnacle of goblin society, capable of easily overpowering strength units. In the records of the battlefield of all realms, there was once a lord with strength units who, despite reaching level 10, stood no chance against the goblin king and saw his territory completely overrun. While ordinary goblins are just typical monsters, the goblin king is undeniably a formidable adversary, an overpowered entity that poses a deadly threat to newcomers. What puzzled him further was why a goblin king would appear so close to his territory. According to the rules of the battlefield of all realms, newcomers are not supposed to encounter such formidable, non-standard monsters unless certain conditions are met. Yet here he was, barely having arrived at his territory, only to be confronted by a goblin king at his doorstep. This was clearly not a matter of luck. There could only be one explanation. Someone had tampered with him or his territory. Was it the blessing from the battlefield of all realms? Chen Xing closed his eyes, trying to recall the unsolicited blessing he heard upon entering the battlefield. As it was his first time entering, he hadn't given much thought to it, assuming it was a common experience for all newcomers. It seems there's a significant issue with this blessing. If there's a problem with it, then who exactly added it? Chen Xing's mind immediately conjured up the image of Shen Wei. Apart from her, there seemed to be no one else. It makes sense, considering how well Shen Wei knows him, and that she would be aware he would never willingly be someone else's pawn. Therefore, Her seemingly useless actions at the entrance of the battlefield were clearly meant to push him into tearing up the contract. The scroll with the blessing was likely sealed within the contract through some means. Once the contract was torn, the effects of the blessing scroll naturally took hold. And since it's a blessing scroll, it wouldn't trigger any alarms in the real world, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. As for the effects of this blessing, Chen Xing speculated that it allows the blessed individual to establish a territory in a resource-rich area. Additionally, the blessing should provide a strong luck boost. Otherwise, the drop rate from those minor creatures wouldn't be so high. The presence of powerful monsters near the territory also made sense, as monster resources are valuable to a lord. Normally, this would be beneficial for a lord. The drop rate and resource boosts make this blessing quite powerful. Unfortunately, it's almost too powerful. With high-level monsters blocking the way, not even a lord with strength troops would survive. Thus, what was originally a blessing contract was used as a deadly trap against him. A bold move indeed. Chen Xing believed that such scrolls must be rare, and even Tianhong Group wouldn't have many of them. Yet they managed to use one against him. These big companies are indeed cautious, and once they make an enemy, they leave no room for escape. If it weren't for his talent as the master of auras, he might have fallen into their trap this time. Thinking about it, Chen Xing couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he needed to return the favor. After the siege by level 10 monsters on his territory concludes, he plans to pay a visit to Zhao Changpa, the lord from Tianhong Group, to properly thank them for their kindness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. After piecing together the situation, Chen Xing felt a sense of calm settle over him. While dealing with the Goblin King would be challenging, it was not an insurmountable task. His eyes gleamed with confidence as he thought about how conquering this goblin camp could make him the fastest-growing lord on the battlefield, placing him in the leading tier by a significant margin. A slight smile played on Chen Xing's lips as he mused that the trap set by Tianhong Group had unexpectedly turned into an opportunity for him. This unexpected advantage would significantly reduce the time needed for his territory to develop. However, he quickly refocused his mind on the immediate threat. In the distance, a group of burly hobgoblins was approaching. Compared to the ordinary goblins he had encountered before, these hobgoblins were not only stronger, but also elite monsters with higher intelligence. Chen Xing squinted, rapidly devising a strategy. This time, he decided to take an unconventional approach. Instead of having the villagers hide, he allowed them to expose themselves openly. Some even brazenly chopped wood as if they were completely unguarded. A smirk appeared on Chen Xing's face, confident that the hobgoblins, despite their wariness, would never suspect these seemingly weak villagers. As expected, upon discovering the villagers, the hobgoblins instinctively dismissed them, focusing their attention on the surroundings instead. However, they failed to notice that the villagers they deemed insignificant had quietly surrounded them. "Get lost!" the lead hobgoblin roared impatiently, trying to drive away the bothersome villagers. Unexpectedly, the villagers showed no fear. Instead, they quickened their pace, encircling the hobgoblins. This unusual situation heightened the hobgoblin's vigilance, and he instinctively glanced around for any ambushes. In that split second, a villager darted forward, thrusting a sword into the hobgoblin's chest. The hobgoblin roared in fury, ready to retaliate, but was overcome by searing pain. He looked down in disbelief to see the seemingly ordinary sword had pierced through his body. Blood gushed from his mouth, his eyes filled with incredulity. In his final moments, the hobgoblin's blurred vision caught sight of his subordinates being effortlessly cut down by the humans they had underestimated. Then, everything faded into eternal darkness. The farmers under Chen Xing's command already possessed attributes that far surpassed those of the elite goblins. However, these goblins dared to let themselves be surrounded by a larger number of farmers, and the outcome was predictable. In a flash, all the elite goblins and their dire wolves were slaughtered. Despite their superior attributes compared to goblin scouts, they barely caused a ripple. During the battle, the farmers managed to kill multiple enemies, gaining substantial experience and loot. First, they killed a level 7 elite goblin, earning 50 experience points, a goblin bloodthirsty great axe, and 20 gold coins. Next, they slew a level 5 dire wolf, gaining 20 experience points, a dire wolf bracer, and 10 gold coins. Again, they killed another level 7 elite goblin, earning 50 experience points, a goblin bloodthirsty heavy axe, a spiritual field blueprint, and 20 gold coins. Finally, the farmers killed a level 7 goblin elite, earning 40 experience points, a tongue oil vine armor, a watchtower blueprint, and 20 gold coins. Through these higher-level kills, Chen Xing's experience points rapidly increased, reaching level 4 with 455,1152 points. Unfortunately, after leveling up to 4, he lost 10 experience points. Otherwise, he could have gained even more. Besides experience, these elite goblins generously dropped a significant amount of equipment. Chen Xing counted 7 bloodthirsty heavy axes and 5 pieces of tongue oil vine armor, all of which were blue-grade equipment. The blue attribute of the Goblin Bloodthirsty Heavy Axe adds 100 attack points and 1 armor penetration, with an additional Bloodthirsty skill. When stained with blood, the axe's attack power increases by 20 points, lasting until the end of the battle. The notes describe it as an axe that craves blood. The tongue oil vine armor has a blue dodge effect that can be activated to increase the chance of evading ranged attacks by 30 for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 hours. The notes mention that this vine armor, soaked in tongue oil, provides excellent protection against ranged attacks, but caution against flames. Compared to the previous white-grade equipment, these blue-grade items not only double the attributes, but also come with skills. Although the skill effects are modest, they are better than nothing for Chen Xing. As for the 9 dire wolf bracers dropped, all are white-grade equipment, offering only 50 attack points with no additional value. Since ordinary soldiers can only equip 2 types of gear, weapons, and armor, Chen Xing is not interested in these bracers and decides to store them in the warehouse. Among these drops, what truly surprises Chen Xing are the blueprints. As a lord, constructing any building in the battlefield of myriad realms requires blueprints, which grant the building attributes recognized by the battlefield. The 10 elite goblins dropped 3 blueprints, 2 spiritual field blueprints, and 1 watchtower blueprint. Spiritual fields can grow spiritual plants, which are among the few extraordinary items that newcomers can bring back to Blue Star, making them extremely valuable. Blueprints are rare, and spiritual field blueprints are even rarer, with only a handful of new lords obtaining them each year. Seeing 2 spiritual field blueprints drop from the elite goblins, Chen Xing could hardly believe it, thinking it was more thrilling than winning the lottery. He understood that such a high drop rate was closely related to the blessings of the battlefield of myriad realms and felt immensely grateful. He silently decided that when the time comes to take down the Tianhong group, he would show mercy. As for the watchtower blueprint, it is also a valuable item. Once Chen Xing upgrades his territory to level 3 and unlocks the defense tower building, he can construct a watchtower. At higher levels, the watchtower not only observes the territory's surroundings, but also provides stealth detection, making it an essential building for any lord. Having a drop now was an unexpected delight for Chen Xing. After clearing the loot, Chen Xing wasted no time. He didn't even take a moment to choose a new aura. Instead, he immediately distributed all the equipment. With 2 groups of scouts having disappeared, if the goblin camp wasn't full of fools, they would have realized something was wrong by now. The next time they dispatch troops, it won't be in such small numbers. Facing a large-scale confrontation with the goblin camp, Chen Xing stands little chance of victory at the moment. Therefore, he must buy time and gather as many resources as possible before the goblins deploy a large army, to quickly upgrade his territory. Even if he can't immediately raise the territory to level 5 to build barracks, he must at least reach level 2 to construct a trading market. Chen Xing estimated that it took the goblin camp about half an hour to send out the big goblins. Based on this timing, it would take them at least 40 minutes to an hour to realize something is amiss and mobilize a large force. To be safe, Chen Xing left 20 farmers to focus on logging, with strict orders to retreat after half an hour, regardless of how much would they harvested. The remaining 30 farmers were sent to the northern mine, as it's located in the direction opposite the goblin camp. These miners can retreat after the goblin army appears. Once everything was arranged, Chen Xing returned to his territory and finally had time to check his aura options. The choices were 1. Brilliant Aura Common, 2. Focused Radiance Common, 3. Heavy Strike Aura Rare. The Heavy Strike Aura increases all allied units' mana regeneration by 10-fold. The Focused Radiance Aura boosts all allied units' defense by 10-fold, and the Heavy Strike Aura has a 10 chance to deal 10 times damage on attack. Perhaps blessed by the battleground of myriad worlds, Chen Xing once again randomly received a rare aura, the highly practical Heavy Strike Aura. The only regret was that while the damage increased 10-fold, the probability didn't change. Otherwise, this rare aura could perform as well as a legendary one in his hands. Nonetheless, even with a 1 in 10 chance of dealing 10-fold damage, it provided a significant boost for Chen Xing, so he chose the Heavy Strike Aura without hesitation. As for the Focused Radiance Aura, he could only silently promise it, next time, for sure. With the Heavy Strike Aura activated, a golden circle appeared alongside the 3 gray circles beneath Chen Xing's feet. Due to the aura's low level, the golden circle appeared slightly dim. Looking at the 4 interwoven auras beneath him, Chen Xing felt quite satisfied. The gold and gray circles, nested like breathing lights, emitted a subtle glow, appearing especially dazzling in dim areas. If he didn't choose to hide the aura effects, the coolness factor would be off the charts. After admiring the aura effects, Chen Xing turned his attention to the new skill point he gained from leveling up. For him, there were 2 options for this skill point. The first was to enhance the command aura, boosting attack power up to 30-fold. Chen Xing faced a choice between 2 skills, increasing the damage of the Heavy Strike Aura by 20 times, or opting for a more stable option. Although the former promised high rewards, its 10 activation chance made him hesitant. For instance, with a farmer possessing an attack power of 100, if the heavy strike effect triggered, it could theoretically inflict 2,000 points of damage, enough to easily defeat most monsters. However, the probability of triggering only once in 10 attacks left Chen Xing uneasy. He felt that a tenfold heavy strike was sufficient, and upgrading to 20 times seemed excessive. Ultimately, Chen Xing decided to allocate skill points to the command aura. At this point, the farmer's attributes were quite impressive. Level 1, Strength 4, Constitution 150 with a bonus of 5, Agility 40 with a bonus of 4. Under the aura's effect, their attack power exceeded 200, ranking them among the top in the lordship. Although the farmer's initial attributes were low, their large numbers allowed for rapid resource gathering. In a short time, the territory accumulated a substantial amount of resources. Current territory information, Level 1 Apprentice Lord, with the exclusive unit being farmers, population 51,100. Unlockable buildings include cottages and a warehouse. Resource stock, 720 wood, 170 stone, 760 gold. Conditions for upgrading the territory include 100 wood, 100 stone, 100 gold, and a level 1 warehouse. The novice protection period lasts for another 19 hours. With the boost from the gathering talent, farmers collected resources quickly and had already gathered enough for the upgrade. Before upgrading the territory, Chen Xing needed to construct a warehouse. A level 1 warehouse covers 100 square meters and requires 50 wood and 50 stone to build, which they had enough of. Without hesitation, he chose to build it. With a flash of white light, the warehouse materialized quickly. The interior was spacious, about 3 meters high, capable of storing the wolf meat they had previously acquired. This wooden warehouse had a magical featurette temperature-controlled storage, ensuring that items stored would not spoil over time. Although the warehouse's function intrigued Chen Xing, his main goal was to upgrade the territory. Once the warehouse was built, the conditions were met, and he promptly chose to upgrade. Congratulations, Lord, your territory has successfully advanced to level 2. Chen Xing's territory currently has 51 residents, which is still some distance from the maximum limit of 200. His territory can unlock 2 buildings, the farmhouse and the trade hall. The current resources are 610 wood, 120 stone, and 660 gold coins. The resources needed to upgrade the territory are 500 wood, 500 stone, and 500 gold coins. At this moment, the warehouse has reached level 2. After upgrading the trade hall, the population limit of Chen Xing's territory will increase by 100, and he will also be able to unlock the trade hall building. Although these enhancements are not urgently needed for him, he briefly reviewed them and then checked the construction requirements for the trade hall. The trade hall allows for transactions with other lords. Constructing the trade hall requires 100 wood, 100 stone, and 100 gold coins. Due to the attributes of the farmers and the resource boost from their talents, the speed of resource collection is astonishingly fast, almost like looting. In no time, they gathered the resources needed for the trade hall. Without hesitation, Chen Xing began constructing the trade hall. As one of the core buildings in the territory, the trade hall is used frequently. Chen Xing placed the trade hall next to the lord's residence, and soon, the trade hall stood before him. Eager to enhance his combat power, he immediately opened the trade hall to see if there were any items that could instantly boost his strength, such as troop cards. However, the trading panel was filled with basic resources like wood and stone, and the few special items available were mostly skill books needed by ordinary professionals. After searching the trade hall for a while and failing to find suitable items, Chen Xing sighed. Rare items require exploration to obtain, and clearly, no one was venturing out now, which thwarted his plans for rapid enhancement. Given the situation, he decided to proceed steadily. Chen Xing took out all 10 wolf bracers he had obtained from the wolf pack and, after some thought, priced each at 200 gold coins before listing them all. Despite the high price of equipment, ordinary whiteboard equipment typically costing over 500 gold coins, the value of bracer-type equipment was significantly reduced because ordinary troops couldn't wear them, and hero units couldn't be summoned before level 10. Generally, only non-lord players would purchase these items, so he set a relatively low price. After listing the bracers, Chen Xing thought again and realized that ordinary equipment didn't significantly enhance Gnome, E, and the others. Eager to improve the territory, he decided to sell all the equipment. Thus, he instructed Gnome E to bring back all 13 pieces of ordinary equipment and to also retrieve 3 goblin bloodthirsty axes. Chen Xing priced all his regular equipment at 500 gold coins each. Despite the scarcity of equipment and the slightly high prices, he wasn't worried about selling them, as he urgently needed gold coins to acquire resources and enhance his territory. So he decided to quickly list these items without fussing over a few dozen gold coins in price difference. As for the 3 rare blue pieces of equipment, after a moment's thought, he priced them at 3,000 gold coins each. At this stage, most lords who could afford rare equipment already had advanced troops and didn't lack money. Whether sold at 2 or 3,000, they could accept it. After all, It's a seller's market now, and Chen Xing wasn't afraid of them not selling. The equipment was extremely scarce, and even more so in the trading market, which caused a sensation as soon as Chen Xing's batch was listed. Wow, how did so much equipment suddenly appear on the market? Someone exclaimed. All these items had the goblin prefix, clearly released by the same person. People speculated, did someone exterminate the entire goblin clan? A young girl asked for support, hoping to get a goblin bloodthirsty battle axe, expressing her willingness to do anything for it. Girl, you're too young to even think about it, and you dare to ask for rare equipment worth 3,000 gold coins? Are you made of diamonds? Someone angrily responded. Another person noted, the price is a bit steep. I've been grinding non-stop and only saved up less than 600 gold coins. Who can afford it? To which another retorted, if you can't afford it, it means this equipment isn't meant for you. There are plenty of powerful lords in the battlefield of all worlds, especially those who started with a gold mine. For them, exchanging 3,000 gold coins for a piece of rare equipment, while expensive, is definitely worth the boost in power. Wow, there's only one rare piece left, and all the regular equipment is sold out. These people are quick, someone marveled. Chen Xing underestimated their eagerness for equipment, not expecting his listed items to be almost entirely sold out in such a short time, with only the bloodthirsty battle axe remaining, which likely wouldn't last much longer. This group of lords is truly impressive. Chen Xing sold a total of 26 regular items and one rare battle axe, bringing him a total of 14,500 gold coins. Looking at this amount, Chen Xing felt a bit unreal. Before entering the battlefield of all worlds, he had faced various challenges from Tianhong Group for just 100 initial gold coins, and now, he had easily obtained so much more. The contrast left him deeply moved. It seems I really should thank Tianhong Group, he thought, taking a deep breath. This time, he wasn't being sarcastic. He genuinely felt grateful for the blessing from Tianhong Group. Without the increased drop rate from this blessing, even as the Lord of the Aura, he would have been like most lords, painstakingly grinding for coins. Though he was thankful, when the time came to deal with Tianhong Group, he wouldn't hesitate to act. In the trading market, the price of basic resources like wood and stone never exceeded 1 gold coin per unit. Some sellers, eager to offload their resources, even offered them at a rate of 2 units for 1 gold coin. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xing, with a substantial amount of money in hand, didn't hesitate to sweep through the market. He quickly purchased all the wood and stone priced under 1 gold coin, causing the prices of these basic resources to rise significantly. The 14,000 gold coins he initially had were quickly spent, with more than half gone in no time. While acquiring these resources, he also sold his remaining bloodthirsty battle axe, bringing his gold count back up to around 10,000, while his stockpile of wood and stone reached an impressive 5,000 units. With these resources, Chen Xing began upgrading his territory. Upgrading to a level 3 territory required 500 units of basic resources and 500 gold coins, while a level 4 upgrade demanded 1,000 of each. Additionally, he needed to construct buildings like warehouses and defense towers. For Chen Xing, these resource requirements were manageable, and he quickly upgraded his territory to level 4. After the upgrade, he had just over 1,000 resources left and around 6,000 gold coins. However, to reach a level 5 territory, he would need at least 5,000 units of resources and gold coins, not including the essential level 4 building, the lumber mill, bringing the total requirement to at least 10,000 units of each. Faced with this massive demand, Chen Xing could sell his rare equipment to meet the needs, but the current issue was that the market had been nearly depleted of resources. The basic resources painstakingly gathered by other lords through logging and mining had been almost entirely swept away by him. Now, with the price of basic resources nearing 3 gold coins in the market, many lords needing resources voiced their curses against him in the chat channels. Chen Xing was unfazed by this. Although he had anticipated the scarcity of resources, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret as it became a reality. For a lord's profession, having a barracks can bring a qualitative change. With a barracks, a lord can directly consume resources to summon their initial troops, alleviating concerns about troop losses and allowing Chen Xing to use his peasants more confidently. Of course, this qualitative impact mainly affects those lords with lower-level initial troops. For those with higher-level initial troops, the barracks are less crucial. Chen Xing realized that the resources required to summon high-tier units were overwhelmingly large, not only needing a substantial amount of basic resources, but also many rare ones. For novice lords like them, gathering such resources was nearly impossible. Consequently, Chen Xing had never heard of any lord summoning a second steer unit during the beginner stage. In a way, this served as a form of balance in the battle of all realms between high-tier and low-tier units. Although this balance was insignificant, in the barracks, besides summoning exclusive units, one could also use unit cards to summon other units. For lords with high-tier units, obtaining unit cards wasn't difficult, so their forces were usually abundant, albeit not as powerful as their exclusive units. After upgrading his territory, Chen Xing examined the newly constructed defense tower. The defense tower was one of the few offensive structures a lord could use besides units. The tower now unlocked was a basic arrow tower with an attack power of 100. Each time the territory leveled up, another arrow tower could be built, though they couldn't be upgraded. The construction cost was 1,000 wood and stone, plus 1,000 gold. Although pricey, it was worth the investment as it significantly bolstered the territory's early defensive capabilities. Especially when reaching level 10 and facing monster sieges, 10 defense towers could greatly alleviate the pressure from the monster waves. However, relying on defense towers to fight monsters was unrealistic since most monsters were intelligent. Unless besieging, they wouldn't foolishly charge into the attack range of the towers. They would bypass them to directly assault the territory. Therefore, defense towers could only serve as a defensive measure. While Chen Xing was inspecting the defense towers, a new commotion arose outside, with a clamor coming from the forest direction. Seeing this, Chen Xing immediately recalled all the farmers still mining. Once all the farmers returned to the territory, a large group of goblins emerged from the forest. Chen Xing roughly counted about 200 goblin knights, followed by a squad of goblin priests, and among them was a more robust goblin. Initially, Chen Xing thought this goblin was the goblin king, but after using the detection skill, he realized he had underestimated the goblin camp's strength. The detection skill revealed that the goblin hero was level 8, with attributes, skills, and talents all marked as question marks. The description mentioned that goblin heroes were natural leaders of the goblin race and the most loyal generals of the goblin king. Since the goblin hero's level exceeded Chen Xing's by 3, the detection skill couldn't display specific information, only a series of question marks. However, the title Goblin Hero alone told Chen Xing this was a formidable creature. Goblin heroes were leader-level monsters, representing the pinnacle of goblin combat power, and were relatively rare, typically found only in super-large goblin camps or goblin kingdoms. Now, this was just a small goblin camp, yet it housed a goblin king and such a rare goblin hero, indicating that this territory's geographical location was exceptionally advantageous to encounter such a rare situation. The army led by the goblin hero is formidable enough to wipe out over 90% of new lords. Even an S-class lord would face certain death if they recklessly confronted them heathen. Fortunately, Chen Xing's territory is still under protection, so no matter how powerful the goblin hero might be, he can't discover Chen Xing's land. This situation allows Chen Xing to remain relatively calm. The goblin army emerged from the forest, seemingly tracking some trail. However, due to the territory's protective measures, they naturally bypassed Chen Xing's land and headed directly towards the mining area where the miners were working. As Chen Xing observed the goblin hero, who was trailing behind, his eyes flickered with thought. His previous attack had resulted in the loss of 20 scouts from the goblin camp, which was a minor blow given the camp's size. However, any casualties indicated a nearby threat. Despite the territory's protection preventing the goblin camp from detecting any anomalies, their vigilance would undoubtedly be heightened. Once they returned, any further activity from Chen Xing's side, even something as simple as logging, would lead the goblin camp to send the goblin hero again, rather than a small group of scouts. If Chen Xing had to retreat his villagers every time the goblin hero appeared, his territory would struggle to develop. The only alternative would be to wait until the goblin camp lowered its guard before resuming resource collection, but this was almost impossible. Chen Xing was eager to earn the rewards for being the first to reach a level 10 territory, and with only a little over a day left of territory protection, there wasn't enough time to erase the goblin camp's vigilance. Therefore, the best option was to eliminate the goblin hero now. Although this choice was risky, it offered a permanent solution. Once the goblin hero was dealt with, unless the goblin king personally led an army, the goblin camp would lack another boss to lead a raid. The possibility of the goblin king himself coming out was nearly non-existent, as he was the camp's core figure. Only under extreme circumstances would such a high-level boss leave the camp, let alone voluntarily. Thus, if the goblin hero were eliminated, the goblin king would be forced to consolidate his forces and fortify the camp. At that point, no matter how Chen Xing developed outside, there would be no further interference. Although Chen Xing wasn't someone who enjoyed taking risks, the benefits of killing the goblin hero were too great. It would not only provide time for development, but also yield valuable equipment and items dropped by the goblin hero. Moreover, he had no other choice, as the development of his territory could not be halted. The decision to kill was clear, but the method of doing so was the real challenge. Although most of the goblin hero's skills are designed to enhance allies, it doesn't mean he's weak. Compared to other bosses of the same level, he might seem a bit inferior. However, as a leader-level boss, Chen Xing estimates his average stats to be at least over 200. This means that without the bonus from the critical strike aura, a farmer's strength attribute can only match his. With such high stats, even with the critical strike aura bonus, it would be difficult for the farmers to take him down quickly. If the battle drags on, the farmer's other stat deficiencies will become apparent, not to mention the numerous goblin knights behind the goblin hero. At that point, How long Chen Xing's farmers can hold out becomes a concern. As a lord, Chen Xing can accept losses in his army, but he absolutely cannot accept a complete wipeout, especially before his territory reaches level 5. He is unwilling to take that risk. Looking at the goblin hero's back, Chen Xing felt a twinge of frustration, but he was not about to let this opportunity pass. After a brief moment of thought, his gaze locked onto the vast ranks of goblin cavalry, and a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. He opened his attribute panel to check his experience points. At this moment, he was only 600 points away from reaching level 5, and each level 7 goblin would yield 40 experience points. This meant he only needed to kill 15 goblins to smoothly advance to level 5. Originally, the Lord's Aura talent effect allowed the selection of an aura every 5 levels, with major milestones every 10 levels where the aura would become rare grade. Now, with the evolution of the Lord's Aura into the Master of Auras, Chen Xing speculated that this milestone might change, possibly allowing for the selection of a rare grade aura every 5 levels. Therefore, if Chen Xing reaches level 5 and acquires a powerful rare aura effect, dealing with the goblin hero would be no problem. Even if his guess is wrong, he could gamble by investing the upgraded skill points into the critical strike aura, attempting to trigger more critical hits to instantly defeat the goblin hero. After careful consideration, Chen Xing believed this plan was highly feasible, and he also had a backup plan deploying only 40 farmers, half of whom would focus on quickly hunting goblins to level up, while the other half would besiege the goblin hero. This way, if the plan fails, he would still have 10 units left, avoiding being completely isolated. In summary, this plan is a significant gamble for Chen Xing. If he wins, the future will be bright with no obstacles to his progress. If he loses, he would have to forego the level 10 territory rewards and develop slowly within his territory. After finalizing the plan, Chen Xing took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on the goblin hero. With only one chance, he had to proceed cautiously. The farmers, without aura support, had low attributes, making it difficult for even the goblin hero to detect anything unusual. Hence, Chen Xing decided to continue with the previous tactic, allowing the farmers to openly appear before the goblin hero, and seizing the moment for a sudden attack when the goblins approached the right distance. This strategy, while simple, is highly effective. As long as the goblins do not actively attack the farmers, the ambush on the goblin hero is half successful. However, unlike before, this time he needed to pay special attention to the goblin priests. These priests are ranged units and use magic attacks. Chen Xing's farmers have low physical resistance and no magic resistance, so if attacked by the goblin priests, they would face significant casualties. Therefore, Chen Xing had to expedite the process and ensure the goblin hero is dealt with before the goblin priests can act. Under Chen Xing's watchful eye, the goblin hero directed his cavalry to spread out across the mining area. With only a few dozen goblin riders left by his side, Chen Xing realized the time had come. He led the villagers out of their territory, slowly approaching the goblin hero. The goblin hero, highly vigilant, quickly noticed their presence shortly after they emerged. Seeing these unexpected humans, the goblin hero frowned, puzzled. He wondered where these villagers had come from, as his search had turned up no signs of life before. Upon spotting the villagers, the goblin priest instinctively raised his staff, ready to attack, but the goblin hero stopped him. He considered these frail humans to be no threat, and wanted them to come closer, hoping to find clues. He suspected that the missing scouts from his tribe were somehow linked to these humans. Nevertheless, he couldn't fathom the idea that goblin scouts could be killed by villagers, let alone fail to report back. Chen Xing was prepared for an attack on the villagers, especially when he saw the goblin priest lift his staff, causing his heart to skip a beat. If the priest attacked, Chen Xing's chances of success would be nearly zero. Therefore, if the priest initiated an attack, he would summon all the villagers back, even at the risk of the goblin hero discovering the territory's existence. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. The villagers' weak appearance was indeed deceptive, even causing the goblin hero to lower his guard. As the villagers closed in on the goblin hero, Chen Xing averted his gaze and opened his attribute panel. The success of his plan hinged on this moment. Whether he could kill the goblin hero depended on getting a good aura. Just as he opened the panel, the goblin hero felt a twinge of unease, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. Suddenly, the villagers near the goblin squad launched an attack. As auras appeared beneath their feet, the villagers, previously seen as harmless sheep by the goblin hero, transformed into terrifying beasts, charging at the nearest large goblin. The goblin hero clearly saw a large goblin knight being struck, its upper body disintegrating into fragments under the immense force. Although a few of the attacked goblins managed to survive the initial onslaught, the follow-up strikes swiftly ended their lives. And the worst part was that due to his negligence, 20 humans with terrifying powers had gathered right in front of him. The goblin hero's eyes focused as he saw a farmer rushing to attack him. His heart tightened, and he instinctively swung his sword. Given the massive difference in strength, there was no suspense. The farmer was sent flying, instantly entering a near-death state, due to his low physical attributes. Realizing that these farmers weren't particularly strong, the goblin hero felt relieved. It seemed that the terrifying power they'd used against his subordinates was just a skill effect, and dealing with these humans shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, the goblin priest behind the goblin hero also reacted. As a semi-support class, they didn't rush to attack, but instead instinctively raised their staff to cast various buffs on their allies. As the farmers launched a full-scale attack, Chen Xing received notifications. Congratulations, your farmer has slain a great goblin knight. You have gained 40 experience. The notifications buzzed in his ears, but Chen Xing ignored them, his eyes fixed on the attribute panel. The moment he saw a new notification in the Aura Talents section, he clicked on the Aura option almost instantly. 1. Life Steal Aura, Rare. 2. Endurance Aura, Rare. 3. Thorns Aura, Rare. Life Steal Aura Level 1 allowed all allied units to absorb 100 of the damage dealt as health. Endurance Aura Level 1 increased all allied units' movement speed by 100 and attack rate by 50. Thorns Aura Level 1 reflected 100 of melee damage back to the attacker. Looking at the 3 new auras that appeared, Chen Xing didn't hesitate at all and directly chose the Life Steal Aura. He felt that hesitating even for half a second would be disrespectful to the Life Steal Aura. After decisively acquiring the Life Steal Aura, Chen Xing didn't follow his original plan of allocating the new skill points to the Command Aura or the Heavy Strike Aura. Instead, he boldly allocated the skill points to the Life Aura. With the Life Steal Aura, as long as the farmers weren't killed instantly, they couldn't die. And since physical attributes determine vitality and defense, by enhancing the farmers' physical attributes, they could become resilient fighters. Initially, in Chen Xing's plan, even if they managed to kill the goblin hero, the 40 farmers would likely not survive the assault from the great goblin knights, and he was prepared to sacrifice them. But now, with the Life Steal Aura, Chen Xing suddenly felt that it might not be impossible to deal with the 200 great goblin knights before him. From selecting the aura to upgrading the Life Aura, Chen Xing took only a brief moment. The goblin hero, who had just thought that dealing with these humans wouldn't be a problem, suddenly realized that the farmer he had previously struck into a near-death state seemed to have recovered somewhat. Then, that farmer casually swung an axe at the surrounding great goblins and was suddenly full of energy again, as if his previous injuries didn't exist. This bizarre situation left the goblin hero bewildered. What is going on? The goblin hero looked at the situation before him with a sense of confusion. Judging by the reaction of these farmers, it seemed like their ability resembled that of life-stealing. But the question was, who could possess such a powerful life-stealing ability? A single strike could take someone from the brink of death to full health. It was as if they were draining a major artery. Even the bloodsuckers, renowned for their life-stealing prowess, couldn't achieve this. These farmers, having shown their true strength, were no longer weak. And now, being able to instantly recover to full health, how was this battle supposed to proceed? The goblin hero's expression grew darker, but he couldn't afford to think too much on the battlefield. He could only hope that this powerful recovery ability was either a special case or a one-time occurrence. Otherwise, they were in big trouble. As he saw the farmer, who was near death just moments ago, charging at him again, the goblin hero swung his blade, sending him flying. Yet, he noticed that these farmers seemed to have grown stronger. The attack that nearly killed the farmer earlier now only made him stagger back a few steps. Although severely injured, his condition was clearly better than before. In disbelief, the goblin hero watched as the farmer, after being severely wounded, struck a nearby goblin with an axe, instantly restoring himself to full health. It was over. Those were the only words left in the goblin hero's mind. Such a powerful recovery ability was akin to being immortal. Without the ability to kill them instantly, he couldn't think of any way to defeat them. As the goblin hero sank into despair, other farmers broke through his guards and closed in on him. With about a dozen farmers possessing strong recovery abilities surrounding him, the goblin hero realized he probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Under the relentless assault of the farmers, lacking powerful attack skills, the goblin hero soon fell. However, as a boss-level leader, he managed to take down 3 farmers who couldn't recover in time, with the help of the goblin priest's attacks. This marked the first casualties for Chen Xing's territory forces. Nevertheless, that was all there was to it. After the goblin hero fell, the remaining goblins, despite having a significant numerical advantage, quickly succumbed to defeat. Being knights, they were highly mobile, and once they realized they needed to flee, it was nearly impossible for the farmers, with their low agility, to catch up to them. Thus, although this battle was a decisive victory, the spoils were limited due to the enemy's swift escape. The goblin priests following the goblin hero, being short-legged and not adept at movement, were unable to escape and all perished under the farmers' axes. Congratulations, you have slain. Congratulations, you have slain. As the goblin hero died, Chen Xing's battle report began to flood in rapidly. For these repetitive reports, Chen Xing chose to mute them and quickly searched upwards, soon finding the battle report he most anticipated. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Goblin Hero Leader. You've earned 200 experience points and 100 gold coins, along with some purple grade gear, the decapitating greatsword, Goblin Commander armor, and the Lord's Ring. Additionally, you've acquired blueprints for a heavy cannon tower and a blacksmith's workshop, as well as a big Goblin unit card. Since this was your first time slaying a boss-level monster like the Goblin Hero, you've been awarded an extra skill point and 3 free attribute points. While these rewards might seem like a modest boost to others, for Chen Xing, they represent a significant opportunity to enhance his strength. After defeating the Big Goblin and the Goblin Hero, Chen Xing's level increased to 6, with an experience total of 103,51800. This means he not only has a chance to draw an aura, but also has 2 skill points and 3 free attribute points. For Chen Xing, the changes in attribute points don't have a significant impact, so he decides to hold on to them for now, allocating them when necessary. As for the 2 skill points, he plans to draw an aura first. If he doesn't get a desirable one, he'll invest those points in the life aura and command aura. When it comes to choosing an aura, Chen Xing is faced with the options of focus aura, vitality aura, and thorns aura. Focus aura at level 1 increases the defense of all allied units tenfold. Vitality aura at level 1 enhances the health regeneration rate of all units tenfold. Thorns aura at level 1 reflects 100 of melee damage back to attackers. After careful consideration, Chen Xing realizes that the boost from the vitality aura isn't significant for him, so he rules it out. Focus aura would allow the villagers to endure more damage, and with the lifesteal aura, as long as they can hold out, they wouldn't fall in battle. Reflecting on the previous fight with the Goblin Hero, had the focus aura been present, not a single villager would have perished. However, the Thorns aura is more practical, as it reflects melee damage, and, with the support of the lifesteal aura, the reflected damage can also heal the villagers. This means that unless the villagers are instantly defeated, they will scarcely lose health from melee attacks. After thorough deliberation, Chen Xing ultimately opts for the Thorns aura. He understands that to ensure the villagers' endurance, boosting not only their defense, but also their vitality, is a viable approach. Consequently, he invests both skill points into the life aura, hoping for improved performance in future battles. The level 4 life aura increased vitality by 40 times, boosting the farmer's physical attributes to over 240 points. With such powerful stats, even if he stood still and let the Goblin Hero attack, he wouldn't be easily killed. Coupled with the Vampiric and Thorns auras, Chen Xing could confidently say that, apart from the Goblin King, he was nearly invincible. After allocating skill points, Chen Xing began examining the loot dropped by the Goblin Hero. First, there was the equipment, 2 regular purple items, and 1 special purple item. The Beheading Greatsword, a purple tire weapon, had an attack power of 200, with a special effect called Beheading. When attacking the neck, it doubles the weak point damage. The notes explained that this sword was designed specifically for beheading, but it required a high level of skill to use. The Goblin Leader armor, also purple tire, had a vitality bonus of 200 and a special effect of powerful regeneration. When vitality first drops below 30, it restores 5 health per second for 6 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. The Lord's Ring was exclusive equipment for Lords, purple tire, with a 5 increase in both attack and defense. Its special effect, Domain Shield, allowed the Lord to borrow the power of the domain to block 1 instance of damage, also with a 24-hour cooldown. While the attributes of these 2 regular purple items were fairly standard, their special effects were quite impressive, especially the beheading effect, which could reliably deal double damage if placed in the right hands. However, for Chen Xing, these 2 pieces of equipment weren't particularly useful, so he put them on the trading market. Yet, since most lords were currently impoverished, few could afford these items, so Chen Xing set the price very high, hoping for a trade when someone took an interest. The Lord's Ring, however, was an excellent piece of equipment, with percentage-based increases in attack and defense, making it particularly suitable for Chen Xing. Especially since it also had a damage-blocking effect, it could prevent a fatal sneak attack. For Chen Xing, this was undoubtedly a perfect piece of equipment, and he equipped the ring without hesitation. In addition to the equipment, Chen Xing acquired 2 blueprints. One was for a defense tower, which could build a heavy cannon tower with high damage but low firing frequency. It was a common domain blueprint, rare in the early stages, but less so later on. Chen Xing didn't want it taking up space in his domain, so he listed it at an exorbitant price on the trading market, waiting for a buyer. The last blueprint was for a blacksmith shop, allowing the construction of a blacksmith shop in the domain, requiring at least 1 blacksmith and a level 5 domain, with material requirements of 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, and 1,000 gold. The blacksmith shop blueprint had a simple description. With it, a blacksmith shop could be built in the domain. However, for Chen Xing, building a blacksmith shop required not only a level 5 domain, but also a blacksmith, and such skilled residents could only be acquired through special means before reaching level 10, so this blueprint was temporarily unusable. Feeling a bit disappointed, Chen Xing opened the last unit card. The Great Goblin unit card allowed for the recruitment of Great Goblins in the barracks. In terms of unit tier, Great Goblins were by no means a strong unit, especially since these were just Great Goblins and not Great Goblin Cavalry, making them at most a tier unit. However, even a tier unit had attributes far superior to the farmers under Chen Xing's command. Once Chen Xing upgraded his domain to level 5 and recruited Great Goblins, his domain's combat power would see a significant boost. Chen Xing was very pleased with the loot dropped by the Goblin hero. Besides these valuable items, he also obtained over 100 pieces of ordinary equipment from the defeated Big Goblin. This battle was highly profitable for him, with the only downside being that most of the lords are currently quite poor. If he were to put all the equipment on the market, it would likely cause prices to drop. Therefore, Chen Xing decided to list 20 pieces of equipment first as a test, and gradually sell the rest once others became wealthier. In addition to his economic gains, Chen Xing also earned a substantial amount of experience points, allowing him to enter the level ranking for the first time. Although he was ranked lower on the list, it signified that he had joined the ranks of the top players. However, with the goblins retreating to their camp, he would find it challenging to gain significant experience unless he attacked the goblin camp or ventured further to hunt monsters. For Chen Xing, the level ranking was not his main focus, and he did not plan to go monster hunting. After securing his loot, he instructed his villagers to gather resources, as his priority was to upgrade his territory. Despite the loss of 3 villagers, he still had 47 left, which was a substantial number for a lord. Coupled with the villagers gathering bonus talent, Chen Xing believed no one could upgrade their territory faster than him. As Chen Xing sent his villagers out to gather resources, Zhao Chongpeng noticed his name on the level ranking board, and his expression turned grim. He was puzzled as to how Chen Xing had made it onto the ranking. Zhao Chongpeng knew Chen Xing's situation well, and had even suggested he use the blessing of the universal battlefield. What baffled him was that Chen Xing's initial troops were non-combatant villagers, so he should have been cautiously hunting level 1 monsters. How could he have suddenly climbed the rankings? A thought suddenly struck Zhao Chongpeng. Could there be a special terrain outside Chen Xing's territory suitable for killing monsters without taking damage? In the universal battlefield, there are indeed special terrains, like cliffs and valleys, where monsters might be unable to fight back. Such terrains are referred to as bug-level terrains, and they occur very rarely, requiring a territory to randomly have this terrain and encounter monsters vulnerable to it. Zhao Chongpeng figured this was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, with the weak troops Chen Xing had, his level shouldn't have increased so quickly. This fool was incredibly lucky. Zhao Chongpeng's expression grew even darker. It seemed he needed to find Chen Xing sooner than planned. His original plan was to wait until the protection period of the territory was about to end before dealing with Chen Xing. However, it now seemed he couldn't wait any longer. After all, no one understood the power of the blessings from the battlefield of the universes better than him. If he didn't suppress Chen Xing soon, it might become difficult to handle him once he developed further. With this realization, Zhao Chongpeng's mood soured. What he initially thought would be an easy opponent to take down had turned into a bit of a hassle, forcing him to interrupt his own development to address this issue, which filled him with frustration. When I find you, you'll regret causing all this trouble, he thought with icy determination, as he summoned back his 2 wyverns from their hunting. Before long, the 2 massive wyverns descended from the sky, landing firmly in front of Zhao Chongpeng. Strangely, these wyverns had 2 heads each, making them noticeably larger and evidently more powerful than ordinary wyverns. Seeing the 2-headed wyverns, a glint of satisfaction flashed in Zhao Chongpeng's eyes. His motivation to deal with Chen Xing wasn't just because Tianhong Group wanted to eliminate a rival, but also because of these 2-headed wyverns. These wyverns were at level 5, in the midst of evolving, possessing skills such as pounce, venom attack, bite, and dual attack. Originally, wyverns were only ranked troops, with skills limited to pounce, bite, and venom attack. Now, Zhao Chongpeng's wyverns not only had a special evolution marker, but also an additional dual attack skill, making them significantly stronger than regular wyverns. All of this was due to the extra glory stone found in Chen Xing's starter package. The glory stone is an extremely rare treasure in the battlefield of the universes, with very few on Blue Planet knowing its true function, and Zhao Chongpeng was among them. The glory stone can evolve, allowing troops to evolve as well by completing tasks to raise its level. Upon discovering that Chen Xing's starter package included a glory stone, Zhao Chongpeng quickly investigated all of Chen Xing's information. After realizing that Tianhong Group had already used tactics to win over Chen Xing, he decisively made a deal, practically selling himself to Tianhong Group to acquire the glory stone from Chen Xing. As for suggesting that Tianhong Group used the blessing scroll of the universes on Chen Xing, it wasn't as Chen Xing suspected to use the negative effects of the blessing to utterly destroy him, but because Zhao Chongpeng was interested in the effects of the blessing itself. However, since the effect was overwhelmingly powerful, Zhao Chongpeng wasn't sure if he could handle it himself. So he used Chen Xing as bait to bear the blessing's effects, while he spent a fortune to purchase 2 special scrolls. Zhao Changpong held 2 scrolls in his hands, calculating his next move. The first scroll could pinpoint Chen Xing's territory, while the second could bind his own territory to Chen Xing's location, allowing it to appear nearby. This strategy would let him avoid the negative effects of the All-Realm Blessing Scroll while still benefiting from its geographical advantages. Zhao had nearly exhausted his resources to acquire these scrolls, but he had no regrets. His wyvern had evolved into a 2-headed dragon after completing the first task, and with one more task, his exclusive unit could evolve into an class 3-headed chimera. On the path of Glory Stone's evolution, task was to kill 1,000 ordinary monsters, which was completed, granting an evolution chance for the exclusive unit. Task was to destroy a lord's territory, currently in progress, with the same reward. Task was to kill a super-tier monster, yet to be unlocked, and also offered the same reward. As Zhao looked at the second task on the Glory Stone, a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. He had initially planned to wait until the territory protection period was almost over before confronting Chen Xing. However, since Chen was being restless, Zhao decided to strike first. After all, territory protection only safeguarded the territory, not the lord. As long as Chen was outside his territory, Zhao could eliminate him and destroy his land. If successful, Zhao would command 2 class units, potentially capable of battling even super-tier monsters. Completing the final task and claiming the geographical resources from the All-Realm Blessing would significantly boost his power. Aiming to become the strongest lord on the multiverse battlefield, Zhao aspired to surpass Mira-class status. Once he achieved this goal, Tianhong Group would be irrelevant. They had only contracted with a class Lord Zhao Changpeng, not the Zhao who possessed class or even S units. As the strongest entity, no one could constrain him. As for Chen Xing, the path to greatness is often paved with many fallen. Being a stepping stone for Zhao was, in a way, an honor for Chen. If there was anyone to blame, it was Chen's unfortunate luck. With his decision made, Zhao immediately used the scroll that recorded Chen's aura. As he activated it, a virtual arrow appeared before him, pointing directly to Chen Xing's territory. Zhao Changping's twin-headed dragons have shown remarkable growth compared to other strength juvenile creatures. The 2 massive twin-headed dragons are even capable of serving as mounts for Zhao Changping. Riding on the back of one of these dragons, Zhao Changping headed straight for Chen Xing's territory. After some time, he stopped just outside Chen Xing's domain. To avoid detection, he chose to land at a distance from the territory. At this moment, Zhao Changping appeared quite disheveled. The once fierce and imposing twin-headed dragons were now covered in wounds. The one he used as a mount was in slightly better condition, with only a few cuts, but the other was in a dire state, with part of its tail seemingly bitten off and one wing hanging limply, clearly having suffered an attack. If not for their ability to glide, they might not have reached Chen Xing's territory safely. On the ground, Zhao Changping felt uneasy. He knew that under the influence of the blessing of the multiverse, the area around the territory would be fraught with danger, but he hadn't expected it to be this perilous. 2 nearly adult A-rank twin-headed dragons, powerful enough to easily defeat other juvenile strength creatures, almost met with disaster during their flight, leaving him shocked at the effectiveness of the blessing of the multiverse. Zhao Changping was relieved by his caution, having used Chen Xing as a test subject instead of directly using the blessing of the multiverse himself. If he had done so, he would have been the one exposed to danger. After a moment of fear, his eyes filled with anticipation. In the battlefield of the multiverse, danger often equates to opportunity. If he could eliminate Chen Xing and evolve the twin-headed dragons to strength, this valuable territory would be his for the taking. He hid in the forest at a distance, carefully observing Chen Xing's territory. Chen Xing's domain was situated on a plain, and the protection of the territory only applied to monsters, not to fellow lords like Zhao Changping, thus only limiting his ability to attack Chen Xing. Without any constructed walls, Chen Xing's territory was completely visible to him. Warehouse, watchtower, trading hall. Zhao Changping observed the buildings in Chen Xing's territory, his eyes narrowing. Judging by these structures, Chen Xing's territory was at least level 3, maintaining its level while rapidly upgrading. It seemed that the blessing of the multiverse had indeed provided Chen Xing with significant advantages. Seeing Chen Xing's flourishing development, Zhao Changping felt a surge of anger. Initially, he intended to use Chen Xing as a tool, leveraging the coordinates he provided. However, this tool had unexpectedly developed more successfully than Zhao Changping himself, which was hard for him to accept, given his self-assumed strength. Tools should know their place. Zhao Changping quickly calmed his anger, but as he observed, a sense of curiosity began to surface. Where exactly was the treasure spot Chen Xing found, where one could use the terrain to kill monsters without taking damage? During his observation, he saw farmers busily transporting resources to Chen Xing's territory like busy bees, but he didn't notice any areas suitable for monster farming. Safe monster-killing terrains are usually mountainous or hilly, yet Chen Xing's territory was surrounded by flat plains, which clearly couldn't be the place. Could it be that Chen Xing wasn't relying on the terrain but was strong enough to kill the monsters directly? This idea suddenly flashed in Zhao Chongpeng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it as absurd. The farmer unit is notoriously weak, not even considered a combat unit. So expecting Chen Xing to kill monsters with farmers was as unrealistic as expecting him to ascend to godhood. Shaking his head to rid himself of this ridiculous thought, Zhao Chongpeng considered that the monster farming spot might be somewhere not visible to the naked eye. In Chen Xing's territory, only one place seemed to fit this description. With this in mind, Zhao Chongpeng turned his gaze to the vast mining area behind Chen Xing's land. This huge mining area could possibly hide underground caves, and in the world battlegrounds, such caves are known for their complex terrains and numerous monsters. If Chen Xing had found a spot in the caves where he could kill monsters without taking damage, it all made sense. The more Zhao Chongpeng thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, as if he had uncovered the truth. He believed that while mining, Chen Xing discovered a natural trap-like terrain in the cave, which he used to lure monsters for safe kills, thus rapidly increasing his level. The lack of visible activity now suggested that the underground monsters had been lured away, and distant monsters couldn't be brought over. Therefore, Chen Xing wasn't avoiding monster farming, but simply couldn't do it anymore. In a flash of insight, Zhao Chongpeng connected all the dots, feeling like a genius. He checked the leaderboard and saw that Chen Xing's level hadn't changed for a while, further confirming his theory. Filled with jealousy, Zhao Chongpeng muttered under his breath, "Lucky fool." However, he realized the situation was tricky. With Chen Xing's weak strength, he couldn't hunt any monsters without the safe kill terrain. This meant Chen Xing might stay in his territory, selling the equipment he had obtained, until the territory protection period ended. Zhao Chongpeng didn't have the time to waste on Chen Xing. Not only did he have his own territory to manage, but he also had ambitions to climb the leaderboard. Spending too much time here, even if he eventually upgraded his two-headed dragon to its class chimera, would feel like a loss. He needed to find a way to lure this fool out. While Zhao Chongpeng was pondering how to draw Chen Xing out, Chen Xing had already noticed the sneaky stranger. Thanks to his abundant resources, Chen Xing upgraded his watchtower straight to level 4. This level not only provides night vision capabilities, but also extends the detection range to a full 4 kilometers. As soon as Zhao Chongpeng stepped into this range, Chen Xing was immediately aware of his presence. Where did this guy come from? Chen Xing wondered, puzzled by the intentions of this unfamiliar visitor. Even in the novice continent of the 10,000 Realms battlefield, the initial territories of lords are usually far apart. Yet, here was a lord appearing on his territory. Could their lands really be that close? Due to the significant difference in appearance between a bipedal dragon and a two-headed dragon, Chen Xing didn't associate the newcomer with Zhao Chongpeng. Watching this sneaky figure surveying his territory, he couldn't help but suspect ill intentions. Thus, he was determined to capture this person. However, Zhao Chongpeng's arrival posed a challenge, especially with the seemingly powerful, flight-capable two-headed dragon, while Chen Xing's villagers lacked any means of long-range attack. If Zhao Chongpeng was not killed in one strike and managed to escape on the two-headed dragon, Chen Xing would have to deal with relentless harassment from an airborne unit. Moreover, unlike the goblins he had previously deceived, Zhao Chongpeng was a living, breathing human. The disguise tactics that fooled the goblins would be ineffective here. Chen Xing's villagers would look suspicious if they charged directly at high-level units, tipping off any observer. If he startled Zhao Chongpeng and couldn't act fast enough, Zhao might flee on the dragon, leading to greater losses. As Chen Xing pondered how to ensure Zhao Chongpeng's capture, Zhao had already started taking action. After careful consideration, he devised a straightforward and aggressive plan: strike directly. When his units were killed, the lord would receive a casualty report. Since Chen Xing was unaware of Zhao's presence, the report wouldn't reveal what was hunting his villagers. Zhao planned to kill slowly to avoid alarming Chen Xing, hoping this would lure him out of his territory to investigate. Zhao Chongpeng had another two-headed dragon hidden, ready to strike as soon as Chen Xing left a certain range of his territory, aiming to eliminate him entirely. Zhao's plan was simple and bold. Even if it failed and Chen Xing stayed put, Zhao could simply slaughter all of Chen Xing's villagers, leaving him isolated. Then, he wondered how a lord with no units could possibly advance. Watching Zhao Chongpeng on the watchtower's monitor, as he deliberately approached the villagers cutting wood, Chen Xing was taken aback. Is this fool really planning to make the first move? After defeating the goblin hero and gaining a comprehensive boost in his aura, Zhao Chongpeng's peasant attributes became incredibly powerful. If he were to rely on the mobility of his two-headed wyvern to engage in aerial guerrilla tactics against Chen Xing, gradually wearing down the peasants with long-range attacks, Chen Xing might find it quite troublesome. However, Zhao Chongpeng surprisingly decided to abandon the advantage of flight and opted for a sneak attack with the wyvern. Chen Xing felt a twinge of sympathy for this fool, thinking that if the wyvern engaged in long-range attacks, it might only take a hit or two, and if lucky, withstand them. But if the wyvern engaged in close combat with the peasants, Facing the thorn aura's counterattack and the peasant's retaliation, Chen Xing really doubted if the wyvern could survive. Watching Zhao Chongpeng gradually approach the peasants, Chen Xing prepared to step out of his territory. Zhao Chongpeng split his two-headed wyverns, with one clearly hidden to deal with him. As soon as Zhao Chongpeng made his move, Chen Xing planned to step out of the territory and take advantage of Zhao Chongpeng's inability to command to lure out and deal with the remaining two-headed wyvern. Zhao Chongpeng was full of confidence, considering peasants as mere ants that a two-headed wyvern could kill with a single swipe, not worthy of serious attention. If he wasn't worried that the direct appearance of the wyvern would scare off these peasants, he wouldn't resort to such a sneaky tactic. As the peasants entered attack range, Zhao Chongpeng immediately commanded the wyvern in front of him. Go. Kill any peasant you like. Don't let them run. Kill whoever tries to escape. As in a level unit, the two-headed wyvern was highly intelligent. Upon receiving the command, it leaped into the air, gliding towards the peasants with a flap of its single wing. Since the wyvern's venom attack consumed energy, it naturally wouldn't use such a powerful method against these ant-like peasants. Thus, once it was airborne above the peasants, the wyvern dived down. Its claws, one of its attack methods, seemed to already envision tearing the chosen peasant to shreds. However, to its confusion, the selected peasant did not display the usual panic of prey, but instead silently raised a knife. The wyvern had a fleeting, almost laughable thought. Could this ant possibly think it could resist? The wyvern's diving speed was swift, and in a blink, it was upon the peasant, claws reaching out fiercely. With two muffled thuds, blood mist erupted from both the peasant and the wyvern. The blood mist from the peasant's body was quickly healed by some mysterious force. In contrast, the wyvern bore two fierce claw marks on its body, as if it had slashed itself mercilessly. If not for its strong-scale defense, one swipe might have split it in half. Caught off guard and severely wounded, the wyvern didn't even feel pain and was left stunned. Before it could comprehend where the attack came from, the peasant's long knife swung towards its neck. With two heads, the wyvern was easy to decapitate. The executioner's blade triggered 10 times the attack power, and due to incredibly bad luck, the wyvern also suffered a double damage critical hit. Combined, the peasant sliced off both of the wyvern's heads with a single stroke. Watching the once mighty two-headed wyvern instantly turn into a headless corpse, Zhao Chongpeng's mind went blank. He was utterly confused. Where did my big, two-headed wyvern go? Zhao Chongpeng was completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, the two-headed dragon was dead. It happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. It wasn't until the delayed battle report popped up that he realized his two-headed dragon had been slain by what seemed like a mere peasant, no different from trash. A sense of crisis hit him hard. Instinctively, he wanted to order the other two-headed dragon to abandon its current mission and fly back immediately. However, the dragon was too far away to receive his command. While he hesitated, torn between fleeing or retrieving the dragon, another battle report appeared. Your two-headed dragon has been slain. It was over. Seeing this report, Zhao Chongpeng felt as if the world had gone dark. He understood that everything was lost. Chen Xing's troops were unexpectedly powerful. A seemingly harmless peasant had single-handedly killed his two-headed dragon. Even more terrifying, Chen Xing had 50 such formidable peasants under his command. At that moment, Zhao Chongpeng finally understood why Chen Xing's level was so high. It was all due to sheer strength. With 50 units comparable to S-level troops, they could easily defeat not just ordinary monsters, but even high-tier creatures. Zhao Chongpeng was utterly despondent. Staring at the reports of his two dragons' demise, he bit his lip until it nearly bled, yet he did not give up. He cautiously retreated in the opposite direction of Chen Xing's territory. Although he wasn't sure if he could return safely without the dragon's protection, he knew that staying meant no chance of survival. He could only comfort himself silently, praying that Chen Xing hadn't noticed him, though he knew the odds were slim. Just as he turned around, he suddenly discovered that several peasants wielding giant axes had blocked his path. These peasants looked ordinary, like simple woodcutters, standing quietly with their axes. But they shattered any hope he had, because he knew each of these peasants had the power to slay a two-headed dragon, and now there were several of them. He had no hope of escaping with his own strength. At this point, he had no courage left to resist. Where he once regarded peasants as trash, he was now captured and brought back to Chen Xing's territory like a helpless chicken. The lead peasant threw Zhao Chongpeng to the ground and respectfully saluted Chen Xing. Chen Xing nodded, motioning for the peasant to continue his work, then turned his attention to Zhao Chongpeng with interest, asking, "So, who are you?" Zhao Chongpeng's mind raced. He knew he couldn't reveal his identity, for if Chen Xing discovered he was Zhao Chongpeng, he would surely be doomed. Thinking of this, he quickly reviewed everything he had done since arriving in Chen Xing's territory, confirming in his heart that Chen Xing had already noticed his presence when he first arrived. So he carefully began to fabricate a lie. While scouting, I discovered your territory here, and it seemed not very strong, so I thought I would strike first. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted you. It was a moment of confusion, not intentional. I hope you can spare me, considering we're both from Blue Star. My parents are still waiting for me back there, please. I'm willing to pay a ransom. I have plenty of resources in my territory. If you spare my life, I'll give you whatever you want. Zhao Changpeng cried bitterly, even going so far as to kneel and kowtow to Chen Xing to show his sincerity. At this moment, he had no other choice but to gamble on the possibility that Chen Xing, a student who had never left school, might not have a hardened heart and might not be so decisive in killing. However, Chen Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly watching Zhao Changpeng's performance before suddenly asking, "Are you Zhao Changpeng?" Initially, Chen Xing hadn't connected Zhao Changpeng with the lord near his territory until he saw a notification indicating he had killed a two-headed dragon, which immediately reminded him of Zhao Changpeng. Although Zhao Changpeng's troops were footed dragons rather than two-headed dragons, Chen Xing knew that troops could evolve. Coincidentally, there was an 11th lord with dragons near his territory. Chen Xing was convinced that Zhao Changpeng had likely targeted him from the beginning and had used some means to position his territory near Chen Xing's and lock onto him. In other words, Chen Xing had confirmed that Zhao Changpeng was indeed there to kill him. However, one thing puzzled Chen Xing. Why Zhao Changpeng harbored such a deep grudge against him that he would abandon his own development just to kill him. As the victim, Chen Xing hadn't been in a rush to take revenge and planned to wait until his territory reached level 10. Yet, the aggressor was eager to kill him, even at the cost of his own growth. Was he really that narrow-minded, determined to eliminate him? Chen Xing pondered for a moment, finding it unlikely. If it were merely personal enmity, Zhao Changpeng's mental state seemed fine. He wouldn't forsake his development just to seek revenge over a personal grudge. Even if Tianhong Group wanted to eliminate him, they wouldn't have Zhao Changpeng abandon his growth to do so. Therefore, there must be some unknown reason driving Zhao Changpeng's urgent desire to kill him. With his interest piqued, Chen Xing looked at the somewhat terrified Zhao Changpeng and asked, "I'm curious. What's the reason you're so determined to kill me?" Upon hearing Chen Xing reveal his identity, Zhao Changpeng's body trembled slightly. He initially wanted to deny it, but faced with Chen Xing's unwavering gaze, he ultimately chose silence, stopping his pleas for mercy. It was only when Chen Xing asked why Zhao Changpeng wanted to kill him that Zhao slowly lifted his head. Realizing he was doomed, Zhao dropped his pretense, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Do I need a reason to kill you? Standing in my way is reason enough for you to die." Chen was surprised by his sudden change, thinking to himself that Zhao was indeed a ruthless character. He gave Zhao a thumbs up as a sign of respect. "Since you have such demeanor, I'll give you some dignity too." With that, he pointed to a chair in the Lord's Hall, indicating for Zhao to sit and talk. "Come on, sit down and tell me how I got in your way." Zhao didn't stand on ceremony and dragged a chair to sit in front of Chen. At this moment, he seemed to have shed the burden of life and death, appearing much more relaxed. He took out a stone of glory from his inventory and tossed it to Chen Xing. "This is your reason for dying." Chen caught the stone of glory and immediately recalled its origin. After becoming a lord, he had received a beginner's package from the Myriad Worlds battlefield, which included a stone of glory. It had no attribute description, just a single sentence. "This is a symbol of glory." He had researched extensively but found no use for it, dismissing it as a symbolic piece of junk. When Xin Wei took his initial gold coins, she also took this stone. If Zhao hadn't brought it up now, Chen wouldn't have remembered he even had it. "What does this thing do?" Chen asked. Zhao, appearing quite composed, explained directly. "This is a rare treasure in the Myriad Worlds battlefield. In a sense, it's something we shouldn't even be able to access at this stage. Its function is simple. It opens the path of glory or the path of evolution. The path of evolution is relatively straightforward, requiring you to complete 3 tasks. Each completion allows your exclusive troop to evolve once, equivalent to 3 evolution stones without level restrictions, but only for your exclusive troop. As for the path of glory, I don't know much, except that it must be extremely difficult, which is why I didn't choose it. But I can tell you this. Everyone who has chosen the path of glory has failed, including other races in the Myriad Worlds battlefield. The Myriad Worlds battlefield isn't limited to humans. The humans of Blue Star seem particularly weak in various abilities, but they have strong backing, so while weak, they aren't entirely outclassed by other races. The fact that even powerful races have failed the path of glory indicates its high difficulty. Due to hierarchical issues, much of this information was unavailable to Chen on Blue Star. Since Zhao was willing to share more, Chen didn't mind asking a few more questions. With the path of glory being so difficult, what's the reward? Zhao shook his head. "I don't know. But what I do know is that the reward must be substantial, as many true geniuses in the Myriad Worlds battlefield are searching for the Stone of Glory, hoping to open the path of glory. However, this item can only be used in this world. It's useless to people from other worlds, so nobody crosses worlds to search for it. On Blue Star, there's little information about it since it hasn't really appeared here before." At this point, a proud expression appeared on Zhao's face, clearly proud of finding the Stone of Glory. However, His expression quickly turned grim as he realized his current predicament as a captive. The irony of fate left him feeling helpless. Having stumbled upon such a significant find, only to encounter Chen Xing, an overpowered opponent, was truly a stroke of bad luck. Chen Xing pondered for a moment, staring at Zhao Chongping's expression. It was clear that Zhao wasn't lying. If what he said was true, then the Stone of Glory, sought after by geniuses of all races, must be a top-tier treasure. However, the fact that such a high-level item would casually be included in his starter pack seemed a bit too nonchalant, almost as if it were compensating for his weak unit type. Chen Xing understood that the initial attributes of the farmer unit were indeed very poor. Without the support of the Aura Master, even if he had a Stone of Glory, he couldn't change his fate. Forget about the path of glory. Even the path of evolution would be difficult to tread. He shook his head, temporarily putting aside thoughts of the starter pack, and said, "You're quite generous, revealing such a secret so directly." Zhao Chongpeng pointed to the Stone of Glory he had tossed to Chen Xing and laughed. "Even if I didn't say anything, once I'm dead, you'd learn the stone's purpose anyway. As for the other information, it's just minor details, not worth hiding." After speaking, he gave a peculiar smile, looked directly at Chen Xing, and asked, "So what's your choice? The path of glory or the path of evolution? You already know, don't you?" Chen Xing glanced at Zhao Chongpeng and replied, "And you told me all this just to make me choose the path of glory." "Exactly." Zhao Chongpeng laughed heartily and said unabashedly, "Though I don't know why your unit is so powerful, I believe that someone with such a strong unit would never pass up a chance to become stronger. Your farmer base is so weak that even with evolution, it's hard to become powerful, so your only choice is the path of glory. On this path, as long as you don't die, you'll inevitably become one of the strongest in the multiverse battlefield. If you die, it means someone avenged you. If you live, you'll become a top-tier powerhouse. Dying at the hands of someone like you isn't a disgrace. So, I can accept both outcomes." Chen Xing wasn't bothered by Zhao Chongping's attitude. He knew Zhao must be hiding more information about the path of glory, but that didn't matter. With the Aura Master in hand, he was confident in his ability to crush any opponent. After all, with 10-fold starting power and a 100-fold peak power boost, if he didn't dare choose the path of glory, he might as well retire on Blue Star. "Any last words?" Chen Xing asked Zhao Chongpeng. "Even though I know you're scheming against me, since you've been so candid, I can take any last message back for you. I'm not favored in the Zhao family, had no resources while alive, and no one will care when I'm dead. Leaving a message doesn't mean much," Zhao Chongpeng said nonchalantly. "But if you get a chance, help me destroy Tianhong Group. A bunch of cowards who don't dare enter the multiverse battlefield want me, Zhao Chongpeng, to be their lackey? They don't deserve it." "Okay." Chen Xing nodded in agreement to Zhao Chongpeng's request. He silently vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would kill them all and send them to accompany Zhao Chongpeng. After saying this, Chen Xing spoke no more and delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Chongpeng's chest. With the added boost from the aura, Chen Xing's overall attributes were akin to its class unit, and this punch shattered Zhao Chongpeng's internal organs, ending his life instantly. "You have successfully killed a lord and completely annihilated a territory. Please choose how to deal with the territory." The system prompt offered 3 options. 1. Take over the territory. 2. Plunder the territory. 3. Destroy the territory. Taking over the territory means reclaiming the defeated territory as a subsidiary, which, although can be developed and upgraded, cannot share the main territory's level and require station personnel. At this moment, Chen Xing had no hero units capable of independently defending a territory, so this option was essentially ruled out. Next were plundering and destroying. Plundering maximizes gains by acquiring most of the resources from the defeated territory, but requires being within the enemy's territory to choose this option. Clearly, Chen Xing didn't have the time to locate Zhao Chongping's territory, so he had to forego this as well. Ultimately, he chose to destroy the territory. Once destroyed, the territory would be completely obliterated, allowing the destroyer to gain a small amount of resources and randomly acquire some items from the enemy lord. In the battlefield of the myriad worlds, once a lord is killed, the territory is considered completely destroyed. Therefore, after the novice period, many assassin-class players target lords for assassination. Although the success rate is not high, a single successful attempt, even if it means choosing to annihilate the territory, can be immensely profitable. For Chen Xing, although he wasn't particularly interested in Zhao Chongping's wealth, there was no reason to keep the territory, so he decisively chose to destroy it. "You have destroyed a territory and obtained 1,000 units of wood, 600 units of stone, 3,000 gold coins, a blueprint for a common house, and 100 ordinary rice seeds." The system notification sounded, congratulating him for acquiring a special item, the Stone of Glory. It seemed Zhao Chongpeng had spent all his time hunting monsters, resulting in a rather poor yield, dropping only a few items for Chen Xing. Chen Xing skipped over the resources and gold, his gaze landing on the house blueprint. This type of house was also a residential building, but compared to the territory's default cottages, the house's attributes were significantly more luxurious. The common house's attributes included a 20 comfort boost and a 20 increase in stamina recovery speed. In terms of requirements, it needed a basic cottage, 200 units of wood, 200 units of stone, and 200 gold coins. Its evaluation was a relatively comfortable house. With it you can spend a peaceful night. For Chen Xing, this building was quite practical. After all, his workers were essentially human, not machines. No matter how strong they were, they still needed rest. This house could enhance stamina recovery speed, undoubtedly shortening their rest time, allowing them to dedicate more time to work. With thoughts of capitalist ideals that could get him strung up on a lamppost, Chen Xing took out the rice seeds to examine their attributes. Chen Xing held a handful of ordinary rice seeds. Though these low-grade seeds couldn't directly enhance attributes, they served as basic sustenance. When planted in spiritual fields, they grew faster, and long-term consumption could slightly boost attribute values. On Blue Star, these rice seeds could fetch a high price, but for Chen Xing, carrying them back was a waste of space. Thus, these rice seeds could only be used as basic food in his territory. After organizing these odds and ends, Chen Xing acquired the most valuable item from Zhao Chongping, the Stone of Glory. The Stone of Glory was activated, and the system prompted him to choose a path, the path of evolution, the path of glory. The path of glory was extremely challenging, and the system warned him to proceed with caution. Having anticipated this, Chen Xing decisively chose the path of glory. Congratulations on choosing the path of glory. It has been detected that your unit is an ordinary farmer. Generating related prerequisites, the system's voice echoed in his ear. The human race's glory bonus fixed the barracks buildings in his territory as Lord-exclusive barracks, where farmers could change professions. Each profession change granted relevant skills and significantly enhanced overall attributes. Note: once the exclusive barracks are built, the Lord can only recruit Lord-exclusive units, and profession changes for farmers do not increase population demand. After reading the Path of Glory's prompt, Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Choosing the Path of Glory meant he could only recruit farmers, but these farmers could gain stronger abilities through profession changes. In a way, this was a choice for all unit types. If this were the only condition, Chen Xing might hesitate, as some powerful units couldn't compare to farmers. After all, no matter how farmers changed professions, their strength couldn't surpass level units. However, when he saw the note that profession changes do not increase population demand, he made his decision immediately. Regardless of what lay ahead on the human race's path of glory, this alone was enough for him to join. It's important to note that all territories have a population limit, usually 100 times the territory's level. A level 10 territory can only have a maximum population of 1,000. Although it seems a lot, the population occupied by units is not a 1-to-1 ratio. On the battleground of myriad worlds, the stronger the unit, the more population it occupies. For example, an S-level unit like a dragon initially occupies 50 population, and this increases with growth. Thus, under normal circumstances, a level 10 territory could field an army of several hundred. But Chen Xing's farmers, being low in strength, occupied very little population, with each farmer requiring only 1 population. When he reaches level 10, he could easily muster a 1,000-strong army. Furthermore, the recruitment cost for farmers is extremely low. Compared to S-level units that require vast resources and special treasures, recruiting farmers is practically free. For Chen Xing, who possesses the Halo Master, quantity is quality. Even if farmers gain no additional attributes after profession changes, he would still choose to join the Path of Glory without hesitation. The Path of Glory has been chosen, and the journey has begun. After Chen Xing made his decision, the attributes of the Stone of Glory immediately changed. The current mission for this special artifact is to slay a high-tier creature before reaching level 10. The reward for completing this task is unlocking more common professions and a chance to transition into a hidden profession, ignoring all conditions, with a forced transition to a glory building. The exclusive barracks have yet to be constructed. The artifact's attributes indicate that upon death, a rating will inevitably drop. As Chen Xing progresses along the Path of Glory, he will become the strongest in all realms. The first task is to defeat a high-tier monster. Seeing this initial mission from the Stone of Glory, Chen Xing finally understood why Zhao Chongpeng described the Path of Glory as extremely challenging. Slaying a high-tier monster before reaching level 10 is a daunting task. Even for ordinary lords on Blue Star or Zhao Chongpeng, who evolved all his units to S level, this would only result in failure. However, despite the high difficulty of the task, the reward is highly tempting. In the battlefield of all realms, hidden professions among non-lord professionals are exceedingly rare. Compared to common professions, hidden professions usually signify uniqueness and strength. Normally, a powerful hidden profession can easily defeat several professionals of the same tier, and the chances of acquiring such a profession during transition are low, typically only 1 in 1,000. Now, Chen Xing's peasants also have a chance to transition into hidden professions. Although the task reward mentions a certain probability, the large number of peasants under Chen Xing's command fills him with confidence in the task's success. When the battle comes, while the opponent struggles to gather a few hidden professions, Chen Xing could bring forth an entire squad of hidden professions, creating an impressive scene. For Chen Xing, the reward for the first task is almost guaranteed. The difficulty is only significant for ordinary lords, but for him, high-tier monsters are merely lambs for the slaughter. Once he constructs the barracks, the first to fall will be the Goblin King. After storing the Stone of Glory back in his inventory, Chen Xing checked the trading market and found that most of the equipment he listed had been sold, with various resources once again abundant, even overflowing. Generally, the higher a lord's level, the stronger they become. Over time, most lords gradually adapt, and their resource-gathering speed more than doubles, making the trading market appear particularly abundant. For Chen Xing, this abundance of resources means it's time for the harvest. In the battle with the Goblin hero, aside from the dropped equipment, Chen Xing acquired over 100 pieces of equipment from the large Goblin Knights. With these powerful items, he practically looted half the trading market, with nearly half of the market's gold ending up in his pocket. On the other hand, although Chen Xing took the gold coins, the equipment he sold allowed the lords to develop faster and earn more gold and resources, creating a positive cycle for everyone. He might not admit it, but this is actually a reflection of free trade and free pricing. The term working is too harsh. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, a win-win situation between Chen Xing and the other players. Who benefits more is not important. With a massive amount of gold in his account, Chen Xing began to splurge in the trading market. Wood buy, stone buy, territory blueprints buy, rare treasures buy. Basically, he bought everything he fancied. The gold he earned from over 100 pieces of equipment made him feel incredibly wealthy, and three words kept echoing in his mind: money is no object. The trading market prices had stabilized at 1 gold coin per resource, but in an instant, Chen Xing swept it clean, driving the price up to 2 gold coins per resource. This move left everyone dumbfounded. Never before had such a scene been witnessed in the battlefield of all realms. If resources were scarce before and you stirred the market, it was understandable, but now that resources are plentiful, raising prices is quite excessive. Are you here to be a lord or to speculate? The drastic market fluctuations left many lords who needed resources feeling helpless. Apart from the few lords with abundant gold, others publicly expressed their blessings for the market sweeper in the chat channel, hoping he would soon ascend to bliss. However, Chen Xing was indifferent. Everyone needs resources, and no one owes anyone. Moreover, as fellow lords, they are competitors, and not taking their resources is already a courtesy. Sweeping the market for resources is a perfectly normal operation. With a vast amount of resources in hand, the first thing Chen Xing did was upgrade his territory and then build a barracks. The barracks can recruit units, and the recruitment price for human peasants is 10 gold coins. The job change hall allows peasants to change professions, with current options including warrior, shield bearer, and archer. Originally, the barracks feature was to recruit units and increase unit types through unit cards. However, now the option to increase unit types has disappeared due to the exclusive barracks feature, replaced by a job change hall option, though it's unclear why the job change hall is separate from the barracks. Seeing that human peasants only required 10 gold coins for recruitment, Chen Xing couldn't help but marvel at how reasonably priced they were. Back on Blue Star, he had heard about the recruitment price for level units, which could cost thousands of gold coins, and gold was just the cheapest part of the price. Besides gold, there were also gems, source crystals, and exclusive special materials, with prices beyond measurement in gold coins. Compared to them, the price of 10 gold coins for a farmer seemed like a giveaway. Chen Xing sighed slightly and decided to test the job change effect in the job transfer hall. At present, what his territory needed most were ranged units. So he called over a farmer and asked him to become an archer. Do you want to proceed with the archer job transfer? The current transfer price is 100 gold coins. Seeing this prompt from the job transfer hall, a question mark popped into Chen Xing's mind. It actually costs to change jobs? His face darkened immediately as he finally understood why the job transfer hall and the barracks were separate buildings. This was the catch. After recruiting a farmer, there was an additional expense for job transfer, making the job transfer hall seem like a ripoff. Although he felt the job transfer hall's fees were a bit of a scam, Chen Xing was now quite wealthy, and even ordinary professionals had to pay for upgrades. So, despite feeling a bit cheated, he went ahead with the transfer. Once the transfer was successful, the farmer who had entered the hall came out. Not much changed, except now he carried a simple white hunting bow on his back. Farmer 7 profession, Farmer Archer, level 6 rank, E strength 16480, Constitution 16640, Agility 22440, Spirit 16. Talent, Precision Strike, greatly increases the hit rate of bow and arrow weapons. Skills, Eagle Eye, Rapid Fire. Eagle Eye enhances visual acuity and grants night vision, Rapid fire increases shooting speed by 20 for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Seeing Farmer 7's attributes, Chen Xing was stunned. The farmer's unit rank had directly advanced after the job transfer. Normal units have rank displays, but farmers weren't considered combat units before, so they had no rank. Now, it showed as he rank. Chen Xing counted on his fingers. The initial attributes for a rank unit are around 10 points, with 1 free attribute point added per level, totaling 16 points. Agility is likely the main attribute for archers, hence the 2-point increase per level, explaining Farmer 7's 22 agility points. Not only did Farmer 7 evolve to a rank, but his attributes also completely changed to those of a rank unit. If that's the case, could these units have the chance to evolve again in the future from a rank to drank, and even higher to a rank? Srank. The thought of this possibility made Chen Xing's blood boil. No wonder it's called the Path of Glory once farmers evolved to their fullest, with tens of thousands of Srank units in his hands. Who could deny his glory? Even his ashes would be legendary. Currently, the job transfer hall offers only 3 professions for transfer. After some thought, Chen Xing recruited 253 farmers, bringing the total number of farmers to 300. This should suffice for now, as farmers need to eat, and any more might strain the territory's food supply, leading to big problems. After completing the recruitment, Chen Xing transitioned 10 into shield warriors, 40 into spearmen, and 100 into archers. The remaining 150 who did not change roles were assigned to resource gathering. Compared to archers, shield warriors and spearmen have similar attributes. The primary difference is that shield warriors focus on constitution, while spearmen emphasize strength. Additionally, each has different class talents and skills. The shield warrior's talent is indomitable, which increases resilience and defense by 10. Their skill, Iron Wall, reduces damage and boosts defense, while Shield Bash can deliver a powerful blow to the target, causing significant damage and stunning them for 0.5 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. Spearmen have the Weapon Master talent, increasing attack power by 10 when using melee weapons. Their skill Charge allows them to quickly dash towards an enemy, dealing substantial damage, but it reduces some defense and resistance for 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. With the farmers transitioning roles, Chen Xing's forces now had a balanced configuration of melee, defense, and ranged capabilities, leaving no apparent weaknesses. They should be well prepared to face the Goblin King. However, Chen Xing was not in a rush to attack, knowing that the Goblin King would not flee and that he still had plenty of resources. He planned to exhaust those resources before going to war. Chen Xing looked over his territory and upgraded it directly to level 8. He then constructed all necessary facilities, including spirit fields, defense towers, residential houses, and a lumber mill and quarry he purchased from the trading market. Once the spirit field was built, Chen Xing used the accumulated goblin corpses as fertilizer and planted rice seeds. The spirit field, at a normal level, spanned 1 acre with extremely fertile soil. The current crop, rice seeds, would mature in 12 hours. The numerous goblin corpses had enriched the soil to its peak fertility, speeding up the growth of the crops and reducing the maturation time of ordinary rice seeds to 12 hours. Once the territory's protection period ended, Chen Xing could harvest his first batch of rice on the battlefield of all realms. Besides the spirit field, the level 8 watchtower's range of vision extended to 8 kilometers. Chen Xing estimated that with 2 more upgrades, he could see the goblin camp directly from his territory. The warehouse, upgraded to level 8, expanded to 800 square meters. Although it seemed large, the items Chen Xing needed to store were numerous, especially the 2 double-head dragon corpses, which took up significant space. Fortunately, he had already dealt with the goblin bodies. Otherwise, the warehouse space would have been even more constrained. Chen Xing hoped to find a blueprint for a new warehouse to meet the growing storage demands. The attributes of the defense towers and residential houses remained unchanged, consistent with what Chen Xing had previously seen. Notably, the newly purchased blueprints for the lumber mill and quarry increased wood and stone output by 30, respectively. For farmers who already had a 50 resource gathering bonus, this meant that collecting 1 unit of resource was equivalent to gathering 2, effectively doubling their efficiency. After completing all the building upgrades, Chen Xing's resources were nearly depleted. Despite this, he was filled with satisfaction seeing his territory well equipped. With the territory beginning to take shape, once he constructed a few more buildings to reach a total of 10, he could upgrade the territory to its maximum level. Once resources were sufficient, he could directly elevate it to a level 10 territory. In the chat room, where people were initially discussing the rise in resources, someone suddenly noticed that Chen Xing's territory had reached level 8, causing an uproar in the chat channel. What the heck? How did a level 8 territory suddenly appear? One player exclaimed. Level 8? Seriously? I barely managed to get my territory to level 3, and now there's already a level 8. Chen Xing? Which prominent family does he belong to? Another player wondered. And as far as I know, there wasn't an Srank Lord by that name. Where did he come from? I think I know this Chen Xing. He's just an ordinary person, and his troop type is the most basic, farmers. Many people at school said his leadership was wasted and that making him a lord was a waste. How did he suddenly get a level 8 territory? Farmers? Are you sure they're farmers? What kind of farmers are that strong? Someone questioned skeptically. Is it possible that there were no monsters near his territory, and he leveled up to 8 just by gathering? But that doesn't add up. The resources needed for a level 8 territory aren't small. Even if farmers chopped trees, they couldn't gather resources that quickly. And where did he get the gold? You can't tell me there's a gold mine in his territory. That would be too lucky. Another player chimed in. My troop type is a rank, and my territory just reached level 4. I can confirm that it's impossible to upgrade a territory that fast just by chopping trees and mining. The resources needed to reach level 5 alone are in the tens of thousands, not to mention the increasing resource demands as territory levels rise. An 8-level territory? You couldn't gather that much with just farmers. I just checked the leaderboard. He's on the level ranking too, so he can't be a lord only relying on gathering, one player analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, the equipment on the trading market is probably from Chen Xing. After selling the equipment, he swept the market for resources. The market prices rose once, and then again, and with these two increases, he likely had enough resources to upgrade to level 8. Single-handedly influencing the entire trading market's resource prices, that's some sci-fi plot right there, someone marveled. But where did he get so much equipment? The drop rate of equipment in the battlefield of 10,000 realms is so low. I'm level 5 and haven't seen a single piece. How did he get so much? Are we even in the same battlefield? Is he the battlefield's favorite? As far as I know, the battlefield of 10,000 realms has items that increase drop rates, but such an exaggerated rate only reminds me of one thing. The mythical scroll, the blessing of the battlefield of 10,000 realms. What's the blessing of the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Can someone explain? Is the mythical scroll that powerful? Someone asked curiously. The blessing of the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Is that the one I know, the so-called death blessing? Another player interjected. With such a high drop rate, it must be that death blessing. Someone once thought it was a great item and used it on their genius, but every single one of them died, 7 in total. I know about that scroll too. Among those 7 who died, several were Shrank lords, really unlucky folks. According to the lords of the same era, the blessing of the battlefield of all realms significantly increased the drop rate for lords, almost guaranteeing a piece of equipment for every monster killed. Additionally, this blessing could randomly teleport a territory to the most resource-rich monster area. However, the abundance of monster resources was exaggerated, with high-level monsters everywhere, even right at the doorstep. Thus, once the protection period for the territories ended, the lords who used the scroll were almost certainly doomed. Chen Xing felt helpless about this, as the concentration of high-level monsters made it clear why it was called the Death Wish Blessing. He couldn't understand why Chen Xing would take such a risk by using such a scroll. What puzzled people even more was that although Chen Xing was considered an ordinary person, he possessed a mythical scroll. From what he knew, the Tianhong group had a blessing of all realms scroll, and he also knew there were some conflicts between Tianhong group and Chen Xing. Therefore, there was much speculation about how this blessing came to be. Some lamented that the Tianhong group was truly ruthless, using a mythical scroll to trap Chen Xing, which was indeed harsh. So, was Chen Xing's death already inevitable? Under the siege of high-level monsters, his chances of survival were slim. However, Chen Xing managed to gather so much equipment that it was seen as a good deed, even if it was a shame that the resources were wasted. Since he was doomed anyway, why not save the resources and give them to others? The chat channel became lively with people gloating, lamenting his short life, and many thinking that Tianhong group was too cruel. But more people were considering that since Chen Xing was doomed, raising the territory level was meaningless, and it would be better for him to leave his legacy to them. If Chen Xing hadn't blocked all messages earlier, his private messages would have been flooded by now. He didn't expect that in such a short time, the chat channel would have uncovered all his details, but he didn't care, as it wasn't a secret. For those hoping for his inheritance, Chen Xing could only think they were delusional. Not only was he not going to die, but even if he were, his inheritance wouldn't go to these people. Did they think he didn't have friends? Chen Xing shook his head, uninterested in following the chat channel's chatter, and began preparing to deal with the goblin camp. Although he ignored it, the commotion about him continued. At this moment, the territory leaderboard's first place was Chen Xing level 8, followed by Elizabeth Anna level 6, Duan Wei level 5, Anonymous level 5, Arnold Robinson level 5, Yuna Ellis, and Zhou Hong level 5 in 10th place. Compared to the previous level leaderboard, the current territory leaderboard was a significant reshuffle. Except for Elizabeth Anna, Arnold Robinson, and Zhou Hong, everyone else had been replaced by new names. The current territory leaderboard was evidently much more prestigious than the previous level leaderboard. Elizabeth Anna stared at the leaderboard, noticing Chen Xing's level 8 territory advancing at an astonishing rate, and couldn't help but frown. She knew that only by reaching level 6 could one understand the terrifying resources required to upgrade to level 8. Moving from level 5 to 6 required 10,000 resources, from 6 to 7 needed 20,000, and so on, with level 7 to 8 requiring at least 30,000 to 50,000 resources. And this was just for upgrading the territory, including other upgrades and constructions. The total resources needed would be around 150,000. In the chat channel, everyone speculated that Chen Xing had raised his territory by selling equipment, which made Anna wrinkle her nose. Although her academic performance wasn't stellar, she excelled in math and had calculated that the resources on the market couldn't possibly suffice. She was certain that at least a third of the resources Chen Xing used to reach a level 8 territory were self-collected. The pointless chatter in the channel left her feeling exasperated. Regarding the blessing scroll of the 10,000 realms, she was well aware of its effects, especially since one of the 7 unlucky victims of the scroll was a member of her family. She understood that under the blessing's effects on the battlefield, one could either hide within their territory or stealthily gather resources to avoid alerting nearby high-level monsters. Yet, Chen Xing not only gathered resources openly but also advanced in levels, indicating he wasn't afraid of the dangers posed by these creatures. The blessing's dangers were not limited to high-level monsters. She genuinely hoped he would survive in the end. What a freak. Even my 2 angels can't keep up with his upgrade speed, Anna muttered to herself, feeling particularly frustrated that Chen Xing had listed a goblin commander unit card at an exorbitant price in the market. She suspected he intended to trade for other equipment. Despite leaving numerous messages under the listing, she received no response. If you're going to sell, then sell. If not, don't put it up at such a high price and ignore everyone. It's just teasing people. Feeling aggrieved, Anna jumped off her chair and rushed towards her territory's 2 angels. Sister Belle, Sister Ray, we need to speed up our work. There's this jerk who's already upgraded his territory to level 8. Hearing Anna's words, the 2 angels couldn't help but smile wryly. Anna's talent allowed her to summon an additional initial unit, and with her class angel units, she was indeed formidable. As a result, her territory and personal levels increased rapidly. However, no matter how strong the angels were, they couldn't be treated as mere laborers. While they had no issues cutting trees, slaying monsters, or mining, using them as laborers to carry resources was disrespectful. Fortunately, Anna's cuteness and the initial lack of manpower in her territory made the angels tolerate it. But this situation couldn't continue indefinitely, as they would need vast resources later on, and relying solely on them would be overwhelming. Among the 2 angels, Belle was the more mature in both personality and appearance. She couldn't help but ask with a hint of grievance, Lord Anna, is there any news about the unit cards in the trade market? There is, Sister Belle, Anna replied, her face falling at the mention of unit cards. But that jerk doesn't respond to messages. His private messages are off, and he hasn't replied to any of the dozen comments I've left. As long as there's news, that's good, Belle sighed in relief. Having hope was better than toiling endlessly. She gently patted Anna's head, comforting her. Maybe he hasn't seen the messages yet, so don't worry. And try not to leave too many comments. It might make him think you want it desperately, and he'll raise the price. Even if you buy it, it might not be worth it. Okay. Anna nodded, though she knew Belle was right. But she really wanted that unit card. With Belle and Ray being so kind to her, watching them work hard pained her. So, no matter what price Chen Xing set, as long as it wasn't outrageous, she was determined to secure it. Chen Xing was unaware of Anna's complaints. If he had known, he would have felt misunderstood. It wasn't that he ignored the product comments. It was just that the previous comments on his items were outrageous. People were trying to trade his rare equipment and unit cards for rock-bottom prices, and some even attempted to get things for free. Occasionally, a few offered slightly higher prices, but they were still far from the actual value of his goods. After tentatively chatting with a few people, Chen Xing lost his patience and simply assumed everyone was trying to lowball him, so he couldn't be bothered to engage further. However, before setting off, he decided to take another look at the trading market. He wasn't checking on the sales of his equipment, but rather searching for suitable gear for his archers. After his farmers switched roles, they became archers as his main offensive force, but none of the equipment he had previously acquired was suitable for archers. If not for the default whiteboard equipment that came with the role switch, his archers wouldn't even have bows. Therefore, he wanted to find a good bow in the trading market to boost his archers' attack power. Additionally, he wanted to purchase some shields for his shield bearers. If he found the right shields, even high-level monsters would have difficulty defeating his frontline shield bearers. Chen Xing searched through the equipment by quality and soon spotted a rare purple quality, Bow the Whisperer's longbow. It had an attack attribute of 200 and a skill called Last Whisper, which allowed for 20 armor penetration when attacking enemies. The price was a steep 200,000 gold coins, similar to the high price Chen Xing had set for his own items. Before upgrading his territory, this price would have been acceptable for Chen Xing, but the bow's real value was only about 10,000 to 20,000 gold coins. Even if he had the money, he wouldn't spend so much on a bow. Upon checking the seller's information, he saw that they hadn't left any contact details. He casually left a comment under the product, and continued his search for suitable shields. Unexpectedly, just 3 seconds after posting his comment, he received a reply, as if the seller was closely monitoring the trading market. The seller stated they only accepted trades, with unit cards being the priority, or equivalent level equipment as an alternative. Sure, can I add you as a friend? I'll send you the equipment details, Chen Xing replied. Okay. The seller responded and displayed their information Elizabeth Anna. Seeing the name, Chen Xing didn't hesitate to send a friend request. On the other side, Anna was taken aback by Chen Xing's friend request. She was puzzled as to why he wanted to buy her equipment after she had tried to buy his. It made her increasingly frustrated. If it weren't for her urgent need for unit cards, she wouldn't have wanted to sell her equipment to Chen Xing. But thinking of her sisters, Belle and Lair, working hard to gather resources, she swallowed her pride, accepted the friend request, and got straight to the point. I want your goblin unit card. Are you willing to trade? When Anna made her request, she was prepared for Chen Xing to drive a hard bargain. However, she urgently needed the troop card and didn't want to beat around the bush. She was even willing to offer extra resources if necessary. The big goblin troop card. Chen Xing was slightly puzzled as to how Anna knew he had the card. But considering that he had listed numerous goblin-related items, it made sense that someone might deduce he was the one selling the big goblin troop card. After considering Anna's offer, Chen Xing decided to accept. The big goblin troop card and purple equipment were of similar value, being rare in the early stages and more common later on. Anna's Whisperer longbow was a top-tier piece among purple equipment, and if sold at the current market rate, it was likely worth more than the big goblin troop card. Thus, an equal trade was fair for him. Though he noticed Anna's urgent need for the troop card, Chen Xing chose not to increase the price. While the value of an item is influenced by demand, and Anna's need was greater than his own, he opted for a fair transaction. Her gratitude for his fairness was understandable. Chen Xing thought the matter was settled and was about to close the chat window when Anna sent another message that caught his attention. I have some detailed information about the Blessing of the Realms. Would you like to hear it? The detailed information about the Blessing of the Realms? Yes, please, tell me more, Chen Xing replied. All he knew about the Blessing of the Realms was that it caused a lord's territory to appear in a dangerous area and increased the drop rate. Beyond that, he was unaware of its effects. He always felt that the effects didn't quite match the worth of a mythical scroll. So, when he heard Anna mention some insider information, he didn't hesitate to ask directly. My family once had a genius who died on the battlefield of 10,000 worlds due to the blessing of 10,000 world scroll. Because of this, our family reached out and gathered some information about its effects from powerful humans from other worlds. From what we've gathered, the blessing of 10,000 world scroll was initially a positive boost, but only the strong could benefit from it. For the weak, this blessing turned into a disaster. If that was all, it would be manageable, but the problem is that as more worlds join the battlefield, the definition of a strong individual becomes increasingly stringent. Initially, A-rank lords could survive under the scroll's effects, but later even S-rank lords struggled, and there are rumors that even S-rank lords have fallen because of it. Although these are just rumors, we can't guarantee their accuracy. Hearing this, Chen Xing was astonished. The gap between S-rank and S-rank isn't just one level. It represents a completely different level of power. Since joining the battlefield of 10,000 worlds, there hasn't been a single S-rank lord on Blue Star, highlighting how rare and powerful they are. Yet now, there's a suggestion that an S-rank lord might have died because of the blessing, which is truly shocking. Do you know what effects the blessing of 10,000 world scroll has? Why would it lead to the downfall of S-rank lords? He asked. I don't know much, but it seems like its effects accumulate. I've heard that the more people use the blessing, the weaker its effects become. As fewer people use it, its effects build up again. It's like a prize pool that accumulates if no one wins. Initially, the blessing's effect was negligible, not worth mentioning, but now the drop rate is nearly 100, and the difficulty has reached unprecedented levels. Anna thought for a moment and continued. I've heard that after using the blessing of 10,000 world scroll, it's not just one high-level monster that appears around the territory, but many, even entire groups of high-level monsters and stronger ones. The blessing is more dangerous because, besides the monsters around the territory, there are also monster sieges. They say a mechanical race genius managed to kill the high-level monster blocking the entrance and secretly upgraded their territory to level 10, only to be overwhelmed by all the high-level monsters during the siege, including those that had already been killed. As a result, that genius perished. Reading this, Chen Xing was speechless. High-level monsters are on par with S-rank troops. Facing them, S-rank troops are bound to suffer losses. S-rank troops are incredibly expensive to recruit, and losing one is significant. After struggling to defeat one high-level monster, to then face a whole group during a siege is unimaginable. No wonder those geniuses would feel so desperate. However, Chen Xing felt secretly relieved, as his troops were relatively cheap and could handle large numbers with ease. Even with some losses, timely recruitment would maintain his overall strength. With this in mind, he suddenly saw the blessing of 10,000 worlds as a potential advantage, almost like a gift. These high-level monsters, eager to challenge him again during monster sieges, seemed almost helpful. Thank you for the information. I owe you one for this. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. The information Chen Xing received from Anna didn't overly worry him. His strength mainly lay in his aura, not in his troops. Even when facing powerful units, he felt confident in his ability to handle them, resorting to a war of attrition if necessary, given that his troop costs were low, allowing him to outlast his enemies. Moreover, as the potential for farmers to change roles and his aura level increased, every upgrade brought a qualitative leap in their strength. Once his aura reached its maximum level, it was uncertain who would wear the other down. Nonetheless, Chen Xing remained vigilant. The effects of the blessing of the myriad worlds seemed capable of felling S-ranked lords, and there might be creatures of a higher order. Therefore, once he left his territory, he would still need to be cautious, sending his farmers ahead first to avoid putting himself in danger. Seeing Chen Xing mention owing her a favor, Anna felt puzzled. She sensed that Chen Xing seemed very confident, as if he wasn't even worried about a horde of high-tier monsters. After pondering for a while, Anna couldn't imagine how she would handle such a situation herself. Even with 2 angels and the ability to summon 2 more with her twin talent, she would be doomed. She couldn't fathom where Chen Xing's confidence came from. Although it wasn't her concern, as she wasn't close to Chen Xing, if he truly couldn't withstand an attack, she might consider taking him in after his territory was breached provided he survived to reach her domain. Anna shook her head, dismissing the thought, and excitedly looked at the goblin warlord troop card in her hand, striding over to summon her 2 angels with her short legs. She excitedly announced to Belle and Lael, "I've bought the troop card." The 2 angels, who were carrying large logs, immediately dropped the wood and flew over to Anna. "Really, my lady?" Lael, lively and animated, picked Anna up with excitement. "Let me see what troop card it is." Anna struggled to free herself from Lael's embrace and raised the card in her hand, saying, "Sister Lael, it's a goblin warlord troop card." "Goblin warlord? Those filthy green-skinned creatures," Lael muttered under her breath, but the thought of not having to do hard labor made her happy again. She figured these green-skinned creatures would be great at doing the heavy lifting. So, she crossed her arms and silently prayed. The gods say that all races have their missions, and the mission of the greenskins is to do the hard labor. Huh. Anna noticed Lael praying and asked in confusion, "Sister Lael, aren't you and Sister Belle non-believing angels?" "Yes, we are," Lael replied matter-of-factly. "So after I pray, it's the gods who will push these greenskins. If they're unhappy with the hard labor, they can take it up with the gods, not me. Once they go to the gods, they can't come back to me, you know." Anna looked at the slightly quirky liar and couldn't help but feel speechless. She thought to herself, why invoke gods? It's just manual labor, and it's not like I'm not feeding them. Liar, surprised, asked, "What kind of devils are you Blue Star people that just a bit of food is enough to make others willingly do hard labor?" Anna, instead of being ashamed, proudly put her hands on her hips and said, "If they don't do it, there are plenty of goblins who will. Since they can endure hardship, they should be made to endure more. It's their blessing." Liar exclaimed, "Wow, you Blue Star people are truly terrifying. I suspect you have devil's blood in you. How can you be so cruel?" Watching the 2 play around, Belle, who was sitting on the ground, smiled. She and Liar didn't really have any issues with Anna's methods. Though angels like them wouldn't force others to work, these goblins usually ended up being purified in their presence. So, compared to being purified, these goblins might actually prefer doing hard labor. As Anna put it, it indeed was a blessing for them. After their playful exchange, Anna used a unit card to recruit a squad of large goblins. Compared to the ones Chen Xing saw, these goblins seemed much weaker, slightly taller than ordinary humans, and with a slimmer build. However, being a drank unit, they were more than adequate for transporting resources. Watching the goblins quickly carry wood back to her territory, Anna had a satisfied smile on her face. With these goblins, her territory's upgrade speed would definitely improve significantly. However, when she opened the leaderboard and saw Chen Xing in first place, she couldn't help but feel disheartened. Chen Xing was just too formidable, completely out of reach. Even if all the goblins worked without eating or drinking, once the territory protection time ended, she could only upgrade her territory to level 7, nowhere near Chen Xing's terrifying level 8 territory. It seemed that in this Lord leaderboard, Chen Xing would undoubtedly receive the first reward for reaching a level 10 territory. While Anna was checking the leaderboard, on the other side, Zhou Hong was also paying attention to it. Seeing Chen Xing's name, he couldn't help but feel a bit resigned. From the messages in the chat channel, he felt like a huge blame was looming over him. As the young master of Tianhong Group, Zhou Hong was aware of some of the tricks the group had used against Chen Xing, but those were all orchestrated by Zhao Changpeng. Tianhong Group was merely an executor, yet all the blame was being shifted onto them, which felt a bit unfair. Thinking about it, Zhou Hong felt a tinge of regret. Had he known, he would have advised the company to reject the contract with Zhao Changpeng. Otherwise, given Chen Xing's obsession with Xin Wei, the equipment he's selling now would have been his. If that were the case, he would be at the top of the leaderboard. Feeling the loss of a huge fortune, Zhou Hong's heart ached. He tried to leave a message for Chen Xing, hoping to use Shun Wei as leverage to get those 2 purple items for himself, but Chen Xing hadn't responded. Losing such a fortune and making a mortal enemy in the process was a definite loss, no matter how you calculated it. Fortunately, Chen Xing was bound to die this time. Otherwise, Tianhong Group might actually face some trouble. Zhao Changpeng was really detestable. Once back, Zhou Hong was determined to have the company modify the contract to extract every bit of value from Zhao Changpeng. Zhou Hong thought to himself that just because Zhao Changpeng was from the Zhao family and part of Tianhong Group, he thought he was superior. But he was just an unvalued member of the Zhao family, naive enough to think he could play tricks with them. At this moment, Zhou Hong only hoped Chen Xing would die before reaching level 10 in his territory, freeing up a spot on the leaderboard. Otherwise, his current position at 10th place was indeed precarious. With a grim expression, Zhou Hong closed the leaderboard and noticed his black dragon resting on the ground. He shouted, "Why have you stopped again? Hurry up and transport the timber back to the territory." The black dragon, still in its adolescent stage with a wingspan of only 5 meters, had deep-set eyes and molted skin that made its head resemble a skull. Hearing Zhou Hong's urging, it responded softly, "Lord, flying consumes too much energy. I'm still in my youth, and the energy I've accumulated isn't enough to sustain long flights. I need to rest for a bit. Do you think others will rest if you do?" Zhou Hong showed no sympathy for the black dragon, but spoke earnestly instead of scolding it outright. Territory ranking is crucial. We are only in 10th place, and a little slack could drop us off the leaderboard. How can you rest at such a time? Only by staying on the leaderboard can we earn better rewards. Once we have the rewards, recruiting another black dragon won't be a problem. Then you won't have to worry about not having time to rest. Zhou Hong's promises were well practiced, but the black dragon, known for its cunning, wasn't easily swayed. As a unit within the territory, it couldn't defy Zhou Hong, its lord, and after staring at him for a while, it let out a long breath and rose from the ground again. "I understand, my lord. However, we black dragons aren't naturally suited for hard labor. If possible, I hope you can secure a troop card. I want one too, but where can I find a troop card now?" The Goblin King troop card Chen Xing sold was outrageously expensive. "I even offered Shun Wei as a trade for that card, and he ignored my message," Zhou Hong said with anger in his voice. He felt that offering Shun Wei for a troop card was a significant concession. Not only did Chen Xing not appreciate it, but he also dared to ignore Zhou Hong's message. If Zhou Hong knew where Chen Xing's territory was, he would have gone there directly to deal with him. Even if he couldn't confront Chen Xing directly, he wouldn't swallow this indignity. Once back on Blue Star, even if Chen Xing was dead, Zhou Hong would torment Shun Wei to vent his anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Watching Zhou Hong continue to complain, the black dragon shook its head silently. This lord had cruelty in abundance, but lacked strategy and had a chaotic approach to handling matters. If everything went smoothly, it would be fine, but in case of danger, he would be unable to manage. It only hoped that the territory could develop smoothly. Otherwise, if something happened, it would be difficult to protect the territory with its own strength. Chen Xing was unaware that someone was still thinking about him, but he did see the message from Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong introduced himself by boasting about his identity, claiming he was from Tianhong Group. His arrogant tone made Chen Xing chuckle. After Zhao Changpeng's death, Chen Xing was unsure whom to seek revenge against, but now that Zhou Hong had come forward, he added him to his list of enemies without hesitation. Chen Xing decided that if he ever encountered Zhou Hong, he would make sure he paid for his arrogance. As for Zhou Hong's claims that everything was done by Zhao Changpeng and had nothing to do with Tianhong Group, Chen Xing merely scoffed, not bothering to respond. He understood well that Shun Wei was sent by Tianhong Group, her belongings were taken by them, and even the blessing of the multiverse scroll he had was provided to Shun Wei by Tianhong Group. Zhou Hong's attempt to distance himself was naive. Zhou Hong, as a third-generation member of Tianhong Group, was obviously accustomed to being pampered within the group. His condescending tone suggested that he considered speaking to Chen Xing a favor, and he had the audacity to try to take Chen Xing's goblin troop card without offering anything in return. This infuriated Chen Xing, and he resolved that if he ever caught Zhou Hong, he would teach him a lesson about pretending to be powerful without having the strength to back it up. To ensure he left nothing to chance, Chen Xing upgraded 70 more shield soldiers, adding to the 10 he had previously, bringing his combat force to 80 shield soldiers, 20 warriors, and 100 archers. With this setup, Chen Xing was confident that his front line was strong enough to handle any surprises, allowing the rest of his troops to safely return to his territory if needed. After confirming there were no oversights in his preparations, Chen Xing ordered his army to advance. Under his command, 200 combat units moved deeper into the forest. With the goblin hero slain, the goblin camp's forces had completely withdrawn, and Chen Xing encountered no goblins along the way until he reached a heavily guarded goblin camp deep in the forest. Compared to Chen Xing's territory, the goblin camp appeared more organized, with wooden walls over 3 meters high, cleared surroundings, watchtowers, and numerous defense towers. Goblins on watch duty sounded the alarm before Chen Xing's army could approach. As the dull sound of a horn echoed, the arrow towers were quickly manned by large goblins wielding bows. Previously, Chen Xing had no effective way to deal with these arrow towers and would have had to send his farmers to brave the arrow fire to break down the goblin camp's gate. But now, he had archers of his own. Confident in their superior firepower, Chen Xing ordered his archers to step forward and engage in an open shootout with the goblin archers on the towers, without needing any cover. In theory, shooting upwards should be a disadvantage for Chen Xing, but the reality is different. Chen Xing's archers not only have higher damage output than the goblin archers, but they also possess a vampiric aura, allowing them to recover health with every shot. As a result, they fearlessly stand in the open field, exchanging arrows with the goblins. Farmer 7, equipped with a purple whisperer longbow, takes down a goblin with every shot. After 2 rounds of exchange, the goblins on the arrow tower have suffered significant losses. As a dull horn sounds, the heavily damaged goblin archers retreat behind the arrow tower's parapets, no longer daring to engage Chen Xing's archers. These 2 rounds of combat have eliminated over 20 goblin archers. Chen Xing was initially 800 experience points away from leveling up, and now only needs 400 more to reach level 7. He remains patient, continuing to target any goblin that dares to show itself. However, Chen Xing's patience does not mean the besieged goblins are equally patient. With the sound of numerous footsteps, hundreds of goblin cavalry riding wargs emerge from the camp. The red glow in their eyes indicates they are under the influence of a goblin priest's blessing. The cavalry charges straight for the farmer archers, clearly aiming to resolve the conflict through close combat. Chen Xing remains unfazed by the goblin charge. The disparity in combat strength is vast, and no tactic will save the goblins from defeat. Their charge will only hasten their demise. To maximize damage, Chen Xing positions his shield bearers in front of the archers to intercept the goblin cavalry. He aims to kill as many as possible, estimating that reaching level 8 won't be an issue. As the goblins charge, the previously suppressed goblin archers on the tower emerge to cover the cavalry, launching another volley at Chen Xing's archers. This time, Chen Xing orders only a small portion of his archers to return fire, while the rest target the charging cavalry. The farmer archers don't need to aim precisely. Their arrows find their mark, with some goblins taking multiple hits. Despite the goblin priest's blessing, the cavalry's defense can barely withstand a single arrow. Those struck by more than 1 arrow fall instantly. With this volley, Chen Xing's side hears the notification of a level up, indicating that at least 20 goblins have fallen. Chen Xing realized that the current battle no longer required his command, so he shifted his focus from the battlefield to his attribute panel. The panel displayed 3 aura options. 1. Focus Aura. 2. Brilliance Aura. 3. Power Strike Aura. The Focus Aura at level 1 could increase the defense of all allied units tenfold. The Brilliance Aura at level 1 could enhance the energy recovery speed of all allied units tenfold, while the Power Strike Aura at level 1 doubled the range of all ranged units. After opening the aura options, Chen Xing once again looked at the familiar Focus Aura. Considering the existence of the Vampiric Aura, choosing the Focus Aura to increase defense would significantly boost the troops' resilience, making it an attractive option for him. However, he ultimately decided on the Power Strike Aura. At this point, his primary offensive units were peasant archers, whose original range was 300 meters. Selecting the Power Strike Aura doubled it to 600 meters. For ranged units, an increase in range means twice the attack opportunities, which is undoubtedly crucial for enhancing output. Facing not only ordinary monsters, but also many high-tier ones, Chen Xing understood that the Power Strike Aura was vital for him with his existing ranged troops. Silently apologizing to the Focus Aura, he knew it wasn't the aura's fault, but rather that there was always a better choice whenever it appeared. As he made his aura selection, the lead goblin cavalry had already charged at the shield bearers, but instead of meeting a line of shield bearers, they faced an indestructible wall. Using their momentum, the goblin cavalry slashed at the shield bearers, dealing massive damage, but were immediately met with equally massive retaliatory damage. Before they could react, the shield bearers had fully recovered and struck back, slaying them. Some unlucky goblin cavalry were even killed by the Thorn's aura's counter damage before the shield bearers could retaliate. The resilient shield bearers stood firm, unmoved by wave after wave of charging goblin cavalry. In a short time, over half of the goblin cavalry were either dead or wounded. Realizing the dire situation, the horn on the wall sounded again, this time ordering the goblin cavalry to retreat. However, escape seemed futile against the now long-range peasant archers. After several volleys of arrows, the retreating goblin cavalry fell, with the fastest only barely making it to the gates of their territory. With the demise of this wave of goblin cavalry, the goblins seemed to choose temporary retreat. Even after Chen Xing sent peasant warriors to clear out the goblin archers on the walls, no goblins dared to engage him again. It seemed the goblin king was unwilling to come out and fight. Chen Xing, feeling a spark of inspiration, smiled and decided to head to the camp center to find him personally. After the first battle, thanks to the support of the life-stealing aura, Chen Xing's farmers emerged almost unscathed, with minimal casualties. This overwhelming difference in strength boosted Chen Xing's confidence, propelling him straight to the heart of the goblin camp. After passing through the city walls, he soon arrived at a vast square. In the center, dozens of goblins stood guard. Unlike ordinary goblins, these were clad in exquisite armor, their weapons gleaming menacingly, exuding an aura of power. Even the elite goblin cavalry seemed like mere foot soldiers compared to them. Behind these elite goblins stood a dozen goblin priests in robes, each holding a staff embedded with large magic crystals, clearly brimming with potent magic. At the center of these goblins sat a massive goblin with two enormous tusks, resembling a fearsome demon, seated on a throne. Standing at 3 meters tall even while seated, he was like a mountain of flesh, fiercely gnawing on an unidentified creature's leg bone, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome spectacle. Chen Xing realized that this was the last stronghold of the goblin camp. If he could eliminate them, the remaining goblins would be mere fodder. Exercising caution, he didn't rush to attack, but instead cast a probing glance at these goblins. The goblin guards were at level 8, with attributes of strength 360, agility 360, constitution 420, spirit 220, and unknown talents. Their skills included Vanguard for the King, Self-Sacrifice, King's Guard, and Shared Fate. The elite goblin priests were at level 9, with attributes of strength 120, agility 110, constitution 100, spirit 600, and unknown talents. Their skills comprised Bloodlust, Mindfire, Mind Scream, Spell Dispel, Armor Weakening, Rapid Healing, Fireball, Thunderstrike, and Chain Lightning. Chen Xing was astounded by the sheer number of leader-type monsters in this camp. It was simply outrageous. In other places, a small tribe might have only one leader monster, but here, there were dozens. Besides their leader status, the goblin priest's array of skills was dizzying, and as a magic-based class, their vast skill set was impressive. However, Chen Xing was not particularly worried about range damage at this point, so he merely glanced at the skills out of curiosity before shifting his focus. What truly concerned Chen Xing were the goblin guards, whose attributes were comparable to his farmers. The most troubling aspect was their Shared Fate skill, which was similar to a priest's core skill Lifelink. This skill linked the health of selected units together, causing all linked units to share damage. This was undeniably a formidable skill. Chen Xing's gaze was fixed on the goblin guards. Their skill, Shared Life, interconnected the health of all allied units with the same ability. Imagine dozens of goblin guards sharing a single life pool, backed by goblin priests healing them from the rear. Relying solely on a lifesteal aura to deal with them would indeed be tricky. However, Chen Xing felt a sense of relief, knowing he had 100 strong archers under his command. As long as the goblin priests couldn't heal faster than the archers could deal damage, this Shared Life skill would actually hasten the goblin guard's demise. There was no need to worry about whether the goblin priest's healing could surpass the archer's damage. Even if the best healers and paladins were sent in, their healing couldn't possibly outpace the archer's attack power. After scouting the minor creatures, Chen Xing casually cast a probing glance at the Goblin King, who was feasting. Goblin King, level 15, rank, monarch, attributes, talent, skills. Evaluation. The natural ruler of the goblin race, with intelligence comparable to humans. Except for the Goblin Emperor, it is the most esteemed being in the goblin tribe. Despite being exiled, its power is formidable. Seeing the Goblin King's stats, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He was only level 7, the highest among all the lords, but this goblin lord's level 15 was more than double his own. Even more shocking was its rank as a monarch. Goblin heroes were merely leaders, and above leaders were lords. Yet this Goblin King had directly surpassed that rank to become a monarch, making it an extraordinary creature. Despite feeling pressured, Chen Xing was not overly worried. He believed that with his troops, he could definitely defeat the Goblin King. Even if he couldn't, he could always retreat and recruit more forces. Normally, monsters would engage them in a war of attrition, but if it came to it, he could wage such a war against the monsters. After all, his peasant recruitment costs were low, and the total cost, including job transitions, was just 110 gold coins. He had already acquired over 100 pieces of equipment after defeating the goblin cavalry outside the camp. Even if each piece sold for 3,000 gold coins, selling over 100 would provide enough to recruit a new batch of peasants. If it came down to it, he could drown the Goblin King with sheer numbers. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario in Chen Xing's mind. He was confident that while the Goblin King was powerful, forcing him into such a situation was nearly impossible. Just as he was contemplating whether to launch a surprise attack and have the archers strike first, the Goblin King suddenly overturned the table and roared, "Despicable humans! How dare you offend the royal family? The Goblin King violently hurled a table in the direction of Chen Xing, causing blood and flesh to splatter through the air in a terrifying scene. After throwing the table aside, the Goblin King pulled a massive spiked club from the ground, pointed it directly at Chen Xing, and shouted, "Now, kneel before your king." Chen Xing was momentarily stunned, not only because the Goblin King spoke the common language of humans, but also because this command imposed a debuff on him. Due to the significant level difference between him and the Goblin King, all of Chen Xing's attributes were reduced by 20%. Was this the skill of a monarch-level boss? A single shout that indiscriminately lowered all attributes, truly a leader-level boss. If an ordinary lord attempted to subdue the Goblin King, this command alone could render the lord's troops useless. Fortunately, Chen Xing's troops did not rely on attributes. As long as the enemy couldn't instantly kill the peasants, they could slowly wear down the enemy with their lifesteal aura. While he pondered this, his archers, following his signal, unleashed a volley of arrows at the goblin guards. Chen Xing initially thought this rain of arrows would be fruitless, given the lifelinking skill, but the Goblin King's sudden outburst was so unexpected that neither he nor the goblin guards reacted in time. Chen Xing had already prepared for a sneak attack, and as soon as the Goblin King stood up, the arrows were released. The goblin guards, distracted by the king, couldn't react in time to use their skills and had to endure the arrow volley. Instantly, a dozen goblin guards fell. Fortunately, they were tough and their passive skills leaned towards defense. Otherwise, half of them might have been taken down by the arrow rain. Useless! The Goblin King glanced coldly at the goblin guards, thinking to himself that these guards, who hadn't fought a serious battle in ages, had lost their basic combat alertness. It seemed they couldn't be relied upon in this battle. After being reprimanded by the king, the goblin guards showed expressions of shame and anger, but they dared not argue with the king. Instead, they shouted and applied the lifelinking skill to each other. As the skill activated, a faint red glow enveloped all the goblins, as if an invisible chain linked them together. Meanwhile, the goblin priest raised his staff, casting numerous buffs onto the goblin guards. Taking advantage of their skill-casting interval, Chen Xing ordered the archers to fire another volley. However, under the effect of the lifelinking skill, the goblins barely lost any health, and with the goblin priest's healing, their health quickly returned to full. Seeing the goblin guards almost fully restored, Chen Xing realized this would be his first tough battle in a direct confrontation. The outcome of this fight would determine whether he could conquer the goblin camp. Chen Xing knew this was going to be a tough battle, and the Goblin King was equally aware of its difficulty, especially since the enemy had reached their doorstep. If they couldn't win, they would face utter annihilation. After using their live and die together skill, the goblin guards charged swiftly toward the archers, driven by the humiliation they had just experienced and their urgent desire to eliminate the humans relentlessly shooting arrows at them. Meanwhile, the goblin priests finished casting their buffs and spells, directly targeting the archers with damaging skills. However, they didn't anticipate that the archers, who had been attacking the goblin guards, would realize the live and die together effect had little impact on the guards' attacks. The archers quickly shifted their aim to the goblin priests instead. Standing on the altar, the goblin priests had assumed the archers couldn't reach them due to the advantage of spell range. But Chen Xing's archers defied expectations, doubling their range and unleashing a volley of arrows. The goblin priests, far less sturdy than the goblin guards, were quickly decimated, with more than half falling instantly. If not for the remaining priests rapidly casting shield skills, they might have faced complete annihilation. Seeing his priests under attack, the Goblin King frowned. He wasn't concerned about the fate of the goblin guards, but the loss of the priests pained him. Cultivating priests in the camp was extremely difficult, and if they were all lost, restoring their territory to its former strength would take an exceedingly long time. Realizing this, the Goblin King, who had initially planned to observe, finally decided to intervene. Standing on a high platform like a mountain of flesh, he suddenly pushed off with his legs, using the throne's height to leap a dozen meters, creating a terrifying crack in the ground upon landing. Despite his massive size, he moved with agility, quickly overtaking the charging goblin guards and reaching the front of Chen Xing's formation. "Die, all of you!" The Goblin King roared, swinging his massive spiked club down on the shield bearers in his path. The shield bearers, known for their high resilience, were flung several meters away like straw. Fortunately, they possessed a counterattack ability, and as they were sent flying, the damage rebounded, restoring much of their health before they hit the ground. Realizing the sudden wounds on his body, the Goblin King understood that these humans had a counterattack skill, but he was unfazed, determined to strike again. He wanted to see whether their counterattacks would be faster than his killing blows. Charging into the fray like a tiger among sheep, the Goblin King disrupted the shield bearer's formation entirely. With the vast difference in attributes and levels, even the shield bash skills couldn't control the Goblin King. Without the effects of counter damage and lifesteal, the shield bearers would likely be wiped out in an instant. The super tier monster was indeed powerful. Chen Xing watched as the giant Goblin King rampaged through the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Although the shield bearers could barely hold on thanks to the counter damage and life steal, if the Goblin King broke through their ranks, the archers in the back would face a deadly threat. After all, the counter damage from the Thorn Aura was calculated based on armor, and the archer's defense was far inferior to that of the Goblin King. The health regained by the archers from the Thorn Aura couldn't offset the damage dealt by the Goblin King. If engaged in close combat, the archers would fall after just 3 hits. If the Goblin King found a breakthrough, the entire battle could collapse instantly. Chen Xing realized he had underestimated the super-tier monster, which was far beyond what they could handle at this stage. Fortunately, he had leveled up just as he entered and hadn't used his skill points yet, or he might have had to turn and flee. He quickly opened the skill panel and allocated the skill point to the Thorn Aura. A level 2 Thorn Aura meant 200 counter damage, meaning if the Goblin King dealt 100 damage, he would suffer 200 in return. Although the Goblin King's defense would significantly reduce this damage, the damage from the Thorn Aura would still exceed the damage received. As long as the damage output and input were balanced, the farmers could recover their health through the 100 lifesteal from the lifesteal aura. To be safe, Chen Xing immediately ordered all warriors to stand by and intercept with a charge skill if the Goblin King showed any signs of breaking through the shield bearers. Although the Goblin King's massive size made it difficult to knock him back with the charge skill, it would at least stop him, allowing the shield bearers to quickly close the encirclement. Thinking of this, Chen Xing breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had recruited 50 shield bearers out of caution. Otherwise, the initial 10 shield bearers would have long been overrun by the Goblin King. As he dealt with the Goblin King, Chen Xing didn't ignore the approaching goblin guards. With no extra forces at hand, he decided to send a squad of archers to hold them off. The goblin guards couldn't possibly kill the archers, and with the Thorn Aura, they could wear them down over time. As for the goblin priests, who continued to harass with their skills, they had already leaped off their altar and dared not show themselves again. So Chen Xing chose to ignore them. The Goblin King, trapped in the encirclement, grew increasingly uneasy. Despite his rampage through the crowd, the number of enemies seemed unchanged. Moreover, the attacks from these ants were becoming more painful, and compared to before, the damage he sustained was noticeably heavier. What was once a minor nuisance now felt like being cut by small knives, not fatal, but relentlessly wearing him down. What troubled him the most was that the damage from these ants was not consistent. Their attack power seemed to suddenly spike at times, delivering powerful blows that even he found hard to endure. If this continued, he could very well be worn down to death right there. Realizing the dire situation, the Goblin King tried to leap out, but 60 shield bearers clung to him like sticky glue, with warriors poised outside to strike. Whenever he saw a chance to break through, those warriors would crash into him like pesky flies. Despite his size, each hit caused him to pause momentarily, giving the sticky shield bearers the opportunity to rush in and completely block his escape, trapping him firmly in the center. "You damn ants!" the Goblin King roared in fury, aggravated by the shield bearers. He raised his spiked club and slammed it into the ground. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the ground caved into a massive crater, and the nearest dozen shield bearers were crushed into pulp by this terrifying blow before they could even trigger their Thorn Aura's counterattack. "You've angered me," the Goblin King declared, standing in the crater, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he surveyed the surrounding shield bearers. This strike seemed to have exhausted him greatly, as his once massive form shrank, transforming into a terrifying, muscular green-skinned creature. "You will all die," he declared, issuing a death sentence to everyone present. Before the words had even left his mouth, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, a shield bearer standing opposite him was sent flying. Witnessing the Goblin King's terrifying speed, Chen Xing was taken aback. But before he could start worrying, he noticed that the shield bearer who had been sent flying didn't seem to have suffered much damage. To be precise, not much damage at all. After the second shield bearer was knocked away, Chen Xing clearly understood the situation. Although the Goblin King's speed was fast, his damage output was not as high as before. The shield bearer's health was already replenished before they even hit the ground. "What is this? A second phase?" Chen Xing's expression was a bit odd. It seemed that the Goblin King's second phase sacrificed power for incredible speed. However, the problem was that Chen Xing's peasants were not afraid of speed. These peasants relied on the Thorn Aura's counter damage to withstand attacks. No matter how fast the Goblin King was, could he be faster than the counter damage from the Thorn Aura? Yet, at this point, the Goblin King was completely oblivious to this. Having entered the second phase, his previously somewhat normal intelligence reverted to the level of an ordinary goblin. Seeing that his attacks couldn't kill these pesky ants, his stubborn belief was that his attack power wasn't strong enough. A red mist of blood began to emanate from his body. As the blood mist appeared, the Goblin King's damage and speed increased dramatically, but at the same time, the damage he received also increased. "Not strong enough. Not strong enough," the Goblin King muttered incessantly, having completely lost his sanity. as more and more blood mist enveloped him. As the blood mist thickened, his speed increased to the point where Chen Xing couldn't even track his movements. Only when shield bearers were sent flying could he barely glimpse the red blur. However, with the thorn aura in effect, the faster his attacks, the more damage he incurred. As the blood mist intensified, his defense continued to diminish. Before long, the Goblin King's health could no longer sustain him. Before the Goblin King met his demise, Chen Xing was constantly worried that it might transform again, but fortunately, his fears were unfounded. The Goblin King's frenzied attacks ultimately led to its own downfall. Congratulations, you've slain the Goblin King, earning 1,000 experience points and 5,000 gold coins. You've also obtained the equipment, the Destroyer's Mace, the Blood Shadow Ring, and the King's Crown. More surprisingly, you've acquired the treasures, the Greedy Pouch, the Incomplete Legacy Stone, and the Skill Blood Fury Rampage. Additionally, you received 3 blueprints for spirit fields, 1 for an energy pool, and 1 for a warehouse. After defeating a monarch-level monster, you've also gained 3 skill points and 10 free attribute points. Upon seeing the notification of the Goblin King's death, Chen Xing felt a sense of relief. To be honest, he had underestimated the power of a super-tier monster. The Goblin King's combat prowess was beyond his imagination. His own troops, which could easily overpower any class units, were almost defenseless against the Goblin King. Thankfully, the effects of the Thorn Aura and the Vampiric Aura were strong enough to prevent the Goblin King from achieving a kill, or he would have been in serious trouble, with no chance to even escape. However, thinking about the Goblin King's terrifying combat abilities, Chen Xing felt something was off. The Goblin King's strength seemed beyond reason. Despite being a level 15 super-tier hero, its combat skills were ridiculously exaggerated. In the first phase, the Goblin King treated shield bearers like playthings, and in the second phase, its extreme speed was nearly impossible to track. Facing such terrifying speed, only with the aid of auras could he barely cope. Others, even with the same number of class units, would be easily defeated. A deep sense of doubt arose in Chen Xing's mind. Was the Goblin King truly just a super-tier monster? He recalled a lord who had encountered the Goblin King during a monster siege, but that lord's territory was taken down by a sneak attack from the Goblin King. If the Goblin King possessed such power, why resort to ambush? It could easily destroy the territory he'd in. He couldn't believe any class lord could withstand the Goblin King's strength. Despite his doubts about the Goblin King's capabilities, he knew he could only confirm this when he faced another super-tier monster. So he set aside his concerns for the moment and began examining the Goblin King's dropped loot. It must be said, the Goblin King's loot was indeed impressive. As a super-tier monster, it granted him 1,000 experience points, enough to reach level 8 with plenty to spare. On the equipment front, it was equally generous, dropping 3 orange-tier items. The Destroyer's Mace is of orange quality, with weapon attributes of 500 strength and 200 constitution, and a skill called Destructive Power, allowing attacks to ignore the enemy's resilience. The evaluation described it as a battlefield killing machine, nearly reaching the pinnacle of orange-tier equipment. Chen Xing held an orange ring named the Ring of Blood Shadow in his hand, which boosted agility by 300. Its special skill allowed him to increase his movement speed by 10 for every 10 decrease in health when his health dropped below 50. Chen Xing thought to himself that this ring would be particularly useful in dire situations, and it could certainly come in handy when making a quick escape. Next, his gaze shifted to the King's Crown, also of orange quality, providing a 100 boost to all attributes. Chen Xing found this crown rather unremarkable, believing that its orange status was only due to its history of being worn by a king. He then observed 3 more orange grade items, 1 ordinary and 2 exceptional, particularly the Destruction Wolf Tooth Club, which had astonishing attributes, providing a 500-point strength boost with an additional 200 points. Chen Xing marveled that this was no ordinary club, but rather a living class weapon. He realized that the enhancements from orange gear were not just theoretical, but real power. Even though class units could see a massive stat increase upon leveling up, the power of this equipment was still awe-inspiring. Moreover, it came with the power of destruction, which could ignore the enemy's resilience. Chen Xing finally understood why shield bearers were sent flying by the Goblin King. Looking again at the Ring of Blood Shadow, despite its decent attributes, Chen Xing felt it was only useful for escaping in his hands. After all, if he had already lost 50 of his health, the battle was likely beyond saving, and retreating would be the wise choice. He then examined the attributes of his treasures and discovered that the Greedy Stomach was also orange tier. Its effect was to constantly keep the wearer in a state of hunger, using all consumed food to enhance the user's overall attributes. By activating its skill, one could unleash all absorbed attributes in a powerful burst of damage, though it would consume most of one's sanity afterward. Chen Xing learned that this stomach, belonging to a legendary demon, was originally a treasure of the Goblin Kingdom, stolen by the Goblin King. Finally, he noticed the fragmented stone of inheritance, with an unknown grade and effect. It originated from the Orc Kingdom and was once of mythic quality. The Goblin King had chipped a piece off, forcibly acquiring a portion of its power at the cost of sacrificing much of his own abilities. Chen Xing realized that this act also cursed the king with the stone's burden and led to his being hunted by both the Goblin and Orc kingdoms, forcing him to flee. If the remaining fragments of the inheritance stone could be found, there might be a chance to restore it to its mythic status. After examining all these items, Chen Xing was filled with emotion. The attributes of the greedy stomach made him understand that the Goblin King's true form was in its second phase, and the previous enormous size was clearly due to the stomach's attribute consumption. The king's earlier powerful outburst also stemmed from the stomach's power. Chen Xing looked at the items in front of him and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. To him, these things were almost useless. First, there was the item that reduced sanity. Its negative effects were truly terrifying. Chen Xing would rather forego a slight boost in attributes than risk using it. As for the Stone of Legacy, although Chen Xing wasn't sure how the Goblin King drew power from it, it required sacrificing one's skills. Even if he discovered the method, he would never trade his aura skills for it. Finding the fragments of the Stone of Legacy seemed like an impossible task, and Chen Xing had no expectations of it. Unlike the greedy satchel, the value of the Stone of Legacy was hard to determine, and it was challenging to sell in the trading market. Therefore, its fate was likely to be tossed into storage, gathering dust. Next, he saw the Blood Fury Berserk grade epic skill. When the Goblin King used this skill, he moved so fast his shadow couldn't be seen, proving its undeniable power. However, the price of sacrificing sanity made Chen Xing fearful. He always kept his distance from anything that reduced intelligence, no matter how powerful it was. As for the Goblin Wolf Rider unit card, although it was a Kraid unit, Chen Xing couldn't use it and planned to ask Anna if she needed it. If she didn't, he would just put it on the trading market. After reviewing the equipment and skills, what Chen Xing looked forward to the most were the blueprints. Even though his territory already had these two structures, such rare blueprints were always welcome. The final blueprint, the energy pool, was the greatest reward he obtained from the Goblin King this time. The energy pool is a special building. Its energy-filled water allows units to grow rapidly. Its construction requires a level 5 territory, 5,000 basic resources, 5,000 gold, 10 energy stones, and 1 source crystal. Although the energy pool's description seemed unremarkable, its value was unparalleled, worth more than 3 orange items combined because it was a blueprint for top-tier units. It's worth noting that all Scrade units start in a juvenile state, including Anna's Winged Angel, which was also in a state of energy deficiency. While leveling up could accelerate growth, the speed wasn't fast. Typically, Scrade units need to reach level 50 to become fully mature. With the energy pool's assistance and the growth boost from leveling up, these Scrade units could reach full maturity by level 20. This accelerated development is something many lords with top-tier units dream of. It's fair to say that if territory buildings had grades, the energy pool would at least be orange. Some lords might even consider it worthy of a mythic grade, and they wouldn't trade it for anything. The only regret Chen Xing had was the exorbitant price of the energy pool blueprint. The current lords were still in the early stages of development and strapped for cash. Even if they sold their entire territories, they wouldn't afford this blueprint. Therefore, Chen Xing decided to keep it as a collectible for now. However, he planned to put it on the trading market at a sky-high price to attract other lords' attention, hoping to motivate them. Undoubtedly, they would be excited upon seeing the blueprint. After gathering all his equipment, Chen Xing gradually understood why the Goblin King was so formidable. Wealth. The ruthless figures who escaped from the Goblin Kingdom naturally carried valuable items. Everything that fell from them was of at least orange quality. Such luxury would even make dragons envious. But it wasn't over yet. A proper camp like this should have a treasury. After defeating the surviving goblin priests, Chen Xing instructed his archers and warriors to clear the remaining goblins in the camp. Meanwhile, he took the slower shield soldiers and entered the goblin camp's council hall. As expected, there was a dark golden chest inside. Opening the chest, Chen Xing immediately received numerous notifications. Congratulations on acquiring Return Scrolls 3, Recovery Scrolls 5, Healing Potions 10, Flicker Belt 1, Disguise Scrolls 3, Wine Cellar Blueprint 1, Rum Recipe 1, Energy Stones 10, and Source Crystals 10. The items in the chest were varied, with the most valuable being the Return Scrolls, Flicker Belt, Wine Cellar Blueprint, Rum Recipe, Energy Stones, and Source Crystals. The Return Scrolls need no explanation. They allow immediate return to base. While common in games, they are life-saving tools on the battlefield of all worlds and are invaluable, rarely seen on the trading market. No one would sell such a life-saving item unless absolutely necessary. The Flicker Belt can teleport up to 20 meters instantly, serving as a life-saving piece of equipment. However, its short teleportation range and long cooldown make it less useful for Chen Xing, with a value between purple and orange equipment. The Wine Cellar Blueprint and Rum Recipe can enhance attributes. Rum directly increases attributes, while the wine cellar slowly improves the taste and attributes of stored wine. However, since the rum increases temporary attributes, its market value isn't high. It might fetch a price equivalent to purple equipment on the trading market. Lastly, energy stones and source crystals are core resources on the battlefield of all worlds, akin to high-value currency. Although not actual currency, they are solid assets. Source crystals are particularly versatile, required for building upgrades and constructing special buildings after level 10. Thus, the more resources Chen Xing could gather, the better. Aside from these, other scrolls and potions were mostly useless to Chen Xing. Items like the disguise scroll, with its special function, would be kept as collectibles, while the potions would be put on the trading market. Although the process was a bit thrilling, Chen Xing gained substantial loot from destroying the goblin camp. Besides acquiring equipment and items, after clearing out the goblin camp's minions, his experience points quickly increased to 8, reaching 1900-2160, leaving him just over 200 points away from level 9. After killing the goblin king, he also gained 10 free attribute points and 3 skill points. With the 3 unused free attribute points from before, Chen Xing now had a total of 13 free attribute points. Unfortunately, these points weren't of much help to him, and he wasn't sure how to allocate them, so he decided to hold on to them for now. Regarding the 3 precious skill points, with Chen Xing reaching level 8 after killing the Goblin King, his skill points and aura extraction opportunities increased to 4, giving him a slight sense of abundance. However, with numerous aura skills at his disposal, he still felt apprehensive about how to use these skill points. After some thought, Chen Xing decided to use the remaining aura extraction opportunity first, and then consider how to allocate the skill points. Before proceeding with the aura extraction, Chen Xing had an important task to complete: checking the progress of the Glory Stone mission. The first task of the Glory Stone was to kill a super-level monster, which was why Chen Xing was eager to kill the Goblin King. The mission of the Path of Glory, to kill a super-level creature before reaching level 10, was completed. The mission reward unlocked the standard professions of mage, assassin, and priest, and also opened the possibility of transitioning to hidden professions, though the chance was very low. After completing the first mission, the Path of Glory unlocked 3 standard professions, including mage. Unfortunately, on the battlefield of all realms, a mage's early strength is relatively weak, with attack range not as far as archers, and in large-scale battles, their damage doesn't compare to an archer's army. Therefore, Chen Xing felt that in the presence of archers, mages seemed somewhat redundant. However, he also realized that as mages learned wide-area damage spells and multi-person magic arrays, they would become formidable killers on the battlefield in the later stages, capable of wiping out large groups of enemies with a single skill. After some consideration, Chen Xing decided to summon a few mages for contingency purposes, as their presence would make battles more secure when facing monsters with high physical defense. As for assassins, Chen Xing also planned to recruit some, as they excel in reconnaissance and ambushes, and having some assassin units in battles would make them less risky. However, when he looked at priests, he turned away. Due to the presence of a life-stealing aura, Chen Xing felt that priests were less useful, and recruiting them would be a waste of gold. After excluding priests, Chen Xing checked the newly refreshed tasks on the Path of Glory again. The mission Path of Glory 2 requires the defeat of 10 high-level monsters that are at least as strong as the player. The reward for this mission is a special building called the Small Wishing Fountain. Upon seeing the mission details, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Are high-level monsters as common as cabbages? Without the advantage of his territory's blessing of all worlds, most ordinary lords wouldn't even be able to find 10 such monsters. Despite this, Chen Xing's desire for the Small Wishing Fountain is genuine. Known as the Little God in the realm of lords, this building responds to wishes as long as they are reasonable. For instance, Chen Xing could wish for his next unit to advance to a hidden class, significantly increasing the probability of a farmer successfully transitioning to such a class. Even more remarkably, the Small Wishing Fountain allows for 1 wish per day, meaning Chen Xing could potentially gain a hidden class unit daily. For someone in the lord profession, the allure of the Small Wishing Fountain is undeniable, and Chen Xing is no exception. Looking at the mission requirements, Chen Xing silently wished for the blessing of all worlds to work its magic and spawn dozens of high-level monsters around him, allowing him to quickly complete the mission. After indulging in this daydream for a while, Chen Xing snapped back to reality and began a new aura draw. The results were 1 focus aura, 2 brilliance aura, and 3 wisdom aura. The focus aura seemed rather ordinary, and both the brilliance and wisdom auras were also standard. Chen Xing felt a bit disappointed that none of the auras were rare, as he had hoped for a stroke of luck like in previous levels. Nevertheless, the wisdom aura, which enhances mental attributes, was perfect for addressing his deficiency in this area. Mental attributes not only affect spell attack power, but also spell resistance, so the higher, the better. Now, with his subordinates able to advance to mage roles, a high mental value is essential for effective spellcasting. Considering all factors, Chen Xing decided to choose the wisdom aura. As for his old friend, the focus aura, Chen Xing made a silent promise to choose it next time. After selecting the wisdom aura, he used one skill point to upgrade it to level 2 to boost his mental attributes. However, he hesitated about where to allocate the remaining 3 skill points. For him, the most crucial auras were the life steal aura and the thorns aura, with their 100 life steal and 200 counter damage being sufficient. As long as melee monsters couldn't kill him instantly, these 2 auras would gradually wear them down. If a melee monster could kill him instantly, no amount of life steal or counter damage would matter. Chen Xing even contemplated whether to combine the life aura with the vampiric aura and thorns aura, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Such an extreme allocation of points would be disastrous if faced with powerful ranged monsters. After ruling out the vampiric aura and thorns aura, the heavy strike aura and mighty strike aura became the next best choices. The heavy strike aura increases the critical hit rate tenfold, which played a crucial role in the battle against the Goblin King. The intermittent critical hits inflicted massive damage on the Goblin King, quickly rendering him incapacitated. Although the critical hit probability is only 10%, as Chen Xing's forces grow, this shortcoming can be compensated by sheer numbers. After careful consideration, Chen Xing decided to allocate a point to the heavy strike aura, upgrading it to level 2. As for the mighty strike aura, both archers and mages urgently needed increased attack range. Therefore, Chen Xing also allocated a point to it, boosting the archer's attack range from the original 300 meters to an impressive 900 meters, comparable to a typical sniper rifle, which is quite intimidating. As for the last skill point, Chen Xing decided to hold on to it for now, planning to allocate it to a specific aura when facing a particularly challenging monster in the future. After organizing everything, Chen Xing left some archers behind and prepared to send some villagers to gather the remaining resources. Besides the items dropped from the kills, the Goblin Camp's warehouse contained many basic resources, including some advanced resources like iron ore. As night approached, these resources couldn't be wasted and had to be transported back. Returning with a bounty, Chen Xing led his main forces directly back to the territory. Now he no longer lacked resources, so he immediately constructed the newly acquired spiritual field, warehouse, and cellar. His territory now boasted 6 additional buildings: watchtower, spiritual field, cellar, residential house, lumber mill, and quarry, just 4 short of the 10 extra buildings needed for a level 10 territory. However, this wasn't an immediate concern, as his territory had just reached level 8, and reaching level 9 required 100,000 of each basic resource, a colossal amount that would take time even with fast villager collection rates. Beyond level 8, upgrading the territory required not only basic resources, but also advanced resources like iron ore. To bridge this massive resource gap, unless the players in the trading market worked harder, Chen Xing would find it difficult to upgrade in the short term. Thinking of these players, Chen Xing suddenly remembered something and took out the blueprint for an energy pool from his inventory. He set an astronomical price of 10 million gold coins and listed it on the trading market. If he was going to profit from the players, he decided to be indiscriminate, targeting not just ordinary players, but also the experts. He didn't believe that once he listed the energy pool blueprint, others would remain indifferent. After listing the energy pool blueprint, Chen Xing decided to go all in and also listed the Greedy Stomach and Blood Fury skill books at the same price of 10 million each. It didn't matter if they couldn't afford them. His goal was to make them aware of their own poverty. People only strive hard when they realize their own lack. Without something they desire but can't afford, how would they ever realize this? And if they didn't strive, who would he profit from? Thus, Chen Xing listed these items not with the expectation of them being purchased, but to give everyone a little motivation to work harder. He was truly going above and beyond to encourage everyone to improve. After Chen Xing put these pieces of equipment up for sale, it was unclear how it would affect others' ambition, but it certainly motivated many. Peng Chuan shouted in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Energy pool blueprints, orange-grade treasures, and an epic skill book? Has the trading market gone mad? Zhao Taizhu immediately questioned. What's going on? Did I miss something? Is this really the starting phase of the battlefield of 10,000 worlds? How are these items even available now? Chu Tianming calmly reminded everyone. Guys, you're not mistaken. There's still 37 hours left until the territory protection ends, meaning we've only been in the battlefield of 10,000 worlds for 11 hours. Durand exclaimed. My God, this is insane. It's only been 1 day, and there's already such a powerful lord? If you ever come to my territory, please let me know in advance. I'll give you whatever you want, just don't kill me, and we can talk about anything. Pippin expressed doubt. How do you know it's definitely a lord who got these items? What if they're spoils from another profession? Su Shan calmly analyzed. Don't be ridiculous. Those neutral main cities are dirt poor. They don't have anything good. It's all from those neutral races. How could we, as professionals, get anything from them? Besides, at this stage, who other than a lord could be this powerful? Look at the level rankings. Is there a single non-lord profession on there? Trusting them is like believing I'm the first emperor. Corey Evans angrily declared. No one better compete with me for this energy pool. If anyone does, I'll kill them. Duan Wei retorted. Who do you think you are? You can't even maintain your ranking on the leaderboard. You loser. If you've got the guts, come to the Black Sun Mountains, and I'll beat the crap out of you. The conflict between Duan Wei and Corey escalated, flooding the chat channel with their insults. Chu Tianming sighed. The big shots are at it again. Shuewen chimed in. Both are rank lords. One has titans as troops, the other has hydras. They're both big shots, and we can't intervene, nor do we dare to ask. Peng Chuan scoffed. What kind of big shots can't even afford a single piece of equipment? They're just like us, drooling over the trading market. Do they really deserve to be called big shots? Pippin raised a question. I don't know if they're big shots, but I do know whoever is selling these 3 items must be. Do you think it's the same Chen Xing who sold them before? Shuewen shook his head. Impossible. I don't know how Chen Xing got his equipment before, but these items are clearly dropped by very strong monsters, possibly even beyond tier monsters. With those lowly peasants Chen Xing has, do you think he could kill such powerful monsters? Su Shan agreed. Exactly, I don't think it's him either. He has the blessing of 10,000 worlds effect, and he always puts up batches of equipment after clearing monsters. But look now, there's not a single new piece of equipment added. If it were him, there would definitely be new items listed. Shun Jijia suggested another possibility. That makes sense. Do you think it could be that anonymous person selling them? There are so many people on the leaderboard, and he's the only anonymous one. People often say that experts usually hide in the shadows. Could he be that expert? Zhao Taizhu was a tall man, giving off an impression of someone hiding something, clearly not a virtuous character, and possibly even a wanted criminal by the Federation. The discussion in the chat channel quickly shifted from the 3 items to the identity of the anonymous person. At that moment, someone suddenly remarked, Chu Xiangdong, while there aren't any new items on the trade market, could it be because the previously listed equipment hasn't sold out yet? This comment brought silence to the chat channel. Everyone checked the trade market and indeed found many items with a goblin prefix still for sale. These items had decent attributes, but due to a lack of coins, the market's purchasing power was insufficient, leaving these items unsold. Realizing this, everyone felt a pang of guilt and then thought of the newly listed orange equipment, suspecting it might also be sold by Chen Xing, which made them feel even more disheartened. For a moment, everyone felt dispirited, but the thought of the items in the trade market reignited their fighting spirit. Shuewen lamented, how can the gap between lords be so vast? Zhao Taizhu sighed. Let's go, time to get to work. I can't dream of the orange equipment, but I must get one of those blue items. In the chat channel, Anna also felt a pang of longing. She yearned for the blueprint of the energy pool, thinking that if she could build it, the strength of her 2 angels would be greatly enhanced, and her territory would soar. However, her poverty constrained her development. Anna leaned towards believing that the owner of these 3 items was Chen Xing, as they were friends and she could directly ask him. Brother Chen Xing, are the orange equipment and energy pool blueprint on the trade market yours? Anna sent a message, sounding more humble than before. If she could speak to Chen Xing, her voice would have been filled with excitement. Yes. Chen Xing replied to Anna's message without hiding anything. What? Are you interested in buying? He thought that Anna, whose territory level was only second to his, must have some strength. Although he wasn't sure if she had anything valuable enough to trade for the energy pool blueprint, it wouldn't hurt to ask a strong player like her, just in case. Can't afford it. It turned out Chen Xing was overthinking. Despite having 2 angels, Anna had only been in the battlefield of all realms for 10 hours and couldn't possibly have acquired orange-level items. After all, not everyone had the luck of Chen Xing. No worries, you can trade with other items. Chen Xing replied casually. Considering I owe you a favor from last time, as long as the value isn't too far off, I'll give you the energy pool blueprint. Anna was grateful for the information Chen Xing had shared last time, so she was willing to make an exchange with him if something similar came up, even if it meant taking a loss. She pondered over it, calculating in her mind before looking up at the sky and murmuring to herself, realizing she wasn't at a loss after all. After some thought, Anna hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind and sent a message to Chen Xing. Yes. Chen Xing initially thought Anna's silence meant she had nothing to trade and was about to close the chat window when she suddenly replied with a yes, surprising him. After all, the energy pool blueprint was useless to him. His level as a farmer was fixed, and even daily baths in the energy pool wouldn't change his strength. Therefore, exchanging it for a valuable item was naturally a good deal. Moreover, Anna's hesitation suggested that the item must be valuable, so he eagerly asked, what is it? Send the attributes over. Chen Xing was momentarily stunned, but then realized what Anna meant. Feeling a bit helpless, he replied, what are you thinking? Just save up your resources honestly. Once you've saved enough, I promise to sell you the energy pool first. He thought Anna was daydreaming. I'm serious, Anna replied quickly upon seeing Chen Xing's refusal, and she also sent a screenshot of a contract's attributes. I can sign a subordinate contract with you. As long as you are alive, I will be your most loyal vassal. Where your will points, my blade will follow. My territory has 2 scrayed troop types, angels. You won't lose out by signing me. Besides, with your strength, returning to Blue Star will definitely bring trouble. Although the Federation will protect you, you won't have any freedom under their protection. Moreover, my grandmother is one of the strongest lords in the Sun Never Sets Empire. As long as you ask, I guarantee no one will dare to harass you when you return to Blue Star. I only need 1 energy pool blueprint. Sign me, Brother Chen Xing, and you'll definitely profit. Seeing Anna eagerly sending over her talent attributes, Chen Xing understood she genuinely wanted the energy pool blueprint. He didn't expect an Scrayed Lord to awaken a dual talent. Starting with 2 Scrayed troop types, such luck was incredible. However, the conditions she offered didn't hold much appeal for him. Firstly, the subordinate contract she sent was akin to the relationship between ancient kings and their vassals, where the king had no direct command authority. However, in the event of a battle, the vassal must fully aid and their combat units must unconditionally obey the king's command. In the extreme case, signing this contract would give Chen Xing the power to lead all of Anna's troops to their doom. From this perspective, Anna's contract offer was quite sincere. Once the territory merging function is activated, their territories could be combined. For a typical lord, having an strength subordinate lord with a dual talent would significantly boost their power. However, for Chen Xing, having a subordinate is of little value. As the strongest, he doesn't need any assistance, especially not from a subordinate. If he had the time to summon a subordinate, he'd rather recruit more farmers. With an increase in the number of farmers, he could solve any problem. Even if he encountered a situation that farmers couldn't handle, a subordinate wouldn't help, as his aura only enhances his own units, not allies. Thus, this condition holds little appeal for Chen Xing. As for the second condition about being harassed upon returning to Blue Star, Chen Xing doesn't care either. He can always hide in the Federation and ignore any outside disturbances. If any extreme trouble arises, he can simply choose to return to the battlefield of myriad worlds. As long as he has entered the battlefield before, he can return at any time. He could develop for a few years on the battlefield, and by the time he re-emerges, anyone causing trouble would face catastrophic consequences. Therefore, this condition also has little allure for him. Moreover, Anna's offer had a hidden catch. The subordinate contract required Chen Xing to be alive for Anna to serve him. In other words, if he perished during a monster siege, she would gain an energy pool blueprint for free. If he survived, he would be a genius who endured the blessing of the myriad worlds, and Anna would only need to cling to this golden opportunity. Being a subordinate, or even a maid, would be highly profitable for her. Faced with Anna's shrewd calculations, Chen Xing shook his head helplessly. Seeing Anna's short stature next to an angel in the message, he silently lamented. Serves you right. All your cleverness is spent on this. No wonder you can't grow taller. Chen Xing initially intended to firmly refuse, but when he saw the contract sent by Anna and the 2 angels beside her, he couldn't help but reconsider. He quickly replied, dreaming of getting it for free, huh? But if you really want it, I can offer a loan service. Loan? Anna was completely taken aback. She had expected Chen Xing to give her a simple yes or no, but he chose an unexpected or. What does a loan even mean? Aren't we discussing something else entirely? She asked, puzzled. Chen Xing, what do you mean by a loan? Just what it sounds like, Chen Xing explained kindly. You can have the energy pool in advance. No money? No problem, just keep a tab. When you have the money, pay me back double the price of the energy pool. How's that for considerate? After sending this message, Chen Xing felt a bit guilty, thinking that asking for double repayment was quite harsh. However, considering that he was lending out an energy pool, a tool that could significantly boost efficiency, he quickly justified it to himself. He muttered, this isn't about loans, it's about fostering progress. With 2 angels at her side, once the energy pool is up and running, she can easily gather wealth. So, in a way, this is angel investing, not just a loan. What? Pay back double. Anna was stunned upon reading Chen Xing's reply. She had thought he was a good person, but now he seemed more like a ruthless capitalist. Although getting the energy pool up front was a great deal, the cost was exorbitant. Double repayment meant that besides repaying the equivalent of 3 powerful orange items, she would also owe an additional 3 as interest. 6 orange items in total. Signing this contract would mean becoming Chen Xing's indentured servant, working off the debt indefinitely. She had initially thought her desire to get the energy pool for a bargain was a bit shady, but compared to Chen Xing, her plan seemed insignificant. I just wanted a good deal on your energy pool blueprint, and you want to turn me into a servant? No thanks. Despite her reluctance to give up the blueprint, Anna firmly decided to refuse. What? Don't say no, we can negotiate the repayment terms, Chen Xing said, now genuinely worried. He was certain that no one could afford the energy pool blueprint anytime soon. Waiting for someone to save up enough resources could take forever, and by then, the resources might not even be worth it. So, rather than leaving it on the market, it was better to invest in Anna. With her exceptional talent and 2 angels, acquiring the energy pool blueprint could lead to a significant power boost. This would enable her to gather resources faster, which in turn meant he could collect his debts quicker. Well, collect his investments quicker, that is. The more Chen Xing thought about it, the more excited he became. He quickly sent a tempting message. Resources, equipment, blueprints, even treasures, I want them all. As long as you gather enough to cover the cost of 2 energy pool blueprints, I'll consider your debt paid. How about it, Anna? These are energy pool blueprints. Once you have them, your 2 angels can quickly grow into their complete forms. Aren't 2 fully evolved angels worth a bit of debt? At your age, this is the time to strive and not back down because of a little difficulty. Don't you want to progress? Despite Chen Xing's persuasive words, Anna remained clear-headed. She was cautious of sweet talk, wary of scams, and even the term little beauty made her alert. She knew that Chen Xing's real intention was to make her his pawn. Another reason Anna decisively refused was that she simply couldn't afford it. She was well aware of her capabilities. If she took Chen Xing's energy pool blueprints, her territory's development would be stunted, as all resources would have to be handed over to him, and she might not even be able to repay the debt. Rather than live such a constrained life, she preferred to pass on the blueprint for now, believing that with her angel's abilities, no one but Chen Xing could gather resources faster than she could. It would be better to save up and buy the blueprint at market price later, avoiding a huge debt. As for taking the items and not repaying, she never even considered it. Her principle was simple: buy when you have money, and let it go when you don't. She would never resort to deceit. I can't afford it. Chen Xing pondered over Anna's message and finally understood her concerns. He sent another message. How about this? For repayment, you don't need to give me resources, just equipment, blueprints, and treasures. If you need them yourself, use them. If not, give them to me. Besides the energy pool blueprint, I can also provide you with the energy stones and source crystals needed for it. I can even extend the repayment period. You can pay back whenever you can. But there's one condition: you must prioritize repayment. Anything valuable you find but don't need in your territory must be sent to me first, and only if I don't want it can you handle it as you wish. However, as a trade-off for these generous terms, the repayment will be triple the amount, though still interest-free. How about that? It's almost like getting the energy pool for free. Chen Xing's offer was indeed tempting, and this time, it was Anna who was intrigued. Although agreeing to these terms would leave her with little extra money, it wouldn't hinder the development of her territory. Chen Xing was already powerful and not interested in just any junk, so she would likely still be able to sell standard equipment. In other words, she might still have some small income, but shouldn't expect any large sums. Once the market presented any good item, Anna would be the one who couldn't afford it. However, what could be more valuable than an energy pool? Especially one that could be constructed immediately. A threefold price was something she could completely accept. So, without much hesitation, Anna agreed and eagerly sent a new loan contract to Chen Xing. Looking at the new contract sent by Anna, Chen Xing couldn't help but sigh. She was indeed a little rich lady, incomparable to someone like Zhao Changpeng, who was broke. Contracts weren't something that could be signed casually. They required contract scrolls. As a new lord, the contract scrolls one could bring directly from Blue Star were always in short supply, and ordinary people couldn't buy them. Only someone with Anna's wealth could produce different contract scrolls without hesitation, which was one reason Chen Xing was willing to sell to her. After all, even if he wanted to sell to someone else, they might not be able to provide a contract scroll. Chen Xing didn't have much faith in mere verbal promises. Looking at the contract terms, Chen Xing made a slight modification to the breach clause, changing the penalty for Anna's breach to automatically sending her territory coordinates. This way, if Anna intended to default, he could directly confront her, take back everything, and even kill her. Anna understood Chen Xing's intention, but since she had no plans to default, she didn't object. She simply tweaked the contract details and sent it back to Chen Xing. After signing the contract, Chen Xing didn't delay and quickly sent the energy pool and resources to Anna. Holding the blueprint for the energy pool, Anna felt a bit conflicted. As the second generation of top-tier lords from Blue Star, her understanding of the multiverse battlefield far exceeded that of ordinary people. She knew she had to become stronger, even surpass her grandmother, to break free from the small pond of Blue Star and explore a broader world. If she could build the energy pool in advance, she could achieve accelerated development with her 2 angels. Only by doing so could she seize the opportunity for a significant power leap. This is why she wanted to sign a subordinate contract with Chen Xing, but surprisingly, he rejected her offer and sent a loan contract instead. Although the threefold repayment seemed excessive, it was an energy pool capable of permanently boosting a top-tier lord's power, giving them a chance to snowball their advantage. Given the current stage, with such lenient conditions, Anna believed others would agree even at 10 times the price. Anna didn't doubt that Chen Xing understood its value. She knew the reason he set such casual terms was likely related to the information she had previously shared about the multiverse blessing. Sigh. It was originally him who owed me a favor, but now I owe him a big one. The petite Anna sighed like an adult, realizing she needed to start sending resources to brother Chen Xing soon. It's really sad. From now on, I'll be completely enslaved by brother Chen Xing, working for him every day. Despite her seemingly tragic tone, as she looked at the energy pool blueprint, her lips curled into a smile that was as hard to suppress as an AK. After sending the energy pool to Anna, the sky gradually darkened. At night on the battlefield of all realms, a mist silently enveloped the area. Only those with true sight could see farther, while others had a visibility of only a few dozen meters, making it impossible to venture out to hunt monsters. Observing the dimming sky, Chen Xing decided to recall the farmers who were logging. The fog in the forest was particularly thick, and if the farmers stayed, they might lose their way. If they got lost in the dark fog, being too far from the territory, they might be presumed dead. For safety, Chen Xing temporarily halted the logging activities. Fortunately, mining was unaffected. The fog typically lingered outside, while mining took place underground where fog was almost non-existent. As the territory upgraded, the mines were not far from it. Chen Xing purchased some torches from the trading market and placed them near the mines, ensuring that nighttime mining would not be disrupted. Currently, Chen Xing had 150 farmers under his command, some of whom had been with him since he arrived on the battlefield that morning. These farmers were involved in both labor and combat, and their stamina was nearly exhausted. Therefore, Chen Xing had them return to the houses to rest while the newly summoned farmers went mining. With resource gathering enhanced, the mining speed of hundreds of farmers was bound to be impressive. Chen Xing estimated that within a single night, he could gather enough resources to upgrade to level 9. With hopeful expectations for the future, after a day of battle, Chen Xing returned to the Lord's Hall to rest. He expected to get a good night's sleep, but not long after lying down, he was awakened by a warning from the battle report on the Lord's panel. The screen flashed repeatedly with the message, "Your farmers have perished," leaving Chen Xing in shock. He thought, how could this happen? They were just mining. How could farmers die? And moreover, had died at once. Even when fighting the Goblin King, only about a dozen had perished. How could mining result in such losses? Puzzled, Chen Xing opened the battle report panel to examine the details, only to find no combat information. This indicated that they hadn't encountered any monsters. What baffled him further was that there was no additional information about the deceased farmers, just the death notification. Typically, when a unit under a lord's command was killed, there would be a notification, such as "XXX killed your unit." However, the battle report only showed the simple message, "Your farmers have died," a type of report usually seen only when environmental hazards were involved, like falling off a cliff. But the farmers were not on a mountain. They were mining below. How could a terrain-related death occur? Could they have accidentally struck lava? It was hard to believe. Chen Xing, unable to sleep, climbed out of his wooden bed, feeling anxious and uneasy. He gathered all his combat units and recruited some farmers to change professions, increasing the number of shield bearers to 100. He then recruited 50 mages and 30 assassins. At this point, his combat force totaled 300. 100 archers, 100 shield bearers, 50 mages, 30 assassins, and 20 warriors. This formidable lineup was more impressive than when they attacked the goblin camp. But considering the mysterious deaths of the farmers, Chen Xing felt uneasy, especially since they were setting out at night. The smaller number of troops made him even more concerned. Before setting off, Chen Xing took some time to check the attributes of the mages and assassins. In terms of attributes, they weren't much different from other classes, but mages focused more on spirit, while assassins prioritized agility. Aside from attributes, the main differences were in their talents and skills. Mages had the talent of elemental affinity, which increased spell damage by 10%, and skills like meditation, illumination, minor fireball, fire resistance ring, and water shield. Assassins had the talent of shadow servant, reducing their presence by 10% in shadows, with skills like stealth and backstab. After reviewing the mage's attributes, Chen Xing shook his head. Early on, mage's performance wasn't impressive, with minor fireball being their main damage skill. However, he didn't plan to rely on the mages for damage, so he wasn't overly concerned. After assembling the army, Chen Xing followed the path lit by torches towards the mine. His farmers mined in an orderly fashion, carving a spacious tunnel through the mountain wide enough for 3 carts to pass side by side. As they ventured deeper, the space became even larger, until Chen Xing found himself in a vast plaza, as if the mountain had been hollowed out. Seeing this plaza, Chen Xing was astonished. No matter how skilled the farmers were, they couldn't have created such an enormous space. Moreover, the plaza appeared to have been renovated, with bright fire pits burning around it, clearly not the work of the farmers. As Chen Xing pondered, the farmers stationed at the plaza noticed his arrival and hurried to greet him. His mind was full of questions. What was the situation in the mine? Where did this plaza come from? And why were there casualties? The farmers seemed relieved to see him and quickly explained, "My lord, this mine wasn't dug by us. When we reached this point, we discovered the plaza, but since there were no signs of life around, we didn't report it to you." As for the casualties, we encountered kobolds underground. The farmers explained the situation to Chen Xing, revealing that there were already existing tunnels, which they hadn't paid attention to due to the absence of other creatures. With the emergence of these tunnels, mining became much easier, so the farmers simply dug down along the passageways. As they ventured deeper underground, they discovered a vast subterranean world. By crossing a stone bridge, they could enter this mysterious space. To explore this unknown underground realm, some of the farmers set foot on the bridge and headed towards the depths. Suddenly, kobolds appeared in the underground world. Some of these kobolds were spellcasters, well acquainted with the underground space. Upon spotting the farmers, the spellcasters launched an immediate attack. Initially, their attacks weren't fatal to the farmers, so they quickly changed tactics, abandoning their assault on those who had crossed the bridge and instead targeted the stone bridge itself. The already fragile bridge collapsed instantly, and several farmers who couldn't escape in time fell into the abyss. The depth of this abyss was unknown, and those who fell were never heard from again. Among the exploring farmers, those who had crossed the bridge occupied a stone platform, while the others sent someone back to report the situation to Chen Xing. However, just as they returned to the plaza, they found that Chen Xing had already arrived. After hearing the farmer's explanation, Chen Xing understood why there was no notification of the fallen farmers being killed. Falling into the abyss had no source of damage, so naturally, there was no notification. Mentioning the kobolds caused him to frown, aware of the relentless nature of the blessing of all worlds, which wouldn't even allow mining to be peaceful. He was certain that among the underground kobolds, there must be higher-tier monsters. Nevertheless, Chen Xing felt no fear. With his current combat strength, he could easily handle higher-tier monsters. Since the kobolds had already provoked him, he decided to eliminate them once and for all. With his mind made up, Chen Xing led his soldiers underground without hesitation. It had to be said that kobolds were indeed adept miners. It took Chen Xing a full 10 minutes of walking through the tunnels to reach the stone bridge the farmers mentioned. He originally thought the underground world was just a slightly larger subterranean space, but upon seeing the scene beyond the stone bridge with his own eyes, he was astounded. This was truly an underground kingdom. Beyond the bridge lay a vast cavern. The entire mountain's interior was hollow, and the cavern's ceiling seemed to stretch endlessly, like an expansive underground world, though above this world lay heavy layers of rock. From Chen Xing's side to the stone platform was a distance of about 30 to 40 meters, and with the only bridge broken, crossing seemed nearly impossible without the ability to fly. Chen Xing looked down into the abyss below, which was unfathomably deep. Based on the farmers who had fallen, climbing up from the bottom was practically unrealistic. But for Chen Xing, this was merely a minor inconvenience. After all, this was the real world, not a game, and living people wouldn't be trapped indefinitely. If there was no bridge, he would build one. His farmers were not idle. Chen Xing immediately directed a team of farmers to return to the camp and bring back several logs, each 20 meters long. Then, using an orange weapon, he quickly trimmed the logs into square shapes. Employing the simplest mortise and tenon structure, he laid 3 logs together, 2 on his side and 1 on the stone platform across the chasm, thus constructing a simple wooden bridge. Using this wooden bridge as a base, he added some square logs above, quickly broadening the bridge. Though not particularly sturdy, it was definitely sufficient for crossing. Unfortunately, his current abilities were limited. Once the wizards learned flying magic, they could simply fly across, eliminating the need for a bridge entirely. Chen Xing ordered his men to cross the bridge in batches, leaving 2 teams of archers at either end to guard against kobold sabotage, ensuring they wouldn't be stranded if the kobolds attempted to burn the bridge after they left. After crossing the wooden bridge, Chen Xing noticed signs of life on the stone platform. The faint glow from underground plants suggested vitality as he continued along the simple path. Occasionally, he saw some underground creatures hanging from wooden stakes, evident of the kobolds' handiwork. The number of bodies indicated that the underground kobolds were numerous and well-fed, as omnivorous kobolds wouldn't leave these bodies untouched if food were scarce. While Chen Xing cautiously explored and speculated about the kobolds, the scout ahead suddenly raised an alarm, indicating an enemy encounter. Just as Chen Xing ordered his troops to prepare for battle, a volley of arrows rained down. Fortunately, the shield bearers at the front were tough and had damage reduction, so the arrows caused minimal harm. However, it was clear the kobold archers were unscrupulous. After the volley, Chen Xing noticed the shield bearers who were hit began to suffer from poison, showing the kobolds had maliciously coated their arrows with venom. What aggravated him further was the dim underground visibility, making it impossible to see the kobolds' positions. Fortunately, the archers' eagle-eye skill included night vision, and without waiting for Chen Xing's command, they retaliated with a volley of arrows. Unlike the kobolds' feeble attack, the farmers' archers delivered full damage, especially with critical hits that could instantly take down a kobold. Although Chen Xing couldn't see, the continuous battle reports confirmed the kobolds suffered significant losses from the counterattack. At this moment, Chen Xing didn't have time to scrutinize the battle reports and ordered the mages to cast illumination spells in turns. As the spells lit up the underground space, it became as bright as day. In the light, Chen Xing clearly saw that instead of retreating, some robed kobolds, protected by kobold warriors, were advancing, evidently intending to unleash magic on Chen Xing's forces. Seeing this, Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh in anger. They actually thought he had no mages. Although his mages only had a small fireball spell, with the enhanced aura and critical strike aura, they could hit hard and far, and any critical hit was devastating. Before the kobold mages could enter attack range, Chen Xing ordered his mages to strike first. Apart from the mage casting the illumination spell, the others combined their efforts to launch small fireballs at the kobolds, who appeared terrified in the bright light. The visual impact of a critical strike fireball was far more impressive than arrows. The kobold's resistant skin meant regular fireballs only left scorch marks, but a critical strike fireball erupted into flames, engulfing the hit kobolds and turning them into charred remains. The kobolds were thrown into complete panic after such a devastating blow. While the earlier arrow attacks had only fueled their anger, the current fire assault filled them with sheer terror. As dragonkin, kobolds naturally possess fire resistance, so being killed by arrows was not surprising, but perishing in flames was utterly abnormal. What kind of adversary were they facing that could unleash such a terrifying fireball spell? Amidst the kobolds' chaos, Chen Xing's second wave of arrows rained down. With the talent of precision shooting, the archers' attacks were nearly infallible, taking down a large number of kobolds instantly. At this point, the kobolds abandoned their offensive and attempted to flee back in the direction they had come. However, under the dual assault of archers and mages, they stood no chance of escape, and those at the forefront fell in moments. Realizing there was no way out, a kobold who appeared to be a leader threatened angrily. "Vile invaders, the kobold kingdom will not spare you. When the kingdom's army arrives, you'll all be hanged on the gallows." With that, the kobold charged at Chen Xing, only to be shot down along the way. Watching the fallen kobold, Chen Xing felt no remorse. Kobolds were bloodthirsty and brutal, merciless to both enemies and their own kind, making it nearly impossible to take any prisoners, so killing them was simply necessary. As for intelligence on the underworld, Chen Xing believed that fighting his way through would naturally yield information. However, the mention of a kobold kingdom piqued his interest. A tribe referred to as a kingdom must have a population of several thousand, and such a kingdom would typically have a high-level monster in charge. But Chen Xing no longer trusted typical scenarios, given that the goblin camp he previously encountered also had a high-level goblin king. With the blessing of the myriad worlds, Chen Xing decided to predict a worst-case scenario. If there was usually one high-level monster, he assumed this kobold kingdom would have many. In any case, erring on the side of caution was wise. Even if he overestimated the enemy, he would suffer no losses. So, instead of sweeping through, Chen Xing became much more cautious. The kobolds he had just slain provided him with enough experience to level up to 9, so he decided to draw auras before proceeding. He chose 3 auras. 1. Focus Aura. 2. Brilliance Aura. 3. Vigor Aura. Focus Aura at level 1 could increase the energy recovery rate of all allied units tenfold. Brilliance Aura at level 1 enhanced the health recovery rate of all allied units tenfold. Perhaps because he had previously drawn many rare auras, Chen Xing's luck had run out, and the new auras were all of common grade. Among these, one was for health regeneration, another for mana regeneration, and the last was a common focus aura for increasing defense. In a strict sense, the 3 auras didn't make much difference to Chen Xing. He could choose any of them. Based on appearance frequency, he should have selected the focus aura this time. However, Chen Xing was currently in the underground world, relying entirely on the mage's illumination spells to light his way. Even though he had 50 mages under his command who could take turns casting the spell, their mana wouldn't last the entire journey. Hence, the importance of the Brilliance Aura became instantly apparent, leading Chen Xing to choose it. After selecting the Brilliance Aura, the mana recovery rate increased tenfold. Although the mage's mana regeneration was generally slow, the tenfold increase was particularly significant for sustaining the illumination spells. This allowed the mages to continuously cast the spells without feeling the strain on their mana. After extracting the aura, Chen Xing proceeded in the direction from which the kobolds had come. He initially expected to find a city, but it turned out that the kobolds emerged from a mine, indicating that the underground terrain was complex. Once inside the mine, Chen Xing discovered it was an intricate labyrinth, with numerous abandoned mining pits, evidently dug by the kobolds using their natural abilities, true to their reputation as expert miners. As he ventured deeper, the number of mining pits increased, and Chen Xing even encountered many active ones. Upon spotting Chen Xing and his group, the kobold miners rushed at them, only to become experience points for Chen Xing. Having defeated the kobolds' regular forces, these miners were no match for him. Despite the miners' lack of combat prowess, the equipment they dropped was a pleasant surprise for Chen Xing. He acquired a kobold mining pick of blue grade, which increased mining efficiency by 50% and had a 10% chance to yield high-grade ores. As one of the fastest mining races, the kobold's understanding of mining tools was undoubtedly profound. The drop rate for utility equipment was generally low, making this pick a rare find. For Chen Xing, it was far superior to the combat gear dropped by other kobolds. If his farmers were equipped with these picks, they could gather all the resources needed to upgrade to a level 9 territory in half the time. With this pleasant discovery, Chen Xing wasn't in a hurry to find the Kobold Kingdom. Instead, he patiently searched every side path. Whenever he encountered kobold miners, he swiftly defeated them to acquire more equipment. In just half a day, he had amassed dozens of these mining picks. In the mine, Chen Xing stumbled upon a pleasant surprise. Kobolds are natural-born mining experts, and the resources in the mines they excavate are abundant. Mining along these tunnels not only increased efficiency by several folds, but also significantly boosted the chances of acquiring high-grade ores. Delighted by this discovery, Chen Xing drew a map of the labyrinth, marking all the mines he encountered, with plans to send people to mine them after defeating the Kobold Kingdom. However, as Chen Xing delved deeper into the labyrinth, his good mood quickly vanished. The kobolds had set traps within the mines. Besides mining, they were equally adept at digging traps. A variety of concealed, camouflaged, flip cover, and slide cover traps appeared one after another, showcasing the kobold's talent for trap making. Fortunately, the traps were not highly damaging, and with a sufficient number of troops at his disposal, they could take turns scouting the path, avoiding casualties. Despite this, Chen Xing regretted choosing the Radiant Aura. If he had opted for the Vitality Aura, which increased healing speed tenfold, he wouldn't have worried about these traps. Ultimately, he allocated the skill points gained after reaching level 9 to the Life Aura, boosting his Constitution attribute 50-fold, ensuring that shield-bearing soldiers could traverse the traps without life-threatening risks. Just as traps were being managed, reinforcements from the Kobold Kingdom arrived. The kobolds stopped engaging Chen Xing head-on and adopted harassment tactics. Familiar with the mines, they were elusive, frustrating Chen Xing's attempts to catch them. Angered, Chen Xing changed his strategy, sending ranged units ahead and deploying assassins for reconnaissance. Upon spotting the kobolds, the assassins would signal, allowing the ranged units to launch a comprehensive attack. After the assault, the assassins would swiftly finish off the survivors, using their stealth and formidable abilities to ensure only a small fraction of the kobolds survived. Under Chen Xing's straightforward and aggressive assault, the kobold casualties rapidly increased, eventually ceasing their harassment. With the kobolds no longer a distraction, Chen Xing, fueled by pent-up frustration, wasted no more time recording mine locations. He pressed on quickly and successfully exited the labyrinth. After exiting the kobold maze, Chen Xing was greeted by an entirely new world. Unlike the sparse signs of life he encountered before, this place was teeming with ferns and unknown plants, some as tall as trees. In the distance, he vaguely made out the trace of a river. Here, without looking up, it was hard to tell they were still underground. Meanwhile, the kobolds, known for their hospitality, had already prepared a welcoming ceremony, gathering in a disorganized formation. Under the glow of the illumination spell, they appeared somewhat restless, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Roar, an angry growl erupted, and the agitated kobolds seemed to freeze in place. A moment later, a massive kobold emerged from the crowd. Although called a kobold, his appearance was more akin to a lizard man, with a slender lizard head covered in tight scales, bearing almost no canine features. Chen Xing understood that this lizard-like figure was indeed a kobold, as they possessed dragon lineage. The more dragon-like their appearance, the purer their blood. The kobold wielding a giant flail clearly had a strong lineage. "Human, you have invaded our kobold realm," the kobold threatened, smashing a large rock with his flail. "Surrender now, and I may forgive your trespass." Chen Xing had no regard for the kobold's threats. He knew that peace between a lord and wild creatures could only be achieved by bringing the creatures into his domain and becoming their master. Aside from this, peaceful coexistence was nearly impossible. Lords received rewards for defeating wild creatures, while wild creatures could gain substantial benefits from killing a lord. Thus, talk of surrender was merely for show. Even when facing insurmountable odds, most lords preferred death over surrender, especially against kobolds, who were notorious for their cruelty. They often subjected captured enemies to various tortures before finally executing them. Therefore, Chen Xing ignored the kobold's bluster and quietly cast a detection spell while the creature was boasting. Dragon-bodied kobold. Rank, Lord level. Abilities, Dragon Blood Activation Skill, Dragon Blood Frenzy, Dragon Vein Power, Dragon Scale Armor, Dragon's Breath, Dragon's Roar, Thrust, Multi-Slash. Evaluation, a kobold with extremely pure dragon lineage, inheriting part of a dragon's power. His scaled armor not only provides exceptional defense, but also grants strong magic resistance. Once his bloodline's power is activated, he can temporarily transform into a half-dragon. Looking at the data of the dragon-bodied kobold, Chen Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the power of the blessing of the multiverse is extraordinary, and a level 10 Lord monster can barely be considered a super-tier creature. After all, not every monster is as formidable as the Goblin King, who debuted at a monarch level. Although this dragon-bodied kobold is a tier lower than the Goblin King, it doesn't mean its strength is significantly inferior. Dragons are symbols of power in any world, especially on the battlefield of the multiverse. Any creature with dragon in its name can generally have its combat strength considered a level higher. If the Goblin King had possessed dragon bloodline earlier, Chen Xing might have met his end already. Fortunately, this dragon-bodied kobold is merely a lord monster, posing only a minor challenge in battle without causing much pressure. Just as Chen Xing relaxed, an elderly kobold slowly emerged from behind the dragon-bodied kobold. Compared to the dragon-bodied one, this elderly kobold appeared smaller but was tall for a regular kobold. His eyes showed disdain, as if looking at ants, and he coldly said, "Cut off their heads and offer them to the dragon god." This elderly kobold was evidently a dragon blood sorcerer, at lord level, with 10 talents and abilities like dragon bloodline, arcane enhancement, dragon breath, defense boost, dragon transformation, and bite. Chen Xing used a detection spell and felt reassured. In the kobold kingdom, super-tier monsters were abundant. First a dragon-bodied kobold, now a dragon blood sorcerer. Although both were of the same tier and level, their combat capabilities differed greatly. The dragon-bodied kobold needed to activate its bloodline to utilize dragon powers, while the dragon blood sorcerer was naturally half-dragon, innately mastering magic without the need for incantations. Such creatures are not only hard to defeat, but also versatile, making them the least desirable opponents for new lords. At this moment, with 2 super-tier monsters appearing simultaneously, it seemed there was no hope for newcomers. Thankfully, Chen Xing's strength had significantly increased after defeating the Goblin King. If he had encountered these 2 kobolds before attacking the Goblin camp, the odds would have been uncertain. However, now, facing these 2 super-tier monsters, Chen Xing was determined to show them who the real ants were. The Dragon Blood Sorcerer clearly held a higher status in the Kobold Kingdom than the Dragon-Bodied Kobold. The Dragon-Bodied Kobold, initially trying to persuade surrender, immediately prepared to fight upon seeing this. However, Chen Xing never liked being on the defensive. After assessing the Dragon Blood Sorcerer's attributes and confirming no new super-tier monsters were on the Kobold side, he decisively ordered the archers to attack. With enhanced power from the strong strike aura, the long-range arrow barrage quickly overwhelmed the kobolds. Before the kobolds could charge, the arrows rained down like a storm, catching them off guard with their unexpectedly long range. After the volley of arrows, the dragon-bodied kobold, who had been specifically targeted, suffered the most devastating blow. The critical strike aura, with its 20-fold attack power, could pierce the heavens when triggered. Fortunately, the dragon scales reduced some of the critical damage, and the battle-hardened draconic sorcerer quickly cast a remote displacement spell, allowing him to dodge most of the arrows. Otherwise, this lord-level high-tier monster might have been instantly killed. Watching the surviving dragon-bodied kobold, Chen Xing felt a tinge of disappointment. Draconic sorcerers, much like dragons, grow stronger with age. Chen Xing noted the elder's aged appearance and knew that his combat experience was extensive, making it unrealistic to kill him easily. Thus, Chen Xing chose to avoid the draconic sorcerer when attacking, focusing on the dragon-bodied kobold first, hoping to take down one opponent. However, the draconic sorcerer's reaction speed was unexpectedly fast. In a flash, he not only applied remote displacement to the kobold, but also activated 2 magical shields for himself. The draconic sorcerer's reaction speed and combat awareness were impressive. Despite his arrogant demeanor before the battle, he promptly shielded himself twice during the fight. It's worth noting that the draconic sorcerer already had dragon scale armor, making his defense far superior to that of the dragon-bodied kobold. Such a reaction is undoubtedly the result of countless battles, and a young mage might not be able to shield themselves so quickly in such a situation. Realizing the severity of the situation, the draconic sorcerer decisively raised his staff to the sky and cast a dispel spell. The illuminating spell that had been shining in the air vanished instantly, plunging the underground world into darkness. After a brief adjustment, the kobolds, accustomed to the dark, quickly regained their vision. The draconic sorcerer seized the opportunity to order an attack, urging them to slaughter the despicable humans while they were blind. The nearly killed dragon-bodied kobold roared in anger, having never suffered such humiliation in his years of underground warfare, and now he only wanted to tear Chen Xing and his comrades to pieces. Seeing the dragon-bodied kobold leading the charge, the draconic sorcerer cast several instant healing spells on him, followed by a life-boiling spell for continuous regeneration. Despite feeling slightly uneasy, he reapplied remote displacement to the kobold. His precision was proven when another wave of arrows rained down in the darkness. this time targeting the draconic sorcerer. The human archers, seemingly unaffected by the darkness, maintained their incredible accuracy. If not for the draconic sorcerer's cautious actions earlier, the dragon-bodied kobold might have died again. Unfortunately, the sorcerer's protection did not extend to the other kobolds, and the torrent of arrows felled the ordinary ones. Unlucky individuals hit by critical strikes exploded into a mist of blood and were instantly taken out. The draconic sorcerer frowned, thinking, this can't go on. The archer's range is too far. At this rate, by the time they reach the archers, there won't be many of us left. After dispelling the illumination spell that had risen again in the sky, the dragon-vein sorcerer cast a wide-range silence spell in Chen Xing's direction, completely preventing him from casting any more illumination spells. Facing the continuous rain of arrows, the sorcerer decisively cast multiple earth wall spells. As these walls rose, the kobolds and Chen Xing's lines of sight were completely obstructed. The archers could only attack by firing over the walls, making it impossible to harm anyone directly. These earth walls not only blocked the enemy's sight, but also obscured their own, so few used this tactic on the battlefield. However, Chen Xing's range was too far, and the kobolds' ranged units couldn't retaliate, only taking hits passively. Thus, casting earth wall spells was undoubtedly one of the best choices. Upon hearing the archers report that walls had risen ahead, Chen Xing's expression turned grim. First, the dispel spell, then the silence spell, and now earth walls. Although the dragon-vein sorcerer's level wasn't high enough to cast powerful magic, this barrage of minor spells was enough to be annoying. No wonder everyone hated fighting dragon-vein sorcerers. Their tactics were numerous and troublesome, with both strong long-range attacks and formidable melee abilities, making them truly versatile foes. If we can't shoot, we won't. Do they think we fear them in close combat? Chen Xing, already frustrated from the maze, resolved to press on. He decided that once the shielded soldiers advanced with torches, they would use them for light, instead of relying on illumination spells. As long as they could see the enemy, they could attack freely. Additionally, the mage needed to monitor the duration of the silence spell, and as soon as it ended, they were to cast the illumination spell again. Chen Xing thought, I refuse to believe that his silence spell can last indefinitely. At this point, the only ones able to see in the dark were the archers and the assassins. So, Chen Xing ordered the assassins. All of you head towards the dragon-vein sorcerer. If the illumination spell still can't be cast, just keep him occupied. Don't rush to kill him. Just ensure he can't make a move. But if things go awry, you can retreat immediately. There's no need to fight to the death. Feeling a bit uneasy, Chen Xing also deployed warriors to be ready to support the assassins. Once the illumination spell was successfully cast, these warriors could charge in to relieve the assassins. With their charge skills, Chen Xing doubted that the dragon-vein sorcerer could kite them indefinitely. Even if he could dodge one charge, could he evade them all? Having set the tactics, Chen Xing looked into the darkness with growing determination. Once back in his territory, he resolved to acquire an item granting dark vision, as this inability to see was intolerable. While contemplating such an item, the silence spell's duration finally ended. Unlike the short cooldown of the dispel spell, the silence spell had a long cooldown, and the dragon-vein sorcerer clearly couldn't maintain it indefinitely against Chen Xing's mages. In response to the dragon-vein sorcerer's dispel magic, Chen Xing acted swiftly. He commanded his mages to quickly disperse, positioning themselves at various locations, with the farthest mage retreating almost to the labyrinth's entrance. As soon as the silent spell wore off, Chen Xing instructed two mages positioned far apart to simultaneously cast illumination spells overhead. Although these mages were quite distant from the battlefield, resulting in reduced brightness, the difference in illumination was insignificant as long as visibility was maintained. After all, the brightness of the illumination spell was still superior to that of a torch. Chen Xing had decided that in this battle, the mages should focus solely on continuously casting illumination spells to provide visibility. Seeing the two illumination spells rising simultaneously in the sky, the dragon-vein sorcerer felt a bit troubled. The human commander was quick to react and adaptable in his thinking. This dual illumination strategy was indeed problematic. Due to the limited range of his dispel magic, he couldn't dispel the illumination spells in both locations at once, and the other kobold mages didn't know dispel magic. Therefore, it was clearly impossible to completely obscure the human's vision. However, the dragon-vein sorcerer glanced at the kobold warriors beside him and felt somewhat reassured. The dragon-bodied kobolds were closing in on Chen Xing's forces, and he was confident that once they broke into the enemy ranks, the powerful combat prowess of the dragon-bodied kobolds would allow them to cut through easily. Coupled with their numerical advantage, they were only facing some ordinary archers. What threat could they pose in close combat? With this in mind, the dragon-vein sorcerer decided to ignore the illumination spells in the sky. He raised his hand to dispel the now useless earth wall spell and cast a swiftness spell on the dragon-bodied kobolds. However, just as he finished casting, he sensed something amiss nearby. Relying on his combat instincts, he reflexively cast a reveal spell, and several figures emerged from the shadows. Assassins? The Dragon Vein sorcerer showed a hint of disdain as he looked at the assassins who had revealed themselves from stealth. Did these humans really think he was one of those frail, ordinary mages and sent assassins to decapitate him? How naive. Although he had no regard for these assassins, out of habit, he chose to keep them at bay by casting a fire dragon spell. The scorching fire dragon instantly consumed the nearest assassins. However, when the fire dragon spell dissipated, the Dragon Vein sorcerer was shocked to find that the assassins had hardly taken any damage. As a Lord-level boss, the Dragon Vein sorcerer was very confident in his damage output. Normally, a single fireball spell could incinerate his enemies, and this time, to be safe, he had used the more powerful fire dragon spell, yet they were still alive? This scene completely overturned the Dragon Vein sorcerer's understanding. Weren't assassins supposed to be fragile? How could they withstand his fire dragon spell? Some skeptical Dragon Vein sorcerers raised their hands again, casting a rain of fire. The scorching fire shower poured down like a blazing torrent, engulfing the assassins at the forefront. The flames consumed their clothing, flickering brightly, yet the assassins remained unfazed. Instead, they accelerated instantly, quickly darting out of the fire's reach. Although their clothes were damaged, the escaping assassins seemed unharmed, as if the fire had been nothing more than a simple bath. The Dragon Vein sorcerer pondered, worried that these assassins might possess fire resistance, so he tried wind blades and other spells to test them, but the results were unchanged. The assassins' vitality seemed immense, as if they hadn't taken any damage at all. Realizing something was amiss, the sorcerer noted the strangeness not just of the archers, but also of the assassins. He dared not let them get close, so he quickly cast a Lightfoot spell to swiftly distance himself from the assassins with his high agility. As the assassins closed in, the Dragon Vein sorcerer hesitated no longer and began unleashing attack spells on them. Although these assassins appeared peculiar, they were not invincible, perhaps just having higher resilience. He had encountered more resilient creatures before. As long as his attack output was high enough, defeating these assassins wouldn't be too difficult. The only trouble was their sheer numbers. It must be said, the full force of a Lord-level boss was terrifying. In just a few seconds, the assassins, with a constitution as high as 500, lost nearly half their health without any chance to retaliate. If this continued, they would be unable to recover their health and would eventually be beaten to death. Realizing the danger, the assassins, following Chen Xing's orders, attempted a swift retreat. Trying to run away from me, the Dragon Vein sorcerer scoffed, waving his hand. Countless vines burst from the ground beneath the assassins, entangling their legs and immobilizing them. Before they could break free, the ground beneath them softened into fine quicksand, trapping them deeply. Though the vines fell away, they were now completely stuck. The sorcerer casually cast a few minor spells, perfectly displaying his prowess, and unless something unexpected happened, these assassins trapped in quicksand would soon be killed. However, Chen Xing did not underestimate the Dragon Vein sorcerer. Besides the assassins, he dispatched warriors for support. Noticing the assassins in peril, several warriors charged straight at the sorcerer. Brainless brutes. The Dragon Vein sorcerer muttered with displeasure, clearly harboring a disdain for the warrior class. But busy with the quicksand-trapped assassins, he couldn't focus on them, and hastily conjured an ice wall to block the warriors' charge. Facing the solid ice wall, the warriors didn't hesitate and charged straight into it. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, the ice wall shattered. Though the warriors who smashed through the wall paused, those behind them were unaffected and continued charging at the sorcerer, disrupting his attack. Taken by surprise, the sorcerer stumbled, not physically harmed but deeply insulted, fueling his anger. He roared, casting a repelling fire ring to push the warriors back, glaring furiously at the reckless fighters. Brutes. Brutes, brainless brutes. The warrior class fights in a straightforward and direct manner, with little in the way of flashy skills. They wield their swords and charge forward to strike. Most of their skills are designed to either enhance the power of their attacks or help them close in on their enemies more effectively. For example, the charge skill allows warriors to quickly reach their target. It has a short cooldown and grants immunity to control effects, enabling them to charge directly at their target once locked on. If their strength is high enough, they can even smash through obstacles in their path, whether it's an ice wall or an earth wall. This is only because the warriors under Chen Xing's command are at a lower level. Once they reach level 10, they can learn two more powerful skills, War Cry and Fearless. War Cry removes control effects, while Fearless grants immunity to them. With these skills mastered, a warrior's charge becomes even more relentless, allowing them to face their enemies with a powerful strike, following a strategy of one strike to break all spells. No matter how many skills or spells the enemy possesses, if a warrior can get close, there are only two outcomes. Either the enemy is cut down, or the warrior is killed. There's no other choice. As a result, classes like the Dragon Vein sorcerer, which rely on a plethora of skills, find warriors particularly troublesome. Although a warrior's combat style may seem mindless or even foolish, they are difficult to deal with. The moment several warriors smashed through the ice wall, the dragon vein sorcerer realized that the assassins would no longer easily handle these warriors, as their strength was clearly formidable. Unless these stubborn warriors were dealt with first, the dragon vein sorcerer wouldn't be able to focus on the assassins. With this realization, a surge of frustration rose within the dragon vein sorcerer. Where did these human warriors come from, each possessing such formidable strength? Even the dragon vein sorcerer had no easy way to contend with the warrior class, as the charge skill was simply too overpowered. Apart from defeating them with sheer strength, there were virtually no shortcuts. Before the dragon vein sorcerer could act, the remaining peasant warriors arrived. Chen Xing had a total of 20 peasant warriors, and he decided to send them all against the dragon vein sorcerer. Watching these 20 reckless warriors repeatedly charge, the dragon vein sorcerer felt a chill run down his spine. After using a blink skill to dodge the initial charges, the dragon vein sorcerer, caught in the cooldown, was finally hit by one of the warriors. Although the dragon vein sorcerer is a sorcerer, he is essentially a dragonborn with high physical attributes, so the damage from the charge wasn't significant. However, lacking resilience, he was knocked back, and the continuous charges left him reeling like a toppling doll, unable to cast any spells. Enough! The enraged dragon vein sorcerer unleashed a repelling fire ring, pushing all the peasant warriors away. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he heard furious roars from the battlefield ahead. Instinctively glancing up, he saw a familiar half-dragon figure. Confusion flooded his mind. How could this be? The transformation into a dragon form by invoking the dragon's bloodline is the strongest ability of the dragon-bodied kobold, but because it's a talent activation, it leaves one severely weakened afterward and is never used lightly. After such a long battle, and with so many skills bestowed upon him, how could the dragon's bloodline be activated in this situation? Could this guy be so useless now? The dragon vein sorcerer was unaware of what the dragon-bodied kobold was experiencing. If he knew, he wouldn't have called him useless. As the dragon-bodied kobold neared Chen Xing's forces, he launched a sudden charge into the fray, confident that he could slaughter these human weaklings who relied solely on their bows. However, the moment he entered, he was dazed by a shield bash. Although his resilience was high, making him nearly immune to the stun effect, the force of the shield was undeniable. His initial plan to pierce through and massacre the archers was crushed as he was knocked down by the blow. After taking the hit, the dragon-bodied kobold's gaze cleared. Confused, he looked around at the shield bearers, wondering why he wasn't dominating the battlefield as expected. Why were these shield-wielding humans so powerful? He stood there, bewildered, while the shield bearers seized the opportunity to surround him, relentlessly striking with their shields. Despite his dragon scales offering high resistance to melee damage, even the strongest defenses couldn't withstand the occasional critical hits. With a 20-fold attack power boost, not even a dragon could endure such an assault. In a brief moment, the dragon-bodied kobold's already low health was nearly halved. Enraged, he let out a roar, and the dragon's aura stunned the surrounding shield bearers, reducing their attack power by 50%. Seeing them subdued by the dragon's roar, the kobold quickly used his dragon blood frenzy skill. This core skill was the enemy's nightmare, granting him a lifesteal ability that allowed him to recover a portion of his health with each attack. Thanks to his formidable physique and this powerful healing skill, he was nearly invincible. With the unleashing of the dragon blood strike, the spiked flail in the hands of the dragon-bodied kobold took on a faint crimson hue. Taking advantage of the surrounding shield soldiers still being in a state of shock, he mercilessly swung the flail, slamming it into the shield soldiers. After a few dull thuds, the shield soldiers, whose resilience had significantly decreased due to the shock, were sent flying. The flail absorbed a large amount of blood from them, directly replenishing the dragon-bodied kobold. However, surprisingly, instead of increasing, the kobold's health actually decreased after this absorption. All the shield soldiers were imbued with a level 2 thorn aura, meaning any damage dealt was almost returned double. Compared to this, the health the kobold recovered seemed insignificant. Thus, his flail attacks ended up injuring him more severely. At this point, the dragon-bodied kobold was filled with terror and confusion. What kind of creatures were these shield soldiers? Not only were they powerful, but they also had a damage reflection skill. What was most unacceptable to him was that the shield soldiers he had sent flying were completely unharmed, as if they had used some skill. Despite possessing the power of the dragon veins, making his attacks fearsome, even a dragon vein sorcerer would not dare face him head-on. Yet, these seemingly weak shield soldiers, even in a stunned state, withstood his flail attacks unscathed. The dragon-bodied kobold was puzzled but realized that if things continued this way, he would surely die. So, he decided to unleash the full power of the dragon's bloodline. With a roar, the dragon-bodied kobold's form began to expand. While a normal kobold stands about 1.2 meters tall, he reached an impressive height of 2 meters, becoming a giant among kobolds. Upon activating the dragon's bloodline, his size increased by another meter, with sturdy hind legs planted firmly on the ground like stone pillars, and a long tail trailing behind him. The most striking change was the pair of wings that sprouted from his back, marking his complete transformation into dragon form. Once the dragon form was fully activated, the dragon-bodied kobold's health quickly recovered by more than half. Most troublesome of all, with his newfound ability to fly, he launched himself skyward with a powerful leap. At the peak, he spread his wings to stabilize himself. With a deep growl, he unleashed a searing dragon breath from his mouth, inflicting true damage that even the strongest shield soldiers struggled to withstand. Fortunately, the dragon-bodied kobold was not alone. He had many subordinates. When the shield soldiers could no longer hold out, they immediately smashed their shields into the nearby ordinary kobolds, instantly replenishing their almost depleted health. Due to the cover of the dragon's breath, the dragon-bodied kobold didn't notice the shield bearers healing their comrades. He only saw the pesky human warriors, like hedgehogs, fleeing in panic under his breath attack. Fueled by excitement, he intensified his fiery breath, attempting to incinerate these troublesome humans. However, in his excitement, he forgot a crucial detail. Transforming into his dragon form cleared all his current statuses, both negative and beneficial. This meant he had lost the long-range evasion skill granted by the dragon vein sorcerer. Flying in the sky, spewing dragon breath, the dragon-bodied kobold became an easy target for the peasant archers, a sitting duck. The moment he realized this, dozens of arrows were already soaring towards him. Due to his large size and stationary position, not a single arrow missed, all striking their mark. Some arrows, enhanced by the critical strike aura, blasted several bloody holes into his body. The dragon-bodied kobold let out a pained scream, halting his breath attack. Realizing his long-range evasion was gone, he recalled the devastating damage from the archers before and was filled with panic. At this point, he abandoned his breath attack and frantically flapped his wings towards the dragon vein sorcerer, hoping to regain the evasion skill. However, in his haste, he underestimated the formidable range of the peasant archers. Before he could get far, a second barrage of arrows followed, then a third, and a fourth. It's undeniable that the dragon-bodied kobold, in his full dragon form, had impressive defenses. The archers' attacks, already formidable and further boosted by the critical strike aura, could reduce granite to dust, yet he withstood them. However, the cost of enduring the onslaught was being turned into a pincushion, ultimately unable to maintain his dragon form, his life force completely depleted. With the dragon-bodied kobold's demise, only a group of minor enemies remained on the battlefield, posing little threat. Chen Xing then redirected most of his forces towards the dragon vein sorcerer, eager to see whether the sorcerer's skills could outmatch his troops. Seeing the dragon-bodied kobold fall, the dragon vein sorcerer felt a pang of anxiety, but he was too entangled with the peasant warriors to disengage. Unlike the assassins, these warriors were tough to handle. Just as he managed to deplete their health, they were quickly healed by charging warriors, leaving him frustrated. As Chen Xing's shield bearers and archers closed in, the dragon vein sorcerer abandoned any hope of escape and unleashed his final skill, transforming into a red dragon. Compared to the dragon-bodied kobold's bloodline activation, his transformation was more complete, almost indistinguishable from a young red dragon. Yet, being a counterfeit, despite possessing red dragon blood, he couldn't fully harness its power. Initially, he held his ground with enhanced breath and powerful dragon magic, but as the archers joined the fray, he began to struggle. Though powerful, the long-range evasion was still a low-level spell, unable to dodge every attack, and while his damage output was high, it couldn't instantly kill anyone. Seeing him hovering in the air, afraid to land, Chen Xing withdrew all melee units, leaving only the archers to engage him. Since dragon magic couldn't be cast instantly, each time he cast a spell, the archers could fire 3 arrows. Regardless of how much damage he inflicted, a single arrow from the archers could instantly restore their health. Even if some arrows were deflected, it didn't matter. The sheer number of archers ensured they could outlast him. In this war of attrition, Chen Xing ultimately defeated him, sacrificing 13 peasants in the process. After the dragon vein sorcerer was defeated, the remaining kobolds lost their ability to resist and were eventually cornered from both sides, leaving them no chance to escape. Following a massacre, only a few quick-witted kobolds managed to flee, while the rest became experience points for Chen Xing. After just leveling up, his experience points skyrocketed to 9,8402, 340 due to the battle, as the kobolds were generally low level, with the highest being only level 7, and many even below that, which significantly reduced the experience he gained. If not for the 200 experience points each from the dragon vein sorcerer and the dragon-bodied kobold, he might not have even reached 800 experience points. However, despite these creatures being stingy with experience, they were generous with equipment drops. Chen Xing collected over 400 pieces of equipment, and after excluding a few dozen kobold mining picks for personal use, he still had a substantial amount, which would greatly enrich his territory's economy once sold. The effect of the blessing of the multiverse was indeed remarkable. Equipment that others struggled to obtain dropped for him like cabbages. Seeing such an abundance of equipment, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a bit fatigued from the sight. Truly a delightful problem to have. He suppressed a smile, knowing that the real rewards were yet to come. The core spoils of this battle were the drops from the dragon-bodied kobold and the dragon-veined sorcerer. Although their exceptional tier wasn't on par with the Goblin Kingdom, in terms of difficulty, the dragon-veined sorcerer even surpassed the Goblin King. Moreover, with dragon blood coursing through their veins, anything related to dragons was always worth anticipating. If the drops weren't substantial, it would be an injustice to their status. Chen Xing first examined the loot from the dragon-bodied kobold and found 3 pieces of equipment, 2 orange and 1 purple, along with several miscellaneous blueprints and unit cards. Although the quality of the drops was decent, Chen Xing felt they didn't quite match the stature of a creature with dragon lineage. However, upon closely inspecting the equipment's attributes, his opinion changed instantly. Indeed, the kobold with dragon blood had dropped items of extraordinary quality. One piece was named Bloodstained Flail, an orange-quality weapon with attributes of Strength 300, Constitution 100, and skills including Dragon's Might and Bloodthirsty Pact. When attacking an enemy with the flail, its bonus attributes temporarily double, and upon killing an enemy, it grants a 1 lifesteal ability, stackable up to 20 times. This weapon, mutated by dragon vein blood, not only possessed the power of a dragon, but also had life-stealing capabilities. The other piece was dragon scale armor, also orange quality, with attributes of Constitution 300, Strength 100, and skills of dragon scale defense and dragon's awe. In battle, when attacked, there is a 10 chance to reduce damage taken by 30, and the armor emits a dragon's awe, suppressing all creatures weaker than the wearer. During his battles, Chen Xing faced opponents of the same level with a 5 reduction in all attributes. For every level below his, the reduction increased by an additional 5, up to a maximum effect of 15. At this moment, he wore armor crafted from dragon scales, not only providing superior protection, but also emitting a hint of dragon's majesty. This armor was of noble ring quality, categorized as a purple accessory, offering a bonus of 50 to all attributes. Although the noble ring was just a placeholder item, the remaining 2 pieces of equipment were top-notch, with dual attributes that were extremely rare even among orange gear, and both featured top-tier skills. In terms of value alone, their drop surpassed the Goblin King's Supreme Wolf Fang Club. Chen Xing reflected that these 2 pieces of orange gear were a fitting reward for defeating the dragon-bodied kobold. Moreover, the kobold had given him several blueprints, 3 for spiritual fields, 1 for a watchtower, 1 for a quarry, 1 for a smelting plant, as well as a kobold miner unit card and 10 source crystals. The scarcity of the spiritual field blueprints far exceeded that of equipment, as while lords could acquire some gear, spiritual field blueprints were not typically available to them. Now, with 7 spiritual field blueprints in hand, Chen Xing quietly planned a future farm that could cultivate 7 acres. He already possessed watchtower and quarry blueprints and intended to sell them on the trading market for a good price. As for the smelting plant blueprint, although similar in nature to the quarry, it could enhance the metal resources mined, such as iron, copper, and even gold, providing a 20 resource bonus when sent to the smelting plant. Metals were already considered high-level resources, and with the enhancement for gold, the blueprint's value was immeasurable, often priceless, as lords would rather hold on to it than sell. Lastly, the kobold miner unit card, despite the miner's lack of combat prowess, was valued higher than a grade unit card. Kobold miners had a natural talent for mining, able to quickly locate veins and gain additional speed and resource bonuses. In comparison, Chen Xing's farmers, though skilled in various resources, were no match for the kobolds when it came to mining, highlighting the undeniable differences in racial traits. The dragon-bodied kobold's drops were few, but each item was of exceptional quality. Chen Xing felt immense gratitude towards it, almost wishing to resurrect and defeat it again to express his thanks to this great kobold brother. Then, he opened the items dropped by the dragon-veined sorcerer, pondering, if my kobold brother was this generous, surely the dragon-veined sorcerer won't be outdone? He exclaimed in surprise. Wow, 3 oranges and a purple. As soon as the dragon-veined sorcerer appeared, Chen Xing was surprised to find 3 orange-colored items with a faint glow quietly lying in his inventory. The first was a staff named the Swift Speaker's Staff, with an orange grade and a mental attribute of 400. Its skills included fast casting and seamless chaining. Using this staff, the casting time for spells could be reduced by 20. Once a spell was cast, the casting time for the next spell was reduced by 30, although this effect couldn't stack. The evaluation read, "Want to feel like a turret? Congratulations, now you can experience it. But while a turret is great, be cautious of your mana." Chen Xing was stunned after seeing this piece of equipment and didn't even bother to check the others. A dual casting time reduction skill was rare among orange-grade items. A major challenge for mages is the long casting times for spells. The more powerful the spell, the longer the casting time. This staff nearly half that time. For instance, the simple fireball spell originally had a casting time of 1 second, but with this staff, it only took 0.56 seconds 0.807. This meant that the time it used to cast one fireball could now be used to cast two. The shortened cooldown meant that a mage could deal double, triple, or even more damage in the same amount of time. Skilled mages could link their abilities, such as laying down a firewall after freezing an enemy to increase damage. The shorter the cooldown, the more skills could be linked. As for the seamless chaining requirement, where the cooldown is reduced only after a spell is cast, this wasn't a problem for mages. The mage class had plenty of instant cast low-level spells like illumination. Casting illumination before a powerful spell didn't impact output at all. The mage class had the most skills, and the only thing that limited them was spell casting time. The reason the Dragon Vein Sorcerer was so formidable was due to the lack of casting time for low-level spells. Now, this staff directly cut a mage's limitations in half. A mage wielding this staff could rightfully be called a turret. Unfortunately, the item level was slightly low, and the additional attributes weren't abundant. Otherwise, it wouldn't be exchanged for anything else, even a divine item in a mage's hands. Chen Xing quietly put the staff away, knowing he couldn't sell it, even if he couldn't use it himself. A turret mage on the battlefield would be terrifying. As for his subordinates, their skills were currently too few. He'd wait until they reached level 10 to see if any could switch to a hidden class. Regardless, with this one piece of equipment, the Dragon Vein Sorcerer had already surpassed the dragon body kobold in his eyes. Even if the remaining equipment was trash, he acknowledged the Dragon Vein Sorcerer as his big brother. Next was the Dragon Scale Robe, also an orange-grade item with defensive attributes of 200 mental and 200 constitution. Its skill was Spell Affinity, which increased magic skill damage by 10. In battle, when attacked, there was a 10 chance to reduce the damage taken by 10. The evaluation mentioned, made from the scales shed by dragons, it carries a trace of dragon's spell affinity. The Ring of Wisdom is a high-quality orange-grade accessory with a mental attribute boost of 300. It features a skill called Mana Mastery, which reduces the mana cost of casting spells by 10. For an accomplished mage, precisely calculating mana usage is crucial, and this ring provides a valuable buffer for their calculations. After acquiring the Noble Circle's attributes, Chen Xing felt that any other equipment paled in comparison to the Swift Speaker staff he held. Although the attributes of these two orange-grade items were decent, they were still not on par with the staff. However, while examining the equipment descriptions, Chen Xing noticed that both the Dragonhide Kobold and the Dragon Vein Mage dropped a dragon scale armor. The description mentioned that the armor was made from the scales shed by a dragon. This raised questions in Chen Xing's mind. How did the Kobold Kingdom acquire so many dragon scales? Recalling the Dragon Vein Sorcerer's talk of sacrifices to the dragon god, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Could there really be a dragon within the Kobold Kingdom? Suppressing his unease, Chen Xing began to examine the blueprints dropped by the Dragon Vein Sorcerer. He obtained 3 Spirit Field blueprints, 1 Quarry blueprint, 1 Minecart blueprint, 10 Mine Tunnel blueprints, 100 Dragon Blood Spirit Rice Seeds, and 10 Source Crystals. Looking at the newly acquired Spirit Field blueprints, Chen Xing realized he might truly be starting a farm. Although he wasn't sure of the attributes of Dragon Blood Rice, he believed that any Spirit Rice would enhance attributes, especially since it had dragon in its name, indicating high quality. As for the Quarry blueprint, Chen Xing thought it would be best suited for the trading market. The Minecart and Mine Tunnel blueprints were exceptionally useful to him. The minecart he could construct would not only have a huge capacity, but also feature automatic navigation. Once a route was set, it could travel wherever the tracks were laid. Unfortunately, he only had 10 Mine Tunnel blueprints, each capable of creating 100 meters of track, totaling a mere 1,000 meters. In the face of such a vast mine, this was merely a drop in the ocean. He hoped to obtain more of these blueprints. With sufficient numbers, he could even lay tracks directly to his territory. Then, the farmers would only need to focus on mining, as the extracted ores would automatically be loaded into the minecart, achieving an automated mining process that would significantly enhance efficiency. After organizing the spoils, Chen Xing waited on the battlefield for a while. Seeing no further kobold reinforcements, he hesitated and ultimately decided to return to his territory. The kobolds were quite formidable, with even the vanguard containing 2 lord-level creatures, indicating that the kobold kingdom's strength was not to be underestimated, especially with the uncertain presence of a dragon god. Therefore, Chen Xing resolved to return and maximize his territory's population, aiming to recruit up to 800 people. Building houses was not a problem, since he could use farmhouse blueprints once the residential ones were exhausted. As for food, if necessary, he could purchase it from the trading market. For Chen Xing, problems that could be solved with money were not really problems. After all, other lords' troops had not fully matured, and couldn't consume much food. Acquiring supplies from the trading market should meet his short-term needs. For a long-term food source, he hoped the trading mall would offer crop seeds. As in the battlefield of all realms, the most stable food supply relied on farming. After returning to his territory, Chen Xing didn't rush to recruit farmers. It was already the middle of the night, and staying up late to clear kobolds was unnecessary. He decided to get some sleep and deal with it the next day. Before going to bed, Chen Xing checked the trading market and found that the equipment he was selling hadn't sold out yet, which left him feeling a bit helpless. It seemed there was a lack of drive, as even over 100 pieces of equipment couldn't be cleared. Although he had only been on the battlefield of all realms for a day and had sold quite a bit of equipment before, the important thing was that the equipment was still not selling well. It seemed this cohort of lords needed to work harder. With a sense of disappointment, Chen Xing added a few dozen more pieces of equipment, increasing the number of items for sale to 100. After listing the equipment, he started purchasing items from the market, buying anything that wasn't too expensive. Whether he was buying too much didn't matter. After all, the population of his territory would only grow, so he might as well buy more now. Once he had stocked up on enough food to fill half a warehouse, Chen Xing stopped. After buying the food, Chen Xing thought for a moment and then posted a purchase order on the trading market, offering a high price for various food seeds, regardless of whether they were spiritual rice. With plenty of spiritual fields available and most of them idle, buying seeds wouldn't be a loss. After organizing the trading market, Chen Xing opened the chat channel and couldn't help but notice how many night owls there were on Blue Star. Although most people couldn't go out at night, many were still chatting in the channel. Seeing the lively chat channel, Chen Xing casually posted a message seeking seeds. Being the top player in both territory and level rankings, his message quickly caused a stir. Zhao Huai exclaimed, "Wow, am I seeing things? A living legend." Yi Qi asked, "Are you buying food seeds because you already have spiritual fields? I'm so envious." Xia Xiaohu offered, "I have regular corn seeds. Do you need them?" Hu Yin pleaded, "Please, can you give me some of your unwanted items? I'm not picky. I'll take anything. I'm begging you." Fan Jian sighed. "This is the life of a pro. I'm still struggling to build my territory and survive in the wild, while he's already into leisure farming." Ding Chuhang mocked, "Big shot? Just a fool who used a blessing scroll of all realms. He'll be the first to die when the territory protection period ends." Xiao Xiaozhong chimed in, "It's laughable, sucking up to a dead man. You guys have never seen real strength." Yan Hongxing added, "Leveling up fast is useless. When the protection period ends, he's dead for sure. He might as well give us the equipment for free, so at least we'd remember him fondly, don't you think?" Dong Lei angrily said, "Exactly, he's almost dead and still selling equipment for such high prices, worse than a capitalist. Serves him right to be targeted." Zhou Kun curiously asked, "Dude, how did you level up so quickly with farmers as your unit type? Is there a bug or a cheat? If it's a cheat, can you tell me what it is? I'd like to use it too. If you don't tell me, don't blame me for reporting you back on Blue Star." Chen Xing's appearance elicited mixed reactions from the crowd, with some praising him and others criticizing him, giving him a first-hand experience of human diversity. However, he chose to ignore these people, especially those accusing him of cheating. He thought to himself, "I'm already cheating. How could I explain this to you, let alone report it? Do they think this is just a game?" He methodically added those who insulted him to his blacklist, also ensuring that they couldn't purchase items he was selling. Then, he replied to Xia Xiaohu's message, "I'll take any seeds. List them on the trading market, send me the consignment details, and if the price is right, I'll buy them." After sending the message, Chen Xing waited for a while but noticed no one else mentioned selling seeds, so he casually closed the chat channel. Just as he was about to sleep, a message popped up in his friend's channel from Anna. "Chen Xing, why aren't you asleep yet?" He replied, "I was busy with something." Then politely asked, "Why are you still up so late?" Anna responded, "I have too much debt to sleep, so I'm staying up to gather resources." Through the chat window, Chen Xing could sense the resentment in her words. As he was about to comfort her, he suddenly felt something was off and asked, "How are you out at night?" Anna teased, "Chen Xing, don't you remember? I have 2 angel sisters in my territory." Hearing this, Chen Xing suddenly realized. Due to the mist on the battlefield of all realms, most lords couldn't venture far from their territory at night. However, those with angel units were not restricted by this. The angel's holy light could dispel all darkness, including the mist of the battlefield, allowing them to move freely both day and night. Furthermore, angels were created as combat weapons, so they didn't need to sleep. Realizing this, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of envy, thinking, "Holy light is truly amazing." But envy wouldn't change anything. He was already quite satisfied with having the Aura Master. After indulging in a bit of envy, he calmed down and asked, "So, why did you contact me? Surely you're not just here to show off." Anna replied, "Not at all. I saw the message you posted in the chat channel, so I wanted to ask if you're interested in this item." Accompanying her message was an item description: Heroic Spirit Altar Blueprint. Attributes: no effect. can consume the same resources as during recruitment to revive fallen units. Construction requirements. Barracks building. Basic resources 10,000, gold 10,000, stone of holy light 1, source crystal 1. Although this heroic spirit altar blueprint was of a higher grade than the energy pool blueprint Chen Xing had previously sold to Anna, in the battlefield of all realms, an item's value wasn't solely determined by its grade. The energy pool was highly sought after by all lords with top-tier units because it accelerated their evolution, while the heroic spirit altar blueprint, despite its rarity, wasn't particularly useful in the early stages. Although the Altar of Heroes has the ability to resurrect units, the resources required for resurrection are equivalent to recruiting a new unit. For lords, if they have the resources, why not just recruit a new unit directly? Therefore, the resurrection ability of the Altar of Heroes is not seen as particularly important by lords and is more of an insurance measure. In the battlefield of myriad worlds, units can grow independently, such as by learning skills or enhancing attributes and talents through special elements. In such cases, using the Altar of Heroes becomes worthwhile. For example, Anna's angel quickly advanced to its complete form after using the energy pool and even evolved from a two-winged angel to a four-winged angel due to a special artifact. If the angel were to perish at this point, Anna could only recruit a standard two-winged angel. In such a situation, Anna would likely be very frustrated. Thus, the significance of the Altar of Heroes lies in these specific circumstances. Of course, this is just one example. After all, Anna's angel has a resurrection skill, allowing one fallen angel to be revived by another. Because of this, Anna chose to use the blueprint to repay debts rather than build it herself. Her relationship with the two angels is like that of sisters, and without the assurance of resurrection, she would not easily part with the blueprint. However, the value of the Altar of Heroes is different for other lords compared to Chen Xing. Chen Xing can recruit a peasant for just 10 gold coins, but it costs 100 gold coins to promote them. If a promoted peasant dies, he would need to spend 110 gold coins to recruit a promoted peasant again. With the Altar of Heroes, Chen Xing only needs 10 gold coins to resurrect a promoted peasant, saving him a significant amount. Therefore, Chen Xing responded without hesitation, "Yes, consider this as an orange grade item. By the way, do you have the Stone of Holy Light? If you do, sell it to me too." In terms of quality, the Altar of Heroes is not inferior to an orange grade item, but its actual value is lower, so Chen Xing simply regarded it as an orange grade item. Anna was quite pleased to see Chen Xing willing to consider it as such. After clearing this debt, she still owed 8 orange grade items, which was substantial, but at least it was a start. However, when Chen Xing mentioned paying for the Stone of Holy Light, Anna immediately refused. No need to pay for that. It was obtained alongside the Altar of Heroes, so let's consider it a set. After sending this message, she did not wait for Chen Xing to object and directly sent over the blueprint and the Stone of Holy Light. The blueprint for the energy pool that Chen Xing had previously extended on credit to Anna, though it included his intention to invest, had nonetheless given Anna an advantage. Now, if she were to charge Chen Xing a sacred light stone, it would seem a bit excessive. Upon receiving the blueprint, Chen Xing felt somewhat gratified. Though he didn't expect anything in return from Anna, it was always better to help someone who is grateful rather than an ungrateful person. Especially when compared to those abstract beings in the chat channel earlier, Anna's approach was much more pleasant. Being someone who doesn't like taking advantage of others, Chen Xing pondered for a moment and decided to send Anna the attributes of a kobold miner unit card, which he had originally planned to toss into the trading market. He asked, "Do you want this?" Anna's eyes showed a hint of desire upon seeing the kobold miner unit card, almost drooling, but she felt a wave of sadness thinking about her empty pockets. How did Chen Xing manage to get so many good things? Could the effect of the blessing of the multiverse be that powerful? Looking at the kobold miner unit card, Anna even regretted not obtaining a blessing of the multiverse scroll when she first entered, considering all the good things constantly appearing. Even dying afterward would be worth it. However, recalling that none of the geniuses who used the blessing of the multiverse scroll succeeded, Anna quickly calmed down. Perhaps it wasn't the scroll that was truly powerful, but rather Chen Xing himself. Chen Xing smiled and said, "I know you can't afford it now, so just owe it for now. The value of this unit card isn't that high. Just give me something similar later." He didn't even demand a contract, as Anna already owed him the value of 8 orange grade equipment. If she repaid those, she wouldn't owe the unit card. If she didn't repay, the contract would send her coordinates to Chen Xing, and he would follow the network to confront her directly. From the current situation, Anna didn't seem to have any intention of defaulting. Instead, she was actively repaying, even staying up late to hunt. Such dedication was commendable. If all the crops were as diligent as Anna, Chen Xing could elevate his territory to level 10 just by selling equipment for gold coins. After considering the unit card, Anna hesitated for a moment before deciding to accept it. After building the energy pool, she was confident in her strength. Even though the kobold miner unit card was somewhat expensive, she believed she could repay it, so she didn't hesitate with Chen Xing. As for the debt of the energy pool, that would take time. After receiving the unit card, Anna sent a few words of thanks, but Chen Xing seemed to have already gone to sleep and didn't respond. Just as Anna felt a bit speechless, a massive earth dragon descended from the sky, followed closely by a white figure. Lord, you're still awake. This figure was Rael from Anna's territory. The angel sisters had clear roles. The lively younger sister Rael was responsible for hunting outside, while the more composed older sister Belle was in charge of gathering resources. The special thing about strength units is that most possess high intelligence, fully capable of independently carrying out any command from the Lord. Although Anna had repeatedly told them to call her by name, the two angels insisted on addressing her as Lord due to Belle's insistence. With Rael's return, Belle also flew back to the territory. Seeing Anna, Belle couldn't help but frown. Lord, weren't you supposed to rest? Why are you still awake? Originally, Anna was managing the goblins to gather resources with Belle, but Belle worried that humans were too fragile and might overwork Anna, so she sent her back to rest. Though it might slow things down a bit, it was better than exhausting their lord. Belle spoke gently, yet Anna sensed a trace of reproach in her tone, prompting an awkward smile. A peculiar illusion surfaced in Anna's mind, as if she were back home facing her mother's reprimands. Even on the battlefield of myriad worlds, she couldn't escape her mother's shadow. Recalling she had a valid reason for staying up late, her initial guilt was quickly replaced by a sense of justification. Sister Belle, I was planning to sleep, but I noticed Brother Chen Xing was still awake, so I gave him the blueprint for the hero's altar, Anna said with a hint of pride, pulling out a kobold miner unit card. Brother Chen Xing accepted the blueprint, partially settling his debt to her, and in return, he gave her a new unit card. Kobold miner? Belle and Lure exchanged a curious glance. They both knew the kobold miner's unrivaled mining abilities, but Lure was puzzled. Weren't you supposed to pay off a debt? How did you end up with another unit card? Anna shook her head and explained. Brother Chen Xing wanted to pay me for the light stone, but I refused. He might have felt awkward, so he sold me this unit card, and I can pay him back when I have the money. Oh, I see. That's a relief, Lure realized, breathing a sigh of relief. If it was a gift, I'd be worried he has a thing for you, and I'd have to prepare for a territory merger. Anna looked confused, thinking she had never even met Chen Xing. So how could such a thing happen? Belle interrupted Lure's teasing. Don't talk nonsense. She then turned to Anna and said seriously, Lord Anna, this Lord Chen Xing seems to be a principled person with clear boundaries. He won't take advantage of others. If possible, I suggest you maintain a good relationship with him. In my experience, befriending such people usually comes with benefits. Belle had another thought she didn't voice. Befriending someone like Chen Xing typically brings no harm, but becoming his enemy often leads to trouble. Chen Xing's responses to kindness are generous, but his retaliation against malice is equally fierce. As the saying goes, kindness is rewarded in the long run, while malice invites severe retribution unless you can suppress him from the start. Otherwise, you'll eventually face his payback. Listening to Belle's advice, Anna felt a warmth in her heart, as if she had found a trustworthy friend in the vast battlefield of myriad worlds. Belle suggested trying not to offend certain people, but knowing Anna's personality, she swallowed her words. With Anna's nature, she wouldn't easily make enemies unless provoked, so there was no need to remind her. Lair agreed, not because she had the ability to discern personalities, but because Chen Xing had benefited her greatly. Chen Xing had countless valuable resources, and as long as they kept up with him and exchanged resources, their territories were bound to develop rapidly. Indeed, Chen Xing's development was so advanced that no one could afford his goods. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to buy on credit. Anna felt helpless. Despite having dual angels and developing quickly, most Blue Star Lord's territories were still at level 1 or 2, with only a few exceptional ones reaching level 5. Her territory was already at level 6, and with effort, Lair had reached level 8, making the gap with other lords, except Chen Xing, significant. Anna sighed, suddenly noticing something amiss. She looked at Lair in confusion and asked, Sister Lair, why do you also call him Brother Chen Xing? Lair confidently replied, he gave me unit cards, so I don't have to carry wood anymore. Why shouldn't I call him brother? Anna found the logic sound and said, since you also call him Brother Chen Xing, you need to work harder. Brother Chen Xing has the blessing of the worlds, and when his territory faces monster sieges, it will be tough. We need to repay our debt to him before that. Anna always knew that Chen Xing's territory would face terrifying monster sieges, but she never considered defaulting on her debt after his potential death. Initially, she thought about it because their contract was unfair. Trading her allegiance for a contract was essentially a gamble on Chen Xing's survival. But now, their transactions were fair, and any thought of defaulting would be a reflection of her character. She realized that although the deals with Chen Xing were fair, she always benefited because the resources he provided accelerated her territory's growth, making them more valuable as time passed. When it comes to the Kobold Miner unit card, selling it now compared to selling it a few days later makes a significant difference in development time. For the lords of the multiverse, who race against the clock, these few days are invaluable and can't be wasted. even for a large sum of money. Therefore, theoretically, the price of the Kobold Miner unit card should be several times higher now than it would be later. It's just that everyone is currently broke and can't afford it, which is why he offered the card to her at a fair price. However, while Chen Xing could give it to her without a second thought, she couldn't take it for granted. She benefited from the price difference, and she acknowledged the favor. That's why she was always displeased with those in the chat channel who accused Chen Xing of overpricing his gear. Chen Xing always sold his ordinary equipment at a fair price, which was already quite cheap at this stage. With this equipment, lords with weaker initial units could increase their survival rate in monster sieges by at least 30 to 50. Yet, after buying the equipment, some people still complained about Chen Xing being greedy, and some even suggested boycotting him. Anna simply couldn't understand what those people were thinking. Do they have to wait until they die in a monster siege to realize the importance of this equipment? Chen Xing was unaware that someone was defending him, as he was sleeping soundly and didn't wake up until after 7 the next morning. Although he had gone to bed late, the total sleep he got was only a few hours, but with his significantly enhanced attributes, this amount of sleep was now sufficient for him. If not for his biological clock adjusting slowly, he could have woken up even earlier. After getting up, he checked the resources of his territory. Thanks to the hard work of the farmers overnight, he now had enough resources to upgrade to level 9, so he immediately did so. Then, he went to the barracks and filled the population limit of his territory. The level 9 population cap is 900. Chen Xing left 200 regular farmers to gather resources, and the rest he converted into combat units. After the last battle, Chen Xing realized that archers were the main source of damage, so he filled up with 400 archers. Due to the impressive performance of the warrior's charge skill, he also increased them to 100. As for shield soldiers, 100 was sufficient, and after some thought, he decided not to increase their numbers. Assassins have high damage potential, but their stealth skill is nearly ineffective against high-level enemies in the current situation, so he maintained their number at 20. The situation with mages was similar. Their skills were too few, and their attack range wasn't as good as archers, making them somewhat awkward, so Chen Xing didn't convert too many, only increasing them to 80. Once all the conversions were complete, Chen Xing's combat unit count reached 700. 100 warriors charging together, 400 archers firing in unison, and triggering critical damage would be devastating. Chen Xing could hardly imagine the destruction. If he had had this many archers before, even with the long-range deviation, he believed he could have taken down that dragon-bodied kobold with a single volley. Super-tier monsters? Bring them on. Feeling extremely confident, Chen Xing had breakfast with the farmers and then first built the heroic spirit altar before leading all his units toward the mine. This time, he intended to wipe out the entire kobold kingdom. With troops stationed outside the maze, Chen Xing's journey was smooth, allowing him to reach the site of yesterday's battle directly. Overnight, the corpses of the kobolds killed in battle had been dragged away by the farmers to be used as fertilizer, leaving only some bloodstains as evidence of the skirmish. Since the underground world is completely isolated from the surface, it remained in darkness during the day. Chen Xing instructed the mage to cast an illumination spell and followed the path taken by the kobold army. The expanse of this underground world exceeded Chen Xing's expectations. They walked for nearly half an hour, surrounded by a desolate wilderness. Just as Chen Xing began to doubt whether he had taken the wrong path, a magnificent city appeared before him. The towering city walls filled him with envy, as only a territory with such fortifications could be considered a true domain. Unfortunately, as a lord, they had to wait until their territory reached level 10 to unlock the option for city walls. The default fortifications were merely wooden palisades, similar to those of a goblin camp. In Chen Xing's view, if not for attribute bonuses, such wooden barriers could be easily knocked down by a high-level monster. Only a grand structure like the one before him, built from earth and stone, could truly be called a city wall. He hoped that after defeating the Kobold Kingdom, he could obtain a better blueprint for city walls, rather than relying on wooden fences to fend off high-level monsters during a siege. After all, once the walls were breached, monsters could enter the territory and destroy the buildings. Although damaged structures could be repaired after the siege if the lord survived, repairs would require resources. Chen Xing understood that the best strategy was to keep the monsters out of the territory altogether during an attack. Looking at the imposing city walls, Chen Xing realized the challenge ahead. Such high walls likely had attribute bonuses, making them nearly impossible to breach. Even with the support of a heavy strike aura, it would be futile. Therefore, his options were to either construct simple siege equipment to capture the walls or find a way to break through the gate. What should have been a game of lords competing had turned into an ancient siege battle. Chen Xing rubbed his chin, finding the situation troublesome, mainly because his development was somewhat ahead of schedule. Normally, attacking the Kobold Royal City would require at least level 20 or 30. By then, high-level units could either fly over the walls, mages could use powerful spells to demolish them, or warrior classes could forcefully charge through. But now, Chen Xing was not even level 10, and this city wall posed a significant problem for him. Just as Chen Xing was feeling troubled while looking at the city wall, he unexpectedly noticed that the gates of the Doghead Kingdom were opening on their own, and a well-organized army surged out like a tide. Seeing the Doghead army voluntarily marching out from within the city walls, Chen Xing was taken aback, thinking to himself, "This is quite an unexpected stroke of luck. Could it be that you ants were the ones who killed Eugene and the others?" The Doghead army came to a halt, and an even older Doghead than the Dragon Vein sorcerer from the previous day, accompanied by several attendants, approached and asked in a tone of disdain and confusion. He seemed unable to comprehend how the Dragon Vein sorcerer and the dragon-bodied Dogheads could have been killed by such a seemingly weak human force. Ants. Chen Xing instinctively glanced back at his own troops and was suddenly struck by a thought. Due to the aura-enhanced power being undetectable, his troops appeared pitifully weak in the eyes of these Dogheads. Their equipment was mismatched and disorganized, with some soldiers lacking any gear at all. Compared to the well-equipped Doghead army with their formidable Weasel Knights, his own forces did indeed seem like ants. Chen Xing mused that perhaps this was precisely why the Doghead army had willingly abandoned the advantage of the city walls to face him in open battle, a truly unexpected delight. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, thinking, "They underestimate us, but I won't get upset. When I defeat them, they won't be upset either. It's a win-win situation." However, when he used his probing skill to examine the Dogheads that had emerged, he felt a jolt of tension. These Dogheads all possessed dragon bloodlines. Although the Doghead lineage contained dragon blood, it was exceedingly rare, and the chance of awakening the dragon blood within was extremely low. Typically, a goblin kingdom might have 1 or 2 dragon-blooded Dogheads if they were lucky. Chen Xing had already encountered 2 the previous day, and now there were even more, deepening his suspicion. Considering the descriptions of the 2 dragon scale items from the previous day, he couldn't shake the thought. Could there really be a dragon in this Doghead kingdom? Recalling the dragon god mentioned by the Dragon Vein sorcerer the day before, Chen Xing's eyes locked onto the arrogant dragon-blooded Doghead, and he spoke with even greater arrogance. "I come in the name of the great black dragon king, Neltharion. Yesterday, those vermin dared to claim there was a dragon god here, desecrating the great black dragon king Neltharion. Thus, I wielded the power of my master, the black dragon king Neltharion, to send those who blasphemed my master into eternal darkness. Are you vermin also accomplices of those blasphemers?" Hearing Chen Xing's accusation, the kobolds immediately fell into chaos. For most kobolds, dragons are their eternal belief, and now, a messenger representing the Black Dragon Lord accuses them of blasphemy, causing panic among them. Even those kobolds who had awakened their dragon bloodline appeared uneasy. One of the dragon-bodied kobolds complained, "Elder, I warned you not to invoke the dragon god outside. It would cause trouble. None of you listened, and now look what happened." Silence. The elderly kobold elder who had spoken earlier shouted, his powerful presence instantly quelling the turmoil. He turned to Chen Xing, coldly stating, "I have never heard of the name Neltharion, nor any black dragon lord. There isn't a trace of dragon aura on you, yet you dare to impersonate dragonkin. You are the true blasphemers." With that, the elder stopped speaking to Chen Xing and directly ordered the kobold army to attack and kill these blasphemers. There really is a dragon, Chen Xing thought, realizing there was indeed a dragon behind these kobolds. The kobolds' fanaticism for dragons meant that even with the slightest chance of becoming dragonkin, they would not give up the pursuit. Their decisive action now indicated they had already become the kin of a certain dragon, no longer seeking a second, elusive dragon. Despite some apprehension about the dragon, Chen Xing didn't hesitate to take action. Even if there was a dragon, that was a concern for later. For now, he needed to deal with the kobolds. He paid little mind to the ordinary kobolds charging at him. With the effects of the Thorn's aura and Vampiric Aura, those kobolds posed no threat. He directly commanded the archers to target the dragon-blooded kobolds, aiming to take out a few quickly. 400 archers loosed their arrows, slicing through the air towards the dragon-blooded kobolds. Faced with this long-range assault, only 2 dragon-blood sorcerers reacted quickly enough to cast magic shields and long-range deflection skills. The rest of the dragon-bodied kobolds stood there like targets, unable to respond. Although the deflection skills were effective against ranged attacks, the sheer number of arrows meant that even a small fraction hitting their mark would cause significant damage. Ultimately, 2 unfortunate dragon-bodied kobolds were killed in an instant by the rain of arrows before they could even transform into their dragon forms. Such a violent display of power left the surviving kobolds in shock. The dragon-bodied kobold's proud defense was rendered paper-thin before the arrows, instilling fear. The kobold elder, a dragon-blood sorcerer, was the first to recover, recognizing the unusual strength of the humans. He quickly ordered all surviving kobolds to transform into dragon forms. Following the elder's command, half-dragon-shaped kobolds appeared in the sky above the battlefield. However, the kobold elder chose not to transform, instead joining the kobold mages. He directed these mages to unleash their full power, determined to eliminate the archers before they could fire a second volley of arrows. A bunch of foolish kobolds. Watching all the kobolds take to the sky after triggering their dragon blood, the elder cursed angrily. They knew full well the enemy's arrows were lethal, yet they still transformed into half-dragon forms and flew up, as if daring the enemy to shoot them down. It was as if their brains had been eaten by ogres. Get down here immediately. The kobold elder cursed as he tried desperately to cast shields and distance-altering spells on them. Sure enough, before the elder could finish his scolding, a volley of arrows rained down like a tidal wave, targeting the large targets in the sky. Although their numbers had decreased, the targets were larger, so even with the elder's best efforts to protect them, one unlucky kobold with already low health was shot down. Seeing the dragon-bodied kobold fall, the elder's lips trembled with anger. He could accept them dying heroically in battle, but being killed by their own stupidity was intolerable. Reduce your size, lower your stupid heads, and blend into the army to charge in and kill them. Do you understand? After shouting at them, the elder cast one last healing spell and decided to ignore them. If these fools could still get shot, it would only prove they were beyond saving. Now, the elder had to figure out how to deal with those human archers. Their output was terrifying, and if left unchecked, sending more troops would just be a waste of lives. Despite the archers' powerful attacks, the kobold elder wasn't too worried. Most ordinary units had strengths and weaknesses. The stronger the strength, the more apparent the weakness. In his view, these archers must have significant flaws. With their long range and high output, their defense must be incredibly low, and if he could hit them, they'd be wiped out instantly. Just a little extra range, that's no problem for me. As the oldest and most powerful dragon sorcerer in the Kobold Kingdom, the Elder had plenty of ways to address the range issue while leading the kingdom's elite mage corps. He planned to cast the core spell, an ultra-long-range explosive spell, personally guiding it. The Kobold Elder immediately took over command of the mage corps, preparing a large-scale ultra-long-range spell. To prevent the enemy archers from suddenly striking, he first cast several protective spells. Then, despite the strain, he gritted his teeth and cast several soul link spells among the mages, connecting their health with nearby knights before beginning to guide the spell. Core spells could coordinate all the mages' power to unleash magic and range far beyond a single mage's level, typically only mastered by high-level mage corps. These Kobold elite mages, although having reached level 10, are still far from becoming high-level mages. Their ability to cast such powerful spells beyond their level is entirely due to the blessing of the dragon behind them. Because of this, the Kobold Elder is confident in their advanced magic. Typically, no matter how formidable the opponent, their mage corps can obliterate enemies with legion magic, and this time would be no different. Chen Xing was filled with anticipation. He thought, so what if their range is longer and damage slightly higher? He wanted to see, after the mage corps released their legion magic, whose damage would be greater and whose range would be further. When legion magic is being prepared, it gathers a large amount of magical elements. Although Chen Xing had never witnessed legion magic before, the overwhelming aura was enough to guess that it was brewing some powerful magic. Seeing this, Chen Xing unhesitatingly commanded his archers to open fire. In his view, regardless of what was happening over there, it was better to shoot the enemy first. Following his command, 400 archers worked in unison, raining arrows down on the mage corps like a torrential downpour. Chen Xing initially thought that under the fierce attack of 400 archers, the mages would be quickly wiped out. However, to his surprise, those seemingly fragile mages were remarkably resilient. After 5 volleys of arrows, even a dragon would be riddled with holes, yet the gathered magical elements showed no signs of stopping. What Chen Xing didn't know was that the attack from those volleys of arrows almost scared the Kobold Elder out of his wits. The soul chains he had just released were a unique shaman soul walker skill of the beast race. Even a dragon vein sorcerer couldn't easily master such a unique skill. His ability to use it was entirely due to the blessing of the dragon. The soul chains not only have a wide release range and connect multiple units, but they can also be cast multiple times, linking the health of many allies together. However, due to his low level, this powerful skill, even with the blessing, was not easy for him to wield, causing permanent irreversible damage to his body with each use, essentially reducing his maximum health. Out of fear of Chen Xing's archers, despite his reluctance, the Kobold Elder ruthlessly released several soul chains consecutively. Unexpectedly, the protective spells he cast only managed to withstand 1 volley of arrows before shattering completely. If not for the effect of the soul chains, which spread the damage among the tough, thick-skinned weasel riders, the mages likely wouldn't have survived the 3rd volley of arrows and would have faced total annihilation. However, even so, after 5 volleys of arrows, the health of the mages and weasel riders was nearly depleted. The Kobold Elder thought to himself that at most, after 2 more volleys of arrows, the mages and weasel riders would perish under the effect of the soul chains. Fortunately, the mage corps had already completed their channeling. Feeling the overwhelming magic elements around him, the kobold elder's scales slightly shifted, revealing a fierce expression. It was time to show these damned humans the power of kobold magic. With a sharp command, several fireballs the size of basins appeared in the air and swiftly flew towards Chen Xing's archers. Hundreds of fireballs streaked across the battlefield, lighting up the dark underground world as if it were daytime. Faced with such an intimidating display of fire magic, Chen Xing felt a twinge of anxiety. There was no time to call the shield warriors back to absorb the damage, so he decisively ordered the archers to unleash a rain of arrows at the mages. Although spells couldn't be intercepted by arrows, the arrows traveled much faster than the fireballs. As long as the fireballs didn't instantly kill the archers, the arrows could quickly retaliate. However, the fireball explosions erupted among the archers, with continuous booms, and the flames engulfed the entire unit. The kobold elder watched with satisfaction as the archers were consumed by the blaze, unfazed by the incoming arrows. To him, the archers were as good as dead, and he could soon unleash long-range legion spells to annihilate the humans. Just as he was about to look away, another wave of arrows emerged from the fiery area. Countless arrows whistled through the air like the wails of death, falling directly upon the mages' heads. This volley was the final blow for the kobold mages, who were already low on health, and they collapsed immediately. The weasel cavalry guarding them also succumbed, their health depleted, leaving them lifeless on the ground. The kobold elder stood amidst the corpses, the only one left standing, his face filled with disbelief. "How is this possible?" he muttered, his gaze fixed on the spot where the fireball attack had hit. As the flames dissipated, the archers stood undamaged, their equipment unscathed. What on earth is happening? The kobold elder wondered, knowing the destructive power of the Legion fireball spell, which had even heavily injured the strongest dungeon monsters, like the Beholder. Yet here, the archers remained untouched. Could they be dragons in disguise? As fear and confusion filled his mind, he saw one of the archers raise a uniquely designed bow, aiming directly at him. Realizing the danger too late, the arrow was upon him in an instant, followed by a sky full of arrows raining down. During the recent assault, the kobold elder also linked himself to the soul chain. He survived not because he was stronger than ordinary kobold mages, but because, as a dragon blood sorcerer, he held many life-saving cards. It was these cards that kept him standing, rather than falling like the other kobold mages. However, these cards could only save his life. They couldn't restore his health, leaving him in a critical state. The Whisperer's longbow arrows pierced through the shield the kobold elder instinctively cast, as easily as popping a bubble, and struck his body, triggering an armor-breaking effect. Following that, a relentless barrage of arrows rained down, leaving him no chance to escape. Despite being the second-in-command of the Kobold Kingdom, with power at times surpassing even the Grand Elder, he was unable to transform before being shot down like a pincushion. In his final moments, he felt not fear, but despair. He wondered how the Kobold Kingdom could possibly contend with these Arcursa formidable force with long range, high damage, and strong defenses. Was the kingdom doomed to fall today? With deep regret, the Kobold Elder took his last breath. Seeing the fall of the Kobold Elder, Chen Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Dragon blood sorcerers, capable of wielding various types of magic, were truly troublesome. If left alive, who knew what tricks he might pull? It was better to send him on his way. Only a dead dragon blood sorcerer is a good one. As for the elder's despair before death, Chen Xing was unaware. If he had known, he would have told the elder that his despair came too soon, for deeper despair awaited. After being rebuked by the Kobold Elder, the dragon-bodied kobolds began to charge recklessly through the kobold army, utilizing their high mobility. Since Chen Xing's archers focused all their firepower on the kobold mages, these dragon-bodied kobolds quickly approached Chen Xing's battle formation, only to be met by a mob of warriors. Despite the individual strength gap between the peasant warriors and these dragon-bodied kobolds, the numerical advantage of the warriors was clear. A continuous wave of 150 warriors charged, knocking the 4 dragon-bodied kobolds staggering in all directions. Each time they were hit, before they could regain their footing, another charge would strike. In such a situation, the dragon-bodied kobolds had no chance to escape. They instinctively used their skills, attempting to instantly kill the surrounding peasant warriors. However, under the effect of the thorn aura, their attacks suffered double damage reflection. The faster they cast their skills, the quicker their health dwindled. Meanwhile, the surrounding peasant warriors, bolstered by the lifesteal aura, regained health with each damage taken, thanks to the reflected damage from the thorn aura. Some well-equipped warriors, due to their high attributes, could even fully restore their health in a single attack. The dragon-bodied kobolds' attacks seemed futile against them. The dragon-bodied kobolds quickly realized they were caught in a difficult situation. If they attacked, the damage from the counterattacks caused them to lose health faster than if they did nothing. But if they didn't attack, the charging assault of the human warriors could be fatal. If they allowed the human warriors to continue their relentless charges, they would eventually be worn down. Regret crept into their minds. They shouldn't have rushed into the charge. They should have waited for the kobold army to arrive. Even if they couldn't win, they would have at least had a chance to escape. Now, facing the charge of over 100 warriors, they had no hope of survival. They had witnessed the kobold elder being overwhelmed by concentrated fire. Though they hadn't seen the elder fall, they knew he wouldn't be able to come to their aid anytime soon. Thus, their only hope lay with the kobold army behind them. The dragon-bodied kobolds didn't expect this army to defeat the formidable human force. They just hoped they could draw some of the enemy's fire and give them a chance to escape. Expectantly, the dragon-bodied kobolds held their ground defensively for a while, but soon sensed something was wrong. Their charge was swift, but the regular kobold warriors weren't slow either, especially the weasel riders, whose mobility was remarkable. During the charge, the weasel riders were almost neck and neck with them. So why hadn't they arrived to assist yet? Confused, the dragon-bodied kobolds struggled to maintain their footing under the warriors' onslaught and glanced back towards the army. Their hearts sank. Though their charge had been fast, there were only 4 of them, and Chen Xing had let them through, surrounding them with warriors. However, the kobold army behind them found it difficult to break through. 100 shield-bearers stood like an unyielding wall at the front of the battlefield, blocking all the kobold warriors. This wall was no exaggeration, it was a reality. Under the effect of the bramble aura, the forceful weasel riders crashed into the shield-bearers' line and were instantly killed on impact. Their mounts and the momentum of their charge delivered the strongest cavalry output, but after one strike, they died from the counter damage. After all, their bodies were far less sturdy than a high-level boss, and with 200 counter damage, survival was impossible. One after another, the weasel riders smashed into the shield-bearers' line like waves breaking against a cliff, instantly shattering into droplets without causing any disturbance. Soon, the ground beneath the shield-bearers was littered with the bodies of weasel riders. To prevent these corpses from hindering subsequent charges, the shield-bearers had to step over them, gradually advancing the line by more than 10 meters. As the dragon-bodied kobolds turned to assess the battle situation, the peasant archers, having just taken down the kobold elder, were ready to strike again. Surrounded by peasant warriors, the dragon-bodied kobolds were not directly attacked by the archers to avoid friendly fire. Instead, the archers unleashed volleys of arrows on the main battlefield. Against high-level monsters, it took 4 or even 5 waves of arrows to focus fire and bring one down, which seemed weak. However, against ordinary kobolds, Chen Xing's archers demonstrated a terrifying lethality. The kobolds hit by arrows had no time to react and fell lifeless on the battlefield. For these ordinary kobolds, the arrows were like the scythe of death, cutting them down like wheat as the arrow storm descended. At this rate, the kobold army would struggle to hold out until their commander arrived, let alone offer any support. When the archers had a moment to assess, the quick-thinking dragon-bodied kobolds realized the fate of their elder. The archers, initially targeting the elder, had shifted their focus to the main battlefield, and there was no sign of the elder or the elite kobold mage group. Fearing the worst, a chill ran through the dragon-bodied kobolds. Could their entire army be doomed? Just as despair set in, a dragon's roar echoed across the battlefield. A massive figure appeared on the walls of the kobold capital, the source of the roar. From a distance, Chen Xing couldn't make out the figure clearly, and the roar startled him, making him think a dragon had appeared. He clutched a teleportation scroll tightly, ready to escape, for against a dragon, survival was not an option. However, the battle interface's prompt in the next second brought Chen Xing some relief. You are affected by the dragon's aura emitted by the Kobold King. Due to the significant level difference, all your attributes are reduced by 20. Under the dragon's aura suppression, there's a 5 chance to fall into a fear state when attacked by the Kobold King. Damn, scared me for a moment, Chen Xing muttered, realizing it was just the Kobold King. He quickly put the teleportation scroll away. Although the Kobold King's attribute suppression was comparable to that of a Goblin King, as long as it wasn't a dragon, Chen Xing felt he could handle it. Royalty or not, if the king dared to descend, Chen Xing was ready to turn him into a dead dog. Despite underestimating the Kobold King strategically, Chen Xing remained tactically cautious. He immediately ordered the assassins to join the assault on the dragon-bodied kobolds, aiming to eliminate all high-level monsters before the Kobold King reached the main battlefield. This would allow them to focus their attacks on the Kobold King. Additionally, Chen Xing instructed the mages, who had been idle and providing illumination, to join the main battlefield and help clear out the remaining minor enemies. Once the main battlefield was mostly cleared, leaving the Kobold King alone, even if he descended, what could he do? Chen Xing's decision was undeniably decisive, yet he underestimated the Kobold King's power. Instead of walking out through the city gate, the Kobold King stood atop the city wall and leaped down with a fierce roar. In that moment of flight, Chen Xing got a clear look at the king. Unlike the dragon-bodied kobolds and dragon-veined sorcerers, the Kobold King retained the most primitive kobold form, with fine fur covering his cheeks. The most striking difference, aside from his massive size, was the pair of wings sprouting from his back. As he descended, the Kobold King didn't use his wings to slow down at all, plummeting like a heavy cannonball that hit the ground with a thud, sending dust and debris flying like a shockwave. Accompanying him were three slightly smaller winged kobolds. However, as the dust settled, those three kobolds were nowhere to be seen, clearly having used a stealth skill. Chen Xing's heart tightened. He hadn't expected the Kobold Kingdom to have assassin classes. If these three assassins were also high-tier monsters, things could get tricky. In the battlefield of all worlds, assassin classes are notorious for their ability to pick off weaker targets. Assassins have invisibility skills, and if the attribute gap is too large, even reveal skills might fail to detect them. Additionally, assassins trade defense for high damage and critical hits, making them the nightmare of all fragile classes. Such a violent class is best suited for taking down weaker opponents. At this moment, Chen Xing felt a renewed tension. With his Thorn Aura and Lifesteal Aura, his greatest fear was a high-damage attack capable of instantly killing a civilian. If these assassins' skills and critical damage could instantly kill a civilian, the situation would become very dangerous. Concerned about these assassins, Chen Xing couldn't even focus on the Kobold Kingdom, his eyes constantly scanning the battlefield, hoping to spot the assassins immediately. Despite his efforts, he couldn't find any trace of the assassins, causing a sense of unease to creep into Chen Xing's mind. Could these assassins be targeting me? This thought sent a shiver through him, and without hesitation, he quickly allocated all his free attribute points to Constitution, raising it to 26 points. After adjusting his attributes, he didn't stop and immediately invested his saved skill points into the Life Aura. Once the Life Aura reached level 6, the Constitution multiplier increased to 60 times, instantly boosting Chen Xing's 26 Constitution points to 1560, making him a formidable tank surpassing any civilian. Having done all this, Chen Xing, for extra safety, quickly equipped the dragon scale armor and noble ring that had been sitting in his inventory. Although Chen Xing's gear wasn't enhanced by an aura, the raw attributes provided by the dragon scale armor and the noble ring boosted his constitution to an impressive 400 points. Moreover, the dragon scale armor had a 10 chance to reduce incoming damage by 30, significantly increasing his chances of survival. After equipping these items, Chen Xing felt a strong sense of security. He confidently believed that, in terms of constitution alone, he might not be inferior to the Kobold King before him. Even if the assassins attacked fiercely, they couldn't kill him with a single blow. With the support of the Thorn's Aura and the Vampiric Aura, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could rapidly recover his health. Additionally, Chen Xing held the Lord's Ring and the Blink Belt. The former could absorb a fatal blow, and if the Kobold assassins exceeded his expectations, the passive effect of the Lord's Ring would activate, allowing him to use a town portal scroll to escape without hesitation. While adventure was important, he was not willing to risk his life for the wealth of the mine. Just as Chen Xing was prepared and waiting for the Kobold assassins to strike, they remained hidden in the shadows, as if they didn't exist at all. Instead, the Kobold King leaped down from the city wall and launched the first attack. Wielding a weapon resembling a trident, he pointed it towards the battlefield and shouted, "Earth Spike!" At his command, countless spikes erupted beneath the shield bearers, launching them into the air. If not for their high constitution and defense attributes, this strike would have skewered them. But that wasn't the end. After casting Earth Spike, the Kobold King continued his incantation and called out, "Falling rocks." The shield bearers, still unsteady from their fall, were suddenly threatened by massive boulders descending upon them. Wrath of the Earth. Eruption of flames. With the Kobold King's relentless spellcasting, the battlefield seemed to face a cataclysm. The ground shook violently, and flames spewed from the fissures, threatening to engulf the shield bearers. The continuous powerful spells inflicted significant damage on the shield bearers. If not for the Weasel Riders, who seemed infinitely inspired by the Kobold King's presence and charged desperately at the shield bearers for a quick kill, the shield bearers might not have survived the magical onslaught. Chen Xing was almost dumbfounded witnessing this spectacle. The massive Kobold King wielded a trident, yet turned out to be a mage. Judging by the power of his spells, this Kobold King was close to being a mid-tier mage, if not already one. Ignoring the hidden assassins, Chen Xing quickly cast a detection spell on the Kobold King to discern his rank. The Kobold King's level was revealed as Monarch level, 19th level. Due to the significant level difference, Chen Xing could only see the level and rank information. The Kobold indeed reached level 19, just one step away from the intermediate level of 20. Realizing a strategic error, Chen Xing quickly adjusted his deployment. He ordered the archers to abandon the front line and instead target the Kobold King. The King's spell output was extremely terrifying. If allowed to continue attacking recklessly, the shield bearers would undoubtedly suffer casualties. Just as Chen Xing relayed the command, a flash of cold light appeared behind him. A sharp blade emerged from the shadows, precisely stabbing him in the back of the head. backstab, stealth break, and weak point strike, three core skills of the assassin profession combined to deliver an exceedingly devastating blow. Despite Chen Xing's maximized health, half of it was instantly depleted. The assassin profession's violent output was fully showcased at that moment. However, the assassin class sacrifices a lot of defense to achieve extreme output. Even as a high-tier boss, their defense was not much stronger than that of ordinary leader-level monsters. Therefore, the Thorn Aura, with its absolute melee damage reflection, became their greatest nemesis. The assassin failed to kill Chen Xing in one strike, triggering the Thorn Aura's reflective damage. The massive damage dealt was immediately returned to the assassin with double force. For an assassin, enduring their own full force attack was already challenging, let alone the double return damage. Under the Thorn Aura's double damage reflection, the Kobold Assassin, a Lord-level boss, killed itself with a single attack, becoming the fastest dying high-tier boss Chen Xing had ever seen or heard of. At the moment of the Kobold Assassin's death, Chen Xing's depleted health instantly returned to full. The assassin's violent strike had almost no effect beyond self-destruction. The effects of the Thorn Aura's reflection and the Lifesteal Aura were triggered instantaneously. From the Kobold Assassin's attack to its counterkill and Chen Xing's full health recovery, everything happened in an instant. As a result, the two remaining hidden Kobold Assassins had no time to react. They only saw their companion strike and immediately launched their attacks as well. Subsequently, they followed in their companions' footsteps. Three high-tier Kobold Assassins, violent in their output, met the same fate and even died at the same time. It all happened so quickly that Chen Xing barely had time to react. He only felt the Kobold Assassin attack from behind, and then there were three bodies lying on the ground. Looking at the fallen bodies of the three high-tier bosses, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel speechless. The assassin profession not only strikes unexpectedly, but also has an equally surprising way of dying. With the demise of the three most threatening Kobold Assassins, Chen Xing felt a slight relief. The psychological pressure of having three high-tier assassins hidden in the shadows was immense. If they had targeted the archers and mages instead of himself, their health and defense would likely have been insufficient to withstand such assassinations. Moreover, Chen Xing's team had no skills to counter stealth attacks. If that situation had occurred, he would have been helplessly watching them slaughter his backline. Fortunately, they chose to decapitate him directly, giving Chen Xing a chance for a counterkill. Now that the three most threatening assassins were dead, the four dragon-bodied kobolds being besieged on the battlefield were also successively slain. Although the process was somewhat tumultuous, they could finally focus on dealing with the Kobold King. Under the relentless assault of the archers, the once formidable Kobold King had to halt his spellcasting. Faced with the powerful strikes of the arrows, even a monarch-level boss like him dared not withstand them heated. Compared to the draconic sorcerer, the defensive skills he employed appeared more advanced. After realizing the terrifying power of the archers, he didn't rush to cast defensive spells, but first unleashed three tornado skills. These tornadoes appeared side by side in front of him, slowly moving forward. Originally intended for attack, the tornadoes were now used defensively, intercepting all arrows aimed at him. After releasing the tornado skills, the Kobold King began to calmly apply defensive spells on himself. Magic Shield, Magic Barrier, Shield Counter, Frost Armor. A series of defensive skills were cast on him as if they cost nothing, instantly surrounding him with shields of various colors: white, green, black. From a distance, the Kobold King resembled a giant neon light. Once he finished applying all the protective skills, Chen Xing initially thought the Kobold King would rely on these shields to resume spellcasting. To prevent this, he even began to mobilize warriors to besiege the Kobold King. However, to his surprise, after completing the protective spells, the Kobold King did not remain stationary. With a sudden downward thrust of his steel trident, a magical earth dragon emerged from the ground, and the Kobold King stood on its head, charging towards the battlefield at high speed. Watching the Kobold King's actions, Chen Xing was puzzled. Why is a mage heading to the battlefield? Could he be a melee mage? On second thought, the Kobold King's physique was much more robust than Gandalf's. If he were indeed a melee fighter, he would certainly be stronger than Gandalf. However, in the universal battlefield, the combination of magic and martial arts is extremely rare. A mage not casting spells, but charging into melee seemed absurd. While Chen Xing was still pondering, the scene before him left him stunned. The Kobold King, from a height of several meters, suddenly leapt from the head of the roaming earth dragon. Upon landing, he seemed to use some special skill, creating a shockwave larger than when he had jumped from the city wall. Before the dust from the shockwave settled, three roaring ice dragons burst out from where the Kobold King was enveloped in sand. The nearby shield soldiers, already unsteady from the shockwave, were sent flying by the impact of the ice dragons. Before they hit the ground, the attribute magic of the ice dragons froze them into ice blocks, which then crashed heavily to the ground. But that wasn't the end. As the shield soldiers hit the ground, pillars of fire erupted from beneath them, shattering the ice crystals and causing massive damage. This combination of attacks left the shield soldiers' health critically low, with some of those already low on health being instantly killed by this series of attacks. The Kobold King was dissatisfied with his achievements. As the dust settled, he saw that the peasants he had attacked were still alive, which ignited his fury. He raised the steel trident in his hand, and the air around him began to twist, forming a powerful tornado that quickly swept up the surrounding flames and spread them in all directions. These fiery tornadoes made no distinction between friend and foe. Any unit caught within, whether shield bearers or kobolds, suffered tremendous damage instantly. Compared to the shield bearers' defense, the kobolds' resistance was much weaker, and many were quickly caught in the tornado and perished, creating a horrifying scene. The shield bearers, who had narrowly survived, were unable to counterattack and heal in time, and they too were wiped out in the subsequent assaults by the fiery tornadoes. Chen Xing was shocked, realizing the Kobold King was so adept at close combat and well prepared. He had thought the Kobold King only intervened after seeing the unfavorable battle from the city walls, but it was clear now that he had been observing for a long time, precisely controlling the damage and ruthlessly eliminating his own kobolds to prevent the shield bearers from healing. An intelligent boss is always troublesome, Chen Xing realized. Hoping the Kobold King would be defeated by the thorn aura like a regular monster was nearly impossible. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xing's gaze became resolute. Since he couldn't rely on tricks, he would fight Hedon. He knew that all the advanced bosses had been defeated, and the regular kobolds, intimidated by the fiery tornadoes, dared not advance. Now, the only opponent left was the Kobold King. If he could defeat him, all the resources of the underground world would be open to him. Chen Xing thought to himself, with over 600 combat units under his command, surely they could overpower a single Kobold King? With this resolution, he began to adjust his tactics, commanding with more precision. This time, he would treat the Kobold King as a true boss. Warriors, shield bearers, assassins, and mages were organized into groups of 4 to launch attacks. Warriors were responsible for charging and drawing attention, shield bearers for absorbing damage, mages for harassment with small fireballs, and assassins for lurking in the shadows, trying not to be detected. Although the level difference might reveal their stealth, it didn't matter. If discovered, they would retreat, but if not, they would seize the opportunity to ambush. The key was to keep the Kobold King constantly distracted, guarding against hidden attacks. Under Chen Xing's command, the team of 4 avoided prolonged battles, swiftly retreating after each attack, leaving the Kobold King no opportunity to counter. Even if he attempted to chase and inflict damage, he was thwarted by the next wave of the foreman team already rushing at him. The Kobold King faced a difficult choice. Either endure the attacks from the group and force a counterattack on the previous wave, or watch helplessly as they retreated. After their withdrawal, the injured members of the team made a beeline for the Kobold army, quickly healing before returning to prepare for the next round of combat. Beyond these harassment squads, Chen Xing viewed the 400 archers as the true critical force. Although the Kobold King's protective magic was robust, he couldn't sustain such defense indefinitely, especially under the group's continuous harassment. Any slight opening would allow the archers to deliver explosive damage. The strategy's core was to leverage their numerical superiority against the fewer enemies. With over 600 offensive units, even a war of attrition could wear down the Kobold King. Facing Chen Xing's relentless tactics, the Kobold King was exhausted. His skills dealt high damage, but could only hit 2 or 3 enemies at a time. With Chen Xing's ample forces, even if the king managed to eliminate a few members of the group, others quickly filled in, disrupting his attack rhythm. New teams continuously replaced the fallen, maintaining the pressure. Although the warriors, shield bearers, and mages didn't match the archers' concentrated damage, their sustained output, enhanced by the heavy strike aura, burdened the Kobold King significantly. His health dwindled rapidly under the constant pressure, dropping below half. Despite several attempts to break free, he realized he would eventually be worn down. Frustration filled his eyes as he faced these pesky attackers, relentless as cockroaches. Suddenly, he raised his steel trident, abandoning defense, and began chanting. Though a mage, the Kobold King wasn't a dragon blood sorcerer. All his skills required chanting. Previously, his chants were so quick they seemed instantaneous, but now, his incantation extended several seconds without pause. Chen Xing immediately realized the Kobold King was preparing a major attack. Without hesitation, Chen Xing ordered most of his troops to retreat. Uncertain of the impending skill's nature, its prolonged chant suggested immense power, and Chen Xing had no intention of enduring it hidden. He left some of the highest defense shield bearers and most agile warriors to continue the assault. This way, regardless of the Kobold King's skill, Chen Xing had ample means to respond, with the worst outcome being the loss of some shield bearers and warriors. As the Kobold King's skill developed, a massive cloud appeared overhead in the underground world, with countless lightning bolts flickering within, emitting dazzling light. After a full 30 seconds of build-up, the Kobold King finally unleashed his skill. Lightning from the cloud began targeting ground units, striking everything within its range, including the Kobold King himself. Instantly, countless thick bolts of lightning rained down. Endless thunderstorm? Seeing the magic cast by the Kobold King, Chen Xing's mind was instantly thrown into chaos. Endless thunderstorm is a high-level spell, requiring at least a level 50 mage to cast, yet the Kobold King's level is not even close to 20. How is he managing to cast such advanced magic? Although Chen Xing could tell that the power of the endless thunderstorm used by the kobold was significantly reduced, and that he couldn't control where the lightning struck, even hitting himself at times, it was still a simplified version of the high-level spell. But even so, it's still high-level magic. How is he able to perform it? Is it just because he's a king? Chen Xing was doubtful about the Kobold King's magical abilities, but there was no time for him to dwell on it. Although they were temporarily outside the range of the endless thunderstorm, the range of such magic could move. Despite the Kobold King's lack of control over the spell, Chen Xing had no doubt that he had the ability to move it. Otherwise, summoning such a powerful spell to attack himself would be suicidal. From the Kobold King's previous behavior, Chen Xing didn't think he was a fool. He ordered the archers to launch a probing volley of arrows at the Kobold King, but as soon as the arrows entered the range of the endless thunderstorm, they were immediately reduced to ashes by lightning. It seemed that this high-level magic not only had powerful output, but also formidable defensive capabilities. After the failed attempt, Chen Xing immediately abandoned any illusions and ordered his troops to move. However, he didn't head back the way they came. In this vast wilderness, trying to outrun high-level magic was practically suicidal. Therefore, Chen Xing chose to move towards the equally panicked kobold army. However, he wasn't rushing towards the kobold army to take them hostage. The Kobold King's previous indifference towards the kobold elder had shown that he was ruthless, willing to kill his own without hesitation. So taking ordinary kobolds as hostages was a joke to him. Chen Xing rushed in this direction because his experience points were nearly full. Just by killing a wave of kobolds, or even just having his archers release a few volleys, his level would immediately rise to 10. Based on Chen Xing's estimation, reaching level 10 would grant him a rare aura. If he could obtain a highly targeted aura, dealing with the endless thunderstorm would be much easier. Watching his subordinates rush into the kobolds and start the slaughter, Chen Xing appeared somewhat frustrated. He cursed inwardly, wondering why it had come to this again. The last time he dealt with the Goblin King, he also relied on leveling up and acquiring an aura to counter the threat, and now, facing the Kobold King, he still had to rely on leveling up to obtain an aura. Although part of the issue was his lack of preparation and the Kobold King's strength far surpassing the Goblin King's, the main reason was still the weakness of the peasants. After transitioning from a farmer, Chen Xing's attributes saw a significant boost, enhancing his strength. However, the enemies he faced were exceptionally powerful, far beyond what he could handle at this stage. Despite the farmers being as strong as top-tier units under the influence of the aura, they still struggled against these formidable monsters. In other words, even an class angel might find it challenging to defeat the Kobold King, which left Chen Xing somewhat frustrated. Yet, despite his dissatisfaction, Chen Xing did not regret his choice. On one hand, top-tier unit cards are exceedingly rare, and class card, even if he scoured the entire novice world, would have an almost negligible chance of appearing, and that chance hinges on the effects of the blessing of all worlds. Without it, Chen Xing had never heard of anyone obtaining an class unit card in the novice world, and even class cards were a rarity. Instead of chasing such slim odds, Chen Xing preferred to steadily pursue the farmer transition route. On the other hand, the presence of the Aura Master solidified his decision to focus on mass-producing troops. High-tier units require too much territory population, especially class units, which need not only a large population but also scarce resources, making the mass production route unfeasible. Even if Chen Xing were given 1 or 2 top-tier units and had to choose on the path of glory, he would be indecisive. Another important reason is that other professions exist on par with the Lord profession. Although their strength might be relatively weaker, they also have unlimited growth potential. Every 10 levels, all professions undergo a career trial, and successful completion grants new exclusive skills and significantly boosts attributes. This gives ordinary professionals confidence in confronting the Lord profession. While top-tier professionals are rare, with only a few lucky and capable ordinary professionals reaching that level, it still indicates that the potential of ordinary professions is high. Regarding the transition, Chen Xing's farmers even cost an extra 100 gold coins, so there's no reason they shouldn't have trials when others do. If Chen Xing's farmers also have the opportunity to undergo career trials, it means they too can grow indefinitely. Chen Xing doesn't expect his farmers to reach the strength of the strongest professionals. If they can achieve even half the strength of top-tier professionals, the sheer number of farmers in his territory would ensure his invincibility on the battlefield of all worlds. Coupled with the aura skills, Chen Xing is confident that he could stand before the myriad races and boldly declare, "I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but all of you here are just trash." Chen Xing had no doubts about whether farmers could undergo professional trials. He believed that if farmers couldn't participate in these trials, the barracks would only be able to produce A-level professionals, which would tarnish the honor of humanity. He pondered what form these professional trials might take. Although logically, the trials should be completed by the professionals themselves. Since the farmer's career change was a result of the path to glory, he speculated that he might still need to complete the tasks himself. This would inevitably cause complications as each unit under his command would have to undertake the trial tasks one by one. As Chen Xing was contemplating this, his farmers quickly amassed enough experience to level up. At that moment, he immediately opened the aura page. The results showed 1. Endurance Aura Rare, 2. Haste Aura Rare, 3. Tenacity Aura Rare. The level 1 Endurance Aura increased the movement speed of all allied units by 100 and attack rate by 50. The level 1 Haste Aura accelerated all units' skills tenfold. The level 1 Tenacity Aura increased toughness tenfold, reducing the duration of control skills, enhancing resistance to interference, and even achieving a pseudo-super armor effect. As expected, all 3 auras at level 10 were of rare grade. The Endurance Aura had appeared once before, with its effects being quite evident, enhancing movement and attack speeds. Although previously labeled as the worst skill due to low values, it now seemed highly valuable under a 100-fold increase. The Haste Aura reduced skill cooldown time. Unlike traditional cooldown reduction, it had no maximum limit of 70, theoretically allowing cooldowns to approach 0. However, the higher the skill haste value, the smaller the benefit. Chen Xing recalled that 100 skill haste equaled a 50 cooldown reduction, while 900 skill haste equaled 90. Overall, this was also a practical aura, especially for mages. Combined with the Brilliance Aura, it could achieve infinite firepower. Unfortunately, the mages he had were underperforming, so Chen Xing had to temporarily abandon this option. Finally, the Tenacity Aura was also a good skill. Toughness not only reduced the duration of control skills, but also enhanced resistance to interference. If the toughness was high enough, it could even achieve a pseudo-super armor effect. Apart from the Magic Explosion Aura, which Chen Xing directly discarded, the remaining 2 auras were extremely helpful in dealing with the Endless Thunderstorm. The power of the Endless Thunderstorm lay not only in its direct damage, but also in its triggered electrification effect. Under the electrification state, lightning damage received would increase, and most frighteningly, under the Endless Thunderstorm, the electrification effect could stack. The lightning it strikes becomes increasingly powerful. If its electrification effect continues to stack, even a mighty dragon could eventually be felled by a single bolt. Enhancing resilience significantly reduces the duration of abnormal states affecting oneself. If resilience is increased tenfold, while other classes might not withstand it, a shield warrior with resilience bonuses would find it much harder to be killed by this weakened version of Endless Thunderstorm. Therefore, if the Indomitable Aura is chosen, Chen Xing could have the shield soldiers withstand the lightning of Endless Thunderstorm and take down the Kobold King directly. However, after careful consideration, Chen Xing ultimately decided on the Endurance Aura. The Endurance Aura is a highly versatile skill. Its boosts to movement and attack speed are beneficial not only in battle, but also in everyday life. With the effect of doubling speed, farmers can save half the time gathering resources, and the increase in attack speed is not to be underestimated. This makes the aura incredibly comprehensive on the battlefield, which is why its initial attributes are so low. Previously, when the Endurance Aura appeared, had the Lifesteal Aura not been more crucial, Chen Xing would have chosen the Endurance Aura without hesitation. Now, regardless of which aura Chen Xing chooses, it will not affect the plan to take down the Kobold King, so this time he naturally won't miss the opportunity to select the Endurance Aura. After choosing the Endurance Aura, Chen Xing had no intention of conserving skill points, and immediately invested the skill points gained from leveling up into the Endurance Aura, raising it to level 2. Endurance Aura Level 2 increases the movement speed of all allied units by 200 and doubles their attack speed. Although doubling the movement speed might not ensure that Chen Xing's army can outrun the speed of Endless Thunderstorm, with a 2-fold increase, the weakened high-tier magic would be unable to catch them. Since the lightning's damage is difficult to withstand, Chen Xing decided not to resist it. Instead, he would rely on high movement speed to retreat and deal with the Kobold King's magic when it catches up. Endless Thunderstorm does not last indefinitely. Once it ends, he will immediately strike back. Chen Xing does not believe the Kobold King can freely cast high-tier magic beyond its level. The king must adhere to basic rules. As long as the Kobold King is unable to cast high-tier magic again, Chen Xing is confident that, under the effect of the Endurance Aura, he can swiftly defeat him. From the beginning, Chen Xing spent considerable time massacring ordinary kobolds and eventually choosing an aura. Based on the movement speed of the Endless Thunderstorm, if the Kobold King wanted to strike Chen Xing immediately, the thunderclouds should have caught up with him by now. However, even after Chen Xing chose the aura, the thunderclouds remained stationary. This wasn't because the Kobold King couldn't move the thunderclouds. As the caster of the spell, even though it was beyond his full control, moving the clouds within a range wasn't an issue. The reason he didn't move them was actually because he couldn't afford to. The Kobold King initially assumed that after casting the endless thunderstorm, Chen Xing would either withdraw his troops from the range of the storm or charge everyone forward, gambling on killing the king before being struck down. The Kobold King was pleased with either scenario. If they withdrew, their speed would be slower than the thunderclouds, allowing him to easily catch up and strike them down. If they charged into the storm to kill him, he wasn't worried. Although the spell exceeded his control, preventing him from precisely targeting the lightning strikes, and possibly even hitting himself, he could still influence the lightning to some extent, at least reducing how often it struck him. His high resilience allowed him to quickly clear the electrification effect, preventing significant damage even when facing the lightning. In contrast, Chen Xing and his forces weren't so fortunate. Entering the thundercloud's range meant being continuously struck by lightning. Regardless of their numbers, the accumulated electrification would kill them before they could get close. The Kobold King had anticipated these outcomes before casting the spell, believing Chen Xing had only these two choices. However, he never expected a third option. Chen Xing withdrew everyone except for the shield soldiers, who continued attacking the king. This put the Kobold King in an awkward position. At that moment, he was guiding the endless thunderstorm, unable to defend or dodge during its duration, leaving him vulnerable to the shield soldiers' attacks. While their damage wasn't high, the occasional critical hit was hard to ignore. If he ignored the shield soldiers and pursued Chen Xing's main forces with the thunderclouds, the soldiers, unthreatened by the storm, would eventually wear him down. But if he kept the clouds stationary to strike just the shield soldiers, it would waste the spell's duration and slow down the pursuit of Chen Xing. Faced with these relentless shield soldiers who ignored the lightning to attack him with determination, the Kobold King found himself at a crossroads. Prioritizing his survival, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to deal with the shield soldiers first. In this fierce battle, despite the shield-bearing soldiers having damage reduction and strong lifesteal abilities, along with the electrifying effect of endless lightning, their survival time was still short. The thundercloud moved at an incredible speed, easily catching up with Chen Xing and his group, even if there was a slight delay. The Kobold King decided to stop focusing on Chen Xing and his companions, and instead concentrated all his efforts on dealing with the shield soldiers. As he exerted his full pressure, the frequency of lightning strikes on the shield soldiers increased, and the damage became more astonishing. Soon, the damage from the lightning surpassed the soldiers' healing speed. Just as their health was about to hit rock bottom, the shield soldiers suddenly burst out with incredible speed, swinging their shields like windmills. In just 1 second, the Kobold King was struck multiple times by the same shield soldier. Despite their health being critically low, this frenzied attack allowed them to regain full health instantly. The Kobold King was shocked by the speed of these shield soldiers, wondering to himself if these were really the clumsy shield soldiers he knew. Such rapid attack speed was unmatched even by the agility of assassins. Fortunately, this furious speed only lasted for a brief moment. With the stacking electrification effect, the lightning damage quickly exceeded their maximum health, and a bolt of lightning struck down, wiping out their health entirely. No matter how fast their healing was, it was futile against such terrifying damage. Seeing several shield soldiers struck down by lightning, the Kobold King breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his wise decision. He began to control the thundercloud, preparing to catch up with Chen Xing and his group. However, as he surveyed the battlefield, he was stunned. Where were they? Before the shield soldiers burst, he had been tracking Chen Xing and his group's position, remembering clearly they were fighting his army. How had they vanished in the blink of an eye? Could it be that his previous attack had made him lose track of time? The Kobold King was secretly puzzled. Although the duration of the endless thunderstorm spell was still long, he couldn't believe those shield bearers could withstand such a fierce attack for much longer. Instinctively, he looked up into the distance, not expecting to find Chen Xing and his group, but was surprised to see a few vague figures at the edge of the battlefield. Those figures were indeed Chen Xing and his companions, and the continuous light spells above their heads confirmed it. How did they end up there? The Kobold King wondered, quickly coming up with a reasonable explanation. They must have used a group teleportation scroll. He snorted coldly at the thought, surprised that these humans had such a precious item. Yet, they dared to stay in the same place after using the scroll, perhaps waiting for his magic to end? The Kobold King felt smug, thinking they underestimated the power of high-level magic. Since they didn't plan to leave, he would end it all himself. The thunderclouds of the endless thunderstorm moved swiftly toward Chen Xing and his group, obliterating life in their path with lightning. Just as the clouds were about to catch up, Chen Xing and his group unexpectedly turned, running toward the Kobold King. He felt no concern, thinking it was absurd for these humans to try to escape high-level magic. He directed the thunderclouds to change course and pursue Chen Xing. To his horror, the clouds couldn't catch up. The Kobold King's heart tightened. As the caster of high-level magic, He knew the speed of the thunderclouds better than anyone. If even the clouds couldn't catch up with Chen Xing, just how fast were they moving? Soon, he saw their true speed. They appeared before him just seconds after being outside the battlefield. The Kobold King cursed inwardly. Daring to lead the clouds so far, they're courting death. Chen Xing originally planned to deal with the Kobold King after the endless thunderstorm ended, but didn't expect the Kobold King's arrogance to lead the clouds so far. Seizing the opportunity, he decided not to hold back and teach the Kobold King a lesson while the clouds were still returning. 400 archers, with a 100 attack speed boost, unleashed a storm of arrows, forming almost a straight line. The Kobold King's health plummeted under such a violent assault. Worse still, as a caster using magic beyond his level, he would fall into a state of absolute weakness with all attributes dropping by 80 once the spell ended. He faced a tough decision, whether to interrupt the magic. As the rain of arrows continued, his life-saving equipment was activated one after another, and he grew anxious. If he continued guiding the magic, he might be shot dead before the clouds returned. In the end, he disregarded the magic backlash and decisively interrupted the guidance of the endless thunderstorm, attempting to cast a displacement or shield spell to save himself. However, the Kobold King had never been attacked in a weakened state before and overestimated his strength after the attribute drop. At the moment he interrupted the spell, his attributes plummeted, the damage from the arrows surged, and faced with the relentless attack, he couldn't react in time and was completely defeated, his health depleted. Is it really over? Chen Xing was stunned as he read the battle report. While the 100 attack speed bonus was indeed impressive, the Kobold King's death seemed too easy. Honestly, the Kobold King was strong, but almost all of his abilities were magical, leaving Chen Xing feeling like something was missing. In comparison, the Goblin King had a second transformation, and even non-monarch bosses like the dragon-bodied Kobold and Dragonblood Sorcerer had second transformations. So how did the Kobold King die so simply? Especially with that trident in his hand, which seemed to be a melee weapon yet was never used, as if it was just a staff. Was the Kobold King truly a mage? Despite his doubts, the Kobold King was dead, and there was no point in dwelling on it. The most important task now was to collect the loot. He ordered his troops to clear out the remaining kobolds and opened his inventory. The Kobold Kingdom was indeed a wealthy race, making the Goblin King look like a pauper by comparison. Besides the Kobold King as a monarch-level boss, the 10 Lord-level Kobold Elders alone dropped 23 orange-grade items for Chen Xing. In the novice world of the battlefield of all realms, these top-tier orange items seemed as common as cabbages to him. Among these 23 orange items, 10 were dragon scale armors. Although the defensive focus of each dragon scale armor varied, their basic attributes were quite similar, suggesting they were crafted by the same blacksmith. The abundance of dragon scale armor supported Chen Xing's previous suspicion. The Kobold Kingdom must have had contact with dragons, and their relationship was likely close. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acquired so many dragon scales. However, it seemed that dragons were not present in the Kobold Kingdom. If they were, they would have appeared during such a critical moment. Relieved by the confirmation that no dragons were around, Chen Xing continued to inspect the remaining gear. Strictly speaking, orange-grade items generally had good attributes. However, Chen Xing had so many that only a few unique pieces caught his attention. First was a shield from a dragon-bodied kobold. Out of the 20-something orange items, this was the only orange shield. The Shield of Destruction, an orange-grade item with weapon armor attributes, offered 400 constitution and a skill called Destructive Strike. This skill inflicted an armor-breaking effect on enemies, increasing damage by 10 per stack, up to 5 stacks. Its description read, "The best defense is a good offense, shatter their armor, and take their heads." To be honest, the shield's attributes were rather average, even somewhat lacking. Although Destructive Strike could increase damage by 50 when fully stacked, the crucial question was, who exactly benefited from this additional damage? Chen Xing looked at the equipment in his hands, filled with mixed emotions. Shield bearers naturally don't deal much damage, so a 50 increase is like a drop in the ocean. Even doubling the damage might not change their mediocre fate, unless the equipment is designed for a special hidden shield bearer class. Otherwise, it's just an ordinary orange-grade gear. However, for Chen Xing, this equipment was perfectly suitable. The Thorn's aura's reflection damage doesn't depend on the shield bearer's damage but on the opponent's attack. If an enemy unknowingly strikes with full force, they could easily be killed by the reflected damage, a scenario that amused him. Moving on, Chen Xing examined another piece of equipment that caught his attention: a warrior-exclusive weapon, the Blade of Fury. This orange weapon boasted impressive attributes: Strength 300, Constitution 200, and the skill Blood Fury, which was truly exhilarating. The duration of the Fury skill increased from 3 to 6 minutes, allowing a warrior to increase attack speed as their health decreased. Combined with the Endurance Aura, a peasant-turned-warrior could swing their arms with such ferocity it seemed they might catch fire. Although peasants aren't true professionals and can't gain skill points through leveling to enhance the Fury effect, Chen Xing didn't mind. His peasants never relied on skills to survive. Skill levels were merely a bonus, beneficial if improved, but not critical if they weren't. After reflecting on these two pieces of equipment, Chen Xing continued to examine a third item. This was also a specialized piece, an assassin-exclusive weapon, the Shadow Blade. Its attributes were breathtaking. Agility 400, with the skills Shadow Stealth and Shadow Strike being the assassin's ultimate techniques. The stealth skill was replaced by Shadow Stealth, greatly enhancing concealment, making it nearly impossible to detect the user in stealth mode. Meanwhile, Shadow Strike tripled the damage when attacking from the shadow state. Even without Shadow Strike, this dagger was still an assassin's treasure. With both skills, it was undeniably the weapon of an assassin's dreams. Chen Xing's gaze lingered on the equipment, filled with anticipation for the potential of these weapons. Unfortunately, for Chen Xing, these pieces of equipment are not particularly useful. Although he has assassins under his command, they do not rely on stealth to win, so this equipment, while having decent attributes, is not suitable for him. However, the Shadow Break skill might still be marginally useful for his assassins. When the day comes that his assassins no longer need this equipment, there will likely be buyers on the trading market. After considering the future of the Shadow Blade, Chen Xing turned his attention to the last piece of equipment. This was a staff dropped by the Kobold Elder. Unlike the other equipment, this staff caught Chen Xing's attention purely because of its impressive stats. The Flame Burst staff, with an orange quality rating, has weapon attributes of 500 to spirit and includes skills such as Flame Delight, Flame Burst, and Flame Penetration. The Flame Delight skill automatically increases the level of fire spells by 1, but only for lower tier spells. Flame Burst causes all targeted spells to explode upon hitting the target, increasing the damage dealt and spreading it to surrounding areas. The Flame Penetration skill allows all fire spells to ignore 20 of the enemy's spell resistance. While evaluating the staff, Chen Xing couldn't help but remark, when you are engulfed by the explosive flames, you will understand that art is explosion. Not all powerful equipment has 3 skills, but equipment with 3 skills is certainly extraordinary. The Kobold Elder's generosity is evident, as this equipment comes with 3 traits. If the first 2 traits did not have the limitation of lower tier spells, its quality would not just be orange, but at least epic. If this staff were given to a mage specialized in fire spells, they would undoubtedly showcase what true art is. Although the mages under Chen Xing's command currently can only cast a basic fireball spell, it doesn't matter. Once they complete their trials and acquire new skills, this staff will become useful. After inspecting the equipment, Chen Xing distributed them among his subordinates for immediate use. As for selling them in the trading market, that was not an option, as his group was too impoverished. The orange gear he previously listed in the market still hasn't found a buyer. Therefore, these items will remain with him for now, until the market becomes more favorable for selling these orange items at a good price. After handling the equipment, Chen Xing turned his attention to the main loot from this venture, which was the items dropped by the Kobold King upon his death. As a monarch-level boss, even though it wasn't a first kill, it still awarded Chen Xing with 3 extremely valuable skill points and 10 free attribute points. The first piece of equipment he dropped was the trident he had been holding. The Retribution Trident, with an orange quality rating, has weapon attributes of 500 to strength and includes skills such as Form Transformation, Shattering Strike, and Light of Retribution. Form Transformation allows the magic weapon trident to have dual forms, increasing magic damage by 30 when switched to the magic form and physical damage by 30 when switched to the weapon form, with a cooldown period of 60 seconds for switching forms. The Light of Retribution skill adds 30 holy light damage to the trident, while Shattering Strike grants a 3 chance to ignore all target defenses when attacking with the magic weapon trident. Chen Xing held a magical weapon known as the Judgment Trident in his hand, with impressive attributes: 500 Spirit, Skill Form Transformation, Light's Judgment, and Energy Overload Form Transformation. When casting spells, it increases spell critical damage by 20. Although this equipment was crafted by a master blacksmith who imitated a legendary inquisitor from the Holy Light Church, it ultimately failed to capture the essence and only managed to create a failed product with dual forms. This was the first time Chen Xing had seen a weapon capable of form transformation. While each form was strong on its own, the limitation of having only one form at a time seemed somewhat flashy. If both states could coexist, this equipment's grade would definitely exceed orange. However, calling it a failed product in the evaluation seemed overly harsh. In either form, the output was maximized, with a chance to ignore all target defenses and a 20 spell critical hit. Based solely on these 2 attributes, it was definitely a top-tier item among orange-grade equipment and hardly deserved to be called a failure. Chen Xing realized that this equipment was most suitable for dual-class magic warriors, but he had no such experts under his command. Therefore, he decided to list it on the trading market, hoping to attract a suitable buyer who could appreciate its power. He then turned his attention to another special item called the Heart of Elements, a thunder-grade item with elemental fusion attributes. Its skills included Elemental Affinity 1 and an additional 2 Lightning Elemental Affinity. The user could choose to merge the Heart of Elements with themselves, transforming into an elemental bloodline, reducing spell requirements by 20, and gaining the ability Elemental Burst. Elemental Burst could burn the internal elemental bloodline to resonate with elements, allowing the use of higher-tier magic, but after the burst ends, all attributes would be reduced by 80. This Heart of Elements was the heart left behind by a deceased elemental spirit, and choosing to merge with it would make the user a semi-elemental being. Chen Xing understood why the Kobold King lacked a transformation ability. It was clear that to merge with this Heart of Elements, he had removed the thin dragon bloodline within him. However, with a dragon evidently backing the Kobold Kingdom, becoming a dragon's kin wasn't difficult. Why did the Kobold King choose the Heart of Elements instead of the more accessible dragon bloodline? In terms of growth potential, the elemental body was certainly inferior to the dragon bloodline, and the Kobold's attitude towards dragons was one of devout fervor, which puzzled Chen Xing. He recalled how the Kobold King had previously stood by as the elders perished, and he sensed that the Kobold Kingdom was not as peaceful as it appeared. The king he had slain seemed to be an outlier among the Kobolds. Despite the mental image of a sprawling kingdom power struggle, with the fall of the Kobold Kingdom, whatever grievances and rivalries they had were no longer of importance to Chen Xing. The elemental heart, on the other hand, is quite a valuable item. Once I have peasants who can transition into hidden professions like lightning mages, this item can be used for fusion. Even without fusion, the elemental heart is a highly advanced material, useful for crafting equipment or recruiting high-tier units. Its versatility makes it far more valuable than orange-grade equipment. Besides these two pieces of equipment, the Kobold King also dropped a piece of orange-grade armor and a dragon tooth horn. The ruler's breastplate is of orange grade, with attributes of 500 stamina, 200 strength, and the skill Ruler's Majesty. When health first drops to 50%, it quickly restores 20% of maximum health. When health falls below 10%, it generates a shield that is immune to all damage, lasting for 0.5 seconds. Its evaluation is a ruler, undying to ambush. The dragon tooth horn is also orange grade, with an attribute of 200 to all stats and the skill Dragon's Roar. Blowing the horn emits the roar of a dragon, reducing the attributes of all who hear it by 10 to 20%. Its evaluation is crafted from a dragon's fallen tooth. The sound carries a faint trace of dragon might. Chen Xing noticed the ruler's breastplate had impressive attributes, so he immediately put it on. When he saw the dragon tooth horn, he realized that even without the dragon's bloodline, the Kobold King could still unleash a dragon's might, thanks to the item. However, Chen Xing was puzzled about what kind of dragon was behind the Kobold Kingdom. One that loses both teeth and scales. Was it beaten up by someone? Although Chen Xing was curious about the dragon behind the Kobold Kingdom, this wasn't the time to investigate. After defeating the kobolds, he immediately began looting the kobold capital. The first things that caught his eye were the vast amounts of mineral resources and gold. Among these minerals were not only common stones and iron, but also a significant amount of high-grade resources like refined iron. In addition, Chen Xing discovered some rare resources in the kobold treasury. He cataloged them and found 3 holy light stones, 12 magic crystals, 15 sulfur, 13 mercury, 20 energy stones, and 72 source crystals. With these source crystals, combined with those obtained from the Kobold King and elders, the number of source crystals in Chen Xing's possession exceeded 3 digits for the first time. These rare resources are highly versatile, essential not only for constructing advanced buildings, but also for recruiting high-tier units. For example, holy light stones and magic crystals are necessary for recruiting angels, while sulfur, mercury, and magic crystals are used to recruit dragons. The versatility of these materials makes them a valuable currency on the battlefield of myriad worlds. The only regret is that these resources are extremely scarce, even difficult to obtain from bosses, and usually can only be scavenged from treasure chests and warehouses. Therefore, despite the blessing of myriad worlds, Chen Xing could not acquire large quantities of these advanced resources. However, Chen Xing was not in a hurry to recruit top-tier units, so his demand for these materials was not particularly urgent. For building construction alone, the advanced resources he looted were more than sufficient, given the speed at which he cleared monsters. Besides resources, Chen Xing also acquired numerous blueprints and scrolls. Combining these with the blueprints obtained from the Kobold King and others, he reviewed them one by one and found 1 Boulder Wall blueprint, 27 Spirit Field blueprints, 1 Eye of Sai blueprint, 1 Blacksmith blueprint, 3 Quarry blueprints, 1 Lord's Castle blueprint, 1 Spirit Spring blueprint, 1 Automatic Irrigation blueprint, 1 Underground Water System, 1 Return Scroll, 1 Golden Ale blueprint, 10 Restoration Scrolls. The Hall of Blueprints was abundant, especially the acquisition of 27 Spirit Field blueprints, which thrilled him. In addition to the Spirit Fields, he also acquired the accompanying Spirit Spring and Irrigation blueprints, meaning he could finally establish farms in his territory. The only thing missing now was seeds. The boulder wall blueprint was the city wall blueprint Chen Xing had always dreamed of. According to its description, its attributes were quite impressive, able to condense the stone needed for wall construction into a single entity. The better the materials used, the stronger the wall's durability, likely similar to the walls of the Cobalt capital. Chen Xing silently decided that upon leaving, he would dismantle the Cobalt walls and take the materials back. Once his territory upgraded to level 10, he would use these materials to build his own walls. The blueprints for the Psychic Eye and the Lord's Castle are both valuable resources for transformation. The Psychic Eye enhances watchtowers, upgrading them to Psychic Eyes, which not only expand their range but also detect invisible and disguised units, significantly boosting the territory's defense capabilities. Meanwhile, the Lord's Castle can transform the Lord's Hall into a more fortified structure, greatly increasing its defense and granting the ability to control all functional buildings within the territory. For example, in the future, Chen Xing can sell items directly from the Lord's Castle without needing to visit the trading market. Although the castle's luxurious appearance and comfortable living do not offer direct practical benefits, they provide emotional satisfaction to the Lord. After all, what is a lord without a castle? The underground water system falls under the category of residential buildings. While it lacks powerful attributes, it is an essential part of a complete territory. As for the blacksmith shop and quarry, Chen Xing already owns them, so they are nothing special. However, the blueprint for golden wheat beer surprised Chen Xing because it requires spirit wheat among its materials, indicating that the brewed beer will likely have additional attributes. Unfortunately, Chen Xing currently lacks the brewing materials and can only store the blueprint until he acquires spirit wheat seeds to try it. Apart from these, Chen Xing's greatest gain was acquiring another town portal scroll. Having already obtained 3 from the Goblin King, he was surprised to find another in the Cobalt Kingdom. In the battlefield of all realms, a town portal scroll allows quick return to a safe location, providing a high chance of saving one's life in danger. Although this scroll might not be used, having an extra life-saving card is always wise, as one never knows what might happen in the battlefield. After sorting through all the loot, the remaining recovery scrolls and various potions were of little use to Chen Xing. He glanced at them briefly before tossing them into his inventory, planning to handle them at the trading market later. Once all the spoils were organized, hundreds of ordinary farmers began rapidly collecting the Cobalt Kingdom's resources, like locusts, to bring back to the territory as much as possible. The only regret for Chen Xing was discovering in the equipment information that there seemed to be a powerful blacksmith in the Cobalt Kingdom capable of crafting dragon-scale equipment. However, he did not find this blacksmith, unsure if they had perished in battle or were never there in the first place. Capturing this blacksmith would have been a significant asset for Chen Xing's blacksmith shop. However, as the probability of encountering a life profession in monster tribes is low, Chen Xing decided not to dwell on it. While Chen Xing was scanning the Cobalt Kingdom to see if there was anything else worth taking, one of his assassins rushed over to report a discovery, a mine tunnel within the kingdom. A mine tunnel inside the kingdom? Chen Xing was taken aback by the news. Kobolds were known for their love of mining, but digging a tunnel inside the capital seemed unnecessary. If enemies discovered the tunnel, they could use it to infiltrate the Cobalt Kingdom directly. What would be the point of city walls then? Trusting his instincts that something was amiss, Chen Xing gathered his troops, leaving only a few archers behind, and led the rest down the peculiar tunnel. The tunnel beneath the kingdom was crafted in true kobold style, spacious, winding, and filled with traps. However, with the life aura enhancement, Chen Xing's army easily navigated through them. Under the 60-fold constitution boost of the life aura, traps were nothing but trivial obstacles. The durability aura allowed Chen Xing's army to move swiftly, though he found it odd that the tunnel kept descending. They were already in an underground world, and yet they continued to go deeper. Where could this possibly lead? Hopefully not to the Earth's core, where they might end up facing a lethal wave of magma. Although Chen Xing knew the world of the Wanja battlefield was vast and unlikely to reach the Earth's core so easily, the prolonged descent still caused him some concern. Just then, the scouts at the front reported that the tunnel had reached its end. As they exited the tunnel, Chen Xing was surprised to find it connected to yet another underground world. This discovery made him grimace. What was going on with the Wanja battlefield? How many layers of underground worlds were there? He had never heard of such expansive underground realms in the newbie world of Wanja battlefield before. Unlike the lair where the Cobalt King resided, this underground world was much brighter. It wasn't due to luminescent plants, but rather the numerous flowing lava rivers. The red glow from the lava illuminated the entire underground world as if it were a real river, making the surroundings extraordinarily bright. Chen Xing was both wrong and right. It wasn't the Earth's core, but there was indeed lava. Noticing the scorching lava, he instinctively warned his soldiers to be cautious. Although he wasn't sure if his troops could withstand the lava, it wasn't worth testing with their lives. Perhaps due to the presence of lava, there were few plants in this underground world. However, some crocodile-like creatures were spotted in the lava. Chen Xing had his archers kill a couple, only to find they were mere level 5 creatures, offering no experience points, so he lost interest in them. Continuing along the lava river, Chen Xing soon discovered that both the tunnel and the river led into a massive cavern. Initially, he didn't think much of it. Such caverns were common in underground worlds, though this one was slightly larger. He assumed it was just a passage that would lead them out quickly. However, as soon as he stepped into the cavern, he received a notification. You have entered the territory of a dragon. Due to the dragon's aura, all your attributes are reduced by 50. In that instant, Chen Xing froze in place. It wasn't just a moment of shock, it was a deep-seated fear coursing through his veins, gripping his heart so tightly that it felt like he might die the next second. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fear that had taken hold of him, and only then did he realize that his body was trembling slightly. Was this the true might of an adult dragon's presence? Previously, the dragon aura emitted by those kobolds with diluted dragon blood was weak, leading Chen Xing to subconsciously dismiss dragon aura as merely a debuff skill. He hadn't expected the aura of a real dragon to be so terrifying. It wasn't just a debuff, it was a suppression of bloodlines. Clearly, the top creatures on the battlefield were far beyond comparison to kobolds with just a trace of dragon blood. As for the dragon units under other lords, they were nothing but immature hatchlings compared to an adult dragon. Perhaps one day their dragons might grow to such a level, but for now, they weren't even qualified to glance at an adult dragon. Chen Xing glanced at his own troops. Though they gripped their weapons tightly, their slightly trembling forms indicated they weren't much better off than him. In this state, let alone a 50% attribute reduction, even without it, they would struggle to bring their full strength against the dragon. Fortunately, Chen Xing hadn't come to slay a dragon this time, so he calmed himself, waited until his body returned to normal, and then looked ahead. In the center of the cavern was a massive pool of lava, seemingly collecting all the flowing lava from outside. Unlike the relatively calm lava outside, the lava in the pool was incredibly active, bubbling and boiling like a pot of water. Countless bubbles burst and reformed on the surface, and the crackling sound of them popping was clearly audible to Chen Xing, even from a distance. At the center of the boiling lava pool was a seemingly small stone platform, upon which lay a massive figure. Despite the distance, Chen Xing instinctively held his breath and carefully observed. The figure on the stone platform was a red dragon, its dark red scales almost indistinguishable from the flowing lava. The only difference was the faint metallic sheen on its scales, forming smooth, dark patterns. Chen Xing estimated that the red dragon was at least 100 meters long, undoubtedly a colossal creature. Its immense size made the stone platform appear small. What puzzled Chen Xing was that, despite the platform's smallness, the red dragon had retracted its wings and tail to the extreme to fit, much like a tall person lying on a small bed, needing to curl up to avoid falling off. It was clearly not a comfortable position for rest. Logically speaking, a dragon in the underground world should have no rivals and can rest wherever it pleases. So why did it choose this seemingly cramped platform? Could it be guarding some treasure? As soon as this thought surfaced in Chen Xing's mind, he dismissed it. From his vantage point, the entire cave was visible. Apart from the stone platform beneath the dragon, the surroundings were filled with bubbling lava, with not even a peculiar stone in sight, let alone anything unusual. Therefore, the possibility of a treasure being present was slim. If it's not guarding treasure, then why is it here? Besides this perplexity, Chen Xing sensed something was amiss. Judging by the size of this red dragon, it was at least an adult. From Chen Xing's understanding of chromatic dragons, an adult red dragon would be at least level 80. However, the maximum level for a lord in the newbie world of the battlefield of myriad worlds was only level 20. Creatures exceeding this limit would be banished to the main world. As for wild creatures, their maximum level was 30, and even if they broke the limit, reaching level 40 would be the absolute maximum. Therefore, Chen Xing originally assumed that the dragon behind the Kobold Kingdom was most likely a juvenile, at most a young dragon. Now, suddenly encountering an adult red dragon of at least level 80, what does this imply? Is it reasonable to place an adult dragon in the newbie world? Is it meant to massacre the entire newbie world? Even though Chen Xing had the blessing of the battlefield of myriad worlds and was accustomed to grand scenes, the presence of this red dragon still challenged his understanding. This was simply not a creature that should exist in the newbie world. Moreover, he was certain that this was not an effect of the blessing. The blessing only allowed his territory to appear in areas with stronger monsters, without enhancing the monsters themselves. Bringing his territory near the red dragon was likely an effect of the blessing, but having an adult red dragon appear in the newbie world was definitely not the blessing's doing. Faced with an 80-level red dragon, Chen Xing immediately took out a return scroll. A wise person avoids danger. Although he was still at a safe distance from the red dragon, and it was unlikely to attack him, the dragon's speed meant it could reach him in an instant. If it woke up and decided it didn't like him, it could easily swoop down and kill him. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. Not only did he have to leave, but he also needed to find a way to relocate his territory. Even if the territory relocation scroll was rare, He had to figure out how to get one. With the blessing of the battlefield of myriad worlds, he was confident that if he cleared all the monsters around his territory, a relocation scroll would eventually drop. Once he acquired the territory relocation scroll, he would immediately move his territory as far away as possible. Living next to an adult dragon was too thrilling for Chen Xing. He couldn't handle such excitement. Whoever wanted to be its neighbor, he was definitely not sticking around. Just as Chen Xing was about to tear open the scroll to teleport back to the city, the archer, who had been observing the red dragon, suddenly spoke up to warn him. "My lord, it seems this red dragon is chained here." Chen Xing paused his actions upon hearing this. "Chained? What does that mean?" "My lord, look at the protruding area on its wing," the archer, with his keen eyesight, far superior to Chen Xing's, pointed out. Following the archer's direction, Chen Xing looked closely at the red dragon's wings. Sure enough, where the archer indicated, Chen Xing saw an unusual protrusion on the red dragon's body. The protrusion was a dark red color, initially appearing to be a part of the dragon's scales. Earlier, Chen Xing had assumed it was a scar and didn't pay much attention to it. But now, with the archer's insight, he realized it was indeed a chain. One end was anchored under the dragon's body, leading somewhere unknown, while the other end was embedded into the base of the dragon's wing, securely binding the red dragon. If the red dragon was indeed chained, it explained why it remained on the stone platform. It wasn't that the dragon wanted to curl up on such a small space, but because it was held captive like a prisoner, with no other choice. Confirming the dragon's captivity, Chen Xing felt a wave of relief. It's common knowledge that any creature, even a god, seems less threatening when caged, let alone a red dragon. A chained red dragon is entirely different from a free one. If it were free, Chen Xing would have made a swift retreat. But if it was chained, perhaps a conversation could be had. The red dragon, being bound, would need food and supplies, which Chen Xing could provide. It's likely that the kobolds previously traded with the dragon in this manner, offering tributes in exchange for its favor, essentially trading resources. If the kobolds could do it, so could he. With this realization, Chen Xing's gaze toward the red dragon shifted from concern to keen interest. A red dragon is a treasure trove. Despite appearing destitute while chained, Chen Xing knew the dragon's stomach held a dimensional space. Given a red dragon's greed, unless it perished, no one could retrieve treasures from its belly. A level 80 red dragon could possess unimaginable wealth. Even if he couldn't obtain treasures, the dragon's discarded scales would still be valuable, as equipment made from adult dragon scales would at least be of legendary quality. This kind of deal, with a guaranteed profit, was one Chen Xing couldn't pass up. However, the prerequisite for such a trade was dealing with the red dragon. Chromatic dragons are notoriously unstable, with red dragons being the most volatile. Their arrogance and pride are ingrained in their very being. Thus, any negotiation would need to start with appeasement. Of course, Chen Xing had no intention of approaching the dragon until he was sure of its temperament. Even then, it would be too risky. The dragon was dangerous, and he felt uneasy even at a distance, let alone getting close. Until he had the means to protect himself, getting near the dragon was out of the question. Chen Xing summoned a peasant mage, instructed him on what to say, and sent him to speak with the red dragon. For extra caution, he ordered his troops to move back, placing the red dragon within the archer's range. This way, if the dragon turned hostile, the archers could provide cover, buying him some time. Chen Xing didn't expect them to stop the dragon, but hoped they could at least distract it long enough for his teleport scroll to activate, allowing him and his troops to escape. Once everything was prepared, the mage glanced at the massive form of the red dragon, then approached with a fearless demeanor. As the mage drew near, the sleeping red dragon's nostrils flared slightly, as if catching a scent. Then, its double eyelids slowly opened, and its enormous vertical pupils locked onto the mage. "I smell the scent of kin," it rumbled. Being stared at by a red dragon in such a manner put immense psychological pressure on the mage. Fortunately, the mental fortitude of a mage is quite resilient, providing some resistance to the dragon's intimidating presence. He steadied his nerves and, following Chen Xing's instructions, took a step forward, speaking in a respectful manner. "Honorable red dragon, we are adventurers traveling through the underground world. We did not expect to encounter you here. It is truly our honor to witness your majesty." Red dragons are notoriously arrogant, ranking among the proudest of dragonkind. To achieve any goal when dealing with a red dragon, flattery is a must. To them, such compliments are merely basic acknowledgments of their greatness. Without praise, one might be seen as disrespectful and could even face deadly retaliation. In essence, red dragons are more difficult to please than emperors. Chen Xing, lacking experience in servitude, could only teach the mage some pleasing words to say. As for whether this seemed a bit humiliating, Chen Xing didn't mind. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. Facing an 80-level red dragon that he couldn't defeat, if he wanted to gain any benefits, he had to lower his stance. It's not like the dragon would acknowledge him as its master and offer treasures willingly. "Truly our honor?" The red dragon's deep, raspy voice carried a hint of ambiguity as it repeated the mage's last words, slowly rising from its stone platform. With its movements, a series of metallic clinks echoed through the cave. Only then did Chen Xing notice that the dragon was bound by two chains, each piercing through the base of its wings and into its body. Although Chen Xing didn't know where the chains led within the dragon, he was certain they weren't just restraining its wings. Otherwise, with its regenerative abilities, it would have broken free long ago. However, as the red dragon fully stood up, Chen Xing suddenly realized something was amiss. This dragon was even larger than he had imagined, with a wingspan reaching at least 300 meters. This wasn't an adult dragon but a mature one, at least a 90-level entity. You insignificant ants, what right do you have to stand before me? The dragon's voice was like thunder, resonating throughout the cave. This is bad. Hearing this unfriendly declaration, Chen Xing immediately sensed danger. Forgetting any thoughts of negotiation, he swiftly tore open the teleportation scroll in his hand. As he did, the red dragon raised its long neck, let out a roar, and then lowered its head to unleash a breath of dragon fire towards Chen Xing's team. The dragon fire spread over an incredible distance, reaching the archers who were 500 to 600 meters away in an instant. The searing dragon fire surpassed all magical damage, and even with a 60-fold physical enhancement, Chen Xing's warriors were vaporized in an instant. Even the heavily armored shield bearers could only hold out for an additional second before being reduced to ashes. Fortunately, the speed at which the town portal scroll activated was incredibly fast. Just as the front line was about to be wiped out, the white light of the portal finally shone. In the moment before the teleportation took effect, Chen Xing, who had been hesitant to use his detection spell for fear of provoking the red dragon, finally cast it. The level and attributes of the red dragon, Tolan's, left Chen Xing in shock. Back in his territory, Chen Xing's expression was grim. He checked the results of the detection spell, but due to the significant level difference, he could only see the dragon's name and nothing else. However, upon seeing the result, Chen Xing gave a cold smile. He had been fooled by this stupid dragon. While the detection spell in the world battlefield could only probe information on monsters within 3 levels of one's own, it had a peculiar mechanism. It could reveal the level of monsters within 10 levels and the name of those within 20 levels. If the target was beyond 20 levels, the spell would only indicate the vast level gap without any further information. Now, since Chen Xing's spell could directly reveal the red dragon's name, it meant that the dragon, which he assumed to be level 80 or 90, was actually no more than level 30. Had the red dragon not turned hostile, prompting Chen Xing to use his detection spell without hesitation, he might still be stuck in his flawed assumptions. It was no wonder there was an adult red dragon in the novice world. It turned out to be a crippled dragon with drastically reduced levels. Apparently, the chain not only restricted its freedom but also inflicted severe damage, reducing its level to below that of a young dragon. Typical of a red dragon, it remained arrogant even in such a predicament. At this point, Chen Xing felt a surge of killing intent towards the red dragon. He believed he had been quite benevolent this time. Upon seeing the chained dragon, he did not immediately think of slaying it, but rather considered a cooperative approach. Yet the dragon responded with a breath attack without a word, a blatant provocation. Just then, the belated casualty report popped up on Chen Xing's panel. He calculated that the dragon's breath had wiped out over 400 peasants, nearly half of his forces. Besides the casualties, all the equipment carried by these peasants had been lost. Fortunately, the orange gear had high enough attributes that those equipped with it survived the dragon's breath and were brought back by Chen Xing. If the orange gear had been lost, Chen Xing would have been heartbroken. This significant loss only fueled Chen Xing's anger. He was also puzzled. What gave this red dragon the audacity to act so recklessly? He knew red dragons were somewhat insane, but even insanity required some sense. If it were truly level 80 or 90, it could act as erratically as it wished. Not only could it breathe fire at Chen Xing's troops, but even demolishing his territory would have to be tolerated. But the issue was, it was now only level 30 and chained, so what justified its arrogance? Did this red dragon really lack any sense at all? Chen Xing grew increasingly angry as he thought about the situation, silently cursing. That dragon has to go. If I don't deal with it, I might never sleep well again. Although not one to hold grudges, he quickly began planning his revenge. Given the power of the red dragon's recent breath attack, it was clear that his warriors were no match for it. However, he still had 3 skill points at his disposal. By upgrading the strong strike aura, he could increase the archer's attack range to over 1,000 meters, potentially allowing them to wear down the dragon at the cave entrance. After some consideration, however, Chen Xing decided to set this plan aside. While a long-range strategy might work against an adult dragon, a mature dragon possesses many abilities, including long-range attacks, which would put his archers at a disadvantage. Therefore, this clever plan could serve as a backup, but not the primary strategy. To seek revenge, strengthening his territory was the best approach. Currently, Chen Xing had two ways to quickly enhance his power: upgrading auras and the Path of Glory. In terms of upgrading auras, his level had already reached 10, slowing down progress, and relying solely on leveling up for skill points seemed inefficient. However, defeating a sovereign-level boss could also grant skill points 3 points per boss, which was much faster than leveling up. Despite the rarity of such bosses, Chen Xing wasn't worried, as he had the completion blessing. He planned to send out troops to scour the surrounding areas, and with the endurance aura, they would soon clear the vicinity. Upon encountering a sovereign-level boss, he would immediately gather his forces to attack. He was confident that with fully upgraded auras, he could take down the Red Dragon. Regarding the Path of Glory, he had completed the second task but hadn't claimed the reward yet. Once he obtained the blueprint for the small wishing fountain, the third task would immediately refresh. The Path of Glory task required killing 10 sovereign-level bosses not lower in level than himself, with the current count at 0-10. The reward for this task was the special building, the Trial Tower. Through the Trial Tower, his troops could advance their professions and gain new skills. Notably, there was a small chance of advancing to a hidden profession during this process. The Path of Glory tasks were becoming increasingly challenging, jumping from any high-tier monster to sovereign-level bosses. For an ordinary lord, this would be daunting, but the task aligned perfectly with Chen Xing's plan to acquire skill points, allowing him to complete both objectives simultaneously. Chen Xing was quite satisfied with the reward for this Path of Glory task. He had been pondering how to advance his farmers' professions, and the task provided the Trial Tower as a reward. With this tower, farmers could advance like any other professional, and to his surprise, the Trial Tower could also allow them to advance to hidden professions, albeit with a low probability. This was still better than the extremely low probability of triggering a hidden profession in the barracks, which he had never managed despite converting hundreds of professionals. After obtaining the heroic altar, Chen Xing had almost given up on the barracks' hidden profession conversions. Now, with the Trial Tower offering the chance for hidden profession advancement, he felt a glimmer of hope. He hoped the low probability would be slightly higher than expected. Once the plan was set, Chen Xing walked up to the altar of heroes and decisively chose to resurrect all the fallen warriors. As the gold was deducted, the altar emitted a faint glow, and one by one, figures began to materialize from the void. The resurrected villagers looked bewildered, seemingly unaware of what had happened, until they heard Chen Xing's call and realized they had been brought back to life. "Thank you, my lord." The group of villager warriors knelt down respectfully at the altar, expressing their gratitude to Chen Xing. He gestured for them to stand aside, and once all the troops were revived, he waved his hand and ordered them to start clearing out all creatures in every direction of the territory, sparing none except for the monarch-level bosses, not even the high-tier monsters. With the command given, hundreds of warriors quickly dispersed, and Chen Xing knew that all the monsters around the territory would soon face their doom. At this moment, he wasn't focused on the warriors who spontaneously began their slaughter. Instead, he took out the blueprint of the small wishing fountain. This blueprint was an invaluable treasure, even in the main world. Back on Blue Star, Chen Xing had only heard of this magical structure, never expecting to have the chance to build it himself. The construction of the small wishing fountain required the territory to be at level 5, along with 10 magic crystals, 10 energy stones, 10 mithril, and 50 source crystals. Seeing these resource demands, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel astonished. 10 of each high-level resource was already considerable, but needing 50 source crystals was almost enough to recruit an S-level unit. Fortunately, Chen Xing had amassed considerable wealth from the Kobold King's city. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough resources to build the small wishing fountain. Despite the exorbitant cost, Chen Xing decided without hesitation to construct it, knowing that its high price was justified. The primary function of the small wishing fountain is to obtain high-level resources, such as energy stones, holy light stones, and magic crystals, producing 1 per day. If wishing for source crystals, it can yield 10 per day. In other words, an S-level lord, even without doing anything, could recruit a new S-level unit in a maximum of 2 months with the resources produced by the small wishing fountain. However, Chen Xing wasn't lacking in resources, nor did he need to recruit high-tier units. For him, the small wishing fountain had a more significant purpose. Once completed, the small wishing fountain appeared like an ordinary fountain, with clear water continually spouting upwards due to some unknown force, only to fall back into the pool. Strangely, although the water was crystal clear, it was like an abyss, unable to reflect any images. Chen Xing stood before the small wishing fountain, his eyes focused intently on the gently flowing water. He took a deep breath and made his wish for the day. The first farmer to change careers must transition into a hidden profession. As soon as he finished speaking, something extraordinary happened. The previously flowing water suddenly froze, as if time had stopped. Then, the entire pool seemed to be drained by an invisible hand, the water level dropping rapidly, and the fountain's height decreasing along with it. In an instant, the wishing pool had completely dried up. Chen Xing watched this unfold, knowing that his wish had been accepted by the fountain. This small wishing fountain had a unique mechanism. When a wish was successfully made, the water would disappear entirely, only to gradually refill, ready for another wish the following day. If a wish exceeded the fountain's capabilities, the water would turn black, preventing any wishes that day, and overly ambitious wishes could even extend the fountain's cooldown period. Chen Xing recalled a well-known story. Someone had spent a fortune for a chance to make a wish, only to wish to grow 1 centimeter taller every day. The result was the water became polluted and unusable for 30 days. He wasn't clear on what happened afterward, but he knew the person was almost beaten to death by the fountain's owner. Thinking of this, Chen Xing couldn't help but smile, relieved that he wasn't short on money and would never sell his wishing rights. Seeing the signs of a successful wish, Chen Xing began to consider who should receive this hidden profession. He currently had 5 professions: warrior, shield bearer, archer, mage, and assassin. After careful consideration, he first ruled out the least noticeable assassin. Then, he dismissed the shield bearer and warrior. Shield bearers only needed to survive an attack, and even a hidden profession wouldn't help against high-level damage. Warriors relied on numbers for control effects, which wouldn't be effective against a powerful boss even with a hidden profession. The final choice was between the archer and the mage. Although the archer was currently the main source of damage, Chen Xing decided to prioritize developing the mage's hidden profession. This wasn't just because of the saying, "the future belongs to mages," but more importantly, he had amassed a significant amount of mage equipment: the Swift Speaker's staff to reduce casting time, the Flame Burst staff for fire spells, and the Elemental Heart for lightning spells. With a powerful mage, these items could instantly boost a novice mage's damage output by several levels. After weighing his options, Chen Xing ultimately decided to grant this valuable hidden profession opportunity to the mage. Chen Xing quickly made a decision and summoned a farmer, intending to transform him into a mage. The farmer entered the barracks and emerged completely transformed. A humble staff replaced the rough axe in his hand, and his shabby clothes turned into a vibrant red robe, marking a profound change in his demeanor. The newly minted mage's attribute panel appeared. Class: Farmer Flame Sorcerer. Level 10. Attributes: Strength, E20800. Constitution, 201,200. Agility, 20,400. Spirit, 30,600. Talent: Fire Element Affinity. All fire spell damage increased by 50. Skills: Meditation, Illumination, Small Fireball, Fire Resistance, Flame Blink, Firewall, Fire Enhancement. Examining this attribute panel, Chen Xing nodded to himself. Although he hadn't unlocked any rare hidden arcane class, this fire-specialized mage perfectly suited current needs. Unlike ordinary mages, the Flame Sorcerer shared the same base attribute enhancements, gaining 1 point in all attributes per level, with an additional point in the primary attribute. The main distinction lay in the talent. The Flame Sorcerer's elemental affinity was specialized to fire, boosting the general 10 spell damage increase to a significant 50 fire damage increase. While it was hard to determine the superiority of specialization versus generalization, ordinary mages couldn't compete with the Flame Sorcerer's specialized advantage. Additionally, the Flame Sorcerer possessed several unique skills: Flame Blink for escape, Firewall for defense, and Fire Enhancement to boost the next spell's damage. Though these skills were practical within Chen Xing's domain, only Fire Enhancement seemed immediately useful. After careful consideration, Chen Xing handed the Flame Burst staff to the new Flame Sorcerer. As for the Lightning Elemental Heart, he decided to hold on to it for now. Although it could enhance elemental affinity, its benefits were greater for lightning elements, making it somewhat wasted on a Flame Sorcerer. Since there was only one chance to fuse it, Chen Xing decided to wait for a more suitable mage class to emerge. After dealing with the minor issues at the Wishing Fountain, Chen Xing listed some unused orange equipment, like the Punishment Trident, on the trading market. He mused that after this period of development, at least the top-rank lords should now have the strength to purchase orange gear. Perhaps today would bring some unexpected surprises. However, these were secondary concerns. Chen Xing soon set these trivial matters aside and turned his focus to the most important task at hand: territory development. Having acquired numerous blueprints from the Kobold Kingdom, Chen Xing knew it was time to put them to use. Upon returning to the Lord's Hall, his first task was to upgrade the Psionic Eye, followed by the construction of the Spirit Well, irrigation system, underground water system, and the 27 spiritual fields. With abundant resources, these structures quickly emerged in his territory. Despite the current scarcity of seeds, Chen Xing understood that building the spiritual fields might not be immediately useful, but he decided to construct them anyway. He had no choice but to deal with the numerous casualties he had caused. While the non-sentient could be used for sustenance, the sentient ones could only serve as fertilizer. Otherwise, the ever-growing pile of corpses would be problematic. So he built all the spiritual fields at once. Even if they couldn't be planted right away, they could serve as recycling stations, enhancing the field's fertility and spiritual energy win-win situation. The only unexpected aspect for Chen Xing was that the blueprint for the psionic eye was classified as an advanced structure, costing him 10 source crystals. Once the psionic eye was completed, Chen Xing immediately checked its attribute panel. Psionic eye watchtower features global observation, anti-stealth, anti-camouflage, self-concealment. Range, territory range 9. Evaluation. This is a special eye that, when integrated with the territory, allows complete control over the entire territory's vision. Upgraded to a watchtower. The psionic eye transformed from a tower into an eye-like icon floating above Chen Xing's lord's castle. Its appearance reminded him of the true sight eye icon from games he used to play. As for the self-concealment attribute, Chen Xing assumed it meant the icon was visible only to him. After reviewing the attributes, Chen Xing tested the psionic eye's observation function. He had to admit, the global observation was a significant improvement over the previous watchtower. The old watchtower could only project a single image, whereas now it upgraded to an immersive AR experience. With observation, Chen Xing had a Godseya view, able to look anywhere within range and adjust angles as he pleased, extremely convenient. In addition to active observation, the psionic eye featured an alert mode. If any non-territory creatures entered the observation range, it would send Chen Xing alerts of varying severity based on the creature's level, a highly useful ability. With this feature, Chen Xing wouldn't have to worry about receiving notifications only after his territory structures were dismantled while he was away. With all the structures completed, Chen Xing began constructing the last and most important building for him, the Lord's Castle. Besides the psionic eye, the blueprint he was most satisfied with was for the Lord's Castle. The intelligent design of the battlefield of myriad worlds was remarkable, allowing him to choose the castle's appearance. In addition to traditional Western-style castles, there were many other styles available, such as Chinese-style, exotic, elven tree fortresses, mechanical halls, and even Zerg breeding nests, with a wide variety that dazzled the eye. While he appreciated the styles of other races' castles, he had already decided on the type of castle he wanted to build. Ultimately, he chose to construct a tech version of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. For the appearance of the Lord's Castle, Chen Xing chose to trust the aesthetics of his ancestors. However, for the interior design, he relied on the technology of later generations. Yet, the battlefield of all worlds charged an additional fee for this technological integration. Besides the resources needed for the blueprint, Chen Xing had to pay a renovation fee, but he didn't mind the expense and paid it without hesitation. As the resources were deducted, a magnificent ancient-style building quickly rose from the ground. The completed Copper Sparrow Terrace stood 10 zhang tall, with 5 floors, reaching a total height of over 60 meters. Atop the building, a giant copper sparrow was perched, gleaming brightly. Chen Xing couldn't help but marvel at the spectacular sight of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, exclaiming, "It's really massive." If his territory hadn't been upgraded to level 9, expanding significantly, such a structure would have been impossible to accommodate. The ancient saying, majestically towering, as high as a mountain, radiating light, wings spread as if flying, was indeed true. The aesthetic sense of the ancients was impeccable. After admiring the exterior, Chen Xing entered the Copper Sparrow Terrace to experience its internal features. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt that the renovation fees charged by the battlefield of all worlds were worth it. Although the interior technology was from later generations, it seemed somewhat outdated. The first advanced technology inside the Copper Sparrow Terrace was quantum teleportation. Simply put, Chen Xing could instantly appear on any floor of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, from the first to the sixth, with just a thought. Compared to this, any high-speed elevator seemed trivial. Moreover, the intelligent control system was flawless. Any piece of furniture could be summoned at will, and all were advanced smart technology furniture, extremely convenient. Exaggeratingly speaking, standing inside the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Chen Xing almost felt like a deity. Whatever he thought of, the Copper Sparrow Terrace could achieve. Furthermore, the technology not only controlled the interior of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, but also integrated the control of other functional buildings within the territory into the control center of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. This made operating the territory much simpler and saved a lot of time. Standing on the observation deck on the 6th floor of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Chen Xing flicked his fingers, summoning a floating beach chair. Lying on it, he overlooked the vibrant scenery of his territory, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. This was the life a lord should have. The only regret he had was that, currently, he was the only human in the territory. Looking at the lonely Copper Sparrow Terrace, Chen Xing silently decided that once he became invincible in the world, he would fulfill the Chancellor's legacy by placing a team of sisters inside the Copper Sparrow Terrace. For now, the affairs within the territory were handled by the farmers, and the monsters outside the territory were cleared by professionals. Chen Xing only needed to wait for news of the monarch-level boss, so he found himself with quite a bit of free time. Chen Xing watched the busy farmers, feeling a vague sense that he had forgotten something. Instinctively, he opened his information panel to carefully review it, and quickly discovered what he had overlooked. As the top player in the region, he was the first to reach level 10, and the reward for ranking first on the leaderboard had long been available for him to claim. However, Chen Xing wasn't particularly concerned about this reward until he stumbled upon the reminder that he hadn't yet claimed his leaderboard prize. Despite this, he didn't have high expectations for the reward. Typically, the first place prize on the leaderboard is a piece of custom orange equipment, but such gear offers minimal benefits to a lord. Often, lords would gift this equipment to their top-tier units. While this custom gear could significantly enhance the combat power of non-human units like dragons and hydras, for Chen Xing, this reward was merely better than nothing. He already had plenty of orange equipment, so an additional piece wouldn't make much difference. Nevertheless, since the orange gear was free, Chen Xing decided to claim the reward. The system prompted him to choose the type of custom equipment. Although he opted for enhancements in lord skills or territory construction abilities, he received a notification of customization failure. He shook his head, thinking the leaderboard reward was rather underwhelming. Technically, the leaderboard reward was designed for regular professions. For ordinary players, possessing an orange gear could significantly boost their power, making this reward crucial for them. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the lord profession, it was nearly impossible for non-lords to clinch the top spot on the leaderboard. Chen Xing knew that in all these years, only 2 ordinary players had ever claimed the first-place reward, and they had since become influential figures on Blue Star. Since lord-specific equipment couldn't be customized, Chen Xing decided to shift his focus to equipment that could enhance personal power, specifically for a flame warlock. He chose an offhand weapon for a fire mage, aiming to increase skill count and enhance skill potency. The customization succeeded, and the equipment was promptly delivered to his inventory. This piece of equipment was a beginner's fire magic book of orange type, serving as an offhand weapon with an attribute of Spirit 300. Its skill, Flame Enhancement, could boost fire spell damage by 20%. The user could cast most basic fire spells through this magic book. The system rated this magic book as a divine tool custom-made for mage professions, making it a highly coveted item for most novice fire mages. The custom-made equipment seemed to possess extraordinary power. Chen Xing gazed at the attributes of the magic book and realized he had underestimated the value of custom equipment on the leaderboard. The book's attributes perfectly matched Chen Xing's needs, and the additional fire damage enhancement made it even more precious. It even included all low-level fire spells, which was an unexpected delight for Chen Xing. Upon opening the magic book, Chen Xing discovered it contained numerous fire spells, such as Fireball, Chain Fireball, Explosion, Rain of Fire, and Path of Flames. All the basic fire spells he knew were included. Unfortunately, the book was restricted to the mage class. Otherwise, Chen Xing would have liked to try out the mage role himself. Of course, if it weren't for the class restriction, this equipment wouldn't be as simple as just being an orange tier item. After casually flipping through the magic book, Chen Xing set it aside, deciding to hand it over to the fire mage once he returned. He believed that with this equipment, the fire mage would undoubtedly become the strongest damage dealer in his territory. Thinking about the fire mage's potential, Chen Xing pondered for a moment and decided to use skill points to upgrade the wisdom aura by 2 levels to enhance mental attributes. However, enhancing mental attributes was not solely to boost the fire mage's output. It also improved resistance to abnormal states, such as Dragon's Might. Since they had resolved to slay the dragon, resisting Dragon's Might was an essential step. Although increasing mental attributes wouldn't directly reduce the effects of Dragon's Might, it would significantly lessen its impact on their minds. Previously, when facing Dragon's Might, Chen Xing and his followers trembled instinctively under its pressure, limiting their performance to only 60 or 70%. Now, with a substantial increase in mental attributes, Chen Xing believed that when facing the red dragon again, he would at most feel a slight unease, but not fear, and would be able to fight normally. After allocating points to the wisdom aura, Chen Xing still had some skill points left. He opened the aura interface to review the existing auras and consider if there were any that urgently needed upgrading. 1. Command Aura Level 4. Increases the strength of all allied units by 40 times. 2. Swift Aura Level 2. Increases the agility of all allied units by 20 times. 3. Vitality Aura Level 6. Increases the constitution of all allied units by 60 times. 4. Crushing Aura Level 2. All allied units have a 20 chance to deal 20 times the attack damage. Rare. 5. Lifesteal Aura Level 1. All allied units gain life equal to 100 of the damage dealt. Rare. 6. Thorns Aura Level 2. All allied units reflect 200 of melee damage. Rare. 7. Piercing Aura Level 2. Increases the range of all allied ranged units by 2 times. Rare. 8. Wisdom Aura Level 4. Increases the mental attributes of all allied units by 40 times. The Brilliant Aura at Level 1 increases the energy recovery rate of all allied units tenfold, while the Endurance Aura at Level 2 boosts their movement speed by 200 and doubles their attack rate. Chen Xing, who rarely shows his skills, scanned through his current aura abilities and realized that each skill seemed to need upgrading, but there were no urgent enhancements required. However, while reviewing the auras, Chen Xing noticed something unusual. The critical hit chance of the critical strike aura increased to 20 upon reaching level 2. If this trend continues, won't the critical strike aura have a 100 chance to deal 100-fold damage at level 10? It's important to note that skill attacks can trigger the damage from the critical strike aura. Imagining a flame warlock casually casting a doomsday judgment with such damage that not even deities could withstand, Chen Xing couldn't help but yearn for it. It seems the priority for upgrading the critical strike aura should be raised slightly in the future. For now, though, he decided to hold on to the skill points. While they might not be necessary for battling regular monarch bosses, having the skill points ready to enhance various abilities whenever needed gives him confidence. After closing the aura panel, Chen Xing lay back on his beach chair with a touch of regret. The intelligent kitchen built into the bronze sparrow terrace could make almost any dish, but even the best cook can't work without ingredients. Otherwise, lying back on the beach chair, surveying his domain with a glass of juice in hand, would be quite delightful. With this thought, Chen Xing snapped his fingers, and a virtual trading market panel appeared before him, automatically searching for crop seeds. More than a day had passed, and most top-tier lords had started making progress, so seeds were not as scarce in the trading market as they were yesterday. However, upon seeing the prices of these seeds, he sat up in shock. Have these people gone mad with greed? Ordinary crop seeds were priced at 100, and attribute-bearing spiritual plants at 1,000. While the prices didn't seem high, the issue was that these items were being sold per seed. Who in their right mind would sell seeds one by one? Calculating the cost of buying spiritual rice seeds for 1 acre, it was equivalent to the price of a spiritual field blueprint. In the battlefield of myriad realms, the only consistently expensive item has been the spiritual field blueprints. This is not only because they are rarer, but also because the inherited attributes of seeds are constant. After planting a seed, you can only harvest one new seed along with the crop. Therefore, you can only grow as many crops as seeds you buy, unlike reality where one seed yields many. Consequently, seed prices shouldn't be this high. Pricing them at 100 per unit is outrageous, though that would be more reasonable. Chen Xing browsed for a while and found that all seed prices were similarly exorbitant, causing him to frown. As he shifted his sitting position, the beach chair beneath him automatically transformed into a leather sofa. Chen Xing fell into deep thought, his eyes flickering slightly, seemingly unaware of the changes in his seat. A thought quickly flashed through his mind. Now that it's well known that only he possesses spiritual fields, the sudden surge in seed prices is likely targeted at him. He swiftly set keywords in the chat channel, his fingers flying across the screen to filter information. Soon, a startling discovery surfaced. Ever since he announced his intention to purchase seeds last night, a group of people had immediately started buying up all the seeds on the market. Starting this morning, they began gradually releasing seeds, but their aim was not merely to sell, they were manipulating the prices. Under this operation, the already scarce seed prices began to skyrocket, reaching the astonishing heights Chen Xing witnessed. This also explained why Xia Xiaohu, who had agreed to sell him corn seeds yesterday, suddenly went silent, with several messages going unanswered clearly intercepted by this group. Chen Xing let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself, these people are indeed shrewd, bringing economic market tactics to the battlefield of the myriad worlds. They have evidently researched his situation, knowing that his battlefield blessing only affects monsters he kills, while items like seeds, which can only be obtained from treasure chests or warehouses, are scarce in his hands. However, their judgment contained a fatal flaw. They assumed Chen Xing was desperate for seeds because he posted a request on the trading market. Little did they know, it was merely a precautionary measure. More importantly, they overlooked a crucial point. This is the battlefield of the myriad worlds, not Blue Star. Even if Chen Xing did urgently need seeds, he would never succumb to such vile price manipulation. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, he would more likely choose to lead his army directly to those lord strongholds and solve the problem by force. A cold smile appeared on Chen Xing's lips, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. In this battlefield of the myriad worlds, the weak have no right to play such petty tricks. Their wishful thinking will ultimately shatter under the force of his iron fist. Although Chen Xing didn't pay much attention to those who tried to provoke him, he did quietly note down a few of the most active IDs targeting him. His intention wasn't revenge. He simply hoped to have a meaningful exchange with them about the concept of free economy in the battlefield of all worlds. Since he couldn't buy seeds anymore, Chen Xing wasn't bothered about collecting them. After all, with the wolf meat contributed by the goblin tribe and the food he bought from the trading market, his territory could sustain itself for a while, so there was no need to rush. However, due to a previous incident where he missed Anna's comment on his consigned equipment, this time, before closing the trading market, Chen Xing made a point to check the equipment he had listed and discovered some valuable trade offers. Chris Evans, a former leaderboard contender, had left a message under the punishment trident, expressing interest in trading a few items for the orange-grade equipment. Although Chris hadn't specified what he had, his reputation as a former top player made Chen Xing consider replying to the message and granting him friend access. Chris seemed quite interested in the dual-element punishment trident, as he soon sent a friend request. After accepting it, Chen Xing got straight to the point, asking, "What do you have in mind for trading this orange-grade item? Could you share the attributes?" Chris responded courteously, quickly sending a bunch of item attribute links. Upon seeing them, Chen Xing's face immediately showed displeasure. He thought, "What is this junk? Why are you sending over a pile of purple items? Don't you know I made my name selling equipment? 99% of the purple gear on the market is from me. Are you sure you haven't eaten too much fried chicken, thinking you can trade this junk for my orange item?" Irritated, Chen Xing's tone turned blunt. "Mr. Evans, do I look like someone who lacks equipment? If you can't offer something better, then we'll have to leave this orange-grade item for another time." After receiving Chen Xing's message, Chris felt a twinge of regret. It seemed Chen Xing was not familiar with his family's influence and wasn't looking to curry favor. But for someone who might not have much time left, future alliances don't matter much. It was clear that using his family's reputation to acquire the orange-grade gear cheaply from Chen Xing was not going to work. Despite feeling a bit displeased, Chris maintained a humble tone and sent another message. "Apologies, Mr. Chen. I guess you're not short on equipment, but I've just entered the battlefield of all worlds a day ago, and these are the best items I have. Is there anything specific you need at the moment? I can try to gather some. Building blueprints, hider unit cards, rare items, spirit plant seeds, high-level resources all are options. But I should warn you, if it's only the latter two, the quantity required will be significant." Seeing Chris's respectful tone, Chen Xing, who was in a foul mood, couldn't bring himself to speak harshly. He casually sent over a list of the items he needed. Although the items Chen needed were quite high-end and Chris didn't have them at the moment, he did have a blueprint and wondered if Chen might be interested. After sending this message, Chris hesitated for a moment before reluctantly sharing the blueprint's attributes link. The ranch blueprint allows for the breeding of low-tier creatures. Initially thinking that Chris was wasting his time, Chen Xing perked up upon seeing the blueprint. He thought to himself that top-tier lords must have good stuff. The ranch blueprint includes a buff that accelerates the breeding cycle. With it, Chen Xing only needed to gather some meat-heavy wild animals, and his territory would have a steady supply of meat. For instance, if he had a ranch building earlier, he wouldn't have needed to kill all the dire wolves in the goblin camp. He could have just captured a bunch and put them in the ranch for a constant supply of meat or wolves. Unfortunately, a ranch is just a basic structure that allows breeding but not taming. If it were a more advanced beast pen, Chen Xing could even tame the dire wolves as mounts. Overall, this blueprint was something Chen Xing needed, but its value wasn't very high, certainly not comparable to an orange-grade piece of equipment, let alone a dual-mode top-tier orange-grade item like the Retribution Trident. The blueprint was decent, but there was a huge price gap compared to orange-grade gear. Chris thought to himself that he had a quarry blueprint, and if Chen Xing needed it, they could make a trade. Currently, Chen Xing only had extra quarry and blacksmith shop blueprints. The blacksmith shop blueprint was far more valuable than the ranch blueprint, and Chen Xing wouldn't trade it easily. After all, he practically monopolized the equipment in the trading market, and selling the blacksmith shop blueprint would just create trouble for himself. Unless there was something of particularly high value in exchange, he would rather keep it. Seeing the message from Chen Xing, Chris felt a bit conflicted. Although he didn't have much, he wanted Chen Xing's orange gear, and the quarry blueprint was quite tempting. After some thought, Chris decided to first trade the quarry blueprint and figure out the orange gear later. After completing the trade, Chris tentatively sent a message. "Mr. Chen, what price are you considering for acquiring seeds?" Ordinary seeds were 1,000 gold per unit, and spirit plants were 10,000 gold per unit. In the battlefield of all worlds, a standard unit of seeds was 100 seeds. Chris was clearly dissatisfied with this price, jokingly responding, "Mr. Chen, your price is quite different from the trading market." In a good mood, Chen Xing didn't mind Chris's reply. As he was choosing a location to build the ranch, he casually answered, "Just a price inflated by a bunch of fools. Whoever has money can buy it." Seeing Chen Xing's reply, Chris felt a sinking feeling. It seemed that the group of hoarders had misjudged Chen Xing's need for seeds, and they were likely to lose everything. Although the misfortune of those hoarders didn't concern Chris much, it meant that his plan to leverage seeds against Chen Xing had also failed. After all, not everyone could ignore his family like Chen Xing. If Chen Xing really needed seeds, he could have forcibly acquired them from those hoarders and then traded them with Chen for the orange gear. But now that Chen Xing didn't urgently need seeds, things had become a bit complicated. Chris is not one to back down in the face of trouble. Since the usual methods weren't working, he decided to take some unconventional steps. After some consideration, he cautiously sent a message to Mr. Chen. "Mr. Chen, we've just been in the Myriad Worlds battlefield for over a day, and everyone is still in the development phase. Honestly, your orange gear seems a bit ahead of its time, and I doubt anyone can afford it in the short term." After repairing the ranch, Chen Xing initially planned to end the conversation with Chris. He knew Chris wouldn't offer anything valuable, even if he had better items hidden away. Continuing the chat seemed pointless. However, upon seeing Chris's message, Chen Xing squinted his eyes, thinking, this Chris is interesting, bringing up lending on his own. Chen Xing had a strong interest in investment lending. As Chris mentioned, his orange gear was indeed too advanced for the current stage. Most lords couldn't afford it. Even top-tier lords wouldn't easily sacrifice everything for a piece of orange gear. Therefore, for Chen Xing, the best option was to invest in lending to acquire more orange gear. Although the interest was slightly high, Chen Xing didn't consider himself greedy. In the myriad world's battlefield, time is money, and acquiring orange gear early can save not just time but lives. The value of life can't be measured by a piece of orange gear. He felt he was doing a good deed, helping new lords in the myriad world's battlefield to develop quickly. Just ask Anna. She definitely thinks she got a great deal, he thought smugly. Despite his enthusiasm for lending, Chris was not Anna, and Chen Xing hadn't interacted much with him before. Thus, he couldn't bring up the matter directly, lest Chris feel he was being taken advantage of. So, Chen Xing feigned confusion and replied, so, Mr. Evans, what are you trying to say? I mean, have you considered investing? Chris felt a bit embarrassed as he typed this. As a direct descendant of the Chris family, he found himself resorting to some shady dealings, which was a disgrace to his family. Investment, in the form of lending? When Chen Xing saw Chris bring up investment, he was pleased and quickly responded, it's not impossible, but you know the current price of orange gear. If you want to go for lending investment, it will definitely be more expensive than the normal price. However, since our previous transaction was pleasant, I won't charge you too much. How about a 1-to-3 ratio? I'll give you the orange gear, and when it's time to repay, you can return 3 pieces of the same quality orange gear. You don't have to worry about not being able to repay. I accept anything here, blueprints, resources, whatever you have at the time will do. Before proceeding with the transaction, there's a small matter to address. I need to know about your troop type to assess your repayment capability. If your troops aren't strong enough to ensure repayment, I might not be able to offer you a loan. Chris looked at the lengthy message and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was going on? He had merely mentioned investment, and suddenly, there was so much information. Besides, as far as he knew, wasn't Chen Xing a student? Could it be a mix-up in the chat channel? That didn't seem right. Each lord had a regional identifier, and there weren't many lords in the same region, so the chances of a mistaken identity were almost zero. How could he be so professional about lending? What was he doing during his studies? Chris was a bit confused, but his troop type wasn't exactly a secret. So, still somewhat dazed, he instinctively sent a picture of his titans. Oh, titans. Seeing the giant-like titans, Chen Xing finally understood why Chris needed the punishment trident so much. Titans were a dual-class troop, capable of both magic and martial arts. With the punishment trident, they could enhance their magical attacks from a distance and switch to a physical form to crush any monsters that got close. Besides their primary lightning attribute, Titans could also use light attributes, so the holy light bonus from the trident would also be effective. For Titans, this trident was perfectly suited, and in their hands, it could perform like an epic piece of equipment. Although Chen Xing recognized Chris's need for the equipment, he had no intention of raising the price. Business required honesty. If he said 3 items, then 3 items it would be. What the buyer did with the equipment was their concern, not his. Therefore, Chen Xing quickly sent over a draft contract based on the one he had with Anna, with a slight modification. Anna could use items from her territory before repaying. This leniency was because he was familiar with Anna from previous dealings, and she frequently called him brother, making it hard for him to exploit her too much. However, Chris received no such favor. Since there was no friendship between them, why should Chris receive any special treatment? Just because of his beard? Hence, the contract stated that Chris must let Chen Xing choose from all premium items he acquired. If Chen Xing needed them, they'd be used for repayment. If not, they'd remain with Chris, and Chris had to provide the contract scroll. Of course, this was just a preliminary contract, based on mutual distrust, leaving room for negotiation. If Chris was sincere, they could discuss and modify the contract, potentially even to Anna's version, which Chen Xing would accept. After all, he wasn't some heartless factory owner intent on squeezing people dry. After reviewing the entire contract, Chris frowned. However, after some thought, he didn't outright refuse. Instead, he sent a message. Mr. Chen, I've reviewed your terms and find them fair. However, there's a small issue. I didn't bring a contract scroll to the world battlefield, as I didn't anticipate needing one. How about this? We don't sign a contract. I pledge on the honor of the Evans family to uphold the agreement. What do you think? Chen Xing was taken aback by this. What was going on? Was this guy trying to get away without paying? In the battlefield of all worlds, Chen Xing had his doubts about the binding power of the universal contract. When signing a contract with Anna, he even included a clause that would reveal the location of Anna's territory in case of a breach, just to be safe. This way, if Anna tried to circumvent the contract or default, he could personally retrieve his items. However, Chris told him he had no intention of signing a contract, merely offering the honor of the Evans family as a guarantee. Chen Xing thought to himself that not even the head of the Blue Star Federation had that kind of authority. Sorry, Mr. Evans. The terms of the contract can be negotiated, but the contract must be signed, Chen Xing responded bluntly. He was firm against this attempt to get something for nothing. As for the contract issue, you needn't worry. I have a friend who has plenty, and if you need one, I can get one from her, but you'll need to cover the cost of the contract scroll. Hearing this, Chris's expression darkened immediately. He had never intended to engage in a fair trade with Chen Xing, and even if it were a fair trade, he would never sign such a stringent contract. The clause that all rare items would be chosen by Chen Xing first made him feel like he, a direct descendant of the Evans family, would be working for Chen Xing. He was buying the equipment to develop his territory, not to be Chen Xing's lackey. Furthermore, the Evans family's motto had always been to take rather than buy. Now that he had abandoned the family tradition and resorted to deception, even pledging family honor as a guarantee, Chen Xing still refused to cooperate. Given the situation, Chris dropped the pretense and replied with a cold smile. All right, it seems Mr. Chen Xing values the contract highly. In that case, let's sign the contract. However, there's no need for limited repayment terms. I'm quite confident in my Titan Giant. How about this? The loan conditions remain unchanged, but the repayment period is set for 10 days from now. After 10 days, I will definitely return items equivalent to 3 top-tier orange items. How does that sound? 10 days? Chen Xing frowned. While 3 top-tier orange items within 10 days wasn't unreasonable, he felt that 10 days was a bit too long. His initial intention for the loan agreement was to quickly develop his territory, needing various blueprints to enhance it, not 3 orange items. The 10-day term set by Chris made him feel that the loan had lost its purpose. In 10 days, at his development pace, he would be able to reach level 20 and enter the main world, rendering the orange items useless. At that moment, Chen Xing suddenly realized something was off. According to the rules of the battlefield of all worlds, a monster siege would begin in 10 days. Chris setting the repayment date 10 days later was clearly calculated. This guy was much more devious than Anna. While Anna also wanted to gamble with the contract, she had laid everything out clearly, even putting herself up as collateral. Chris not only set a deceptive 10-day deadline to create confusion during the monster siege, but he also seemed resigned to the idea of dying in the attack, as if it were a foregone conclusion that would end all his troubles. Chen Xing, seeing through Chris's intentions, didn't hesitate to respond. With a cold smile, he said, "Since Mr. Evans is so confident, we can adjust the repayment deadline. Forget about 10 days. Let's set it for after my monster siege. Once I'm done, you can repay. How does that sound?" Chen Xing's words almost exposed Chris's plans. If Chris backed down, it would be over. If he persisted, he couldn't blame Chen Xing for being ruthless. Chen Xing's territory was about to reach level 10, allowing him to initiate the monster siege early. If Chris failed to repay his debt by then, not only would the punishment trident be reclaimed, but he would also have to compensate for the remaining debt. More importantly, Chris's territory location would be sent to Chen Xing, and this information would be continuous. Even if Chris relocated, Chen Xing would receive the new location. At that point, Chen Xing would certainly pay him a visit, demonstrating the meaning of aggressive debt collection. Chris clearly understood Chen Xing's straightforward words, but didn't relent. Instead, he thought Chen Xing was overconfident. Chris was aware of the blessing of the myriad worlds and considered Chen Xing a doomed man. He believed that relying on luck to survive the effects of the blessing was naive. If that were the case, the blessing of the myriad world scroll would be considered taboo on Blue Star. All right, let's do as Mr. Chen suggests. Chris no longer hid his intentions. Despite claiming earlier that he had no contract scrolls, he promptly drafted a contract as per Chen Xing's request and sent it over. Chen Xing sighed with regret, shook his head, and signed the contract. While Chen Xing was feeling a sense of pity, Chris was thrilled to have obtained the punishment trident, an exceptional orange-grade item, without any cost. He thought to himself that this lucky man, Chen Xing, must possess many valuable items. With this in mind, Chris's face showed a ruthless determination as his earlier hesitation turned into resolve after speaking with Chen Xing. He instructed his associates, "Tell that Oriental man that I agree to join and I can provide the counsel of the gods. Let him find those rats and inform them that Chen Xing is not in urgent need of spiritual plant seeds. Once they receive this news, they will join us too. And don't approach Miss Anna. She might have dealings with Chen Xing. If you approach her, she won't join us and might even expose our plans." Chris continued giving orders. "Finally, tell that Oriental man that contracts are valuable. Have him draft a high-level contract that everyone must sign to prevent leaks." After arranging everything, Chris stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance, speaking with a hint of regret in his voice. "It was you who taught me the value of contracts, but you didn't expect I'd use it against you, did you? With so many good things in your possession, dying in the monster siege would be such a waste." The Eastern contact Chris mentioned acted swiftly. Shortly after Chris sent out a message, a confidential contract and a list were delivered to him. As Chris looked at the list in his hand, a flash of reluctance crossed his eyes. He took out a scroll from his pocket and, after a moment of hesitation, tore it open. As the scroll was torn, a golden virtual canvas appeared, floating before him. Using his finger as a pen, Chris wrote the names from the list onto the golden canvas one by one. As each name was written, the professionals on the list instantly received a notification. An unknown player had created the Council of the Gods room, asking if they wished to join. They could choose to join anonymously or with their real name. But joining required signing a confidentiality agreement, ensuring that no meeting details would be disclosed, or they could not join. Huh? What is the clown from the Evans family up to this time? Sneered a professional next to a massive, three-headed hellhound. Despite the skepticism, he chose to join anonymously. In another territory, a young man in a tang suit watched a behemoth carry logs. Upon receiving the notification, he showed a hint of impatience, but also chose to join anonymously. It's only the second day. Isn't it a bit early for the Council of the Gods? What are these idiots up to? Meanwhile, a young girl in a kimono looked at the pop-up message with a troubled expression. Below her, a large hydra was spraying venom indiscriminately among a group of monsters with its 8 other heads. Any monster touched by the hydra's venom turned a sickly green and was drained of life before it could approach the hydra. Among the lords motivated by Chen Xing's rare equipment, she was the most diligent, setting out with her hydra at the crack of dawn to slay monsters and gather resources quickly to purchase the wisdom ring listed on the trading market by Chen Xing. Her hydra possessed strong area attack attributes and terrifying venom, but its biggest issue was a lack of endurance. Being still in its juvenile stage, the hydra couldn't sustain its venom spray for long, slowing her progress in close combat and affecting her development speed. Obtaining the wisdom ring, which reduced mana consumption, would greatly enhance the hydra's endurance. To acquire this ring, she embarked on a relentless grind with her hydra. Originally, she planned to take a risk and clear out this monster camp to collect more valuable items, but the invitation from the Council of the Gods disrupted her plans. Although a bit annoyed by the pop-up invitation, the girl ultimately chose to join anonymously. Little 9, take a break for now. We'll get back to beating them after I return. Many other lords, like them, received invitations to the Council of the Gods, and the only thing they had in common was that they were all owners of top-tier units. The Council of the Gods was essentially a virtual chat room where everyone appeared in a virtual room. In front of them was a long rectangular table, with a figure shrouded in black mist sitting at the head. The other lords who chose to join anonymously appeared similar. As the seats gradually filled, the figure at the head spoke with authority. Very well, everyone's here. I now declare the council officially open. Come on, Chris, who are you trying to impress? Said one person at the table bluntly. As the black mist dissipated, a young man in a traditional tang suit kicked his legs up onto the table and said unabashedly, everyone on Blue Planet knows the Council of the Gods scrolls are exclusive to the Evans family. Yet here you are going anonymous. What a joke. Chris's face turned dark instantly. After a moment of silence, he was seething with anger, gritting his teeth as he shouted, are you out of your mind? Can't you keep your mouth shut? After his identity was revealed, Chris had no choice but to remove his anonymity, revealing himself with eyes full of rage. He had specifically asked Zhou Hong to contact others instead of doing it himself to keep his identity hidden, only to be exposed right away by the loudmouth Chu Xiangdong. Back when Chu Xiangdong studied abroad with them, he behaved with no decorum, resorting to brawls like a thug when issues arose. Chris had thought that owning a top-tier unit like the Titan would allow him to crush Chu Xiangdong, but it turned out that Chu Xiangdong's behemoth was the king of the land. Although Titans and behemoths were both glass, in a fight, a Titan could only be pummeled by a behemoth. Therefore, Chris temporarily set aside his grievances, refraining from causing trouble for Chu Xiangdong, thinking himself magnanimous. He never expected Chu Xiangdong to dare oppose him again, and Chris thought to himself, is this still college? I'll make sure you meet your end in the battlefield of the myriad worlds. Chu Xiangdong, unfazed by Chris's outburst, shrugged and turned to the other anonymous participants, saying, all right, everyone, stop hiding. If this hypocrite managed to bring you here, you must be top-tier lords. There are only so many top-tier lords on Blue Planet. Your identities can be guessed, even anonymously. Since Chris knows who you are, let's not be clowns like him. Let's have a face-to-face chat. The lords who joined the Council of the Gods chose anonymity simply because it was the natural choice when the situation was unclear. Seeing Chu Xiangdong and Chris discarding their anonymity, the others had no objections to doing the same. As the members of the Council of the Gods revealed themselves, the figure shrouded in black mist became increasingly intriguing. Chu Xiangdong squinted with a smirk of disdain. Oh, is this gentleman shy? His gaze fixated on the mysterious figure who stubbornly remained anonymous, his tone clearly provocative. However, the mysterious figure ignored Chu Xiangdong's taunt, sitting motionless, still enveloped in the mist. Zhou Hong quickly intervened. Please forgive us. This friend isn't fond of public appearances. Realization dawned on Chu Xiangdong as he curiously eyed the enigmatic figure. Ah, so you're the anonymous one on the leaderboard. He mused. The governance system on Blue Star is quite mature. Even if you remain anonymous, your true identity can't be hidden once you return. I'm curious, why go to such lengths for an anonymous item map? I haven't heard of any new anti-human cults on Blue Star lately. The silent, anonymous figure finally spoke, their voice hoarse and deliberately disguised. Not all anonymous individuals are part of anti-human cults. I simply don't wish to reveal my identity. After all, not everyone is as flamboyant as young Master Chu. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Xiangdong's eyes. Oh, you know me? Then you can't be up to any good. He mentally noted to deal with this suspicious character later. Looking around, Chu Xiangdong recognized several familiar faces. The cunning Duan Wei, Manager Arnold, the foodie Reina, the violent Yuna, the good-natured Anthony, the bespectacled Xinyu, the poker-faced Chui He. Most were regulars on the leaderboard. Suddenly, Chu Xiangdong noticed something amiss. Hey Chris, aren't you missing two people short legs Anna and the top-ranked cheater Chen Xing? Before he finished speaking, the fiery Yuna slammed the table, glaring angrily. Chu Xiangdong, if you keep giving people stupid nicknames, I'll twist your head off. After threatening Chu Xiangdong, she turned her sharp gaze to Chris. Chris, get to the point. I have things to do and no time for your nonsense. Chu Xiangdong shrank back, muttering under his breath. I didn't get the nicknames wrong. Why threaten me? Then, he too focused on Chris, hinting at deeper implications. Yes, I'm curious too. Why call the Council of the Gods so early and exclude the first and second on the leaderboard? Surely, you haven't encountered an unbeatable high-tier boss guarding treasure and need our help to defeat it. Chris pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. There is indeed treasure, but it's not a high-tier boss that's guarding it. At this point, Chris had regained his composure and returned to his usual humble demeanor. With a smile, he explained, everyone should be familiar with Chen Xing, the top-ranked individual. The treasures and resources he possesses surpass any boss. I knew you were up to no good, but I didn't expect you to actually plan on robbing someone. However, this does align with the Evans family's usual style. Chu Xiangdong sighed, feeling somewhat regretful for not being harsher when he dealt with this kid back in school. Calling it robbery might sound harsh. It's more like making reasonable use of resources. Chris was unfazed by Chu Xiangdong's comment and continued in a gentle tone. Chen Xing is incredibly selfish. Despite having the inevitable death effect of the universal blessing on him, he refuses to share any of his resources. The reason I gathered you all here is simply because I don't want his treasures to go to waste. If he dies at the hands of monsters, all his treasures and resources will vanish, resulting in a tremendous waste. So rather than letting these treasures be squandered, it's better to take them into our possession. Only we, the top lords, can use them effectively, which is the best outcome for us, and even for the entire Blue Star. After saying this, Chris looked at the varied expressions of the crowd and added, perhaps some of you aren't familiar with the effects of the universal blessing. Let me briefly explain. The first effect is that it maximizes the drop rate from monsters, which is why Chen Xing has so much equipment. The second effect is that the monsters around his territory are extremely powerful. To put it simply, everyone who has had the universal blessing has died, and by everyone, I don't just mean those from Blue Star. Even among the myriad races, no one has survived a monster siege with the blessing. Chen Xing might have a bit of luck, but even with the best luck, he can't surpass those geniuses from other races. Therefore, taking the treasures that are destined to be wasted on a monster siege and using them to help us grow is not a bad thing. If Chen Xing had a broader perspective, he would do the same, but unfortunately, he is too selfish. So I had to call you all here. Since he doesn't want to do things the honorable way, we'll help him do just that. Damn, these Anglo-Saxons are truly shameless, managing to justify robbery with such righteousness, Chu Xiangdong thought, almost amused by Chris's audacity. If someone doesn't give you what you want, you just take it, and then blame them for lacking vision? That's beyond shameless. However, he knew the Evans family had always been like this. For people like them, the only solution is to fight when you can. Reasoning is pointless. So he didn't bother arguing with Chris and directly asked, Chris, don't tell me you don't know what it means to kill monsters outside the territory under the universal blessing. Even with an enhanced drop rate, ordinary monsters can't possibly drop orange gear. The fact that Chen Xing has so much orange gear means he's killed high-level monsters, and more than one. Now you want to take on a lord capable of killing high-level monsters? Are you out of your mind? Chris was well aware of what Chu Xiangdong was saying. If he didn't know, he wouldn't have called for this Council of Gods. He would have dealt with Chen Xing himself. The reason he gathered so many top lords was because he had some apprehension about Chen Xing, but just a bit. With so many top lords at the council, even the strongest high-level monster could be easily dealt with, and Chen Xing, after all, was just a lord with a stroke of luck. Dealing with him wouldn't be too difficult. Although Chris felt a bit apprehensive about Chen Xing, he had no intention of showing it. After all, he couldn't afford to scare off the cannon fodder he had painstakingly gathered. So, When confronted by Chu Xiangdong's skepticism, he responded calmly. Chen Xing just got lucky. Thanks to his high drop rate bonus from the blessing of the myriad worlds, as long as he encounters easy-to-defeat monsters early on, he can quickly acquire equipment. And his followers are farmers who can be equipped with weapons and armor, and we all know how cheap it is to recruit them. So, he can rely on sheer numbers and equipment advantage to wear down stronger monsters. By now, he should have stronger unit cards, and with the gold he's harvested from the trading market, he can replicate his strategy of using farmers to take down even stronger monsters. Therefore, I'm not surprised at Chen Xing's rapid rise. However, this is just cleverness and luck, which can't compare to our absolute strength. His tricks might work against mindless monsters, but when faced with intelligent and formidable opponents, his strategies will collapse like a house of cards. Chris explained unhurriedly and then added, he must have obtained some treasure right from the start, which is why he's developed so quickly. This also implies that the treasures and top-tier equipment he possesses are far more than he's shown or we imagined. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. The crowd wasn't concerned about Chris's excuses. They stayed to listen to him because they coveted Chen Xing's treasures, and many shared Chris's sentiments. Chen Xing might truly have some strength to defeat high-level monsters, but so what? With so many top lords united, what is Chen Xing, whose initial unit is just farmers? Upon hearing Chris mention that Chen Xing had even more powerful treasures, many present were clearly tempted. Observing their reactions, Chu Xiangdong couldn't be bothered to say more, thinking to himself, forget it, my impatience with fools is acting up, you guys can play by yourselves. With that, his figure faded and disappeared, exiting the Council of the Gods. Shortly after, Yuna's figure also began to fade, and before leaving, she disdainfully remarked, Chu Xiangdong may be a fool, but he's right. You all are idiots. After the two left, Duan Wei, Anthony, Shen Yu, and Shui He, among others, vanished without a word, along with a small group who made the same choice. The once crowded Council of the Gods room suddenly had only about 20 people remaining. Arnold, the manager mentioned earlier by Chu Xiangdong, didn't leave immediately. He first politely greeted Chris before disappearing. He apologized to Mr. Evans and then chose to exit. As a series of people left, Chris's expression turned grim. He scanned the conference room and said coldly, if anyone else wants to leave, you can go now. The room fell silent, indicating that those who remained had some interest in Chen Xing. Seeing this, Chris's mood improved slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a little girl raised her right hand. She looked around and then said, well, I'm leaving too. Without waiting for Chris to respond, she disappeared from the room. Since the battle of the century, the Renai family had completely sided with the East. Even if she hadn't left, Chris would have suggested kicking her out. Noticing Chris's displeased expression, an anonymous voice chuckled and said, it's actually a good thing these people left. The fewer people there are, the more treasure we can divide among ourselves. Dealing with a guy who got lucky is a piece of cake for us. Chris nodded, you're right. Once we deal with Chen Xing, these short-sighted fools will regret it. Now that we're all here with the same goal, let's discuss how to handle Chen Xing and divide the spoils afterward. Chu Xiangdong exited the chat room of the Council of Gods, feeling increasingly disgusted. He cursed the Evans family for their bullying ways, considering them parasites of the Federation. During the battle of the century, the Federation should have crushed these pretenders completely. In his anger, Chu Xiangdong opened the chat channel and sent Anna 2 messages. Shorty, you have contact with Chen Xing, who's top of the leaderboard, right? This is my territory location. Send it to him and tell him if anything happens, he can reach out to me. I'm ready to help anytime. Anna was puzzled by Chu Xiangdong's message, but when she realized he had called her Shorty, she was furious and yelled, you idiot, fool, brainless jerk. Who are you calling short? Are you saying I'm short? I'll break your legs and make you shorter than me. And what do you mean by that? Is Chen Xing in trouble? Is someone planning to attack him? Speak up. Who is it? Chu Xiangdong, seeing the barrage of messages, shrank back. In his anger, he had accidentally used Anna's nickname, causing trouble. He wasn't afraid of Anna. Mainly, his family had borrowed a treasure from Anna's grandmother and hadn't returned it yet. If Anna really confronted him, he wouldn't dare fight back. Besides, due to confidentiality agreements, he couldn't say much more. He had delivered the message, and if Chen Xing did encounter any trouble, he would surely help. His willingness to assist wasn't out of fondness for Chen Xing, but rather disgust for Chris's behavior. If Chris wanted treasure, he should fight for it himself. Even if he couldn't get what he wanted, as long as he could defeat Chen Xing, Chris would be seen as tough, not anything else. After all, the battlefield is a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you can't win, being robbed is expected. But now, Chris couldn't get the gear he wanted, didn't dare to rob it himself, and instead gathered a group of useless people to gang up on someone else. This was no different from being a thug. Disgusting. Anna bombarded Chu Xiangdong with messages for a while, but when she got no response, she knew she wouldn't get any answers. If Chu Xiangdong could talk, he wouldn't be pretending to be dead. However, from his words, Anna suspected that someone was definitely planning to go after Chen Xing. So, she opened the chat channel, intending to warn Chen Xing. Just as she was about to send a message, Mr. Arnold sent another one. Miss Anna, I just attended a gathering. This strange message puzzled Anna, but she quickly realized that Arnold must know something and was trying to inform her. I suddenly remembered something from the past, Miss Anna, Arnold said, instead of directly answering her. Before the Battle of the Century, there was a council meeting among the nations. Do you remember which country didn't participate? With this almost blatant hint, Anna immediately understood. The so-called Battle of the Century occurred when the multiverse battlefield first appeared. At that time, the Federation hadn't been established, and the powers on Blue Star were still primarily national. As the Battle of the Century loomed, nations, wary of a certain eastern country, secretly convened a council meeting to exclude it. This eastern nation had quietly developed for hundreds of years, almost reaching an uncontrollable conservative stance, only to face upheaval at that moment. If it weren't for the uncertainty surrounding the multiverse battlefield, the country would have already acted to eliminate most opposing forces. It's conceivable that if they had acted decisively then, Blue Star might have been renamed Eastern Planet by now. Arnold's words clearly implied that the gathering he attended was aimed at targeting Chen Xing, not her. Anna speculated that those people invited everyone on the leaderboard except for her and Chen Xing, with some agreeing and others, like Chu Xiangdong and Arnold, opting out. As for the organizer of this council, Anna was willing to bet it was related to Chris Evans. On Blue Star, few besides the Evans family could possess scrolls for remote meetings. Given the Evans family's notorious reputation, even if they didn't organize the meeting, they surely played a part in stirring things up. Damn robber family. You'll get what's coming to you. Anna cursed angrily. Just then, she saw a message from Reina Main requesting to add Chen Xing as a friend and asking her to pass it on. Anna thought helplessly, why does it feel like she's become Chen Xing's agent? Seeing so many people messaging her to find Chen Xing, Anna couldn't help but pout. But when she thought about the massive debt she was carrying, her irritation quickly vanished. Well, the debtor is the most important. She hoped that Chen Xing would appreciate her enthusiasm and reduce her debt a bit. If not, maybe he could give her something valuable, so she wouldn't mind owing a little more, considering she already owed so much. Chen Xing, I've heard that someone might make a move against you. They seem to have quite a few people, so be careful, Anna messaged, secretly worried. Chen Xing had just begun to relax inside the Copper Sparrow Terrace when he received reports from the archers about spotting a monarch-level boss. As he was gathering his troops to respond, he received Anna's warning. Instead of feeling angry or worried, his first thought was that this was actually a good thing. In the battlefield of all realms, the quickest way to develop a territory is by raiding others. After all, most resources collected by lords are used to build their own territories, and any resources left outside are usually leftovers. By destroying a territory, you can plunder most of its resources, and even if you can't plunder them, just demolishing the territory can yield many resources, Chen Xing thought to himself. The lords now have developed their territories for some time. They aren't as poor as Zhao Changpeng was initially, relying solely on leveling up without building their territories. These lords have invested a lot of resources into their territories. If I can defeat them, I could instantly gather enough resources from their territories to level up 10 times, Chen Xing mused. Previously, he didn't raid others' territories because their protection periods hadn't ended, and he was busy dealing with nearby stronger monsters. Wasting time searching for others' territories to plunder wasn't worth it. Besides, this is the newbie world of the battlefield of all realms, and the lords are all Blue Star people. Killing them on sight isn't appropriate since they will eventually return to Blue Star. While a lord can choose not to return to Blue Star, it's still their route, and ruining one's reputation isn't ideal. But now, these people are coming to him willingly. No, they're coming to attack him, so he shouldn't be blamed for retaliating. They're practically saints for saving him the time. So Chen Xing decided to ensure they have a peaceful departure. Suddenly, Chen Xing remembered something and quickly messaged Anna, instructing, Anna, you should play the trader and sell my territory's coordinates. Make sure to sell them at a high price. If you manage to get a good deal, I'll split the profit with you 50-50. Seeing the coordinates Chen Xing sent, a big question mark appeared over Anna's head. What did he mean? She didn't quite understand. Didn't she just warn him that people were teaming up against him? Why was Chen Xing exposing his territory's location instead of preparing a defense? Anna never thought Chen Xing could fend off an attack from so many top lords. After thinking for a while, she guessed, Chen Xing, do you plan to use the dangerous areas around your territory to trap them? Oh, right, I almost forgot about that, Chen Xing replied, smacking his forehead at Anna's reminder. He grabbed a simple map drawn during the farmer's land clearing and, after examining it, messaged Anna. Tell them to approach my territory from the south. I've cleared that direction, and there are no monsters, so it's the safest. Make sure they don't wander off. I haven't finished clearing the other areas, and encountering something dangerous wouldn't be good. To Chen Xing, these people were benevolent donors bringing resources. If they encountered an advanced boss on the way and a few of them died accidentally, it would be a waste. Anna's small eyes were filled with confusion. Chen Xing was actually planning to sell his own coordinates. She had seen people betray others, but never had she seen someone betray and seemingly choose a path of self-destruction. What on earth was Chen Xing thinking? Did he really believe he could take on Chris and his forces? Chris was a top-tier lord with an army of dragons, titans, and other elite troops. Even if just a couple of them came, maybe Chen Xing could handle them. But if there were 10 or even dozens, Chen Xing would undoubtedly face certain defeat. Originally, finding Chen Xing's territory would be quite a task. Anna could provide a few scrolls to conceal the territory's location, and if those weren't enough, she could borrow some from Chu Xiangdong and Arnold, who likely wouldn't mind helping Chen Xing. If everything went smoothly, Chen Xing could ensure that Chris and his forces wouldn't find his territory, at least not before the monster siege. But now, Chen Xing wanted to sell his own coordinates, which seemed like suicide. Anna was utterly perplexed by this decision. After several attempts to persuade him, and realizing he was resolute, she had no choice but to relent. Though she felt his actions were suicidal, it wasn't her decision to make. Since Chen Xing insisted on selling, she had to comply. However, once it was decided, Anna provided some constructive advice on how to sell the territory for a higher price. First, even though Chen Xing's territory coordinates were to be sold, they shouldn't be rushed to market. The territory's protection period hadn't ended, so even if they sold it, no one could come immediately. Thus, Anna suggested not only delaying the sale, but also hiding the territory's location. She sent 2 territory concealment scrolls to ensure that Chris and his forces couldn't discover Chen Xing's location before the protection period ended. The more desperate they became to find Chen Xing, the more the price for his territory coordinates would naturally increase. Additionally, she planned to create a false demand for the concealment scrolls, inflating their price, and once it reached a peak, she would sell all the scrolls she had, making a significant profit. This approach had another advantage. If Anna directly sold the territory location, the buyer might suspect a trap and disrupt Chen Xing's original plans. But if she claimed it was just for the money, people would more likely accept it. Chen Xing agreed with Anna's suggestions, saying, as expected from someone with a capitalist background, your methods are professional. He accepted Anna's plan entirely, but with one condition. During the transaction, they would only accept blueprints, items, troop cards, and advanced resources, excluding basic resources and territory supplies. Angel Bell, who Anna brought in as an advisor, became much quieter after witnessing their strategy. Anna might feel confused due to her concern and hasn't noticed the real reason why Chen Xing is selling coordinates. In fact, Chen Xing is confident in his ability to eliminate anyone who harbors ill intentions towards him. As an observer, Bayer understands this clearly, especially after Chen Xing mentioned that he only needed resources like blueprints and tools. She was even more convinced of her thoughts. Chen Xing definitely has the capacity to kill everyone. The reason he doesn't need basic resources is that he can obtain them through plundering the territories of those he kills. For Chen Xing, who already considers those people as good as dead, it's obviously impossible to accept buying his own possessions with his own money. As for the unused blueprints and tools, these items cannot all be dropped even if the lord dies, so robbing them through transactions becomes an additional income for Chen Xing. Before killing, he would first extract all their remaining value. Even the rope to hang himself was bought by them at a high price. Bayer thought of this as she watched Anna excitedly discussing details with Chen Xing. A humorous image came to her mind. It seemed like Anna had a small tail behind her and was missing 2 horns on her forehead. Bayer chuckled to herself, thinking Anna's new image suited her temperament better. Indeed, her sister was right. The lord does have a bit of a devilish aura. However, she reminded herself to be respectful to the lord. She shook her head, dismissing her whimsical thoughts, feeling a bit sympathetic for those who had intentions towards Chen Xing. If they knew the truth, they might not be at peace even in hell. After roughly discussing his requirements with Anna, Chen Xing let her handle things on her own while he focused on slaying the monarch-level boss, as he didn't have time to waste on such trivial matters. As for Rena Main's friend, he added her as well, but asked her to wait a bit too. At this moment, the monarch-level boss discovered by the farmers had no group. In fact, it was a very rare twin boss. One was a towering ghost locust, and the other was a blood-sucking vine attached to the locust tree. Both were level 15 monarch level, collectively known as the ghost vine tree, with strength far surpassing regular monarch-level bosses. Chen Xing cast a detection spell from afar and saw these 2 bosses, one named Ghost Locust and the other Blood-Sucking Vine. The farmers had already probed before engaging in battle, discovering that the Ghost Locust primarily used physical attacks, with roots for binding, branches for whipping, and had very high defense and health. The Thorn Aura's counter-damage effect had almost no impact on it. Meanwhile, the Blood-Sucking Vine used magical attacks, and its life-draining effect wouldn't trigger the Thorn Aura's counter-damage. Several shield bearers had already been directly bound and drained of life. Although the blood-sucking vine's health seemed low, since it was attached to the ghost locust, it could transfer damage to the ghost locust when attacked, making it impossible to harm the blood-sucking vine before killing the ghost locust. The monsters next to this territory were stronger one after another. and the effect of the blessing of all worlds was indeed formidable. Even Chen Xing couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the lone wolves when seeing this twin boss. Though they had no minions, if you tied the Kobold King and Goblin King, who were also monarch-level bosses, together, they might not be a match for this twin boss. No wonder no other lord could survive the blessing of all worlds. The monsters were just too powerful. Chen Xing stared at the twin boss, feeling a sense of unease. The main issue was its overpowered binding skill, which left him at a loss for how to proceed. The damage from Guihuai's lash was less concerning, as it couldn't kill a shield soldier in one hit. Therefore, the shield soldiers could withstand the blows without much issue. However, Guihuai wasn't just a mindless tree, it had evolved intelligence. Upon realizing the thorn's aura's counter-damage effect, it promptly changed its attack strategy from lashing to binding. Guihuai's binding skill inflicted continuous damage, and the most terrifying aspect was that the strength of the branches increased over time, escalating the damage. Once the strength reached a certain threshold, it triggered a strangulation effect, instantly killing the bound unit. Combined with the blood-sucking vine's powerful life-draining ability, entering its attack range meant either being bound to death or having one's life force completely drained. Chen Xing attempted to have archers launch long-range attacks from beyond Guihuai's reach, but this tactic was perfectly countered by the tree's hanging branches and the dense network of roots underground. Every time an arrow entered Guihuai's attack range, the snake-like branches would rise and precisely intercept each arrow, rendering the archer's attacks ineffective. After this setback, Chen Xing tried a close-range assault, which ended disastrously. Although the shield soldiers managed to inflict some damage on Guihuai using the thorn's aura, the loss was negligible for the tree. Furthermore, the life-draining effect of the vine allowed Guihuai to instantly recover any lost health. Chen Xing watched helplessly as several shield soldiers were worn down, failing to reduce Guihuai's health significantly. Facing this dual-threat boss, capable of both attacking and life-draining, Chen Xing started to empathize with the bosses that had to deal with his own combination of thorns and life-draining auras. This combination indeed felt unfair. With this realization, he decided to rely on his mages. Fortunately, he had a diverse range of units at his disposal. Since Guihuai could counter both melee and ranged attacks, he figured it was time for the mages to step in. Chen Xing wanted to see if Guihuai, which could easily deflect arrows, could also withstand fireballs. If it could indeed block magic flawlessly, he would simply retreat with his troops. As for the mage's limited attack range and the risk of being bound, Chen Xing had already prepared for this scenario by saving some skill points. He quickly allocated these remaining points to the strong strike aura. The level 3 power aura increased the range by 300, allowing the mage's attack to reach 600 meters. As a plant, even though the ghost acacia is a lord-level boss, it is difficult to have such a wide attack range. Therefore, the mage could attack without restraint from this safe distance. Chen Xing handed the magic book to the flame sorcerer, his eyes filled with anticipation. After so much investment, the moment to test the results had finally arrived. Rest assured, my lord, I will not fail in my mission, the flame sorcerer said with excitement as he took the magic book. Equipping the book, he took a deep breath and raised his flame burst staff, pointing it at the ghost acacia. As he chanted the incantation, a fireball quickly formed before him. Originally the size of a basketball, the fireball expanded to the size of a wash basin with the staff's enhancement, its eerie flames flying towards the ghost acacia. Alongside the flame sorcerer were other mages under Chen Xing's command. Although they could only cast small fireball spells, the level 4 wisdom aura's boost made even these small fireballs quite formidable. The ghost acacia seemed to sense the impending danger, and countless branches began to thrash wildly, with the vines attached to it standing up. As the fireballs entered the ghost acacia's attack range, the branches whipped through the air with precise strikes, extinguishing dozens of small fireballs instantly. Although some branches were scorched or even burned off by the fireball's high temperatures, such losses were insignificant to the ghost acacia with its multitude of branches. However, what the ghost acacia did not anticipate was that its previously impenetrable defense would change drastically when it struck the flame sorcerer's large fireball. Boom! Unlike the other small fireballs, the large fireball exploded violently upon impact, spreading terrifying fire damage in all directions. The power of the flame burst staff was fully displayed at this moment. Blue flames ignited instantly on all branches touched by the fire. The ghost acacia's massive trunk began to shake violently, emitting a piercing shriek, as if in agony. It swung its burning branches, thrashing the ground like a person engulfed in flames rolling on the ground. The explosion of the large fireball had blown away some branches, creating a gap in the previously airtight defense, allowing the remaining small fireballs to strike the ghost acacia's trunk. If the small fireballs could hit the ghost acacia's trunk, exploiting its weakness to fire, they would undoubtedly inflict significant damage. Unfortunately, as a dual-natured boss, the ghost acacia had the blood-sucking vine's tendrils behind its branches. Sensing the small fireballs about to hit, the tendrils rose into the air, capturing the incoming fireballs. Perhaps due to the high moisture content inside the tendrils or the magical nature of the blood-sucking vine, the small fireballs had far less impact than on the ghost acacia's branches. After being extinguished by the tendrils, not even a scorch mark was left. Despite not hitting the ghost acacia's trunk directly, this wave of attacks still inflicted significant damage, with dozens of branches burned away. Some branches affected managed to extinguish the flames in time, but remained charred. It is no exaggeration to say that the large fireball spell was highly effective. However, Chen Xing knew well that this success was due to the ghost acacia's lack of preparedness, mistaking it for an ordinary large fireball spell. If it had been prepared, it could have detonated the large fireball from afar with just a single branch, at the cost of one branch. Or, if the blood-sucking vine had intercepted the large fireball, its magic resistance might have prevented any branch loss at all. But what does it matter? With the magic book in hand, the flame sorcerer's arsenal was not limited to just the large fireball spell. Realizing that the ghost locust boss couldn't withstand fire magic, Chen Xing felt a surge of confidence. Although the fireball spell had only managed to snap a single branch without causing substantial damage, the fact that it could breach the boss's defenses meant its fate was sealed. Once all the branches were severed, the remaining bare trunk's health wouldn't matter. Moreover, the fire mage's repertoire of spells extended beyond just this. The mages continued casting small fireballs, with the archers following up with their attacks. Chen Xing ordered the regular mages and archers to keep assaulting the ghost locust boss to draw its branch defenses. Then, he turned to the fire mage, instructing him to unleash more potent magic. After a moment of contemplation, the fire mage began chanting the rain of fire spell. The ghost locust boss, with some of its branches burned by the large fireball, was too far to retaliate and grew increasingly agitated. If it weren't rooted to the ground, it might have already risen to attack Chen Xing in frustration. Having been rooted for years, the ghost locust had encountered various opponents, and, with its balanced offensive and defensive skills, usually forced adversaries to retreat or crush them to become its nourishment. However, now Chen Xing could attack it effortlessly from a distance, thanks to the mage's long range. Faced with this situation, the ghost locust felt unprecedented anger. It furiously thrashed its branches to vent its rage, yet even in this wild state, it didn't attack blindly. Instead, it carefully used its branches to swat away the small fireballs, ensuring that only the tips were damaged in the explosions, minimizing the overall harm. However, Chen Xing's attacks weren't limited to small fireballs. Just as the ghost locust was swatting at fireballs like flies, a magic circle appeared above its crown. Then, thumb-sized flames began to pour down like rain, engulfing the ghost locust. Standing dozens of meters tall and about 5 meters in diameter, the ghost locust was about to be hit by the fire rain when the blood-sucking vines entwined around it moved swiftly upward like giant pythons. Once they left, the ghost locust's original 5-meter width shrank to about 3 meters. Once detached from the ghost locust, the massive blood-sucking vines spread out quickly, forming a large net over the tree's crown. In the face of such magical attacks, the blood-sucking vines would typically launch a counterattack. As long as they could reach the enemy, they could provide the ghost locust with blood through their powerful draining ability, allowing it to withstand even the strongest magical assaults unscathed. In the heat of battle, Chen Xing faced a tricky situation. The blood-sucking vine found itself within the enemy's attack range, but had no target to strike. With no other choice, it had to brace itself for the incoming magical assault. If the rain of fire spell descended, the ghost locust tree would suffer significant damage, with its branches burned and the vine's defensive capabilities severely compromised. To prevent this threat, the blood-sucking vine decisively took action. Although the damage from the rain of fire wasn't particularly high, the blood-sucking vine, with its strong magical resistance, could have easily withstood it. However, the pyromancer's critical strike aura complicated matters. Each drop of the fiery rain was considered an attack, and with a 20 chance to trigger the aura, nearly every 4th or 5th drop resulted in a 20-fold attack. Under this multiplied damage, the vine remained resilient but was inevitably affected, with flames continuously scorching its tendrils, leaving charred marks. After the rain of fire subsided, the vine's exterior was half-charred, looking particularly battered. Yet, as a monarch-level boss, it did not retreat. It absorbed a bit of health from the ghost locust tree, causing the charred parts to fall away and its original dark green color to return. Chen Xing was astonished, realizing the incredible power of this twin monarch boss. Ordering the pyromancer to intensify the attack, the ongoing bombardment of the rain of fire led to a stalemate. The blood-sucking vine withstood the assault with its tendrils and then absorbed the ghost locust tree's health to heal itself. However, with the critical strike aura in effect, the tree's health rapidly dwindled to half. Realizing that continued resistance would lead to certain defeat, the vine descended from the treetop and wrapped around the tree's trunk. Just as Chen Xing wondered if the vine had given up, he noticed it was burrowing into the tree. Simultaneously, the tree's branches began to retract, seemingly weaving a protective cage around itself. Chen Xing couldn't see what was happening inside, but he knew this was not a surrender, but the preparation for a powerful counterattack. Thus, he commanded his mages and archers to increase their attack intensity. With the tree's branches no longer defending actively, the power of fireballs and arrows became apparent. The cage-like branches were quickly set ablaze and shattered by the rain of arrows. However, once the branches were cleared, Chen Xing was horrified to discover that both the ghost locust tree and the blood-sucking vine had vanished, leaving only a massive crater behind. Did the tree grow legs and run away? Staring at the deep pit left in the ground, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. It was true, when pushed to the limit, anything can happen, even a tree growing legs. Though he found it somewhat amusing, Chen Xing's vigilance was now at its peak. As a sovereign-level boss, neither the ghost locust tree nor the blood-sucking vine would flee easily. At this moment, lurking underground, they were undoubtedly waiting for the right opportunity to strike. With newfound mobility, they would no longer be as vulnerable as before. Despite this, Chen Xing wasn't overly worried. The most troublesome aspect of the ghost locust tree was its countless branches for both offense and defense. Now that it had abandoned its strongest means, and only the blood-sucking vine remained, it couldn't pose much of a threat. Chen Xing ordered his troops to change formation, blending the previously distinct groups of different professions together. With few ranged units, the new formation placed a melee unit between two ranged ones. This arrangement wasn't to protect the ranged units, but to prevent the ghost locust boss from escaping underground again. With the support of the basic aura, the strength and constitution attributes of the melee classes had surpassed 1,000. If a warrior specialized in strength war equipment, their power alone would rival that of an ordinary high-ranking boss. If the ghost locust boss dared to surface, the melee units could seize the chance to trap it. At that moment, the ghost locust, without its branch defenses, would become an easy target. Indeed, the ghost locust boss lived up to Chen Xing's expectations. Shortly after Chen Xing had rearranged the formation, a massive, twisted vine suddenly burst from the ground. Once above ground, it quickly divided into several strands, sweeping towards the surrounding farmers and instantly ensnaring a dozen farmer professionals. After capturing them, instead of stopping, the blood-sucking vine began dragging them back underground. If it succeeded in taking them back, it would undoubtedly replenish the ghost locust's health with its powerful blood-sucking ability. At that point, the ghost vine tree could emerge between Chen Xing's troops, sprouting branches with the absorbed life force, and it would be Chen Xing's forces who would need to flee. This was the terror of plant-based creatures, lacking mobility, but with unparalleled vitality and regeneration. However, despite the ghost vine tree and blood-sucking vine's seemingly flawless plan, capture the people and retreat underground without giving Chen Xing any chance to attack, their plan didn't account for every possibility. As the blood-sucking vine attempted to retreat, it suddenly realized that while it had descended smoothly, returning was a different story. The melee units closest to the vines immediately sprang into action as soon as their comrades were ensnared. With a 200 speed boost from the endurance aura, they were able to grab the vines almost effortlessly. Thanks to their immense strength, the captured vines felt like ropes tied to heavy weights, suddenly halted in midair just as they were about to plummet off a cliff. The blood-sucking vine sensed something was amiss as it came to a sudden stop and tried to break free from these melee units. It's worth noting that the power of a monarch-level boss was unmatched at this point, even exceeding the capabilities of Chen Xing's troops. Although the melee units managed to halt the vines initially, the vine's explosive power was beyond what a few units could handle. Given enough time to regain its strength, it could easily retract its vines back into the ground. However, Chen Xing's strategy against bosses was always to overwhelm them with numbers. If one wasn't enough, then a whole group would join in. Warriors, charging headfirst, were the first to reach the scene. Though the vine was immune to the effects of their charge skill, the warriors didn't mind. Like their predecessors, they wrapped their arms around the blood-sucking vine's tendrils. Assassins, slightly slower than the charging warriors but still swift thanks to the endurance aura, arrived next. With the 4th level command aura boosting their strength beyond their primary agility attribute, they unleashed terrifying power as they grabbed hold of the vines. By the time the slowest shield bearers arrived, they found no space left for them. The exposed vines were fully occupied by warriors and assassins, leaving no room for the shield bearers to intervene. With an average of a dozen melee units clinging to each vine, the blood-sucking vine struggled in vain to shake off these burly men. Overpowered by dozens of melee units, its formidable strength was rendered futile. Despite its efforts, it found itself held even tighter. Just as it contemplated extending more vines to sweep away the restraining melee units, it was horrified to discover that they were starting to pull it out of the ground. The warriors and assassins, gripping the nearly half-meter thick vines, began pulling back as if in a tug-of-war. Chen Xing, wary of breaking the vines, held off the ranged units and instead directed the warriors to pull in unison. The scene was almost comical enough for Chen Xing to consider calling out a chant. Hundreds of warriors and assassins exerted a force that seemed to defy limits, leaving the blood-sucking vine utterly defenseless as its vines were rapidly uprooted. The combined strength of these melee units left the vine in despair, with no means of resistance. To avoid being completely extracted like a carrot, it had only one option: a desperate sacrifice, severing the entangled vines to protect its main body. However, these vines contained the majority of its life essence, and losing them would require a long recovery. Torn between cutting its losses and holding on, it hesitated for a critical moment, missing the best opportunity to act. The waiting shield-bearers quickly took over as the vines were pulled out. In that instant, the blood-sucking vine realized it had lost all options. With too many vines now seized, even a drastic self-amputation was no longer feasible. After losing all escape routes, the blood-sucking vine became decisive. It emerged directly from the ground, revealing its massive vine body on the surface. At this moment, Chen Xing finally saw the form of the two boss entities combined. The ghost locust tree was reduced to a large stump, with a dense network of roots extending deep underground, and where the trunk should have been, there was now a thick vine. As soon as it surfaced, the blood-sucking vine immediately branched out into dozens of tendrils, whipping fiercely at the warriors holding onto it, trying to drive them away. However, the warriors were unfazed by these attacks. With the thorn aura and life steal aura in effect, they could quickly recover their health even if they were struck. After being hit, they steadied themselves and continued to drag the vine, determined not to stop until the roots of the ghost locust tree were completely pulled out of the ground. The blood-sucking vine began to feel anxious, as its body was vulnerable on the surface, and the nearby ranged units were ready to attack. Without the protection of the ghost locust tree's branches, the archer's arrows and the mage's fireballs struck its body directly. Although the archer's damage wasn't overwhelming due to the low level of the swift aura, the enhanced attack speed from the durability aura and the double damage from the critical strike aura made the attacks rain down like a storm, rapidly depleting a third of the ghost locust tree's health. Only at this point did the ghost locust tree truly realize the terrifying firepower of Chen Xing's troops. Feeling its health continuously draining, the ghost locust tree could no longer spare a thought for the blood-sucking vine. It quickly gathered its roots from deep underground and spread them towards the archers. When the roots reached beneath the archers' feet, dozens of roots erupted from the ground like giant pythons, binding dozens of archers. Previously, when Chen Xing sent shield soldiers to probe, the ghost locust tree had crushed them. Now, it aimed to use the same method against these archers, causing massive damage. However, the ghost locust tree forgot one thing. The shield soldiers had extremely high health, and it had taken considerable time to bring them to the brink of death. The archers, though not as robust as the shield soldiers, were under the protection of the life aura, making them not easily crushed. Additionally, the ghost locust tree overlooked an important factor. It no longer had the protective cover of branches. The roots, exposed, were immediately seized by the nearest archers. The archers farther away unhesitatingly aimed their arrows at these captured roots. With their precise skills, if the archers couldn't hit such a close and stationary target, they might as well go back to farming. Arrows rained down, severing all the roots at the base of the ghostly locust tree in an instant. Without the support of its main body, the roots entangling the archers became weak, allowing them to easily break free. The ghostly locust tree, having failed its ambush, seemed out of tricks. To make matters worse, its main body was intertwined with the blood-sucking vine, which the warriors had firmly grasped, leaving it no escape. Even as the ghostly locust tree attempted to break free from the fusion to save itself, the blood-sucking vine couldn't hold on without sufficient vitality, and it certainly wouldn't allow the tree to detach. The stump of the ghostly locust tree struggled desperately, trying to shake off the blood-sucking vine and retreat underground with its remaining roots. However, the vine, ignoring the warriors holding it, retracted its tendrils, binding the stump tightly. Soon, under the combined assault of the fire mages and archers, the vitality of both the ghostly locust tree and the blood-sucking vine was depleted, preventing them from separating. A battle report popped up, congratulating them on defeating the monarch-level boss, the ghostly locust tree, and the monarch-level boss, the blood-sucking vine. Chen Xing finally concluded this troublesome boss fight. Compared to these tricky, unconventional bosses, Chen Xing preferred opponents he could face head-on, as it required less complex tactics. He needed to complete the unit promotion tasks quickly. Not only did the mages require advancement, but the archers urgently needed an upgrade as well. Their attack method was too limited. Against bosses immune to physical damage, they could find themselves in a difficult position. Therefore, Chen Xing had to promote the archers to gain elemental arrow skills to avoid such situations. Additionally, with the territory upgraded, Chen Xing needed to transition more mages. The current magical output was too low. If he had 400 mages, even if they only knew the small fireball spell, he could easily defeat this wooden boss without letting it reach the second phase. While assessing the shortcomings of his units, Chen Xing examined the items dropped by the boss. Although these two bosses were a twin entity, they still counted as two monarch bosses, thus granting him double rewards, including skill points and attribute points. The skill points he had exhausted were now replenished with 6 new points, an unexpected bonus. At this moment, Chen Xing felt no pressure facing any monarch boss. He used 2 skill points to raise the level of the swift aura to average and save the remaining 4 points. As for the attribute points, he followed his usual practice of saving them for when they were needed. After allocating his skill points, Chen Xing began to inspect the equipment dropped by the boss. Although these twin bosses were tough to deal with, the double loot brought him twice the joy. The only downside was how poor these bosses were. Not only did they pale in comparison to kobolds with mines, but they were even poorer than the Goblin King. Together, the 2 monarch-level bosses only dropped 3 orange-grade items, which was quite disappointing. Luckily, the attributes of these 3 items were decent. Otherwise, Chen Xing's double joy might have turned into double disappointment. One of the items was called the Heart of the Ghost Tree, a special piece of equipment that increased the maximum health by 20. Its skill, Heart of the Ghost Tree, allowed the wearer to restore 1 of their health per second if their constitution attribute exceeded 2,000. The Rooted in Earth skill required the wearer to remain stationary on the ground for more than 5 seconds to double their defense and resilience, with the effect dissipating upon movement. While evaluating this item, Chen Xing remarked, "When you're still on the ground, you're harder to topple than a tree." The Heart of the Ghost Tree was the only orange-grade item dropped by the Ghost Tree. Besides increasing the health cap, it also came with health regeneration and dual resistance and resilience boost skills. These combined attributes could turn a defensive class into an unkillable tank. However, the most valuable aspect of this item was its equipment type. In the world battlefield, humanoid units could only equip weapons and armor, while non-humanoids wore equipment based on their type. For instance, Reina Mayumi's Hydra could wear collars and rings, but little else. Although with 9 heads, it could wear 9 rings, which wasn't too bad. Special equipment is integrated directly into the user's body, making it not count as any specific type of equipment, but rather as a special item. This means any unit type can use it. To put it in perspective, this item's value is akin to a Nali Velamet Divine Gear in earlier games. Although each unit type can only equip 1 special item, due to their exceedingly low drop rates, if a lord obtains one, even with average attributes, it can be used until the player becomes experienced, and it might not be replaceable even in the main world. Looking at the Heart of the Ghost Tree, Chen Xing vaguely remembered that among the current lords, one had its class Xuanwu Turtle unit. Known for its incredible defense, if it obtained the Heart of the Ghost Tree, it could retract into its shell during encounters, reducing damage by 80. Combined with the Xuanwu's naturally high defense and resilience, which would receive a doubling bonus, Chen Xing thought that even if he had to fight the Xuanwu, it would take him the better part of a day. When powerful defensive troops are equipped with this gear, it becomes as effective as a divine artifact, making it seem a bit wasted on a regular shield soldier. However, selling it would be difficult, as few could afford it. Despite some regret, Chen Xing decided to equip a shield soldier with it directly. This orange-grade equipment boasts excellent attributes across the board. The other 2 orange-grade items were dropped by the Bloodthirsty Vine. The Bloodthirsty Vine Tail, an orange weapon, has an agility attribute of 500 and includes the skills Blood Siphon and Blood Burst. Blood Siphon allows for 10 life steal with each attack, while Blood Burst sacrifices 50 of current health for a 100 agility boost lasting 5 minutes. Although its attributes are average, the rare life-stealing skills are quite powerful, comparable to a level 10 life-steal aura from a regular aura talent, plus a 100 agility boosting Blood Burst skill. Unfortunately, it's a whip weapon, limiting its use to only a few types of troops on the battlefield, which significantly reduces its value despite being top-tier orange equipment. Since none of Chen Xing's subordinates can wield a whip, and he himself already has a life-steal aura, this piece will have to wait to be listed in the trading market for a potential high bidder. This symbiotic vine, an orange relic, doesn't occupy an equipment slot and comes with the skills Vine Symbiosis and Vine Control. Vine Symbiosis allows the vine to symbiotically link with the user, growing rapidly by consuming health. The more health consumed, the longer and stronger the vine becomes, with a maximum of 4 vines. Vine Control enables the user to manipulate the vines with mental power. The higher the mental power, the more precise the control. Chen Xing was astonished upon seeing this equipment. It was another piece of special gear, a symbiotic type that doesn't occupy an equipment slot. Although the quantity of equipment dropped by these 2 symbiotic bosses was low, their rarity was increasing. Perhaps these bosses were so lacking in gear that under the high drop rate blessing of the battlefield, they ended up dropping their essence? Though surprised by the drop rate of 2 special items among the 3, Chen Xing quickly dismissed the thought, focusing instead on testing the symbiotic vine. He had heard of symbiotic entities in the main world of the battlefield, but they were typically mechanical symbioses from the mechanical race. This was his first encounter with a plant symbiosis, sparking his curiosity about its effects. The symbiotic vine was only the size of a fingernail, resembling a green jujube pit. Placing it in his palm and choosing to equip it, the vine sprouted, quickly growing into a miniature vine just a centimeter tall. It wrapped around Chen Xing's palm, stopping on the back of his right hand, where it seemed to melt and transform into a three-dimensional pattern, appearing as a vine tattoo. Chen Xing felt a distinct presence on the back of his hand, a small life form. When he attempted to activate it, a slender vine shot out from his hand at lightning speed, coinciding with a slow decrease in his health. Watching the vine wrap around the massive tree stump left behind by the death of the ghostly locust tree, Chen Xing willed it, and the vine rapidly contracted, pulling him towards the stump. He couldn't help but marvel. Wow, it's like being Spider-Man. The emergence of the symbiotic vine brought an unexpected delight to Chen Xing. Though this piece of equipment didn't come with any attributes, its ability to extend vines made it irresistible to him. Thrilled with his new treasure, he eagerly began experimenting with its features. Vines continuously shot out and retracted from the back of Chen Xing's hand, allowing him to soar and dip through the air like a child who had just discovered superpowers. Despite a few tumbles due to his unfamiliarity with the controls, his exceptional physical condition left him unfazed. He simply got back up and continued his flying experiments. It wasn't until the vine had drained half of his health that he reluctantly decided to stop. The function of the symbiotic vine was indeed reminiscent of Spider-Man's web, but it was even more impressive. Once the vine extended, Chen Xing could sense and control it as if it were a part of his own body. With his strong mental faculties, manipulating the vine was effortless, and he could wield it with precision on his first attempt. The vine's capabilities were astonishing. It could extend up to 20 meters, had remarkable strength, could withstand multiple strikes from the mightiest warriors, and even resist the fireball spell of a pyromancer. Given Chen Xing's current health and recovery rate, he could produce up to 2 vines simultaneously. Any more would exponentially increase health consumption, which even he couldn't sustain. For Chen Xing, the greatest utility of this equipment was in thwarting assassination attempts. No matter how stealthy an assassin might be, a sweep of the vine could expose them. Moreover, the vine's strength was such that any caught assassin would find it nearly impossible to escape, making it the bane of assassins. However, the symbiotic vine's usefulness was somewhat limited. As a symbiotic piece of equipment, its potential was limitless, and mastering it could enhance a user's combat power by at least half. But as a lord, Chen Xing primarily relied on his troops in battle rather than his own strength. Instead of investing time in mastering this equipment, he preferred to defeat a few more monarch-level bosses to upgrade his aura level. Thus, this extremely rare piece of special equipment, while potentially useful in certain situations, mostly served as a high-end toy for Chen Xing. Despite feeling it was somewhat of a waste, he found it too intriguing to sell for resources. Regardless, in this drop from the twin bosses, 2 out of the 3 orange-grade items were top-tier special equipment, which justified the boss's strength. Although the quantity was limited, the quality more than compensated for it. Besides, for non-humanoid bosses, the true value lay in the drop of other special items rather than equipment. Chen Xing was overwhelmed by the incredible loot dropped by the twin boss. Among the items were vampire vine seeds, spirit wood essence, locust tree soldier cards, pixie soldier cards, psychic rice seeds, defense towers, treant catapults, treehouse blueprints, wood crystal stones, blood crystal stones, and source crystals. Without hesitation, he used the spirit wood essence, instantly feeling a 10-point increase in his overall attributes. 2 soldier cards caught his attention. The locust tree soldiers, though slow, were tough and made excellent tanks. The pixie soldier card, however, truly impressed him. This life-type unit was a master at gathering wood, able to enter trees and efficiently produce lumber without harming the trees themselves. Chen Xing imagined that if he could utilize these pixies, the area around his territory wouldn't become barren. Unfortunately, he couldn't use this rare card just yet. Chen Xing quickly strategized the uses for the other items. The psychic rice would be planted in the spirit fields, and while the treant catapult and treehouse blueprints weren't particularly valuable, they could be traded for other resources. However, the vampire vine seeds excited him the most. This special defensive facility could be planted on the city walls, growing as it absorbed energy. Once mature, the vampire vine would not only enhance the wall's defenses, but could also entangle and attack enemies. If the wall were a living entity, it could even heal by draining the attacker's blood. Chen Xing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he envisioned monsters being ensnared and drained by the vampire vine. He decided to combine it with the stone walls, which, although not the perfect match, would significantly boost his defenses. After sorting through the loot, Chen Xing began to clean up the battlefield. He instructed his subordinates to transport the boss's remains back to the territory to be used as fertilizer, silently thanking nature for this gift. Time was of the essence. and he was eager to challenge the next monarch-level boss. The effects of the Blessing of the Worlds were evident, as Chen Xing's scouting units discovered several monarch-level boss locations. The number of these bosses nearly matched the number of elite monsters around other territories. Fortunately, these newly discovered bosses lacked powerful minions and did not possess overwhelming strength. Chen Xing led his army to swiftly defeat them one by one. However, just when Chen Xing thought he could easily complete the Path of Glory quest, fate had other plans. A troublesome monster appeared on his path, disrupting his triumphant progress. Chen Xing stood on the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the ground littered with ant corpses the size of his palm, a wry smile forming on his face. Having roamed the battlefields of myriad worlds for some time, he was used to overpowering bosses with sheer numbers. Today, however, he experienced for the first time what it was like to be overwhelmed by a boss's numerical advantage. This reversal of fortune left him deeply contemplative. Since acquiring the Thorn Aura and Life-Steal Aura, Chen Xing had always considered minor enemies as mere moving blood bags, easily dealt with. Yet, this Ant Queen had taught him a vivid lesson, making him realize that under certain circumstances, even minor enemies could become formidable adversaries. This was the last monarch-level boss Chen Xing needed to defeat for his mission. When he discovered that this boss was an Ant Queen with a massive colony, he was initially confident. With the Thorn Aura and Life-Steal Aura at his disposal, he thought the ants would be easy prey. He even imagined that he wouldn't need to lift a finger, relying solely on the Thorn Aura to turn the tables on these little ants. At the start of the battle, everything seemed to go as Chen Xing had anticipated. Despite the ants being somewhat larger and more numerous, under the influence of the Thorn Aura, they charged relentlessly, suffering heavy casualties. The shield bearers stood firm amidst the dense swarm, letting the ants attack, only to find their damage was no match for the shield bearers' self-recovery. Chen Xing even believed that if not for saving time, a single shield bearer could defeat the Ant Queen entirely. Just as Chen Xing was secretly pleased, thinking this might be the weakest monarch-level boss he had faced, the Ant Queen displayed the true strength of a powerful matriarch. Realizing that regular worker ants couldn't penetrate the shield bearer's defenses, the queen quickly deployed special forces from the nest, fire-spitting ants and blood-red bow ants adept at long-range attacks. Individually, these special ants weren't particularly impressive, comparable at best to a clever unit. However, when tens of thousands of fire-spitting ants and blood-red bow ants attacked simultaneously, the situation spiraled out of control. Chen Xing watched helplessly as the shield bearer's health plummeted like a spring waterfall, the situation turning dire. In the nick of time, Chen Xing made a decisive call, ordering the fire mages to cast a wall of fire, temporarily blocking the ranged ant assault, and quickly pulling back the frontline units. Without this move, the shield bearers and warriors caught in the swarm might have been completely wiped out. However, the real challenge had just begun. As Chen Xing withdrew his melee units, preparing to engage the ants in ranged combat using the Life-Steal Aura, the queen changed tactics once more, deploying a new type of unit, self-destructing flying ants. These thumb-sized, winged ants swarmed in, detonating upon approach with explosive power rivaling a mage's fireball spell. Their speed was such that, aside from the fire mage's wall of fire, neither archers nor regular mages could effectively counter them. Faced with this sudden explosive onslaught, Chen Xing found himself in a sorry state, covered in soot and ash from the blasts. With no choice, he temporarily retreated from the battlefield to regroup. This encounter taught Chen Xing a profound lesson about the terrifying power of minor enemy swarms, providing invaluable experience for his future battle strategies. After several rounds of probing, Chen Xing completely lost his patience. This queen ant was not only versatile in her tactics, but also exceptionally cunning in her attacks. Whenever Chen Xing moved slightly away, she would immediately withdraw her ant army back to the nest, leaving him no chance for long-range attacks. And as soon as he got closer, she would quickly release exploding ants, forcing him to retreat. Chen Xing couldn't help but wonder just how many exploding ants were hidden in this nest. He had witnessed tens of thousands of these ants explode, yet there seemed to be no shortage of them. He even began to suspect whether this queen ant would ever run out of soldiers. Through observing her attack methods, Chen Xing vaguely sensed traces of Zerg tactics. In the battlefield of myriad worlds, the Zerg have always been a dominant force. Besides their ability to evolve infinitely, their most troublesome characteristic is their vast communal gene pool. No matter the enemy, the Zerg can find ways to counter them from this gene pool and breed soldiers that can mature immediately. At this moment, Chen Xing felt that the queen ant bore the shadow of the Zerg, with her rapid change in soldier types and sheer numbers. Even if the underground ant nest was large, accommodating hundreds of thousands of such massive ants seemed nearly impossible. Therefore, the subsequent exploding flying ants were likely newly bred soldiers during her battle with him. If this is true, trying to exhaust the number of exploding flying ants is almost impossible. The queen ant relies on the energy in the ant tribe's energy pool to breed soldiers. If it comes to a contest of endurance, who knows how much energy is stored in their pool? The battle might not be decided even by tomorrow. Clearly, Chen Xing wasn't willing to spend so much time on a mere monarch-level boss. The novice world was becoming increasingly challenging. First, he encountered an adult red dragon, and now a monarch-level boss possibly related to the Zerg. Chen Xing rubbed his chin in thought. Despite the trouble this queen ant had caused him, he had no intention of giving up. An enemy related to the Zerg, even if the queen ant wasn't entirely Zerg, would surely drop some Zerg-exclusive items upon defeat. As one of the dominant races, anything related to the Zerg couldn't be insignificant. However, the Zerg's strength is formidable, and even in the main world, few from Blue Star can defeat them. Thus, for Chen Xing, this queen ant was indeed a rare opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Moreover, for Chen Xing, the queen ant was merely a minor inconvenience. If he truly wanted to resolve it, he had plenty of methods. After reaching level 10, killing a monarch-level boss only granted him 500 experience points each time, while advancing from level 10 to 11 required a staggering 10,100 points. Nonetheless, after defeating 9 monarch-level bosses and their minions, along with the experience gained from the Kobold Kingdom, Chen Xing successfully reached level 11. Unfortunately, the level of the Queen Ant's bred soldiers was 3 levels higher than his, preventing him from gaining any experience. Otherwise, with so many ant soldiers, even 1 experience point each would have allowed him to reach level 14 or 15 by now. Currently, Chen Xing had 25 skill points and an opportunity to draw a new aura. To be honest, he had never had such an abundance of skill points. Initially, he planned to draw a new aura after defeating this last monarch-level boss and carefully consider which auras to enhance for dealing with the red dragon. However, it now seemed more necessary to draw the aura in advance. Chen Xing opened the talent selection interface and without hesitation chose the level 11 talent draw. Soon, 3 talents appeared before him. 1. Focus Aura. 2. Order Aura. 3. Elemental Aura, Water. The level 1 Focus Aura increases the defense of all allied units tenfold. The level 1 Order Aura boosts all allied units' spell resistance tenfold, while the level 1 Elemental Aura, Water enhances all allied units' water and water-derived magic attributes by 200. It's important to note that regardless of type, the levels of elemental auras are shared. Chen Xing stared at these newly drawn auras in silence for a long time. To be honest, he was really inclined to choose the Focus Aura this time, but considering the current situation, the Order Aura seemed more appropriate. Among these 3, the Elemental Aura appeared the most mediocre, often regarded by those with aura talents as a waste in the talent draw pool. This is because such auras are numerous and have similar effects. Even at max level, an aura skill maxed out at level 10 only increases a single magic attribute by 20, which seems rather underwhelming. Even with Chen Xing's 100-fold aura attribute boost, the enhancement from a level 1 elemental aura still seemed too ordinary. For Chen Xing, the only advantage of the elemental aura was that similar auras could share levels. This means if he chose the water elemental aura and maxed it out, any future elemental auras he might draw, like a fire elemental aura, would automatically be at max level, saving a lot of skill points. However, Chen Xing absolutely wouldn't choose the elemental aura now. Even if it were a fire elemental aura, he wouldn't consider it when there are other options, given its poor attributes. On Blue Star, there was always a theory about elemental auras. Although these auras have nearly identical attributes, the fact that they share levels suggests they belong to the same series. So, if someone collected all the different elemental auras, could they possibly combine them into a higher quality, all-attribute elemental aura? Many were optimistic about this. But the problem was that there were at least 7 known elemental auras, and an ordinary person with aura talents could only draw once every 5 levels, with no guarantee of drawing an elemental aura each time. Unless someone with aura talents was crazy, they wouldn't choose to collect elemental auras and take this unknown risk. Thus, this hypothesis remained unverified. For Chen Xing, perhaps there might be a chance to gather all elemental auras in the future, but for now, the choice was between the Focus Aura and the Order Aura. Honestly, the Focus Aura wasn't bad. With increased defense, Chen Xing's units could hold out longer against powerful bosses. As long as they could stand their ground, his units could use the Life Steal Aura to replenish their health. Chen Xing faced formidable bosses, especially those skilled in magic. These included the Kobold King's endless lightning strikes, the Red Dragon's fiery breath, and the self-destructing flying ants sent by the Queen Ant. Such magical attacks made him reconsider his aura choice. While he had focused on enhancing his physical defense, the Order Aura seemed more suitable against such powerful magic. Chen Xing thought to himself, sorry my friend, next time for sure. He decisively chose the Order Aura and upgraded it to level 5. In the battlefield of myriad worlds, all units, except special ones, come with innate magic resistance. Now, with the mage's defense increased 50-fold, Chen Xing's troops could withstand the Kobold King's endless lightning without harm. Even the red dragon's breath could be endured by shield bearers without fear of being instantly melted. As for the self-destructing flying ants, Chen Xing looked at the ant nest with a cold smile, thinking, come on, try blowing up another one. He commanded his army to advance. After numerous battles, the coordination among the peasant fighters had become quite seamless. The front line dismantled the ant nests, while the rear provided support. As long as the front line wasn't taken out instantly, this formation could sweep through any enemy. The queen ant remained unfazed, having amassed a large number of self-destructing flying ants while Chen Xing was selecting his talents. Tens of thousands of these flying ants launched a suicidal attack, aiming to obliterate the peasant fighters. As the flying ants struck, the battlefield erupted with continuous explosions, engulfing Chen Xing's troops in flames. The queen ant believed this attack would annihilate Chen Xing's forces, but the orderly shield bearers emerged unscathed. They were followed by warriors, assassins, mages, and archers. It dawned on the queen ant that the self-destructing flying ants had inflicted no damage. The 50-fold magic resistance allowed the shield bearers to virtually ignore these attacks. If not for the sheer number of flying ants, they wouldn't have even scratched the surface. As a highly intelligent creature, the queen ant was perplexed by this scene. How could the shield bearers, who were previously vulnerable, suddenly remain unscathed? Did these humans have a gene pool to tweak? But as she watched the warriors mercilessly slay the ant soldiers, she realized these humans weren't adjusting genes. They were simply overpowered. The queen ant's anger boiled over, and she thought furiously, are you even real humans? The ant queen was perplexed by the rapid evolution of humans, frantically searching through its genetic repository to find a way to counter them. However, its gene bank was incomplete, and as an incompletely evolved ant species, the queen could not find an effective means to deal with Chen Xing's nearly unbeatable tactics. Even if it did find a solution, Chen Xing would not give it any opportunity to implement it. The insect race had a variety of tactics, and Chen Xing was worried about what tricks the ant queen might employ. So, after fending off the exploding flying ants, his troops quickly began breaking into the ant nest. With the powerful support of the level 4 command aura, the sturdy ant nest crumbled like sand before the shield bearers and warriors, quickly revealing a wide passage. As they dug, ants the size of a palm surged out like a tide, their menacing mandibles appearing intimidating in numbers. However, under the dual effects of the thorn aura and the blood-sucking aura, these seemingly terrifying ant swarms were almost instantly defeated by the thorn aura's counterattack, unable to mount an effective blockade. Even the occasional long-range ant was unable to find any opportunity to attack under the concentrated fire of the mages. With increased magic resistance, the fire warlocks could cast spells right at the feet of the shield bearers and warriors without worrying about friendly fire, achieving high efficiency in monster killing. Yet, despite the continuous death of the ant soldiers, Chen Xing's expression showed no joy. This wave of battle had been a significant loss for him, perhaps due to their low level or being spawned by the ant queen and considered summoned creatures. Killing them yielded no experience or equipment rewards, making it all for nothing. Chen Xing thought to himself that if killing the ant queen didn't result in any valuable items related to the insect race, this would truly be a major loss. As he pondered whether the ant queen would drop anything valuable or if he should turn it into a specimen for his territory, the shield bearers and warriors finally broke through the ant nest. Inside, a plump ant queen, as large as a calf, was writhing and laying eggs furiously. Countless ricized ant eggs were deposited into a small energy pool as it moved. These eggs rapidly transformed into miniature soldier ants in the energy pool, growing larger as they crawled out. By the time they completely left the energy pool, they had grown to the palm-sized soldier ants that Chen Xing had seen. Chen Xing's eyes widened at the sight of the milky, white energy pool. Judging by the rapid transformation of the soldier ants in the pool, he could be sure that this energy pool was at least of intermediate level. An intermediate energy pool, often referred to as a source energy pool or source of life, is an advanced structure above the basic energy pool, commonly known as an intermediate energy pool. The intermediate energy pool is somewhat similar to the primary energy pool in that it accelerates the growth of troops, but the difference lies in the growth limit each can support. The primary energy pool can only allow troops to grow to the limit of the novice world. For example, in the case of dragon troops, even with a primary energy pool, no matter how much energy is consumed, it can only promote them to the young dragon stage. This doesn't mean that the growth limit for dragons in the novice world is young dragon. Rather, the items produced in the novice world can only sustain their growth to that extent. After reaching the young dragon stage, all treasures in the novice world can no longer speed up their growth. To grow faster, dragons must either rely on time, living for hundreds or thousands of years to mature slowly, or leave the novice world and head to the main world. When Chen Xing described the future to Anna, suggesting her angel could grow to its complete form, he was referring to the novice world's complete form limit. The intermediate energy pool, however, is different. it can allow dragons to grow to adulthood. In other words, this is something that shouldn't appear in the novice world as it exceeds that level. Just as Chen Xing was shocked, the Ant Queen, sensing her end, spat acid towards the energy pool. Without hesitation, Chen Xing ordered the shield soldiers to protect the energy pool. Bolstered by the endurance aura, several shield soldiers rushed to the energy pool, raising their shields to block the acid. When the shields met the acid, white smoke immediately rose, and except for the shield soldier, holding the orange tier shield of destruction, the shields of the other soldiers were dissolved by the sticky substance. A few drops of acid splashed onto the energy pool, producing white smoke and evaporating a small portion of the milky liquid inside. Chen Xing was heartbroken, as the greatest value of a normal energy pool is the blueprint obtained after its destruction, but this one was different. The intermediate energy pool allows for increasing the energy concentration of the pool water by adding resources. Normal energy pool water is no different from that of a primary energy pool, clear and pure. As energy accumulates, the color of the pool water changes to white. This pool, despite the Ant Queen hatching so many ant soldiers, maintained its milky white color, indicating that the energy had been accumulating for at least 100 years. During that time, the Ant Queen must have consistently added resources. Given the richness of the pool water, nurturing several adult dragons would be no problem. In terms of value, this milky energy pool water even surpasses the pool itself. Now, the Ant Queen trying to destroy the pool water was simply unforgivable. With the attack from Chen Xing's troops, the nearly defenseless Ant Queen couldn't fight back and had no desire to retaliate, desperately squirming to destroy the pool water completely. However, with shield soldiers and warriors blocking its path, the energy pool, though so close, seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Ultimately, the Ant Queen was killed by concentrated fire from archers before it could even spit acid into the energy pool. Chen Xing finally felt relieved when he saw the Queen Ant take her last breath, and the battle report confirmed her death. The energy pool, which had accumulated for hundreds of years, could have been evaporated by a single drop of the Queen's acid, leaving Chen Xing unable to sleep from the loss. Fortunately, the Queen's body was too bulky to move easily, and with constant interference from the warriors, the precious energy pool was preserved. After the Queen Ant's demise, Chen Xing didn't pay attention to the items she dropped. Instead, he immediately approached the energy pool to check its properties. The source of life, unknown type, special building attribute. The water in the pool contains life force that allows organisms to evolve beyond their current stage, though the higher the organism's rank, the slower the evolution. The current energy status is high, confirming it as an intermediate energy pool. Seeing the properties of the source of life, Chen Xing's anticipation was slightly calmed. He hadn't expected to find such a valuable treasure in the novice world. However, seeing the energy pool's abundant status, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a bit pained. The energy levels of the pool are divided into low, medium, high, abundant, and complete. The Queen Ant, in her extravagance, had spawned hundreds of thousands of ant soldiers, surely consuming a large amount of energy. Otherwise, the source of life's original energy level might have been abundant. The Queen Ant used his energy pool against him and wasted so much energy, which was quite ungrateful. If Chen Xing had known there was an intermediate energy pool in the ant nest, he would have skipped the probing and directly upgraded his aura at any cost, eliminating the Queen Ant at the first opportunity to seize the energy pool. Of course, this is just wishful thinking. Even if he had foresight, directly breaching the ant nest would not have been feasible. If he displayed overwhelming strength, the Queen Ant would likely destroy everything immediately, leaving him with nothing but shattered fragments or blueprints of the energy pool. After relaxing a bit, Chen Xing scanned other parts of the ant nest to see if there were any treasures of the same level as the energy pool. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, he found nothing but a completely damaged gene room. This gene room, related to the Zerg, held significant value, not in its practicality, but in its potential to decode Zerg genes. As one of the dominant races, the Zerg are known for their voraciousness, with many enemies. Thus, if sold in the main world of the multiverse battlefield, it could fetch a good price, although it might also offend the Zerg. So, whether this is good or bad is hard to say. Now that it's damaged, Chen Xing doesn't need to think too much about it. The Zerg hold this thing in high regard, and if they confirm an uncontrollable threat, the gene room is the first thing they destroy. However, if the Queen Ant hadn't destroyed the gene room, Chen Xing's energy pool might not have survived. Therefore, exchanging this item for an energy pool isn't a loss for Chen Xing. After ensuring there were no treasures left in the ant nest, Chen Xing began to examine the items dropped by the Queen Ant. These included the Screeching Tower Blueprint, Energy Extraction Chamber, Zerg Teleportation Device Blueprint, Micro Ant Nest Troop Card, Fungal Cluster, Queen Ant's Heart, 50 non-attribute energy crystals, and 300 source crystals. Although the number of items dropped by the Queen Ant was not large, and there were no pieces of equipment, their value was the highest among all the monarch bosses Chen Xing had defeated. The Screeching Tower is a Zerg-specific defense tower notable for its area attack capability. However, for Chen Xing, such an offensive tower is nearly useless as its effect is negligible given his current combat strength. Therefore, this blueprint will have to be sold on the trading market, where its area attack feature should fetch a price equivalent to that of an orange equipment in the novice world. Despite this, the Screeching Tower blueprint holds the least value among the items dropped. The energy extraction chamber is essentially the large ant nest beneath Chen Xing. Its function is to convert all invested resources into energy, serving as an advanced auxiliary building for intermediate energy pools, accelerating energy accumulation. However, its value in the novice world is not high and must be sold when he returns to the main world. The Zerg teleportation device is a Zerg-specific structure capable of opening 2 portals to quickly transport troops to their destination. The micro-teleportation device can cover distances up to 50 kilometers, making it suitable for travel to the underground world or Chen Xing's location. The Ant Nest Troop card is an A-level Zerg-exclusive troop card. Although the nest itself lacks combat power, the troops it hatches are D-level. Its classification as an A-level troop card is primarily due to its ability to summon troop-like entities without territorial population limits. This means Chen Xing can, if necessary, summon troops like the Queen Ant, overwhelming enemies with a swarm army. However, Zerg troops consume a massive amount of energy, and without relying on an intermediate energy pool, even someone as wealthy as Chen Xing could not sustain them for long. Regardless, as the top A-level troop card in the novice world, this Ant Nest card's value far exceeds that of 1 or 2 pieces of orange equipment. As for the Fungal Cluster and Queen Ant's Heart, these 2 items hold the highest value. The Fungal Cluster is a weaker version of the Creep, capable of converting all types of biological corpses into life energy that enhances species evolution. For Chen Xing, its most useful feature is its ability to fuse with plant life. He plans to merge it with vampire vine seeds to see if the vine can evolve again under the influence of life energy. The Queen Ant's Heart is a Zerg converter that can transform any item into a corresponding Zerg life form. Although it doesn't provide access to the Zerg gene pool, it grants the ability for unlimited species evolution. When Chen Xing thought of any item, the first thing that came to mind was the giant stone wall he had yet to construct. He wondered if the wall could be considered any item. With current defense items, including the vampire vine and fungal cluster, if he could transform the giant stone wall into a life form capable of unlimited evolution, wouldn't that mean that as long as the wall's level was high enough, it could eliminate all enemies without Chen Xing having to lift a finger? The more Chen Xing thought about it, the more intriguing the idea seemed, though he wasn't sure if the Queen Ant's Heart could transform the wall. Nevertheless, given that this item is considered a treasure among the Zerg, and considering the numerous unique biological structures of the Zerg, a biological wall shouldn't be out of the question. After taking inventory of all the spoils, Chen Xing found himself troubled as he looked at the intermediate energy pool. This wasn't a blueprint, it was a finished product. Under normal circumstances, there were only 2 ways to bring it back to his territory. The first was to destroy the energy pool directly, relying on Chen Xing's drop rate to obtain the blueprint. However, this would mean the energy liquid in the pool would vanish. Such extravagant waste was something Chen Xing absolutely refused to do. The energy consumed by the Ant Queen alone had already made him heartbroken, let alone destroying all the energy liquid. The second option was to use a high-level building relocation scroll, which would allow him to move the energy pool and its contents back to his territory. However, relocation scrolls were extremely rare. Despite defeating numerous monarch-level bosses, he hadn't even seen a low-level relocation scroll. If he couldn't take this energy pool with him when he traveled to the main world, it would be quite absurd. Chen Xing had no other choice now. The energy pool was too far from his territory, and even if his territory reached level 20, its range wouldn't extend this far. He could only hope to either acquire or purchase a high-level relocation scroll. With this thought, Chen Xing decided not to dwell on it further and chose to station a few units to guard the energy pool, preventing other creatures from taking it over. At this point, his Glory Road mission was complete, and his next task was to establish the trial tower. Once his units advanced, he planned to have a serious discussion with the disrespectful Red Dragon. Chen Xing repaired the ant nest and left a few units to guard it. With their strength, ordinary high-level bosses wouldn't be a problem. If an enemy they couldn't handle appeared, it would require mobilizing an army, as more units alone wouldn't suffice. To be honest, Chen Xing only had 1 miniature portal, which he needed to open to the underground world to deal with the Red Dragon and prevent unexpected situations. Otherwise, he might have considered opening the portal here. After leaving some guards, Chen Xing returned to his territory with his army, intending to check if advancing units through the trial tower was straightforward. If it was, he could send a batch of advanced units to replace the guards. Back at his territory, Chen Xing immediately set up the trial tower from the Glory Road. As the trial tower was a reward building and not a blueprint, it required no resources to construct. Chen Xing only needed to choose an appropriate location. Without worrying about terrain, He selected a wide open space to the left of the barracks and placed the trial tower there. As Chen Xing confirmed the virtual image of the trial tower's position, a wooden tower with 8 edges and 4 corners rose from the ground. The tower stood over 50 meters tall, with chains hanging from each corner of the roof, extending straight to the ground. The trial tower had 13 floors. Wait, 13? After counting the levels of the trial tower, Chen Xing was suddenly filled with doubt. Logically, the trial tower should provide a trial for each level, offering a total of 10 trials by the 100th level, meaning there should only be 10 levels. So what does the 13th level signify? Does it mean the trials aren't divided by levels? Or could it be that the trials extend all the way to level 130? Are there really professionals of such high levels in the main world? As he looked at the 13-level trial tower before him, Chen Xing was full of questions. Unfortunately, the trial tower didn't come with a manual, only an option to enter the first-level trial, leaving his questions unanswered for the moment. However, these issues weren't important right now. Chen Xing quickly brushed them aside and decided to send an archer to undergo the trial. The first-level trial of the trial tower requires 100 gold coins. Do you wish to spend 100 coins to start the trial? Seeing the prompt from the trial tower, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel helpless. The buildings on the path of glory were indeed money-driven. It cost him 100 coins for a class change before, and now the trial tower was asking for another 100. And judging by the looks of it, 100 coins seemed to be just the price for the first-level trial. The cost might increase for subsequent trials. This trial tower was even more extortionate than the class change hall. Despite his complaints, the wealthy Chen Xing didn't hesitate to start the trial. Forget 100 gold coins. Even the coins needed to change the class of his 701 combat units were just a small amount for him now. Once Chen Xing chose to start the trial, the archer standing in front of the trial tower seemed to be teleported inside, disappearing in an instant. As the archer entered the trial tower, the first level seemed to light up, emitting a faint glow. However, within just a few seconds, this glow dimmed, and the archer emerged. That was quick. Was it a success or a failure? Chen Xing wondered and immediately checked the archer's attribute panel. Peasant Snipe Feather Archer, level 11, rank D, strength 42, constitution 42, agility 64, intelligence 42, talent skill, long-range strike. Base range increased to 600 meters. Damage increases by 10 for every additional 100 meters beyond 500 meters, up to 200. Skills include Eagle Eye, Silent Arrow, Enhanced Vision, Elemental Arrow, Charged Shot, Precision Strike, Weak Point Break. Wow, it advanced. Seeing the archer's advancement to D rank, Chen Xing couldn't help but gasp. A single class trial had upgraded the archer by 1 rank. If this continues, by level 50, all his peasants could advance to rank units. However, Chen Xing felt this might be unlikely. With the current low rank, quick advancement was normal, but future rank advancements would surely slow down. Even with the trial tower's power, it couldn't easily elevate ordinary units beyond a rank. Awakened from his daydream, Chen Xing glanced at the attributes of the Snipe Feather Archer, feeling lucky, or perhaps finding the trial tower's low probability more reliable than the class change hall's extremely low probability. His unit's first class change had yielded a hidden class. The Snipe Feather Archer not only had an extraordinarily long range and enhanced long-range damage, but also possessed skills like Charged Shot for powerful attacks, and Weak Point Break and Precision Strike for increased damage. Essentially, the Snipe Feather Archer was the sniper among archers, unmatched in precision kills. Normally, a Snipe Feather Archer would need to maximize their range to fully utilize their long-range strike damage capability. But for Chen Xing, with the added advantage of the strong strike aura, range was not a concern. Long-range strikes were just their regular attacks. Chen Xing decided to set the Sniper Archer as his primary hidden profession. He understood that although the Sniper Archer was a perfect fit for him, their rarity made it difficult to form a sizable group, and thus the combat power of archers was hard to enhance. The chances of transitioning to a hidden profession were already low, and with the abundance of hidden professions for archers, the emergence of sniper archers was almost impossible, making it challenging for him to assemble a team. However, the hint from the trial tower gave him hope. Chen Xing carefully read the hints and explanations, and the functionality of the trial tower pleasantly surprised him. As long as a hidden profession had appeared in the trial tower, he could prioritize setting it as a transition profession and specify the number of members. Once the set number was reached, the priority setting would be cancelled, and the system would prompt him to set a new hidden profession or directly cancel the priority setting. Seeing this feature, Chen Xing felt that the 100 gold coins he spent were well worth it, as it not only provided promotion opportunities, but also added value services, making the trial tower more considerate than the transition hall. He decided to temporarily set the number of sniper archers to 20. Considering the output capability of sniper archers, as long as the boss wasn't too powerful, 20 people concentrating firepower could always defeat the enemy. If even these 20 couldn't kill the target, then more would be meaningless. After setting it up, Chen Xing began to inquire how the sniper archers could pass the trial. The sniper archer told him that upon entering the trial tower, he needed to defeat an opponent with similar strength. However, under Chen Xing's aura, such similar strength was a joke. The opponent barely knocked an arrow before the sniper archer shot an arrow, instantly defeating the opponent without giving them any time to react. The opponent's eyes were filled with bewilderment as they realized they were dead. After completing the trial, the sniper archer quickly exited the trial tower, with the entire process taking only half a minute, most of which was spent waiting. After confirming the trial method, Chen Xing began to have all his units undergo trials. Although the trial tower was highly efficient, accommodating 10 units at a time, the large number of his units meant the trials would still take some time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Xing returned to Tonkei Tower to handle messages. His friend Rina Mayu had already sent him many messages, and he finally had time to reply to her. At that moment, Rina Mayu, who was battling a hydra, excitedly shouted upon seeing Chen Xing's message, "Xiaojiu, push harder, kill this ugly guy. The big spender has replied to us." Upon hearing Reina Mayan's words, the hydra's spirits were instantly lifted. Its 8 heads, like machine guns, spewed venom at a peculiar-looking crocodile in the swamp. The venom, known for its toxicity, shot out with arrow-like force, piercing a large hole in the crocodile's head. After the crocodile died, the hydra, slightly exhausted, tore the body into pieces with a few bites and swallowed it whole. "Save some for me." Reina Mayan, who was busy replying to Chen Xing's message, suddenly became anxious when she saw the hydra devour the entire crocodile. She quickly patted one of the hydra's heads and said with a hint of grievance, "I've never eaten such a big crocodile before." All of the hydra's heads turned to look at Reina Mayan in confusion. "Didn't you say it was an ugly creature? Why do you want to eat it now?" Reina Mayan retorted, "It's just a bit ugly, but that doesn't mean it isn't tasty. On our blue planet, many ugly creatures are delicious." Imagining how tasty the crocodile meat might have been, Reina Mayan felt even more aggrieved and insisted, "No way. You have to give me some." The hydra's 18 eyes showed a hint of helplessness. It had never encountered a human so obsessed with food. Over the past few days, Reina Mayan wanted to try a bit of everything they killed. If it hadn't stopped her, she would have even cooked a goblin in human form. The hydra mused that this somewhat naive and adorable lord might really have the blood of a glutton, considering she even seemed curious to taste a pile of excrement. The hydra didn't doubt Reina Mayan's request for it to regurgitate some crocodile meat, knowing that if it dared to do so, this foodie lord would indeed eat it. "You should reply to the financier's message first. There are probably more crocodile creatures in this swamp, and I'll make sure to save some for you next time," it said. Despite being an strength creature, the hydra didn't find it difficult to speak the common human language. Although usually silent, it was compelled to speak under Reina Mayan's expectant gaze. In a cool voice, the hydra explained, "I remember there are many top-tier lords among those who want to deal with the financier. Dragon meat seems quite tasty." Predictably, the mention of delicious food swayed Reina Mayan. Reluctantly, she shifted her gaze from the hydra and added, "Next time you encounter such an ugly thing, make sure to save me a bite." Seeing that Reina Mayan's attention was finally diverted and she began to respond to Chen Xing's message, the hydra breathed a sigh of relief. It thought this lord was quite decent, good-natured, visionary, and ambitious. Even though her ambition and efforts were driven by a desire to taste more and better food, that didn't matter. What mattered was that she was indeed striving. As long as she didn't make foolish mistakes in important matters, they could survive on the battlefield of myriad worlds. The hydra hoped the lord's luck would improve so they could endure longer in this vast battleground. Chen Xing looked at the message from Reina Mayan and couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. He wondered how these people could be so careless. It wasn't unusual for the news about them teaming up against him to leak, given the number of people they had contacted. But now, even the specific participants were revealed, which seemed incredibly incompetent. Didn't they have any precautionary measures? Didn't anyone understand the principle that loose lips sink ships? Initially, Chen Xing thought these people were just a bit malicious, but now their incompetence made him even more uneasy. Did they really not fear that he might hire someone to deal with them? Although he didn't know those people personally, he had a general idea of their numbers. Reina Mayan quickly replied, explaining, "They did sign a confidentiality agreement when recruiting people, but the penalty for breaking it wasn't very severe. The troop I control is the Hydra, which can bypass this contract with a small price." Hydra. Chen Xing was startled by the name. The Hydra's innate ability seemed to be substitution, allowing it to transfer lethal damage to one of its heads, sacrificing a head to block an otherwise fatal attack. Besides mitigating damage, the Hydra's substitution ability could be used proactively, such as taking damage or negative effects in place of its lord. In the infinite battlefield, the penalty from a standard contract was also considered a negative effect for the Hydra, so Reina Mayan could simply transfer the contract penalty to the Hydra and breach the contract without harm. However, there were limits to this kind of breach. If the penalty was severe enough that even the Hydra couldn't withstand it, then after transferring the penalty, not only would the Hydra die instantly, but Reina Mayan, as the Lord, would suffer the full penalty, unmitigated by the Hydra. Therefore, for lords with Hydra troops, setting a strict penalty made it impossible for them to breach the contract. In the infinite battlefield, aside from the Hydra's substitution, there were many similar methods to breach contracts. Because of this, Chen Xing was always wary of contracts. Whenever he signed one, he included a clause that disclosed the other party's territory upon breach, as he trusted his own strength more than contract penalties. If anyone dared to breach, he would directly confront them for a more personal resolution. However, when Reina Mayon mentioned that the contract's penalty wasn't very severe, Chen Xing felt something was off. For a top-tier lord like her, it was hard to completely hide her troop information on Blue Star. Even if she managed to conceal it well, and no one knew her troops were Hydra, the initiators of the alliance must have considered that someone might have troops or methods to bypass penalties. Chen Xing shook his head, thinking it unlikely. Even if those people were foolish, they couldn't possibly be that brainless. Thus, he suspected that the relatively light penalty was intentional on their part. Chen Xing was puzzled by the enemy's intentions. Why would they deliberately leak information about their plans to target him? Were they hoping to catch him off guard when he hired people to ambush them, only to launch a counter-ambush and eliminate his hired help? Such a risk seemed too great for them. Chen Xing tried to think from the enemy's perspective. Why would they reveal their plans against an opponent of unknown strength, especially when he could afford to hire protection? Could it be that there were moles among the people he hired, ready to turn against him from within? This seemed unlikely, as the contract scrolls in the world battlefield were a fundamental trust mechanism, and while there were ways to circumvent them, few possessed such capabilities. Moreover, the penalties for breaching a combat contract were severe, making it rare for someone to break one. Wars between lords weren't like ancient siege battles that relied entirely on brute force. A few spies wouldn't make a substantial difference. Thus, the possibility of spies was slim. If not, then the enemy must be supremely confident in their own strength, wanting him to recruit more people so they could kill them all and gain more resources. However, Chen Xing dismissed this theory too, as not everyone could rely on hacks, and even the most confident wouldn't be so overconfident. As he pondered further, Chen Xing found the initiator's behavior peculiar. It seemed they were targeting him, yet indirectly leaked information to him, as if worried he might be easily defeated, prompting him to gather forces against their alliance, which seemed like betraying their own side. Wait a minute, betraying their own side? Chen Xing suddenly realized that this person might not be targeting only him, but everyone. They first organized an alliance against him, then leaked the information to him, leading him to gather forces to fight back. This would inevitably result in a fierce battle, with heavy losses on both sides regardless of who won. The mastermind had grand schemes. Chen Xing's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to suspect the identity of the mastermind. If he was right, those in the alliance were being used as pawns. With this realization, Chen Xing quickly sent a message to Reina Main. Who signed your confidentiality contract? Reina Main was puzzled why Chen Xing was more concerned about the contract rather than the alliance members who wanted him dead, but she had already decided to share the information with him. Without hesitation, she looked down at the Hydra and spoke. Xiaojiu, are you ready? Yes. The Hydra, already prepared, responded. Together with Reina Main, they sent out the information. A flash of light crossed the scales on one of the Hydra's heads, and it seemed to suffer a blow, becoming somewhat listless. However, this listlessness didn't affect it much, as the Hydra's regenerative abilities were strong. Even if a head was severed, it could grow back slowly, let alone just a slight listlessness. This indicated that the mastermind feared Reina Main wouldn't divulge the information and had crafted a contract penalty so light that even the Hydra could withstand it. It was the anonymous person on the leaderboard who sent me the contract, Reina Main replied. Anonymous, it was him after all, Chen Xing said, unsurprised. After Anna mentioned Chu Xiangdong and Arnold's situation, he befriended those individuals. Through them, both Chu Xiangdong and Arnold had warned him that the anonymous person seemed suspicious, urging him to be cautious. Especially Chu Xiangdong, whose intuition was very sharp, suspected the anonymous person might be linked to some anti-human organization. It seemed Chu Xiangdong's intuition was spot on. Chen Xing asked Chu Xiangdong and Arnold about the penalties in their confidentiality contracts and discovered that both had severe consequences, while Reina Mako's contract was relatively lenient. This led him to believe that these matters were linked to an anti-human organization and that someone within the group knew Reina Mako very well. The so-called anti-human organizations refer to those on Blue Star who idolize alien races. When Blue Star first joined the multiverse battlefield, there was no beginner's world. Everyone had to face threats from other races, and Blue Star humans were unable to establish contact with the human alliance, leaving them in a dire situation. In such adversity, human virtues shone through. Alongside the rise of heroes, traitors emerged. These anti-human organizations were the traitors of Blue Star, believing that humans were too weak and could only survive by siding with powerful alien races. They began to worship these aliens, aiming to eradicate all resistors, and lead Blue Star to align with the strong races they revered. During Blue Star's darkest times, these cults sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Destroying one would lead to the emergence of another. Blue Star's champions not only had to fight on the multiverse battlefield, but also had to deal with these anti-human organizations. Fortunately, Blue Star's leader, Dongda, was not only resolute, but also incredibly resilient. Through generations of efforts, Blue Star finally established a beginner's world, reached an agreement with the Human Alliance, and gradually secured a foothold on the multiverse battlefield. Subsequently, Blue Star formed the Blue Star Alliance, initiating a severe crackdown on anti-human organizations, quickly eradicating them. Notably, during the peak of anti-human organizations, no alien races paid attention to them. Their faith was entirely one-sided. On the multiverse battlefield, when encountering other races, these races showed no mercy, killing humans on sight. However, as Blue Star gradually gained stability and eliminated most anti-human organizations, aliens began to engage with these cults, providing them with preferential treatment and resource support, a clear irony for Blue Star. Now, Chen Xing had not heard news of anti-human organizations for a long time, yet they had resurfaced. Although there is no room for such cults on Blue Star today, due to hatred, profit, and various other reasons, many people still choose to side with the aliens. Chen Xing has always maintained a low profile, acting alone and never joining any organization. As a result, it has been difficult for the Blue Star Federation to capture him. However, recently, he dared to operate boldly in the novice world, something that clearly couldn't be accomplished by one person alone. The fact that they broke their usual pattern to act together suggests that these rats must be up to something big. After figuring out the situation, Chen Xing wasn't too concerned about these anti-human organizations. He thought to himself that no organization could withstand an arrow from his bow. Nonetheless, he planned to keep an eye on the anonymous person if they crossed paths in the future, not out of fear of any underhanded tactics, but to seize the opportunity to gather some information. If he wasn't careful, he might end up shooting him with an arrow. To guard against these anti-human organizations, the Blue Star Federation has advocated for real name registration for years. If you don't cause trouble, you might just be treated as a wanted criminal by the Federation, but if you do, you'll be walking right into a trap. After keeping the issue of the anonymous person in mind, Chen Xing checked the alliance list sent by Reina Meiyan. Upon seeing the names Zhou Hong and Chris, he couldn't help but smile with delight. He had long wanted to have a heart-to-heart with Zhou Hong, a direct descendant of the Tianhong group, but he never had the coordinates to his territory and was too busy to pursue it. As for Chris, he had previously tried to get an orange gear for free from Chen Xing, and Chen Xing planned to find Chris to settle the score once the monster siege was over. To his surprise, these two foes had now come to him, a double stroke of luck. Whether these two were instigated or had ties with the anti-human organization was of no concern to Chen Xing. He knew they were both destined to die. In a good mood, Chen Xing didn't forget to send a message to Reina Meiyan to thank her for the heads up and to ask if she needed anything. Although her gesture wasn't significant, it was made in good faith. As long as her request wasn't excessive, Chen Xing would agree. Of course, if she wanted an orange gear, that wouldn't be possible, as no amount of goodwill could exchange for an orange gear. Fortunately, Reina Meiyan didn't make an outrageous request. When she saw Chen Xing asking if she needed anything, she directly stated her request. If you're planning to deal with them, you can count me in. As for the price of my assistance, we can discuss it slowly. However, I have a small request. Could you leave me some of the corpses of those top-tier units you kill? Chen Xing, intrigued by her request, found it a bit odd but not unreasonable. He asked, I can help, and I can leave you some of the corpses. What do you want? As long as it's edible, it's yours. Reina Meiyan's response surprised Chen Xing. Your Hydra can evolve by consuming corpses? She nodded emphatically and replied, yes, but I don't need much, just a little of each type will do. Chen Xing was puzzled, wondering what kind of devouring skill this Hydra had that required so little. However, he didn't press further to avoid invading Reina Meiyan's privacy. He simply promised her that once he acquired the corpses of those top-tier units, he would save some for her. After all, those units, though top-tier, didn't have special bloodline effects. Most of the units in his territory were essentially younglings with not much energy. Even if they were used to fertilize fields, they wouldn't significantly enhance the spiritual energy of the land. Since Reina Meiyan wanted them, there was no problem giving her some. Chen Xing agreed to Renee Main's request to keep some of the top-tier troops meet for her. When he learned that she wanted to purchase his Ring of Wisdom but didn't have enough resources, he generously gifted the ring to her. He even thoughtfully included an exceptional orange item that could speed up mana recovery and increase poison damage. In return, Renee Main gave him a signed contract for double repayment. Holding the Ring of Wisdom, Renee Main looked a bit bewildered. She had clearly mentioned to Chen Xing that she lacked the resources and asked him to hold the ring for her temporarily. How did she end up with such a large debt? The Hydra, observing Renee Main's expression, felt a sense of helplessness. Ever since Chen Xing agreed to give her the top-tier troops meet, It seemed her intelligence had diminished, and combined with the Lord's persuasive skills, a few words were enough for her to incur the debt. However, Chen Xing didn't lose out. The adaptability and rarity of equipment are crucial, and accessories are relatively rare among ordinary gear. Trading two different types of orange equipment for one accessory orange item wasn't too bad. Moreover, Renee Main didn't insist on it being an orange item. Any equipment of equivalent value could be exchanged. Even if the value wasn't enough, it could be combined to count as equivalent. Under such lenient conditions, exchanging two orange items for double the price was not a loss. Plus, acquiring orange equipment now versus in the future are entirely different concepts. With these two orange items in her possession while her strength was still weak, her growth rate would undoubtedly accelerate. Chen Xing mused that he had so many orange items in his possession that he even considered giving them all away to make top-tier lords indebted to him and work for him. But that thought quickly passed. If someone truly wanted a specific piece of equipment, they would certainly approach him. If he were to actively promote them, it might make people feel he was trying to deceive them, potentially leading to large-scale defaults, and he didn't have the time to chase down each debtor. After handling Renee Main's matters, Chen Xing opened the trading market and listed some of the orange items he had recently acquired from raiding a monarch-level boss that he didn't need. Of course, the pixie unit card was not listed for sale. Anna was already planning a rebellion, and under her manipulation, she could likely sell the territory for a good price after the rebellion. Initially, Chen Xing and Anna had agreed to split the proceeds from the territory sale evenly. However, after seeing the pixie unit card, Chen Xing suddenly felt that Anna might not handle the money from the sale well. Therefore, he decided to give the pixie unit card to Anna while he would manage the money and resources from the sale. Besides this reason, another crucial factor was that the pixie unit card had strategic value, and it was best kept within their team. Giving it to Anna was safe, but if it fell into enemy hands, they could use it to develop their territory, which might cause trouble for him. After listing the orange gear, Chen Xing routinely scoured the trading market for basic resources. Now equipped with pickaxes and minecarts, the villagers' mining speed had increased significantly. Coupled with the ore resources plundered from the Kobold Kingdom, the ore resources for a level 10 territory were generally sufficient. However, for a lord, basic resources are always more the merrier. As for wood resources, since the trees were being cut further and further away, the time to transport them back to the territory was getting longer. Additionally, the villagers only had plain axes without any attribute bonuses, so even with resource bonuses, the speed of cutting would seem slow. But that's okay. When labor falls short, money fills the gap. Chen Xing spent so much on equipment and earned so much money precisely for moments like this. See or buy? See would buy? In a short while, the basic resources that had just filled the trading market were once again nearly depleted by Chen Xing's purchases. As Chen Xing was enjoying the thrill of spending, a prompt suddenly popped up. Territory resources are sufficient. Do you want to upgrade to a level 10 territory? After upgrading, a monster siege will begin in 10 hours. Note: upgrading to a level 10 territory during the protection period will prematurely end the protection time and significantly increase the difficulty of the monster siege. Note: during the monster siege, all participating low-level monsters will be upgraded to the same level as the Lord, significantly enhancing their attributes. Note: successfully surviving the monster siege will greatly increase the rewards. This unexpected prompt made Chen Xing pause. Previously, he had always manually upgraded his territory, so why was there an automatic prompt this time? Was there something different about initiating a monster siege during the protection period? Chen Xing was puzzled. Under normal circumstances, all lords would face a monster siege 10 days after entering the all-worlds battlefield. At that time, regardless of whether the territory was upgraded to level 10, surrounding monsters would attack the territory. However, by then, most nearby monsters could be cleared out, so lords with decent unit strength wouldn't find surviving the siege too difficult. Some lords would upgrade their territory to level 10 before the 10 mark to initiate the monster siege, but that usually happened after 7 or 8 days, with the fastest taking at least 5 or 6 days. Chen Xing, on the other hand, hadn't even used 2 days before triggering the monster siege, which seemed unprecedented in Blue Planet's history. Previously, Chen Xing was concerned that during the monster siege, the Red Dragon Underground might break free and join the siege, so he hadn't planned to rush the territory upgrade. But now, seeing the second note about certain monsters leveling up to match his level, Chen Xing immediately decided to upgrade the territory to level 10. Red Dragon or not. With the monster siege starting in 10 hours, he would take the opportunity to slay the Red Dragon first. If it resurrected with the world's blessing and joined the siege, he would just slay it again. Chen Xing chose to upgrade his territory immediately because during a monster siege, all the attacking monsters would level up to match his level. In the novice world, leveling up before reaching level 10 isn't difficult. It mainly involves gaining experience through constant battles. When at the same level as the monsters, you gain normal experience. If you're 1 level higher, the experience is halved. 2 levels higher, you only gain a single point. And if you're 3 levels higher, you gain no experience and the drop rate decreases significantly. Conversely, defeating monsters of a higher level can yield extra rewards. But if the level gap is too large, an experience compensation mechanism is triggered, significantly reducing the experience rewards and compensating with a higher drop rate instead. Chen Xing found this experience compensation mechanism unappealing. Even without the blessing of all worlds, he believed that rapidly gaining levels was more beneficial for an ordinary lord than acquiring some rare orange equipment. This mechanism seemed to discourage novice world players from engaging in battles beyond their level, instead encouraging them to become efficient at quickly eliminating lower-level enemies. The faster they killed, the quicker they leveled up, and the more rewards they could earn in the battle of all worlds. Unless a player had special abilities like Chen Xing, those who constantly challenged higher-level opponents would likely lag behind in level compared to those who continuously fought same-level monsters. What puzzled Chen Xing even more was that this experience compensation mechanism seemed unique to the novice world. In the battle of all worlds, there were no such restrictions. The rule was that the more fiercely and strongly you fought, the faster your level increased. Because of these reasons, Chen Xing felt there was something off about the novice world, but he couldn't quite understand it. The qualification for the novice world was supposedly obtained by the sages from the Human Alliance, but given the challenging situation humans faced in the battle of all worlds, it was unlikely that the strong members of the Human Alliance would disadvantage their own. Historical records on the Human Alliance were vague, leaving Chen Xing unable to speculate on their reasons for granting access to the novice world. He shook his head, deciding to set aside these thoughts for now. For him, the most important task was still to increase his level. After reaching level 10, the way to gain experience remained the same, relentlessly defeating same-level monsters, but the issue was that the experience required for leveling up increased dramatically. The experience needed to go from level 10 to 11 was roughly equivalent to the total experience needed to go from level 1 to 10. This enormous experience requirement slowed down the leveling pace for all players after level 10. Even a special player like Chen Xing had no easy solution to this. No matter how fast he killed monsters, finding them took time, and despite having a speed boost from the endurance aura, reaching level 20 would still require a significant amount of time. Nowadays, the Monster Siege event has raised the minimum level of all monsters to match his level, which is undoubtedly good news for Chen Xing. He is not worried about the monsters becoming stronger. Rather, he fears that low-level monsters won't provide any experience points. If goblins and kobolds remained at their original levels, defeating them would yield no experience. However, now that these creatures have been upgraded to his level, Chen Xing expects that after a wave of monster sieges, he could level up at least 3 times. Upon seeing note, he decisively decided to upgrade his territory to level 10 in advance. After deducting resources, Chen Xing immediately received a notification of successful upgrade. Your territory has successfully reached level 10. Territory protection has ended early, and the monster siege will commence in 10 hours with significantly increased difficulty. Additionally, the territory's unique building, the heroic altar, was unlocked, allowing for hero recruitment after the monster siege. Every 10 levels, a hero can be recruited. Since he initiated the monster siege early, a foreign lord using a siege order will be randomly matched as the commander of the monster army, directing all siege monsters. Chen Xing was a bit surprised, wondering, what does it mean to match a foreign lord? Can the monster siege be commanded by someone? A monster army with a commander is entirely different from one without. Imagine the joy of a foreign commander facing a lineup of super bosses like red dragons, kobold kings, goblin kings, twin ghost trees, and ant queens. Chen Xing mused that with such a high siege difficulty, if not for his early preparation, even the strongest lord would be doomed. But now, he could show the foreign lord what it means to be an outsider, hoping the opponent wouldn't end up in tears. As Chen Xing pondered the siege difficulty, news of his early initiation of the monster siege spread in the chat channel. The message stated, Lord Chen Xing's territory has reached level 10, and territory protection has ended early. The monster siege will begin in 10 hours. This message was repeated 3 times in bold at the top of the chat, visible to everyone in the channel. Unlike before, these messages appeared not only in Chen Xing's regional channel, but also in all chat channels across the novice world. In other words, the entire novice world could see the news of Chen Xing reaching level 10 and starting the monster siege early. While those in Chen Xing's region were shocked, they were somewhat mentally prepared, having seen the regional leaderboard and knowing Chen Xing had been selling equipment in bulk and using the proceeds to sweep basic resources. However, those outside his region were confused, as each area's leaderboard is independent. They couldn't see Chen Xing's ranking and only knew it was the second day on the battlefield, with protection time not yet over. How could someone reach level 10 already? It seemed almost like cheating. The news of Chen Xing's territory reaching level 10 quickly set the entire novice world abuzz. Zhuo Jing asked in surprise, Huh? Did I just see someone reach level 10? I'll go back to sleep in a bit. Furukawa Shosuk replied, My friend, you're not dreaming. Someone really did reach level 10. And you're still sleeping? Jing sighed helplessly. Oh, don't even mention it. My exclusive unit isn't a level koala dragon. It's strong, but it sleeps a lot. It can sleep for a whole day after working for half a day. I only have these two koala dragons, and since they're both asleep, there's nothing for me to do but sleep too. Dabo Jumu asked in confusion, what's going on? It's only the second day. How did someone already upgrade their territory to level 10? How is it so fast? Boer interjected. I remember the fastest record in the novice world was 6 days by Senior Qin, right? Zhao Chun confirmed. You're right. These records were set by countless geniuses. Even reducing it by an hour is tough, and now they've shortened it by several days. Are you kidding me? The resources of our entire region combined aren't enough to reach level 10. Xiao Xiaoxing stated clearly. I can tell you, basic resources aren't a problem, but upgrading to a level 10 territory requires various advanced minerals, and most importantly, 500 source crystals. Source crystals only drop from high-level bosses or monsters above level 10. Right now, only top leaders have a few. Even if we pooled together, we couldn't come up with 500 source crystals. Fang Ying was suddenly realized. I get what you mean. Someone's definitely cheating. Tu Mingzhao added. I asked friends from the Eastern District, and they confirmed this guy is a cheat. He was initially trapped by the blessing of all worlds, not only survived, but also took the top spot on both Eastern District leaderboards, and now he's the first to upgrade his territory to level 10. If that's not cheating, what is? Hu Qianming marveled. Blessing of all worlds? This person is a true master. They've made history by surviving the supposedly fatal start of the blessing of all worlds. Tu Mingzhao further explained. We can only say they've made history for our blue star. Other races have people who survive the start, but to truly make history, they need to overcome this monster siege. If they can really do it, that's truly impressive. Even people from other races would have to look up to this master knowing this achievement. An anonymous user sneered. Huh. No one survives the blessing of all worlds, and he's no exception, just a dead man walking. Furukawa Masaki angrily questioned. What the hell are you? I asked everyone I know, and no one knows who you are. You're always stirring up trouble here. What do you want? The anonymous user replied disdainfully. A bunch of garbage who forgot the glory of their ancestors. When we meet, you'll know who I am. Yuriko Amano rebuked. Glory my foot. A bunch of fools swept into the dustbin of history, thinking we can't guess your identity. Aren't you just the first on the territory leaderboard? If you're so bold, cancel your territory's concealment effect and see if I don't take your head off to play football with. Ruan Jingxiong calmly analyzed. Judging by the tone, they really sound like those nationalist idiots from your Sakura district. These anonymous guys, could they really be from anti-human organizations? Do they dare to show themselves? Tu Mingzhao shared with everyone that he had learned from other regions that while there are anonymous individuals on their leaderboards as well, the number of such individuals is significantly lower than in their area, making them less conspicuous. He warned that these people might be members of an anti-human organization who have been in hiding for a long time and are now revealing themselves with a plan in mind, urging everyone to be extra cautious. He also requested that if anyone had information about the territory of these individuals, they should inform him immediately, as he would handle the situation personally. Ruan Jingxiong agreed with this, praising Tu Mingzhao for his wide network and numerous acquaintances. He also expressed his desire to be informed when Tu Mingzhao dealt with these people, as he wanted to witness the anti-human organization firsthand. With the emergence of these anonymous individuals, discussions about Chen Xing in the southeast region quickly shifted to condemning the anonymous individuals, temporarily overshadowing the topic of Chen Xing upgrading his territory to level 10. Meanwhile, in other regions, interest in whether Chen Xing could successfully withstand the monster siege continued to rise, with the belief that his success would captivate everyone's attention. The situation in the eastern region was similar. Although people were passionately discussing Chen Xing's level 10 territory, top-tier leaders rarely spoke out. Those who knew Chen Xing sent their blessings, hoping he would successfully withstand the siege, while those who didn't know him actively connected with others. Upon learning that Chen Xing had initiated the monster siege, Chris felt a wave of despair. It wasn't because he had to return 3 orange items to Chen Xing that he felt overwhelmed, but because he never believed Chen Xing could survive the siege. Chris had recently convinced others to unite against Chen Xing, even arguing for an hour over the distribution of spoils. As the initiator, he had also expended some resources to placate disgruntled leaders, barely reaching a consensus. However, Chen Xing suddenly initiating the monster siege made Chris feel all his efforts were about to be in vain. He was furious, believing that Chen Xing must die at their hands and not waste his equipment and resources during the siege. At this point, Chen Xing's territory had been using concealment scrolls, and Chris's divination scrolls repeatedly failed, driving him nearly to the brink of collapse. He began frantically messaging Zhou Hong and the anonymous individuals, hoping they could find any means to locate Chen Xing's territory and ensure he was killed before the siege began. Initially, Chris was grasping at straws, not expecting them to actually come up with a solution. But after he lashed out at them, One of the anonymous individuals suddenly responded, stating they could find Chen Xing's location, but it would come at a cost. At this moment, Chris was like a gambler who had bet all his chips on the table. However, unlike other gamblers who face only two outcomes, winning or losing, Chris faced the dilemma of the dealer not even planning to open the game, ready to flip the table and run. This situation was harder for him to accept than for an ordinary gambler, because he had already placed all his chips. Win or lose, there should be a result, but if the dealer just flips the table and runs, wouldn't his chips be wasted? So, upon receiving the message from the anonymous sender, he asked without hesitation, "The cost? What cost?" The anonymous sender was also a bit troubled. The plan was well laid out, intending for both sides to start a conflict, but it seemed his scheme was about to fail before it even began. He had anticipated a clash between the two sides, believing that whoever lost would suffer significant losses. More importantly, as long as there were casualties, the conflict would become irreconcilable, making his plan to incite discord behind the scenes easily achievable. The anonymous sender was confident that once the two sides started fighting, he could keep them from stopping. Despite the Eastern District's lack of strength, he believed that with intelligence, even the strongest could be manipulated. Those fools executing tasks in other districts had no idea of the power of intelligence and relied solely on brute force. The anonymous sender even foresaw their miserable downfall, thinking that only their failure would make the master realize his importance, potentially leading to more significant responsibilities. However, what the anonymous sender did not anticipate was that his plan was already on shaky ground before it even began. Chen Xing, that guy, had unexpectedly reached level 10 ahead of schedule. Like Chris, the anonymous sender did not believe Chen Xing could survive the monster siege. If Chen Xing died in the monster siege, how would his plan proceed? Therefore, he was even more anxious than Chris, ignoring Chris's curses and instead frantically thinking of ways to find Chen Xing's territory. Due to Chen Xing's low profile, almost not interacting with anyone except for selling equipment, the anonymous sender believed that if anyone could obtain the location of Chen Xing's territory, it would be a half-lord, Anna. Everyone knew that after Anna and Chen Xing communicated through the trade market, Chen Xing's energy pool level was taken down. So, undoubtedly, there was some transaction between Chen Xing and Anna. If anyone on the battlefield could know the location of Chen Xing's territory, Anna was definitely one of them. As for the half, it referred to the person he had personally arranged, Raina Man. However, he knew Raina Man too well. She was a fool who only cared about food. Her sole reason for entering the world battlefield was to try more delicacies she hadn't tasted before. Therefore, even if she could extract the location of the territory from Chen Xing, she would never do such a thing. Faced with the situation, the anonymous had only one choice: to find a way to start with Anna. Although this was somewhat difficult, he felt there was still hope. After all, everyone knew Chen Xing was as good as dead. In such circumstances, as long as he offered a high enough price, even if Anna had a good relationship with Chen Xing, she couldn't possibly give up immediate benefits for a dead man. Worried that Anna might refuse and make the situation irreparable, the anonymous did not contact Anna directly. Instead, he approached Arnold first, offering benefits to persuade Arnold to convince her indirectly. To his surprise, things went unexpectedly smoothly. After receiving the benefits, Arnold quickly responded, indicating that Anna could provide Chen Xing's territory location, but only if she was paid up front, and the amount was substantial. Everything went so smoothly that the anonymous found it hard to believe, suspecting it might be a trap, but he had no choice but to relay the information to Chris. Meanwhile, Anna felt somewhat frustrated. According to her original plan, she was supposed to gradually release information to raise the value of the concealment scroll, make a profit from it, and then, pretending the scrolls were insufficient, sell Chen Xing's territory location. Unexpectedly, Chen Xing suddenly upgraded his territory to level 10, disrupting her plans. Knowing that her boss's plan had changed, she had to adjust her strategy. So, she decided to cut the Gordian knot and directly proceed to the final step, selling Chen Xing's territory location. As for whether Chris and his team would suspect it was a trap, Anna didn't care. As long as they couldn't let go of their greed and wanted Chen Xing's equipment and resources, they wouldn't give up even if they suspected a trap. At most, they would be more cautious during the transaction and set stricter contract terms. But it didn't matter. The location she provided was genuine, and no matter how strict the contract, it was irrelevant. Moreover, there was an advantage. The shorter the time, the more urgent they would be, and the higher the final price she could demand. After all, she had already sharpened her scythe, and if she didn't take a big cut from them this time, she wouldn't live up to the Elizabeth surname. When Chris saw that the source of the information mentioned by the anonymous was Anna, he was initially surprised, then realized that besides Chen Xing himself, probably only Anna could obtain Chen Xing's territory location. However, he still had some doubts about the authenticity of this matter. The anonymous candidly expressed his suspicion that Anna's willingness to sell Chen Xing's territory location was likely, but her quick agreement made it seem suspicious. Not necessarily. When the anonymous started doubting Anna, Chris began to analyze. As far as I know, Anna and Chen Xing didn't have any prior connection. They probably met on the world battlefield. Even if they had some rapport, it couldn't be deep. So as long as the price is right, Anna selling out Chen Xing isn't surprising. Plus, I heard Anna helped Chen Xing acquire concealment scrolls, and the reason Chen Xing's territory couldn't be divined is likely due to Anna. I initially thought Anna was helping Chen Xing, but now it seems she was just ensuring she could sell Chen Xing's territory location for a good price in the future. The more Chris talked, the more logical it seemed to him. With a cold snort, he continued messaging. What good people can there be in the sun never sets zone? Her selling out Chen Xing doesn't surprise me at all. It suits their character. After his self-analysis, Chris finally asked, what price does she want? She wants half of the total value of Chen Xing's territory in resources or treasures and only accepts upfront payment. When Chris saw this, he was completely stunned. This idiot. Has she gone mad with greed? Chris's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with anger. Through gritted teeth, he spat. What gives that short-legged woman the right to make such outrageous demands? An upfront payment? Is she out of her mind? Though the anonymous person couldn't see Chris's expression, the fury in his voice was palpable. Fearing the negotiation might collapse, the anonymous person quickly tried to calm him down. I know you're anxious, but don't be rash. The higher her price, the more it shows she's serious about betraying Chen Xing. Chris slammed his hand on the table, shouting, that won't do. I don't care if she genuinely wants to betray Chen Xing. Do you even understand what half means? Leaving aside whether we can afford it, this price is utterly ridiculous. We're risking everything, even using an expensive teleportation scroll, and she thinks we're her slaves. He took a deep breath and continued to roar. Tell her there's no way we're agreeing to this price. I'd rather give up on killing Chen Xing than work for her for nothing. The anonymous person, watching Chris's furious outburst, couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. As a scion of the Evans family, he showed such a lack of composure. It's no wonder he wasn't valued within the family. If he were the head of the family, it would be hard to entrust him with any significant responsibilities. Despite his dissatisfaction with this unreliable teammate, the anonymous person knew he still needed Chris's financial and physical support, so he continued to patiently persuade him. I'll say it again, don't rush. Since Anna named a price, it means there's room for negotiation. The exact amount isn't important. It can all be discussed. She surely knows the price is unrealistic and is just trying to raise the stakes. As long as we negotiate slowly, the price won't be an issue. But Chris seemed unwilling to listen, retorting angrily. Negotiate slowly? How? There's no sincerity in her price at all. What's there to talk about? He was used to having the upper hand, but now Anna was taking advantage, which completely broke his defenses. Frustrated by this uncooperative teammate, the anonymous person bluntly stated, her willingness to name a price is the greatest sincerity. If you're willing, use another Council of God scroll to bring her in for negotiations. If not, I'll just reject her and consider your previous investments a loss. Chris fell silent. If someone had told him earlier that killing Chen Xing would require 2 Council of God scrolls and letting Anna take advantage of the situation, he would have flatly refused. But having invested so much already, giving up now would mean no gains and a waste of previous efforts and resources. He found it hard to let go. After a long pause, Chris reluctantly replied, you can negotiate with her. If she maintains that attitude, there's nothing more to discuss. If she's willing to compromise, I'll provide another Council of God scroll. Also, whatever conditions she proposes, I won't bear the costs alone. Everyone involved must share the expenses proportionally, or they're out. The anonymous person breathed a sigh of relief and responded, all right, I'll go talk to her now. The anonymous person felt a sense of relief when Chris finally conceded. This fool finally came around. If he had really stormed off in anger, things would have been difficult to resolve. To make up for his previous hardline approach, the anonymous person reassured him again, don't worry. If the negotiations fall apart, we get nothing, and she won't get anything either. Previously, it didn't matter to her if she got nothing, but now she's betrayed Chen Xing compared to us. She clearly wants Chen Xing dead more, so she will definitely make concessions. You're right. Chris suddenly became excited and quickly responded. We'll use that reason to negotiate with her. If she dares to ask for too much, I'll just leak this to Chen Xing and see if she can handle the fallout. Hearing this, the anonymous person rolled his eyes in frustration, thinking, she can't handle the fallout, but you can? After investing so many resources and rallying so many people under the Evans family name, if this doesn't work out, your loss will be far greater than hers. Are you negotiating or provoking her? You seem normal most of the time, but when it comes to serious matters, your incompetence shows. No wonder you lose your temper so easily when provoked by Duan Wei in the chat channel. Luckily, I'll be present for this negotiation, or I'd really worry it would fall apart. I'm going to talk to Anna now. Prepare the Divine Assembly Scroll, and you don't need to involve anyone else for now. This negotiation is just between the 3 of us. After sending this message, the anonymous person quickly closed the chat channel, fearing Chris might say something foolish again. Soon, the 3 of them, each with their own agendas, met in the Divine Assembly. Anna, working as a spy for the first time, felt a bit nervous, but as a member of a prominent family, the more anxious she felt inside, the calmer she appeared on the outside. She glanced around the Divine Assembly's surroundings and said with slight dissatisfaction, "So this is the legendary Divine Assembly space? It's not that impressive. Our Evans family doesn't need your evaluation of the Divine Assembly," Chris said coldly, having regained his composure, at least on the surface. "What exactly do you want? Name your terms." "My demands are simple." Anna perked up immediately when Chris asked her to state her terms, listing the conditions she had already prepared. 5 Divine Assembly scrolls, 10 territory concealment scrolls, 20 level or higher unit cards, 20 advanced building blueprints, 20 special items, 1,000 units of common seeds, 100 units of spirit plant seeds, 200 source crystals, 20 of each type of high-grade crystal, and 100 ordinary scrolls like contract scrolls. She paused, as if remembering something, and added, "Oh, and skill books. I doubt you have anything too good, so I'm not setting a grade limit, just give me 100 of any kind." Hearing Anna's well-rehearsed demands, Chris was once again thrown off balance. "Are you crazy? Why don't you just rob us? Don't talk nonsense." Anna flashed the sweetest smile, but spoke the most cutting words. "Robbery doesn't pay off as quickly as extortion." Anna's outrageous demands left not only Chris, but also the anonymous onlooker in disbelief. "Miss Anna, are you here to negotiate or to shop? It's just a set of territorial coordinates, yet you propose such extreme terms. Don't you think you're being unreasonable?" Anna shrugged, glancing at the anonymous figure lurking nearby, and replied calmly, "Compared to the wealth in Chen Xing's territory, what I'm asking for is a mere trifle. If you don't agree to this plan, we can go with my previous proposal. I'm fine with just half." The anonymous figure interrupted Chris before he could speak, their voice low and menacing. "But you must participate in the attack on Chen Xing's territory. Paying up front is out of the question. No one has that many resources available, not even if everyone pulled together. So, distribution will have to wait until after the battle." For the anonymous figure, while the resources of Chen Xing's territory were important, inciting conflict among these top lords was the true goal. They could agree to the condition of giving half, but whether Anna would actually receive the promised resources after Chen Xing was defeated was uncertain. They doubted the other lords would allow Anna to take such a large share unchallenged. If Anna accepted this condition, she might be the next target once Chen Xing's territory fell. As for the contract, well, all the contract scrolls were issued by them, and they dictated the penalties for breach. They had no intention of keeping their word, planning to set strict breach conditions to deceive Anna. What happened to others was of no concern. Anna scoffed at the suggestion. "Do you think I'm as foolish as Chris? You're talking about after the battle, but Sister Bayer already said Chen Xing plans to eliminate all of you. Although she doesn't know where Chen Xing's confidence comes from, I believe he must have some ace up his sleeve to survive the effects of the blessing of the worlds." She thought to herself that while Chris and the anonymous figure believed Chen Xing was doomed, she was convinced they were the ones who were finished. Talking about after the battle was pointless because there would be no such opportunity. Considering her own massive debts, she felt her price was still too low and should be doubled. "I'm here to sell coordinates, not to join your cause. Either give me half, or we'll go with my earlier terms. And I only accept payment up front. I'll hand over the coordinates when I see the resources. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss." Anna decided to play her trump card, unwilling to continue the back and forth. "Let me tell you, the concealment scroll for Chen Xing's territory came from me. Although I don't have many concealment scrolls, I can guarantee 10 hours of coverage. Right now, no one but me can get the coordinates to Chen Xing's territory, so you have no choice." Upon hearing this, Chris and the anonymous figure exchanged glances. They had suspected that Anna might have supplied the anonymous scrolls to inflate the value of Chen Xing's territory, and now it seemed they were right. Anna's decision to sell Chen Xing's territory was clearly not a trap, but rather a sign of her long-standing ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, how could she have so quickly obtained the coordinates of Chen Xing's territory? This short-legged woman is truly cunning. First, she profited from Chen Xing with a concealment scroll, and now she's selling his territory coordinates to others, making a profit from both ends. Although there was some dissatisfaction with Anna, it was almost confirmed that her actions were not a trap. However, they still found it hard to accept the high price she demanded. It was clearly extortion. Did she really think everyone was as wealthy as Chen Xing? Chris's attitude towards Anna became increasingly rude as he coldly remarked, "Shorty, it seems your son never sets district is just the same as it always was." Hearing the term shorty, Anna was infuriated. As the little princess of the Elizabeth family, she retaliated mercilessly, retorting with mongrel. The term mongrel referred to rumors about Chris's mother being pregnant on the battlefield of all worlds, implying doubts about his bloodline and possibly being a half-breed. Although Anna didn't use vulgar language, the term mongrel still struck a nerve with Chris. Chris's complexion changed rapidly from red to white, then to black, like a revolving lantern. He was burning with anger, wanting to retort with vicious words, but swallowed them due to his fear of the Elizabeth family. Finally, he said angrily. Anyone trying to extort the Evans family, I tell you, it's impossible. These territory coordinates, you'll give them whether you want to or not. Otherwise, I'll tell Chen Xing about you selling his territory and see if he'll let you use his territory as leverage once he knows the truth. Chris was confident that by then, to prevent Anna from gaining, Chen Xing would willingly sell his position himself. He would rather buy from Chen Xing than be extorted by Anna. However, Anna remained calm, smiling as she responded. That's hilarious. This territory position is actually something Chen Xing wants to sell. I'm just working for him. If you try to lower the price, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Chen Xing has everything. He could set any price, and I'm afraid you couldn't buy it. Her smile made her eyes almost squint into lines as she continued. Once you've talked to Chen Xing and come back to me, the price won't be what it is now. Seeing that their ultimate bargaining chip had been played, Anna's lack of reaction left Chris and his partner feeling uneasy. They couldn't help but wonder if Anna was pretending to be indifferent or if she was truly confident. Faced with this situation, the two found themselves in a dilemma. To be honest, buying the location of Chen Xing's territory was a last resort. In their view, once Chen Xing's territory location was leaked, he would be doomed. The idea of buying his territory location just to kill him was absurd. Chris's tough talk was really just a tactic to lower the price. Moreover, even if Chen Xing, in a desperate move, decided to sell his territory location, what if he named an exorbitant price, as Anna suggested, one they couldn't afford? They couldn't very well go back to Anna, could they? At this moment, unsure of what to do, the two began to use the friend information function in front of Anna to frantically plot. However, there was some disagreement between them. The anonymous partner wanted to make a quick decision with Anna and then gather forces to attack Chen Xing's territory. Chris, on the other hand, refused to accept Anna's extortion and wanted to first leak the information to Chen Xing to see how things unfolded. After much discussion, Chris was eventually persuaded by the anonymous partner. He mentioned that once Chen Xing's territory was destroyed, they could also take down Anna's territory. Whatever they gave her now, they could take back double later. Chris realized this made sense, and the anger that had been simmering inside him turned into a murderous intent. What did the Elizabeth family matter? This was the battlefield of all realms. He could kill not just Elizabeth's people, but even those from Dongda. Moreover, Chris's ambitions didn't stop there. He believed that if they could successfully capture Chen Xing's and Anna's territories, those who tasted success wouldn't stop there. He could lead them to continue the conquest. For instance, Arnold, who was in the same zone as Anna, that foul-mouthed Duan Wei, and his dear classmate Chu Xiangdong. Chris thought to himself, he'd like to see who would end up on top. Once they reached an agreement, they finally sat down to seriously negotiate the price with Anna. Unfortunately, while they agreed to buy Chen Xing's coordinates from Anna, their finances didn't support it. Not everyone had as many resources as Chen Xing, who had more than he could use. These so-called top lords were all living on tight budgets, with all resources reserved for themselves, and even combined, they couldn't muster up enough. Therefore, the negotiation wasn't about how much Anna wanted, but rather how much they could offer. After some negotiation, Chris offered up his last 2 Council of God scrolls. Although they had slightly more of other scrolls and tools, after some discussion, they managed to gather a total of 120 scrolls, mainly consisting of contract scrolls, including territory concealment scrolls and contract scrolls. During this time, Anna looked at the resources in front of her and couldn't help but feel disappointed. The list of supplies from her subordinates, Chris, and the anonymous contributors seemed meager. There wasn't a single troop card. Everyone was short of this resource, and whoever got one would use it immediately, leaving no extras. The building blueprints were even scarcer, with only 5 available, all for ordinary structures. Although there were 11 special items, there were also 10 junk skill books, and the total number of high-level crystals was only about 30, with just 110 source crystals. The only resources that seemed somewhat plentiful were the spirit plant and ordinary seeds, totaling around 300 units. To satisfy Anna, the anonymous contributors even brought out a few fixed-point teleportation scrolls, which were their means of gathering forces to attack Chen Xing's territory. However, these scrolls were equally expensive and now could only be handed over to Anna as filler items. Although this was still far from what Anna had demanded, she knew this was their limit. Anna thought to herself, what a bunch of paupers. She muttered under her breath, causing Chris and the anonymous contributors' blood pressure to spike. They had emptied all their resources, and she still called them poor. How could she say such a thing? In the end, Anna decided not to argue further and accepted their offer. However, when she saw those teleportation scrolls, a thought crossed her mind, and she said, you know, I've made a significant sacrifice in this matter, so I have an additional condition. Chris almost laughed in disbelief. A sacrifice? You've only provided a territory coordinate and extorted so many resources. We're the ones who truly sacrificed. Anna ignored Chris's reaction and continued. I've completely offended Brother Chen Xing this time. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely come after me for revenge. Therefore, the agreement must include a clause. If you don't manage to kill Brother Chen Xing within 10 hours, you must send me your territory and personal locations. Her logic was clear. Should Chen Xing seek revenge, she could use this to mitigate his wrath. Chris and the anonymous contributors thought Anna's demand was somewhat excessive, but upon hearing her additional condition, Chris agreed without hesitation, too quickly for the anonymous contributors to stop him. Although the anonymous contributors had doubts, they couldn't backtrack now. Seeing Anna's somewhat smug smile, they felt uneasy, but couldn't pinpoint the issue. At this moment, they had gathered most of the top lords in the eastern region. Chris thought to himself that Chen Xing alone couldn't possibly stop them. So, he decided not to dwell on it. As long as they had the numbers and strength, they could crush any plot with sheer power. After reaching an agreement, Chris and his companions did not immediately sign the contract. After all, such a vast amount of resources could not be handled by just the two of them. They needed to convene a council with everyone to discuss how to pool resources and sign the contract with Anna. Anna was unfazed by this, leaving with a simple, "Let me know when you're ready to sign," before exiting the council. She was eager to share her spoils with Chen Xing and immediately opened their chat window. "Chen Xing, I've sold the location of your territory," Anna typed quickly, then proceeded to send the detailed list of resources she had extorted from Chris and the others. As the little princess of the Elizabeth family, Anna was meticulous in her dealings. Even though Chen Xing had entrusted her with everything and had not signed any contract with her, she remained true to his trust. The resource list she sent was identical to what was agreed upon with Chris and his team. Even though it included high-grade crystals she desperately needed for recruiting angel troops, she didn't take a single thing for herself. Chen Xing stared at the list, taking a sharp breath. Wow, this girl is ruthless. He had considered that Anna might skim a little off the top, but with the elf troop cards in hand, he knew he could reclaim whatever she took. However, seeing the comprehensive list, it was clear that Anna hadn't embezzled anything at all. As a seasoned mogul who monopolized the equipment trading market, Chen Xing knew better than anyone the dire straits these lords were in. The resources they usually bid under orange equipment listings were so meager that Chen Xing often felt like giving them some out of pity. Yet, Anna had managed to extract such a substantial amount from them, which was more like carving meat than bleeding them dry. Chen Xing figured that Anna had likely drained them of their reserves. They might still have some prized possessions, but those were not something that could be acquired through trade. The only hope was that they might drop something valuable if killed. Indeed, this kind of task is best left to a professional capitalist, Chen Xing mused. She extorted them to the brink of bankruptcy with just a territory coordinate truly professional. What pleased Chen Xing even more was that Anna had included their coordinate information in the contract. Although this information came with conditions, to Chen Xing, these conditions were essentially meaningless. If they dared to come, they would either die there or escape using life-saving measures. Those who died were of no concern, but if anyone escaped, with the coordinates provided by the contract, Chen Xing would ensure to settle the score with each of them later. I must say, Anna really knows me well, Chen Xing thought. That condition was brilliantly added. He quickly replied, "Keep the holy light stones for yourself, take half of the source crystals, and see if there's anything else you can use. If there is, keep it. If not, send everything to me." Chen Xing smiled slightly as he handed over 10 units each of crystal, mithril, and sulfur to Anna, feeling pleased. Not only did he keep some crystals needed for recruiting angels, but he also generously gave her a sprite troop card without asking her to make up the difference. The two had collaborated multiple times and had established a basic level of trust, so Chen Xing felt that a reasonable investment was worthwhile. It would help Anna summon the next pair of angels more quickly, which was also beneficial for him. However, Chen Xing had another primary consideration in mind. Anna's financial situation was already tight, and she urgently needed to pay off the debts from several orange gear items. He hoped that by helping her this time, she could quickly clear her debts, allowing her to continue borrowing money from him. Moved by Chen Xing's generosity, Anna's eyes welled up with tears, and she silently vowed to work twice as hard to repay the debt as soon as she summoned new angels. After finishing his conversation with Anna, Chen Xing closed the chat window. Although he had agreed to give Anna the troop card, he wouldn't hand it over easily until she sent over the resources. He understood that human nature could not withstand tests. Giving someone an opportunity might tempt them, potentially leading to a fallout and embarrassment. At this time, the professionals under Chen Xing had almost all completed their job transitions, advancing to the second tier. They not only acquired some core skills, but also transitioned into several hidden classes. There were 8 hidden classes in total, 5 of which were sniper archers. The other 3 included the shield warrior's indomitable shield, the assassin's concealer, and the mage's caster. Chen Xing decisively set the indomitable shield as the priority hidden class for shield warriors, as it significantly enhanced their defense and survival abilities while adding various control skills. In contrast, the concealer's enhancements were limited, so Chen Xing chose to overlook it. Although the caster could reduce the cooldown time of mage skills, its advantage seemed negligible in the presence of the rapid aura. Chen Xing ultimately decided not to prioritize the caster as a hidden class for transition. Throughout this series of decisions, Chen Xing's thinking was clear and decisive, with every step preparing for future battles. After completing the job transitions within the territory, Chen Xing decided to send a team of farmers who had finished their career advancements to relieve another team stationed at the ant nest, allowing them to return for their own transitions. Excluding the stationed farmers, the number of combat professions was still short by about 700, and among them, 8 hidden professions had emerged. Chen Xing estimated that the supposed low probability was around 1%. If that were true, an extremely low probability shouldn't be 1 in 1,000, right? With a 1 in 1,000 chance, transitioning 700 professions without a single hidden one appearing would be unheard of, even in a gacha game. Oh, gacha games have a pity system, so that's different. Thinking about it, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel that the probability of discovering hidden professions in the job transition hall was unfriendly to someone as unlucky as him. In contrast, the 1% chance in the trial tower seemed more reliable. After completing the professional transitions, Chen Xing began constructing the city walls. Once the territory reached level 10, many functions post-level 10 couldn't be unlocked without experiencing a monster siege, such as the hero altar and world channel. However, ordinary buildings like city walls were not subject to this restriction, as having no walls would make it impossible to fend off a monster siege. Therefore, once the territory reached level 10, Chen Xing immediately unlocked the city wall construction. The unlocked city wall construction included a non-tradable blueprint with no additional attributes, intended for beginners to build city walls. The city wall referred to by this blueprint was akin to the wooden palisade Chen Xing had seen outside the goblin camp. Naturally, Chen Xing wouldn't choose such a thing and promptly destroyed the ordinary blueprint meant for beginners. After long-term storage, Chen Xing decided to utilize the Great Rock Wall. This rare-grade city wall blueprint came from the Kobold Kingdom, with fixed material requirements, but no restrictions on material type. Any stone could be used for construction. The better the materials used, the sturdier the wall. Chen Xing had prepared for this, having farmers dig up a large amount of high-quality lava rock on the Red Dragon's level, even going so far as to have some farmers repeatedly resurrect in the Red Dragon's cave to gather lava rock infused with the dragon's essence, all for building the city wall now. By choosing to incorporate the stone known as Dragon's Breath Rock, the Great Rock Wall rapidly rose. A dark red wall, over 30 meters high, encircled Chen Xing's territory along its edges. Standing on the wall, Chen Xing observed closely. The wall's walkway was 15 meters wide, roughly equivalent to a standard 4-lane road, meaning it could accommodate 4 cars driving side by side. Of course, in the battlefield of all realms, the style of the wall was less important than its attributes. The Great Rock Wall's armor type was city armor, boasting attributes as high as 1 million. The sturdy city armor, combined with Dragon's Breath Rock, could reduce physical damage by 50%. The Great Wall of Stone, constructed with the addition of Dragon's Breath Rock, boasts a 50 magic damage reduction. The incorporation of this precious material not only significantly enhances the wall's physical defenses, but also provides substantial protection against magical attacks. As Chen Xing looked at the armor rating with all those zeros, he felt a bit dizzy. He knew the quality of Dragon's Breath Rock was exceptionally high, but he hadn't expected it to have such a remarkable effect. Armor differs from defense, resembling the health of a shield. For a city wall, it can be viewed as the wall's health, though it doesn't have life, expressed instead as armor value. Typically, a standard city wall has an armor value of only 100,000, with physical damage reduction at merely 30. However, the Great Wall of Stone before him not only boasts a million armor, but also offers 50 immunity to both physical and magical damage. City armor is a unique form of armor, distinct from the armor worn by individuals, with its own calculation method. All city armor units have a 30 damage reduction against piercing and magical attacks. Now, with the added attributes of fortified city armor and Dragon's Breath Rock, this million armor Great Wall of Stone would take considerable time to breach, even if Chen Xing led an army against it. Of course, city armor is not without weaknesses. It takes 50 extra damage from siege-type attacks, and siege engines and other siege weapons are highly effective at breaking through city armor. As Chen Xing ran his hand along the wall, solid as a monolith, he silently gave credit to the Kobold King, thinking, "Your wall is truly impressive." Yet, he knew there was room for improvement. After a moment's thought, he took out a blood-sucking vine seed and gently planted it on the wall. A green hue began to spread across the red wall, though the newly planted vine seemed insignificant compared to the towering wall. Chen Xing paid it no mind, and, once the blood-sucking vine had taken root, he took out a fungal cluster and fused it with the vine. The fusion seemed to stimulate the vine, which began to grow rapidly. Its once light green color darkened, even tending towards black. In no time, the vine extended from over 5 meters to more than 40 meters, with the number of tendrils increasing from 1 to over 100. These long tendrils, seemingly alive, dangled down the wall, swaying in the breeze as if breathing. This was far from the vine's limit. If provided with ample biological corpses to devour, it could, thanks to the fungal cluster's digestive power, cover the entire wall in a short time. However, Chen Xing was in no hurry for the vine to grow. Instead, he took out the most precious item he'd obtained from his enemies, the queen ant's heart. Whether the great wall of stone could become a living, evolving structure depended on whether the heart could transform it into a living entity. Upon using the queen ant's heart, the wall didn't immediately transform. Instead, a prompt appeared, asking if he wished to convert the affiliated plant life with Zerg attributes as well. Without hesitation, Chen Xing chose to convert. As he made the choice, the queen ant's heart passed through his hand and merged with the wall. Soon, the wall that had only vibrated with the rhythm of the vine's leaves began to tremble gently, as if breathing. With continued trembling, the vine, which had just turned dark green, shifted in color again, gradually turning the same red as the wall. The vine seemed to be absorbed, slowly merging with the wall. The wall's color changed from dark red to bright red, and more bizarrely, when Chen Xing bent down to touch it, the previously hard stone texture began to feel like flesh. As he watched the miles-long wall evolve towards a fleshy texture, Chen Xing couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth have I transformed this into?" Once the transformation was complete, Chen Xing eagerly checked the new attributes of the city wall. This transformation took several minutes, and the wall's status changed to Wall of Flesh. Its attributes were displayed as evolvable armor in its larval stage, with 100,000 health points and 100,000 attributes. The Wall of Flesh has the ability to adapt its size, automatically expanding as the territory grows. The enhanced wall armor grants it 50 physical and magical immunity, while Life Devour allows it to absorb the life force of nearby enemies, providing energy for evolution. Additionally, Blood Drain enables it to rapidly heal itself by siphoning the blood of enemies, ensuring that as long as there is blood, the wall remains unbroken. Seeing these attributes, Chen Xing couldn't help but gasp, realizing how eerie the wall had become after the transformation. He understood he had underestimated the value of the queen ant's heart, a treasure capable of transforming any object into a living entity, which must be incredibly rare among the Zerg. Although the wall's armor decreased from 1,000,000 to 100,000, it gained health points and was in its larval stage, indicating it could evolve to gain stronger armor and health. This potential far surpassed that of the original rock wall. Furthermore, the Wall of Flesh incorporated the effects of bloodthirsty vines and fungal clusters, giving it offensive capabilities. To test its devouring effect, Chen Xing ordered a warrior to capture a wild wolf outside the city. These wolves were of too low a level to provide useful resources for Chen Xing, so they were kept as backup food, left outside. Now, they were perfect for experimentation. When the warrior threw the wolf onto the Wall of Flesh, instead of falling, the wolf seemed to be grabbed by countless tiny hands, held firmly in midair. The terrified wolf struggled desperately, but showed no signs of breaking free. As it struggled, the Wall of Flesh, like a swamp, slowly absorbed it. In the final moment before the wild wolf was completely consumed, Chen Xing finally saw what was absorbing the creature. It was a series of tentacles, each about the size of a finger, that wrapped around the wolf's body, holding it tightly and gradually dragging it into the city wall. The scene was so horrifying that Chen Xing's sanity took a sudden hit. Thankfully, this flesh wall belonged to him, because if he were caught by something like that, even if he managed to escape, it would leave a lifelong shadow. However, compared to its terrifying nature, the flesh wall's devouring ability seemed somewhat lacking. The tentacles were too small, and the consumption process was too slow. A slightly stronger creature might easily break free. Realizing this was just a juvenile state, Chen Xing felt somewhat relieved. He believed that as the flesh wall evolved, its devouring and gripping abilities would significantly improve. At this moment, he only hoped it wouldn't suddenly evolve into tentacles hundreds or thousands of meters long, as that would be too Lovecraftian. Besides its surface attributes, what pleased Chen Xing the most was that after evolving into a living entity, the flesh wall had no actual gates, or rather, everywhere could be a gate. The flesh wall could freely change its shape. For it, the wall was its body. It could transform a 90-degree vertical wall into a slope, allowing units on the wall to charge down, or split the wall in the middle to form a wide road serving as a gate. It must be said, a living wall is indeed convenient. A living entity? Chen Xing suddenly paused. His aura effect was designed to add aura effects to all allied units, and previously, the wall was just a structure, not an allied unit, and couldn't benefit from the aura bonuses. Now that the wall had become a living entity, could it be enhanced by the aura effect? With this thought, Chen Xing's heart raced as he tentatively included the wall within the aura's coverage. Instantly, several bright circles appeared beneath the wall. Seeing these circles, Chen Xing couldn't help but gasp. This was insane. A wall with aura effects was simply outrageous. However, upon examining the specific attributes of the flesh wall, he found that after the aura enhancement, the wall's attributes weren't overly exaggerated. Since the flesh wall was a special creature without specific attributes, most aura effects didn't apply to it. After roughly assessing, only the life aura, lifesteal aura, thorns aura, and order aura seemed to work. Even so, it was already quite formidable. With the life aura, the flesh wall's health reached 6 million. With the order aura, the wall, which originally had high magic damage reduction, could probably withstand forbidden spells now. More ridiculously, with the thorns and lifesteal auras, the flesh wall had a 200 thorns effect and a 100 lifesteal effect. How could anyone fight against that? The current attributes of the wall made Chen Xing's scalp tingle. He couldn't imagine any creature capable of standing up to these attributes and taking down the flesh wall. Furthermore, because the tentacles of the flesh wall were still too small, Chen Xing wasn't sure if they were truly unaffected by the durability aura. If the tentacles could also benefit from the durability aura, then this wall might really become impregnable in the future. While Chen Xing was still in shock over the aura-imbued flesh wall, Chris finally concluded his negotiations, gathered all the necessary resources, and signed a contract with Anna, learning Chen Xing's location. After receiving the resources, Chen Xing didn't hesitate and immediately sent all the promised resources to Anna, then quietly waited for Chris and his team to arrive. Now that the wall had his aura enhancement, as long as they didn't fly directly over it, Chen Xing believed that even if he left it unattended, they wouldn't be able to breach his wall. However, out of respect for Chris and his team, Chen Xing decided to stay in the city to await their arrival personally, ensuring they wouldn't flee if they sensed the situation was unfavorable, which would be troublesome. Chen Xing initially thought that since they had the teleportation scroll and knew the location of their territory, they would soon appear outside their domain. However, he waited for a long time without seeing anyone. Just as he began to doubt if this group would come, Chris and his allies encountered trouble. After trading resources, Anna kindly relayed Chen Xing's warning to Chris and his group. Despite Anna detailing this information in a contract to prove she wasn't deceiving them, the skeptical Chris and his allies fiercely debated and concluded it might be a trap set by Chen Xing. Although Anna hadn't deceived them, she might have been misled by Chen Xing. After all, Chen Xing had been tricked by a woman before, and this could be a trap he set for Anna after learning his lesson. After much deliberation, they made a wise decision. Instead of heading south towards Chen Xing's territory, they decided to go north, attacking his territory from an unexpected direction. To be extra cautious, they set their teleportation point far from Chen Xing's land. This way, even if there was a trap, they could detect and avoid it from a safe distance. When they teleported near Chen Xing's territory, they found the surroundings calm and peaceful, which greatly relieved them. It seemed Chen Xing had indeed set something up in the south, leading to this tranquility. However, they were unaware that in their path lay a troubled creature. It was a young, snow-white Buyun deer, vigorously gnawing at a tree trunk. With a single bite, the hard camphor tree was split like straw, but the fawn wasn't eating the tree. It seemed to be venting its anger, kicking the fallen tree with its forelegs, sending it flying with such force that it shattered several ancient trees. Judging by the immense power it displayed, this seemingly half-grown Buyun deer had strength surpassing a top-tier boss. Yet, despite its formidable abilities, the fawn was deeply troubled, wondering what had happened to make the place uninhabitable for deer. Its nest was near Chen Xing's territory, and before Chen Xing's arrival, it had enjoyed a peaceful life, grazing on tender grass, drinking dew, robbing ants, and bullying trees. However, ever since Chen Xing's domain appeared, it felt a faint sense of danger lingering. Although this feeling wasn't strong and it was accustomed to the area, the discomfort wasn't enough to make it move. But in just one day, this sense of crisis escalated dramatically. Its innate ability to sense danger urged it to flee immediately, warning that staying would mean certain death. The sense of crisis peaked for the young deer, Buyun when it encountered a group of bipedal creatures wielding weapons. In that moment, the fear driven by its instinct to avoid danger felt like a blade poised at its throat, ready to strike and take its young life. As a fawn, Buyun had never faced such a dire situation before, and it was so frightened that it didn't dare return to its den, choosing instead to flee. It ran for a long while before the panic in its heart began to fade. Once it felt safe, Buyun took a deep breath, surveyed the surroundings, and decided to build a new nest in this seemingly secure location. However, as soon as the nest was completed, a subtle sense of danger began to creep back in. Although this time the feeling wasn't as intense as before, it gradually grew stronger over time. More frustrating for Buyun was the sensation that the world around it was imposing an invisible restraint. In a fit of anger, the young deer shook its head violently, and its tender antlers smashed into a tree like a battering ram, snapping it in half. It then took a few fierce bites, leaving the tree trunk in tatters. After this outburst, Buyun felt slightly better, but it knew it was time to leave. The ancestral knowledge in its blood warned that ignoring its instincts to avoid danger would lead to a tragic end. It was still young, with a long life ahead, and had no intention of dying prematurely. Given its lifespan, Dying now wouldn't even qualify as dying young. It would simply be an untimely death. Humph. Whoever's making me move again, just wait till I grow up, I'll make sure to bite you hard. Bu Yunlu harbored deep resentment for the culprit behind its forced relocation. Moving meant abandoning the new nest it had painstakingly built, and more importantly, it would no longer be able to raid the ant nest. Initially, it hadn't run far because it hoped to return and seize another chance at the big ants once the sense of danger subsided. Now, being driven away again, it had no choice but to flee further, leaving behind the prospect of encountering the big ants again. Maybe I should raid it one last time before leaving? The thought crossed Bu Yunlu's mind, and a hint of hesitation flickered in its large, bright eyes. But that hesitation quickly vanished. I'll do it, it resolved, believing, as the old saying goes, that only the capable deserve nature's treasures. Bu Yunlu was confident in its capability. Since this would be the last time, it wasn't worried about the big ants retaliating. It planned to grab as much energy as possible and flee, knowing the clumsy ants couldn't catch up. Having made up its mind, Bu Yunlu gathered its strength and leapt into the air. Moments later, as its momentum slowed and its speed decreased, a thin layer of ice materialized beneath its feet. Using this ice as a foothold, it propelled itself forward, appearing to run through the air. As Bu Yunlu accelerated, it transformed into a pure white streak, almost leaving an afterimage as it swiftly darted through the forest. With its incredible speed, Bu Yundir quickly reached the outskirts of the ant nest. As it gazed at the nest, a sense of hesitation crept into its heart. The overwhelming sense of danger, akin to a knife at its throat, that had been present earlier had dissipated, replaced by a subtle unease similar to what it felt outside. This change in atmosphere was why Bu Yundir dared to approach the nest in the first place. However, standing before it now, the once mild sense of danger intensified, suggesting that something terrifying might be lurking inside. Bu Yundir was no stranger to the sense of danger associated with the ant nest, as it visited every 10 days or so. Yet, this time felt different. The oppressive presence of the giant ant seemed less severe, but the subtle threat now carried unknown elements. This unfamiliar change made the timid Bu Yundir even more hesitant. It recalled how, on its first visit, it had cautiously approached several times before daring to rush in, only doing so after confirming it wouldn't be killed while attempting to rob the giant ant. Now that something new had taken the place of the giant ant, fear began to take hold of Bu Yundir. However, sensing the mixed fortunes within the nest, it knew the energy pool was still there, just under new ownership. Eventually, the little deer stomped its foot decisively, thinking it was the last time anyway. Since it was already there, it had to take a look. After all, the sense of danger wasn't fatal, and at worst, it would just get beaten up. Having roamed this area for so long, it had endured plenty of beatings. Apart from the giant lizard, there were few places it dared not go. After psyching itself up, the little deer nervously approached the ant nest, although at an incredibly slow pace, its limbs weak and shaky. In this state, it could quickly flee at the first sign of danger. Fortunately, there was nothing too terrifying in the nest. Once inside, the little deer cautiously peeked in, only to find a few two-legged creatures it had seen before. Oh, in an instant, the deer's mind pieced everything together. The giant ant had been killed by the two-legged creatures. Remembering how the giant ant had once pinned it down and beaten it, the deer grew even more fearful of these creatures that could trigger a deadly sense of danger. However, these two-legged creatures didn't seem particularly strong, and, like the giant ant, relied on numbers to intimidate. After observing repeatedly and confirming that only these creatures were in the nest, the deer finally decided to make a move. After all, it was just about sneaking a drink of water. Surely they couldn't kill a deer? It planned to run immediately after this theft and never return to this area, avoiding these creatures altogether. Resolute in its decision, the deer acted decisively, casting a spell to freeze the farmers, then erecting thick ice walls to completely isolate them. The figure of the young Bu Yunlu darted through the ant nest, its eyes gleaming with cunning. Despite its youth, the noble lineage flowing through its veins endowed it with intelligence and abilities far beyond ordinary creatures. Its code of conduct was simple yet unique. Stealing was acceptable, but killing was not. Bu Yunlu nimbly maneuvered through the nest, casting a series of control spells. Ice blue energy coalesced in the air, forming a thick ice wall that securely trapped several human adventurers. Their weapons clanged dully against the icy barrier, but their efforts were insignificant against the relentless onslaught of Bu Yunlu's magic. Once safety was ensured, Bu Yunlu gracefully approached the energy pool. The energy within the intermediate pool shimmered like liquid starlight, emitting an enticing glow. It cautiously sipped a few gulps, the purity of the energy sending a shiver through its body. Although its greedy instincts urged it to drink more, fear of unknown powerful entities ultimately prevailed. Just as Bu Yunlu was about to leave, a sudden sense of danger struck. Its ears perked up, muscles tensed, and it abandoned all elegance, sprinting towards the exit of the ant nest. However, fate played a cruel trick. As Bu Yunlu burst out of the nest, it collided head-on with a newly arrived team of professionals. Both sides were momentarily stunned, but the experienced Bu Yunlu reacted faster, immediately changing direction to make its escape. In that critical moment, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, striking Bu Yunlu's body with precision. The intense pain elicited a pained cry, and tears flowed uncontrollably. It was the most severe injury it had ever suffered, not fatal, but enough to instill fear. The pain acted as a powerful catalyst, propelling Bu Yunlu's speed to new heights. Its form became a blurred afterimage, and even the swiftest of sharpshooters managed only a few hurried shots. In the blink of an eye, Bu Yunlu had vanished into the dense forest, leaving behind a faint trail of sobs that quickly faded into the depths of the jungle. After escaping from the ant nest, Bu Yunlu ran for quite a while before stopping. In that short time, the wounds on its body had already begun to scab over. At this rate, they would heal completely soon. Looking at its injuries, Bu Yunlu felt increasingly aggrieved and decided, in anger, to move away immediately and never return to this wretched place. The two-legged creatures were too harsh. If there were more of them, they might have beaten it to death. It was just for stealing a thing. Their reaction was too severe. Bu Yunlu whimpered and licked its wounds a few times. The injuries, which were healing rapidly, soon scabbed over and the scabs fell off. However, after the wounds healed, the hair didn't grow back quickly. Now it had patches of missing fur all over its body, making it look like a mutant sick deer, which made Bu Yunlu even more upset. It whimpered a few times and decided to find that annoying big tree first. It was leaving soon and wouldn't be able to munch on those thorny leaves again, so it wanted to take a few bites before departing. After all, it only ate a few leaves, so what? The tree always whipped it with branches, and after being beaten once today, it wasn't afraid of a second beating. With a nothing-to-lose attitude, Bu Yunlu quickly reached the location of the ghost locust tree, only to find that where the big tree once stood, there was now a deep pit with even the roots dug out. Was it those two-legged creatures again? Seeing this, Bu Yunlu shivered. These creatures were too ruthless, having wiped out all the neighbors. It suddenly understood where the previous sense of danger, like a knife at its throat, came from. It was the two-legged creatures clearing out the strong ones in the area. If it hadn't run before, it would surely have died. Thinking about how it dared to snatch something from a two-legged creature earlier, Bu Yunlu was suddenly frightened by its own audacity. Would they come to hunt it down? With this thought, Bu Yunlu didn't dare linger for another moment and sprinted north, not caring about food or anything else, just focused on running. As it was dashing away, it happened to encounter Chris and his group being teleported to the north. The area around Chen Xing's territory was full of monsters, and the reason they felt it was quiet was that Bu Yunlu, as a high-level boss, had scared all the ordinary monsters away, which naturally led them to encounter Bu Yunlu. Upon seeing them, Bu Yunlu paused for a moment. Why were there two-legged creatures here too? However, these creatures were entirely different from the ones it had encountered before, not giving it any sense of threat. It curiously observed this group of two-legged creatures, along with the large lizard and titans among them. Although curious, it was busy escaping for its life and didn't plan to engage with them, just taking a few glances before preparing to leave. However, as it was about to leave, Chris and his companions had no intention of letting it go. The moment they saw the Bu deer, someone immediately cast a detection spell. Although the Bu deer was somewhat displeased by this impolite action, it merely snorted and, eager to escape, didn't bother with them. At that moment, everyone realized that this was a super boss. Due to the significant power gap between them and the Bu deer, the detection spell only revealed its name and level. Nevertheless, they quickly deduced its superior status. Chris's group consisted of 24 people, all of whom were S-class or A-class troops. Their overwhelming strength and numbers gave them great confidence. A super boss that they wouldn't dare to provoke alone now seemed insignificant in their eyes. They had gathered such top-tier forces, so a mere super boss was nothing to them. They could defeat it with ease. The effect of the blessing of myriad worlds was indeed powerful, as super bosses that were rare outside were abundant here. Chris's eyes were filled with desire as he looked at the Bu deer, sharing the same thoughts as the others. Having assembled such elite forces, how could they not take down a super boss? This boss appeared to be in its juvenile stage, yet it was already a super boss, indicating a unique bloodline. Killing it would surely yield valuable loot. Realizing this, Chris understood why Chen Xing was able to acquire so many good items. His territory was surrounded by such high-level monsters. If he had known earlier, he would have asked his family for a blessing of Myriad World Scroll too. At this moment, the anonymous figure finally revealed his true identity. He was short, dressed in a kimono, with a long samurai sword at his waist and unique wooden clogs on his feet, making it clear at a glance that he was from the Sakura district. Watching Chris, whose eyes were blinded by greed, the anonymous figure frowned. Although their strength was indeed formidable, it shouldn't have inflated their egos to this extent. Did Chris truly believe that the previous geniuses who used the blessing of myriad worlds were all failures? Moreover, his troops were the extremely rare Minotaur, which had a certain danger perception ability. According to the information relayed by the Minotaur, the creature resembling a young deer seemed off. To avoid complications, he advised, "Our main goal is to deal with Chen Xing. We can take care of the boss after we kill Chen Xing." However, Chris, now so inflated that he didn't even regard the anonymous figure, retorted sarcastically, "It's just Chen Xing. We can kill him anytime. But if this boss escapes, it'll be hard to find again." After that, he greedily surveyed the surroundings and added, "But you're right. After we kill Chen Xing, we can stay here and clean up these super bosses." The anonymous figure's face turned pale at Chris's words. As a staunch nationalist, those words undoubtedly struck a nerve. Yet, seeing Chris's current arrogance, he knew that if he dared to oppose, it would lead to a fallout with Chris. For the sake of his plans, he had to suppress his anger and felt deep regret for not firmly pulling Zhou Hong, that useless individual, to their side. The three of them were the initiators, and if he and Zhou Hong had resisted together, Chris wouldn't have been able to oppose them. Unfortunately, Zhou Hong discovered a secret realm and, believing Chen Xing's death was inevitable, only contributed some resources and signed his name, without coming himself. Had he known Chris would become so arrogant, he would have ensured Zhou Hong's involvement at all costs. Among this group, the most level-headed anonymous member was left speechless after being confronted, and the others, like Chris, took advantage of their numbers to decide to take action without any discussion. Seeing Bu Yunlu turning to leave, Chris, without hesitation, ordered Titan to unleash a bolt of lightning. The bolt struck Bu Yunlu, who was preparing to escape, leaving him stunned. Although his defenses protected him from any real harm, the insult of the lightning was profound. Bu Yunlu tilted his head in thought, unable to comprehend why this group dared to attack him. Seeing Bu Yunlu frozen in place, Chris mistakenly assumed it was due to the lightning's effect, feeling elated and believing this boss had low resistance and would be easy to defeat. He urged everyone to strike quickly. As Chris had already made a move, the others followed suit. The bone dragon and ghost dragon in the air also attacked, each unleashing a breath of cold flame that engulfed the dazed Bu Yunlu. The ranged units began their assault, while some top-tier support units quickly cast debuffs on Bu Yunlu. If Bu Yunlu were just an ordinary high-tier boss, under such a lavish assault, he would likely be unable to fight back and would be beaten to death, giving them some justification for their arrogance. However, Bu Yunlu was no ordinary high-tier boss. He was a true monarch-level boss. For Bu Yunlu, their attacks merely served to snap him out of his daze. At this moment, Bu Yunlu was infuriated by the cold flames spewed by the bone dragon and ghost dragon. Having been twice forced to abandon his lair and recently beaten by the sharpshooting archers when he tried to drink from Chen Xing's energy pool, he had already accumulated a lot of anger. He dared not retaliate against Chen Xing's terrifying forces, but now this group of weak, two-legged creatures dared to attack him. Although young, Bu Yunlu, as a top-tier monarch-level boss, was not without temper. His fury was now fully ignited. With a gentle cry, Bu Yunlu instantly dispelled all the negative statuses attached to him. Following the sound, Chris and his group's attributes were suppressed by 10%. Bu Yunlu then leaped gracefully, stepping on shattered ice to land in front of the bone dragon, using all his strength to ram the dragon with his young antlers. Despite his comparatively small size, this collision directly shattered the bone dragon's bones, creating a large gap in its once imposing form. This was the true power of a monarch-level boss. The anonymous observer was keenly aware of their own condition, and the unique status suppression of a monarch-level boss on them made their soul nearly leave their body in fear. With their current lineup, they could take on leader-level or even lord-level bosses, but a monarch-level boss was beyond their reach at this stage. The area surrounding Chen Xing's territory was perilously dangerous. Such creatures had no place in a beginner's zone. Fear and regret filled the anonymous observer's heart, but Chris, the fool, had already engaged, leaving no room for retreat. As they watched the enraged Bu Yunlu about to tear the bone dragon apart, they had no choice but to command their Minotaur soldiers to charge forward. Otherwise, if the frontline troops were slaughtered, they would be next. Luckily, this monarch-level boss was in its juvenile stage, and its power seemed not too overwhelming, with its unique attribute suppression effect at only 10%. With this thought, the anonymous observer felt a glimmer of hope. If they could withstand the attacks, there might be a chance to defeat it. Bu Yunlu was gleefully wreaking havoc in the sky like a mischievous child dismantling a toy, and bones rained down from above. The poor bone dragon desperately tried to dodge, but couldn't escape Bu Yunlu's relentless assault, losing a significant portion of its bones quickly. Without its magical flight, it would have already crashed. The ghost dragon shivered on the sidelines, too afraid to lend a hand, worried that Bu Yunlu might remember its earlier dragon breath attack. As for the royal griffins and other flying units that arrived later, they lowered their heads in silent agreement, thinking, "This has nothing to do with us. The bone dragon was the one sprayed, and now you're attacking it, so you can't attack us." Among top-tier units, apart from a few truly mindless ones, most possessed intelligence. The Lord's order to attack Bu Yunlu was clear, but they had to consider whether they could actually defeat it. Seeing Bu Yunlu dismantle the bone dragon so effortlessly, they knew they would fare no better. Therefore, they opted to observe and wait for reinforcements. After all, as long as the bone dragon's head remained intact, it wouldn't die, and if Bu Yunlu wanted to dismantle it, so be it. The bone dragon had plenty of bones, and it would take time to reach the head. If they engaged instead, they wouldn't withstand as much as the bone dragon could. Fortunately, reinforcements soon arrived, allowing the bone dragon to escape its dire predicament. Although the Minotaur soldiers set off last, their charge skill brought them to the battlefield first. Watching Bu Yunlu dismantle in the air, the Minotaur snorted a hefty breath and then slammed the totem pole in its hands into the ground with all its might. As the totem pole hit the ground, it emitted a faint red glow. With each flash of red light, the Minotaur's body seemed to sink, creating two deep pits where its feet stood. The flying units in the air appeared weighted down, their bodies suddenly dropping. Bu Yunlu, who had been gleefully dismantling in the sky, felt a sudden heaviness and almost plummeted from the sky due to the unexpected gravity. The interruption stoked Bu Yunlu's anger, and it quickly scanned the surroundings, spotting the Minotaur and the totem pole planted in the ground. As the totem pole continued to glow red, the surrounding gravity intensified. The severely damaged bone dragon soon succumbed to the pressure and fell from the sky. Other flying units followed suit after the bone dragon's descent. In an instant, Bu Yunlu was the only one left in the vast sky, but worse still, the battlefield below was now surrounded by top-tier units. Once Bu Yunlu could no longer withstand the gravity and fell, it would face a coordinated assault from dozens of top-tier units. This formation, originally intended for Chen Xing, was now prematurely experienced by Bu Yunlu. The Bu Yunlu was merely hopping across the sky on broken ice. It hadn't yet acquired the ability to fly. With the bone dragon having fallen from the sky, the Bu Yunlu could now leap freely without worrying about falling. However, with the dragon grounded, continuing to jump around in the air seemed pointless. So, it glanced at the Minotaur on the ground, ready to leap down. The Minotaur annoyed Bu Yunlu. Although the gravity imposed by its pillar wasn't much of a concern, the sudden weight reminded it of the invisible restraint that the heavens had recently imposed on it. What angered it more was that the bone structure it was dismantling had been brought down by this foolish Minotaur, making further dismantling unnecessary as it was about to collapse. With its target for venting its anger gone, Bu Yunlu decided to focus on the Minotaur. Since it couldn't dismantle the skeleton, it would dismantle him instead. Fixated on the Minotaur, Bu Yunlu ignored the surrounding top-tier troops and leaped straight down from the sky. Boom! The immense gravity of Bu Yunlu, combined with its stomping skill upon landing, unleashed a destructive force that belied its small body. A powerful shockwave spread from the point of impact, sending surrounding troops flying. The Minotaur, whose strength was deeply rooted in the earth, was largely unaffected by the shockwave, except for having his view obscured. He cautiously watched Bu Yunlu's direction through the dust, wary of a sudden attack. Knowing he had provoked Bu Yunlu's wrath by imposing gravity, he understood he would be the target if it attacked. Despite his caution, he underestimated Bu Yunlu's speed. In the dust, he saw only a flash of white before the small deer appeared directly in front of him, charging ahead. Faced with what seemed like a harmless deer, a flicker of panic crossed the Minotaur's eyes. He hastily raised his arms in defense and leaned against his totem pole. Then, the deer leaped and crashed into his crossed arms with force. Boom! With a muffled sound, the Minotaur felt as if he'd been hit by a mountain, his once sturdy arms feeling as if they were about to break. Even though he was braced against the totem pole, which absorbed most of the impact, the blow was enough to severely injure him otherwise. As the Minotaur's companion artifact, the totem pole withstood most of the damage. It remained largely unharmed because it had merged with the earth at that moment, dispersing the force. In the end, the earth suffered greatly. After absorbing all the damage, the once solid ground suddenly developed several cracks. If the impacts continued, the land would surely turn into sand. Bu Yunlu was somewhat surprised. It hadn't expected the clumsy bull to withstand its charge. Although it could see that the Minotaur managed to endure the blow almost unharmed due to the totem pole behind him, Bu Yunlu didn't care. Having been struck and provoked, it only wanted to vent its anger by hitting someone, and it didn't matter who, as long as it was the one doing the hitting. Seeing the Minotaur use the totem pole to withstand its attack, Bu Yunlu was not angry but rather pleased, as this meant it could charge a few more times. It disappeared from its spot with light steps and quickly charged at the Minotaur again. From a distance, Chris and the others could only see a streak of white light, like a shooting star, repeatedly crashing into the Minotaur. Despite the totem pole absorbing the damage, the high-frequency impacts took their toll on the Minotaur, who soon found himself bleeding from the mouth and nose, unable to do anything. If he dared to step away from the totem pole even slightly, the sudden appearance of Bu Yunlu would instantly crush him without the totem's protection. Where were his teammates to save him? The Minotaur's eyes were filled with confusion as he looked around at the top-tier units. Wasn't he supposed to be the one rescuing his teammates? Why had he become the one needing rescue? And what were the others doing? If they didn't act soon, he would be crushed to death. Just when the Minotaur was feeling desperate, a trident suddenly appeared from the side, directly blocking Bu Yunlu's path, causing it to crash into the trident unexpectedly. It was hard to tell if it was the Titan's bad luck or Bu Yunlu's misfortune. The weapon form of the retributive trident had a 3 chance to ignore defenses, and this time, it triggered the Shattering Strike's defense-ignoring effect. The retributive trident pierced through Bu Yunlu's body, leaving 3 deep, bloody holes in its shoulder. The Titan's luck seemed bad because it triggered the low-probability effect, but if considered good, it had unintentionally enraged Bu Yunlu, who had been merely venting anger without much intent to kill. After freeing itself from the trident, Bu Yunlu glanced at the 3 bloody holes in its shoulder. These injuries were much more severe than the superficial wounds left by the sniper archer earlier. However, this time it didn't cry out. Instead, its once clear eyes now had a hint of darkness. It no longer had any playful thoughts. It extended its tongue to lightly lick the wounds to stop the bleeding and swept its icy gaze over all the units present. For some reason, when Bu Yunlu's gaze changed, Chris and the others felt the atmosphere shift. But after injuring Bu Yunlu, they believed they had a chance to kill it. So they were all excited and didn't pay attention to the change in the atmosphere, except for the Anonymous. At that moment, the only thing in the Anonymous' mind was the desperate message the Minotaur was telepathically sending him: run. The Anonymous didn't know why the Minotaur was shouting this, but knowing the Minotaur had some ability to foresee danger, he chose to trust him without hesitation. He didn't even have time to warn Chris before turning and fleeing toward Chen Xing's territory. As he watched the Anonymous run away, Chris was puzzled, not understanding why this self-proclaimed warrior was acting so erratically. Then, as he turned back to the battlefield, he immediately understood why the Anonymous had fled. As Bai Yunlu's eyes turned cold, a sense of impending doom washed over the elite troops. This foreboding feeling quickly became reality. Taking things seriously, Bai Yunlu no longer approached, but instead lifted its head and let out a long cry. This call was deeper and colder than the previous one that dispelled negative states, and as it resonated, the battlefield's temperature began to drop. Some of the more sensitive troops felt their hair stand on end. Before they could decipher the meaning of the dropping temperature, an inexplicable breeze swept across the battlefield. Moments later, this breeze turned into a howling, icy wind. The biting chill spread rapidly, and the roaring wind coalesced into tornadoes that swept across everything in their path. These icy tornadoes, with their piercing cold, raced across the battlefield like massive pillars of smoke, freezing everything including stones into dust in an instant. Once the ice storms formed, Bai Yunlu's figure quietly vanished into the storm. The previously inconspicuous white against the cold wind now disappeared completely. All present elite troops could feel the immense terror embedded within the tornadoes. Seeing these ice storms rushing toward them, they immediately sought to flee. However, their focus entirely captivated by the tornadoes, they failed to notice Bai Yunlu's form already concealed within the icy winds. Just as they attempted to scatter, Bai Yunlu suddenly reappeared from the sky, descending forcefully toward the ground as before. This time, however, the stomp unleashed a wave of severe cold. Instantly, all elite troops were frozen, including the magic Colossus, which was typically immune to magic. Although the freezing effect on the Colossus lasted only a brief moment, the ensuing tornado still swept it up. Among the other troops, only a fortunate few who were not in the path of the ice storm managed to escape. The rest were all caught in the tornadoes. The troops caught in the tornadoes were immediately subjected to the freezing effect, and a dozen or so elite troops were instantly transformed into ice sculptures of varying sizes. As the ice sculptures continuously thawed and refroze, massive damage emanated from them. The surviving lucky ones, witnessing this scene, turned and ran toward their lord without hesitation. They realized they stood no chance against this little deer, regardless of their current level, or even if they were 10 levels higher, it could only flee in disarray. They had no idea that Bu Yunlu had once performed the audacious feat of drinking the water and eating the leaves of the Ant Queen and Ghost Locust Tree twin bosses. Otherwise, they would have understood why the Ant Queen and Ghost Locust Tree bosses allowed Bu Yunlu's thievery. It wasn't that they didn't care, they simply couldn't defeat Bu Yunlu. Interestingly, the half-crippled bone dragon and the severely injured minotaur were not swept away by the tornado. At this moment, one of them was lugging a massive totem pole, scrambling away using hands and feet, while the other dragged its half-crippled body, using its wings as crutches to crawl away from the battlefield. Bu Yunlu glanced at the direction in which these troops and their lord were fleeing, a hint of hesitation in its eyes, but ultimately chose to let them go. They were escaping towards the territory of that terrifying bipedal creature. Bu Yunlu was uncertain about the relationship between them, given that they were all bipeds. It was concerned that if it pursued and annihilated them, it might anger that fearsome biped, which would be troublesome if it became the hunted. Besides, the big brute that had harmed it was still in the tornado. As long as it remained, the other bipeds were insignificant to Buyun, so it let them flee. Buyun refocused on the tornado. Since they had fled, those caught in the ice storm couldn't be allowed to survive. Some of the troops caught in the tornado had special escape abilities. In the moment between thawing and being frozen, some powerful troops seized the opportunity and used their escape skills to blink out. However, under Buyun's watchful gaze, as soon as they emerged from the tornado, it would instantly appear beside them. With a simple charge, those struck were immediately frozen and then knocked back into the tornado by Buyun. With repeated collisions, those swept into the storm quickly exhausted all means of escape, with no chance of getting out again. Watching the top-tier troops' health deplete, Buyun disappeared once more, charging into the ice storm to knock out the Titan. Having been repeatedly frozen and thawed, the Titan was a bit dazed. Upon being ejected from the tornado, it took a moment to regain its senses. However, before it could understand how it escaped, a young deer hoof suddenly enlarged before its eyes and kicked its face hard. Frozen again upon being kicked, the Titan quickly thawed due to its high resilience and magic resistance, as Buyun hadn't used full force. Then, it saw Buyun deliver another kick. "That's for poking me with a pitchfork, for poking me with a pitchfork. Will you poke again? Will you poke again?" Buyun muttered as it kicked. The Titan, already low on health due to the ice storm, quickly had its health completely depleted under Buyun's repeated attacks. After its death, the punitive steel fork Chris had borrowed from Chen Xing exploded out. A treasure? Just moments ago, Buyun referred to it as a pitchfork, but upon its drop, Buyun quickly picked up the punitive steel fork. Although it couldn't use the fork, it was obviously a treasure, and who could have too many treasures? As its tongue swept towards the fork, the large steel fork quickly shrank, eventually becoming the size of a grain of rice, and was swallowed into its storage space. Unexpectedly, after battling these weak bipeds, Buyun had such an unexpected gain, which greatly improved its mood, making the 3 bloody holes on its body seem less painful. Soon, the other top-tier troops caught in the tornado began to fall one after another. However, to Buyun's disappointment, these troops were somewhat impoverished, dropping only bits of scrap metal, which it had no interest in collecting. Meanwhile, Chen Xing was unaware that the punitive steel fork he intended to reclaim with interest was completely gone. He was shocked, staring at a few farmers returning from the ant nest, incredulously asking, "What did you say? You were robbed by a deer? And it was a fawn?" Chen Xing was at a loss for words. It seemed Chris and his group had lost their way. He had been waiting in his territory for half a day, but they never showed up. Instead, bad news reached him first. Several returning farmers informed him that a small deer had wandered into his energy pool for a drink. According to their description, this deer was likely a monarch-level boss. Fortunately, the deer was quite polite, taking only a few sips before leaving in a hurry without causing any damage to the energy pool. Otherwise, the farmers left behind wouldn't have been able to fend off such a formidable enemy. Chen Xing was puzzled about where this monarch-level boss had come from. To complete the Path of Glory task, he had scoured the area around his territory, painstakingly gathering 10 monarch-level bosses, yet he had never encountered this deer. It was right after he had defeated the ant nest that the deer appeared, drawn by the scent, cunning indeed. The farmers also mentioned that the sniper archers had shot a few arrows at the deer as it fled, and they were unsure if it had been startled. If the deer got used to sneaking water, Chen Xing even considered setting a trap to catch it and make delicious venison jerky. His resentment towards Chris and his group grew stronger. He had sent them coordinates for half a day, yet not one of them had shown up. If he hadn't stayed in the territory waiting for them, how could the deer have stolen the water? Realizing the likelihood of catching the deer was slim, Chen Xing grew increasingly frustrated and decided to hold Chris and his group accountable for this. When they finally arrived, he would make sure they understood the fortune that awaited them after he, Lord Chen, had waited so long. Meanwhile, Chris and his group, having abandoned their units, finally fled the battlefield. They were in a sorry state. The lords were slightly better off since they hadn't personally fought, appearing a bit flustered but unharmed. However, the units retreating from the battlefield were in much worse condition. The Minotaur, carrying a totem pole, was practically crawling back, bleeding as he ran, concerned only about running faster and outpacing his teammates. He even wondered why his race had evolved 2 hands, thinking that with hooves, he might run faster. In contrast, the bone dragon, which had been dismantled from the start by the Buyun deer, was in a more dire situation. Although the Minotaur had suffered severe injuries, he still had limbs and was merely bleeding, which wasn't too detrimental. The bone dragon, however, was all bones and not adept at running. Now, with most of its bones dismantled by the Buyun deer, it was lucky to be alive and couldn't perform magic. Even while fleeing, it feared attracting the deer's attention and dared not use magic even if it could. The bone dragon, already struggling to move due to its crippled legs and missing bones, managed to make its way back by flapping its relatively intact bone wings against the ground. Its movement resembled a comical attempt at rowing a boat on land. However, the bone dragon felt no humor in its predicament. Instead, it was secretly grateful to have survived, unlike its unfortunate companions who remained with Bianlu, exposed to the elements. The group had been running for an unknown amount of time when Chris suddenly stopped, his face ashen. "My titan is dead," he announced. Hearing this, the others also halted. Although they had mentally prepared for the loss of their troops, confirming the death still brought a wave of sadness. Recruiting a top-tier unit was incredibly challenging, and even with one, they had to work hard to gather enough resources. Now that their top-tier units were gone, the prospect of recruiting another seemed almost impossible. For them, having top-tier units meant being at the top of their game. Without them, they were less than ordinary. They had come here intending to rob Chen Xing to accelerate their territory's development, but before even facing him, their greatest asset was lost. Even if they succeeded in defeating Chen Xing, it might not make up for the loss. Without troops, even the best equipment was useless. They couldn't possibly fight monsters with just their gear. The anonymous figure felt a surge of relief. When the Minotaur had urged him to flee, he thought the Minotaur was doomed, yet it had managed to return. Although severely injured, the Minotaur's resilience meant it would recover quickly. Observing the dejected Chris and others, the anonymous figure had a fleeting thought of eliminating these now weakened top lords, but dismissed it. Killing them would yield some benefits and resources, but it would derail his plans. He couldn't sacrifice his strategy for minor gains. Suppressing his greed, the anonymous figure looked at Chris, who appeared lifeless, and instead of blaming him for provoking Bianlu, he offered reassurance. "This is just a minor setback. No need to be so disheartened. Although your top-tier units are lost, they can be recruited again. Let's not forget why we're here." Chen Xing's territory has upgraded quickly, meaning he must have a wealth of high-level resources. If we kill him, you'll surely get what you need to recruit new units. He then kindly reminded, "Don't forget, our contract states that if we suffer losses while attacking Chen Xing's territory, there is compensation. Once we've taken his territory, you'll get first pick of the resources." This compensation clause was insisted upon by those with weaker units, and Chris had reluctantly agreed after persuasion from the anonymous figure. Now, this clause, which he had been so reluctant to include, became his lifeline. A flicker of hope appeared in his despairing eyes. "You're right, Chen Xing's territory must have plenty of top resources. Even if we don't take them directly, we can sell them to gather resources. Then I can surely recruit another titan. Are we still going?" One lord, frightened by Bianlu, hesitated, considering retreat. Chen Xing's territory seemed too daunting, and since his units were unharmed, he pondered returning without further risk. "Go back? That's impossible." Chris's voice thundered through the silence of the group, his eyes sparking with anger, and his clenched fists showed his intense agitation. "Chen Xing's territory is right in front of us. If we turn back now, what about our losses? Are you going to compensate us?" Chris's question froze the air around them. However, a team member, who had once feared Chris, now stood up straight, meeting Chris's gaze with unprecedented determination. "The monsters near Chen Xing's territory are too strong. What if we encounter another ruler-level boss? That damn deer didn't chase us, but that doesn't mean all ruler-level bosses are so merciful. With the few of us left, if we face another ruler-level boss, it's not just our troops at risk, it's our lives." The atmosphere grew heavy, as if a giant stone weighed on everyone's hearts. Then, an anonymous voice broke through like a fresh breeze, alleviating the tension. "There won't be any more ruler-level bosses." He looked around and continued, "Chen Xing's territory is right ahead. If there were any more ruler-level bosses, they would have attacked after his territory's protection ended, not waiting for us to arrive." The anonymous speaker paused, focusing on the person who suggested retreating. "If we leave now without doing anything, can you really be content with that?" Seeing the other's expression soften, he pressed on. "Our contract is to break through Chen Xing's territory. If we retreat before even seeing it, then I'm afraid you'll have to bear the losses." His words cut to the core of the issue, like a sharp sword. "Besides, don't forget," he continued, "our contract with Anna states that if we fail to breach Chen Xing's territory, our own territory's location will be given to him. Do you really think that abandoning this mission means Chen Xing won't retaliate? What if he ignores his own territory and comes after us? Alone, do you really think you can stop him?" This statement was like a bucket of cold water, dousing their retreating thoughts. Though everyone believed Chen Xing was doomed, there was still a lingering fear of someone who had survived under the blessings of the myriad realms. This was why they had gathered such a large force to attack his territory. Seeing the group fall silent, the anonymous speaker's face showed a confident smile. His voice became more persuasive. "Chen Xing's territory is right ahead. If we break through, not only can we recover our losses, but we can also gain a substantial profit. Such great rewards don't come without risks. The danger has passed, and now it's all opportunity. Are you really willing to give up now?" He scanned each person's face with a hint of challenge in his voice. "Ruler-level bosses are beyond our current abilities, and it's normal we can't defeat them. But surely you're not afraid of Chen Xing? He only has some peasants at his disposal. and even if he has other troop cards, they won't exceed level. We still have 11 top-tier troops left, more than enough to deal with Chen Xing. His words were like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting the fighting spirit in everyone. Their eyes grew determined, as if ready to face the battle once more. The impassioned speech by the anonymous figure acted like a shot of adrenaline, invigorating everyone. While they still felt uneasy inside, any signs of dissent on their faces had vanished. They might have dismissed the anonymous figure's grand words, but they couldn't deny one fact. The riches of Chen Xing's territory were too tempting to abandon. Even the one who initially wanted to retreat was now silent, no longer mentioning withdrawal. Seeing that the group had calmed down, the anonymous figure secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but think how unruly this ragtag group was. Individually, they might barely qualify as elite, but together they became a team of liabilities. The inherent flaws of the Blue Star people were indeed hard to eradicate. Despite his disdain, the anonymous figure's face betrayed nothing. He quickly ordered a short break for everyone, then commanded them to advance toward Chen Xing's territory. Unlike their relaxed arrival, they now set off with worry, fearing they might encounter another monarch-level boss. However, they were unaware that Chen Xing had already cleared the area around his territory. Thus, the closer they got to Chen Xing's domain, the safer they actually were. This unusual situation aroused their suspicion, but the safe passage without encountering a single monster allowed them to slightly lower their guard. With no obstacles, they made good progress. Soon, Chen Xing, waiting in his territory, observed their approach through his psychic eye. Finally, they've arrived. Chen Xing, who had been waiting eagerly, felt a slight excitement upon seeing them. After such a long wait, he had almost thought they were trying to exhaust him with delay tactics. Had he not intended to capture them all at once, he would have gone to deal with the red dragon in the underground world by now. However, as he scrutinized the group through his psychic eye, Chen Xing's expression turned to surprise. Their numbers matched what Reina Mayumi had reported, 24 in total, but the number of their troops seemed off. Normally, there should be one S-level unit and two A-level units to start with. Yet, the troops accompanying them totaled only 11, with the number of lords more than double that of their troops. More perplexing was how disheveled they appeared. Especially the bone dragon, dragging its wings and crawling on the ground, resembled a large bone dog. Had Chen Xing not known they were here to challenge him, he might have mistaken them for refugees. What on earth did these guys encounter? Chen Xing pondered, stroking his chin. He recalled that there were no particularly strong monsters left around his territory. Moreover, hadn't he directed them to approach from the south? Why did they end up coming from the north? Darn it, trying to be clever. Chen Xing soon realized what happened, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation as he watched them approach. They hadn't taken the safe route he provided and got beaten by a wild creature, which explained their sorry state. Fortunately, they hadn't suffered any casualties, or that would have cost Chen Xing resources. Still, if they were at full strength, they would likely be formidable. Whatever had beaten them must have been a monarch-level boss. Chen Xing considered that after resolving matters with Chris and the others, he could help them out by avenging their defeat and hunting down that monarch-level boss. As fellow Blue Star people, there was no need for them to thank him. Chen Xing was simply a helpful and kind-hearted person. Chen Xing had been waiting in his territory for quite some time before this group finally arrived. As a representative of hospitality, he naturally didn't want to just sit and wait for his guests. He decided to personally go out to greet them and show some courtesy as the host. Considering that these people weren't worth making a big fuss over, he casually took 200 peasants and headed out of the territory. Since the trees surrounding the territory had long been cleared, the view was extremely open. Even though Chris and his group didn't have psychic eyes, Chen Xing could observe them from afar, and they had already seen the prominent city wall. To his surprise, his territory had already constructed a city wall. Although they were too far to see the details, the imposing presence of the wall left them awestruck. While they felt a bit uneasy, they were also captivated by the magnificent wall, secretly thinking how wonderful it would be to own such a grand structure. Quickly, they realized this wasn't just wishful thinking. If they killed Chen Xing and plundered his territory, obtaining the blueprints for the wall was not impossible. Moreover, the fact that Chen Xing could build such a luxurious wall indicated his territory was resource-rich. As this thought deepened, their gaze at the wall turned from admiration to greed. As for Chen Xing's strength, they hadn't paid it any mind until now. Because logically, no matter how lucky he was, 2 days wouldn't be enough to significantly enhance his power. Besides, Chen Xing's initial unit type was the weakest peasants. They believed that even if he had improved, he would only be on par with their strength, and they still had top-tier units at their disposal. With an Eleventoon situation, the advantage was undoubtedly theirs, leaving no need for concern. At this moment, Chris and his group stared at the wall, wishing it would split open so they could rush in and kill Chen Xing. To their astonishment, the 30-meter-high wall actually cracked open in the middle, revealing a wide passage. This unusual scene left them dumbfounded. What was going on? Was it an intelligent wall? While they were still in shock, Chen Xing emerged from the passage in the wall with 200 combat units. He dared to take the initiative to attack? Chris's face showed even more shock than when he saw the wall crack open. He thought Chen Xing must have noticed them and that the best choice would be to retreat into his territory, relying on defense to await their assault. Now, Chen Xing had abandoned the defensive advantage to step out of his territory. Wasn't this suicidal? Contrary to Chris's thoughts, an anonymous observer felt a sense of unease. He knew Chen Xing was no fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to upgrade his territory to level 10. Chen Xing was well aware of his advantages within his territory and understood that surrender was no longer an option. Yet, he stepped forward, which meant he was either seeking death or confident in dealing with the enemy. The anonymous felt uneasy, discreetly pulling out a scroll and hiding it in his wide sleeve. He then turned to the Minotaur beside him, a questioning look in his eyes. Although the Minotaur sensed danger, his perceptive abilities were far inferior to those of Bu Yunlu, who could easily detect the hidden threats among the seemingly weak farmers. The Minotaur, however, believed that the troops Chen Xing brought were merely a harmless group of farmers, and even in his injured state, he could easily defeat them. After a careful observation, the Minotaur detected no danger and nodded at the anonymous, indicating, "Trust me, there's absolutely nothing to worry about." With the Minotaur's confirmation, the anonymous felt a bit more at ease but still cautiously held onto the scroll. Chen Xing hadn't expected. When he led the farmers across, Chris intended to mock him, but Chen Xing interrupted his spellcasting. Chen Xing coldly asked, "Who is the anonymous?" Chris, feeling ignored, grew increasingly annoyed and attempted to retort, only to be interrupted again. Despite no one answering his question, everyone's gaze focused on the man in traditional Sakura Island warrior attire, and Chen Xing instantly realized that this was the anonymous causing trouble behind the scenes. Seeing his warrior attire, Chen Xing felt relieved, understanding that it was a remnant of Sakura Island's restoration efforts, making any of their actions unsurprising. "Yes, that's me," the anonymous admitted without hesitation, stopping the angry Chris and asking, "Is Lord Chen Xing stepping out of his territory intending to surrender to us?" Chen Xing responded with a cold laugh, "Daydreaming, are we? I just wanted to identify you so I don't accidentally kill you." Having confirmed the identity of the anonymous, Chen Xing felt relieved, knowing he no longer needed to worry about inadvertently killing him, as he still hoped to extract some information from him. At this moment, Chris could no longer contain himself and shouted angrily, "Arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a wave of confusion. Why hadn't Chen Xing interrupted him this time? Was he done speaking? Chen Xing glanced at him and then asked a question that struck at the core of Chris's soul. "Where's my punishment trident?" Chen Xing felt a growing sense of unease. Facing Chris's silence, he hesitated but eventually spoke up, forcing himself to say, "What is yours? Since I bought it, it's mine. You're not going to make a scene, are you?" The absence of Chris's titan had already given Chen Xing a bad feeling, and seeing Chris's stubborn demeanor only intensified his anxiety. It seemed this guy had really destroyed the steel fork he held, proving himself useless, unable to even protect an orange tier item. Chen Xing's mood darkened, as he had initially planned to recover everything with interest, but now he had lost an orange tier item. Why waste so many words on him? Just kill him, someone shouted, urging their troops to deal with Chen Xing. Frustrated, Chen Xing raised his hand, signaling the sharpshooter archer to take a shot at the person. Although the sharpshooter archer had only inflicted superficial injuries on the steppe deer with several arrows, it only demonstrated the deer's high defense, not a lack of attack power from the archer. The arrow struck before the person could finish speaking, and they exploded into a shower of blood and flesh, leaving no large piece of the body intact. The attacked individual stood behind Chris, and the blood splattered all over Chris in an instant. Seeing an unidentifiable piece of viscera squirming on his shoulder, Chris felt nauseated but dared not vomit. An overwhelming urge to urinate came over him, and his crotch quickly grew warm. These lords, although trained, had never faced such brutality. Normally, their troops did the fighting, and they rarely participated on the front lines. The savage scene shocked most of the lords into silence. "Block him with your troops. He has powerful long-range attacks," an anonymous voice shouted, quickly ducking behind a minotaur. Regretting his earlier bravado, he wished he had let the troops handle Chen Xing instead of engaging in conversation. Fortunately for him, Chen Xing wasn't targeting him directly. If that arrow had been aimed at him, he truly doubted whether the minotaur, not known for its agility, could have reacted in time to block it. Realizing this wasn't too late, he thought, since Chen Xing hadn't killed him yet, Chen Xing was the one who would die next. As he fantasized about other top-tier troops charging in to take down Chen Xing's archers began to unleash havoc. After advancing to level, the hidden class sharpshooter archer had gained significant strength, and even the ordinary archers weren't far behind in basic attributes. If the sharpshooter archers could fully exploit their advantages, they would undoubtedly outperform, but in such a small skirmish, there was no real difference between ordinary archers and sharpshooter archers. Those top-tier troops, in which the anonymous man had placed high hopes, hadn't even started to move before being struck down by an arrow. The royal griffin, which had narrowly escaped from Bianlu's grasp, attempted to take flight, but was immediately shot in the head with an arrow, instantly depleting its health without even a chance to activate its heavy strike aura. As a class unit capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, the royal griffin barely ascended before crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Simultaneously, other units also saw their health depleted, with the bone dragon suffering the worst fate. Despite skeletal creature's strong evasion abilities against arrows, its massive head was shattered into pieces by the barrage. Even the ghost dragon, which could completely immunize against physical damage, was rendered ineffective against elemental arrows, with all its skills nullified by the archer's powerful attacks. Originally top-tier class units, they couldn't withstand even a few seconds under the saturation attack of hundreds of archers and were completely annihilated. Following them were the lords, who had even less resistance against the attacks that the class units couldn't withstand. After a round of attacks, only Chris and the Anonymous remained, deliberately spared by Chen Xing due to the rapid changes in the battle. The Anonymous, hiding behind the Minotaur, didn't even realize what had happened, only noticing the sudden silence on the battlefield. When he finally dared to peek out, he was shocked by the scene. The battlefield was in ruins, and all the lords who had come with him were down. Turning instinctively, he discovered that the Minotaur, who had been protecting him, was now riddled with arrows like a porcupine. It was only then that the notification of the Minotaur's death arrived belatedly. All dead. The Anonymous stared at the battle report in disbelief. He had merely ducked for a moment, and upon emerging, everyone was dead. Although their remaining 11 units were all top-tier class, even a monarch-level boss couldn't kill so quickly. Was he under an illusion? How could this be possible? Unlike the Anonymous, who hid behind the Minotaur, Chris had no place to hide and witnessed everything. Yet he still couldn't understand how his side had perished. Arrows flew, the royal griffin was shot in the head, the bone dragon was turned into a dead dragon, the cyclops became eyeless, and the gargoyle beast was shattered to pieces. Clearly, their side had the top-tier class units, but in front of Chen Xing's archers, the situation seemed reversed, as if Chen Xing's archers were the class units, and their side was the insignificant trash. At that moment, Chris finally understood how Chen Xing had survived under the effects of the blessing of all realms. Such powerful output was unbearable even for a monarch-level boss. Chris suddenly felt relieved, not even caring about his soaked trousers. He thought to himself, how do you even play against this? It's so fragile. Chen Xing looked at the top-tier units that had been nearly instantly defeated, feeling slightly surprised. He had expected these so-called top-tier units to hold out a bit longer, but they fell so swiftly that none of the other units even had a chance to act. In hindsight, it made sense. The archers, having successfully advanced to class, were already on par in basic attributes with these low-level top-tier units. Moreover, they had attack effect auras as bonuses. Most importantly, Chen Xing had over 100 archers, turning what Chris and his team thought was an 11 versus zone into 100+ for Sullivan. With such overwhelming advantages in attack, numbers, and level, if they didn't fall at first contact, there would indeed be a problem, considering none of these so-called top-tier units had fully matured. After nearly wiping out the opposing group, Chen Xing walked over slowly, feeling somewhat disinterested. This group couldn't even withstand a single wave of attacks, making him feel like he'd wasted his time waiting for so long. But then again, he'd gone through the trouble of hacking the game, painstakingly taking down boss-level enemies one by one. If he couldn't take out this group in one go, it would have been a disservice to his efforts. What frustrated Chen Xing was that these poor players didn't even have a single life-saving item and ended up getting killed so easily. If even one of them had managed to escape, it would have meant they had something worthwhile. Instead, their deaths proved to Chen Xing that they were utterly broke. Approaching Chris and the anonymous player, Chen Xing noticed the slight movement of the anonymous player's right hand and said without looking up, "Go ahead and try using that scroll in your hand. Let's see if your escape scroll works faster than my archers can shoot you down." Hearing this, the anonymous player, who was just about to crush the scroll in his hand, froze. He hadn't dared to use the scroll because the archers had been aiming at him the entire time. He had hoped to use the scroll to escape when Chen Xing was distracted, but Chen Xing had seen through his plan. Chen Xing sneered at the anonymous player who was too scared to move. As a seasoned player familiar with town portal scrolls, Chen Xing knew the risks of using one in front of a red dragon, so he understood the anonymous player's intentions. That's why he had his archers keep their aim on the anonymous player, ready to shoot the moment he made any move. Trying to escape with a scroll in front of him was like showing off sword skills in front of a master. Seeing the anonymous player intimidated, Chen Xing decided to ignore him for now, leaving him to stew for a while. He turned his attention to Chris, noticing the still wet pants, and frowned slightly. Is this guy really that cowardly? Is this all the courage a so-called member of a prominent family can muster? Chen Xing shook his head, thinking that the peaceful times on Blue Star had lasted too long, causing even the heirs of powerful families to lose their edge in war scenarios. Tell me, who took my punishment trident? Chen Xing asked. Chris, realizing the person before him was ruthless, accepted his fate. Despite his earlier fear, he now appeared somewhat resigned. He recounted the encounter with the fawn and said, though it's still a fawn, its bloodline must be special. It's a very strong boss-level creature, and it used an ice storm to sweep away most of our troops, including my titan. If nothing went wrong, that punishment trident should be in its possession now. That fawn again. Chen Xing was instantly frustrated upon hearing about the fawn. He was almost certain this fawn was the same one that had stolen a drink from his energy pool. Otherwise, how could there suddenly be two boss-level fawns in this area? What was going on with this fawn? First, it drank from his energy pool, and now it snatched his orange equipment. It seemed to be targeting him specifically. Something didn't add up. Chen Xing suddenly realized something was off. He looked skeptically at Chris and asked, if that deer is so powerful, how did you manage to escape? According to the farmers, the deer was incredibly fast and had strong defenses. Even the sniper archers could barely breach its defenses without triggering critical damage. Furthermore, it possessed formidable large-scale magical abilities, with almost no weaknesses. So how did Chris and his group evade its pursuit? Chris shook his head and replied, once we saw the true strength of that deer, we immediately ran towards your territory. As for why it didn't chase us, I'm not entirely sure. But I glanced back a few times while fleeing and noticed that the deer seemed to consider chasing us, but ultimately decided against it. Its eyes were filled with intense killing intent, but it never acted on it. Chris believed that the deer didn't refrain from chasing them due to a lack of strength, but rather for some other reason. Did it stop chasing them because they ran towards Chen Xing's territory? Chen Xing stroked his chin, puzzled. Could this deer be afraid of him? While the thought seemed far-fetched, the more he considered it, the more plausible it appeared. The deer was a boss near his territory, and logically, the farmers searching for the territory boss should have encountered it, unless it was actively avoiding them. At the ant nest, the deer had drunk from the energy pool but hadn't harmed any of the farmers. Even when the sniper archers shot at it, it didn't retaliate. According to Chris's description of the deer's combat prowess, it could have easily wiped out the remaining farmers and sniper archers. Chris's account suggested that while the deer had pacifist tendencies and didn't attack them unprovoked, it wasn't harmless. Once attacked, it immediately retaliated against those elite units. The more Chen Xing thought about it, the more he suspected the deer could sense his power and was wary of him. Although the reasoning process was slightly flawed, the conclusion was largely correct. He found the deer intriguing and couldn't believe such an unusual creature existed near his territory. He considered the possibility that if the creature appeared during a monster siege, sparing its life might allow him to keep it as a pet within his territory. Chen Xing shook his head, realizing he was getting ahead of himself with thoughts of keeping a boss-level creature as a pet. Then, as if remembering something, he casually asked, by the way, among those who died, which one was Zhou Hong? Zhou Hong didn't come because he discovered a secret realm near his territory. At this moment, Chris realized that with his personality, he couldn't withstand Chen Xing's torment. Instead of waiting to be beaten, he thought it might be better to confess honestly and perhaps meet a swift end. Zhou Hong's presence or absence didn't matter to him, as Zhou was the initiator and had invested a lot of resources, so he wouldn't be left out of the rewards. Therefore, Chris decided to explore the secret realm. Zhou Hong didn't come? Chen Xing perked up at the news. It wasn't Zhou Hong's absence that excited him, but rather that Zhou had discovered a secret realm, which was good news for him. Most of these lords were penniless, except for the anonymous one with the escape scroll. None had any life-saving items. If killing them didn't yield resources from their territories, Chen Xing would consider it a waste of time. In the battlefield of all realms, secret realms come in many varieties. There are places like the Adventure Hut, where you can obtain high-grade crystal resources by defeating specific monsters, and the Experience Chamber, which spawns monsters matching your level that offer higher experience rewards than those in the wild. More unique secret realms like temples and underground caves have unpredictable situations, possibly involving traps or bosses beyond your current tier. In short, secret realms are full of uncertainties but also hold special blueprints, rare items, and valuable equipment, providing rare opportunities for professionals. Although they come with risks, successfully clearing a secret realm promises great rewards. Chen Xing felt secretly pleased, thinking Zhou Hong, the scion of Tianhong Group, was quite lucky. Once he got Zhou's territory coordinates, he planned to express his gratitude properly. For now, he wasn't in a hurry, as Zhou's black dragon couldn't clear the secret realm quickly, so he'd let him explore it slowly. The arrogant red dragon had waited too long, and Chen Xing, worried it might grow impatient, decided to deal with the red dragon's threat first. After slaying the red dragon, he could then head to Zhou Hong's place. Do you have any last words? Having asked everything he needed, Chen Xing didn't intend to keep Chris any longer. In light of Chris's cooperation, Chen Xing generously offered him a chance to say his last words. Last words? Chris, who initially felt at peace, suddenly panicked upon realizing he was truly about to die. He thought he could face it calmly, but in the face of death, fear surged in. Looking at Chen Xing with pleading eyes, he trembled and asked, "Can I still live? I'm willing to give you all my resources. Please, spare me." Chris's words were abruptly cut off as a flash of cold light swept by, silently slashing his throat. Chen Xing watched coldly as Chris's body slowly fell to the ground, blood spreading across the floor. He shook his head slightly and turned his gaze to the assassin in hiding, who was wiping a bloodstained dagger. Chen Xing stepped towards the anonymous figure, his voice icy. "You have two choices: die outright, or tell me something useful before you die." The anonymous figure tightly gripped an escape scroll, his last bargaining chip. He slowly extended his hand from his sleeve, carefully displaying the scroll, indicating he had no intention of using it. "Can I still live?" The anonymous figure's voice trembled, his eyes flickering with a desperate will to survive. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. It was rare to find someone with a weak resolve in an anti-human organization. The anonymous figure hurriedly explained, "I just want to live. Whether it was joining the cult or now, it was all to survive. I'm not like Chris. I can be useful. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything." Chen Xing squinted, somewhat skeptical of the anonymous figure's words, but decided to listen to what he had to say. Even misleading information could be valuable to someone who knew nothing at this point. "First, tell me your name and what race stands behind you," Chen Xing demanded, his tone calm, yet undeniably authoritative. The anonymous figure took a deep breath. "I am Chung Quanalong, a member of the Great Sakura Empire's restoration organization. My involvement with the cult of myriad races was mainly because my father was a member of the cult. I had no choice." A hint of resentment flickered across his face, suggesting deep-seated bitterness towards his father. "As for the cult behind me, it's the cult of the faceless god." "Oh, the lackeys of the ancient gods, the faceless ones," Chen Xing chuckled lightly, recalling information about the faceless ones. This was a peculiar race with the innate ability to shapeshift, capable of mimicking the appearance of any race, from tiny insectoids to massive dragons. Although they could only replicate appearances without gaining the abilities of those they mimicked, their disguises were difficult to penetrate even with common detection spells. Chen Xing remained wary, deciding to use a small trick to test whether this self-proclaimed Chung Quan Ilong was truly a faceless one. He stared directly into the man's eyes and suddenly said, "Say it. The ancient gods are dogs." Inuichiro clearly knew this little trick. Faced with Chen Xing's pressure, he reluctantly spoke, "I'm really not one of the faceless." "Cut the crap. Say the ancient god is a dog." Chen Xing interrupted him directly. Not saying it would definitely mark him as one of the faceless, saying it didn't completely clear him. To a normal person, this childish interrogation was meaningless, but the faceless were not ordinary people. From birth, they were fanatical worshippers of the ancient god, with their ultimate goal being to please this possibly non-existent deity. To insult the ancient god was more unacceptable to them than death. This simple question had significantly reduced the numbers of the once rampant faceless on Blue Star, nearly driving them to extinction. Unexpectedly, there were still followers of the faceless among these anti-human organizations. It seemed there were some special faceless on Blue Star who could evade this divine interrogation. Inuichiro remained silent for a moment before finally yielding to Chen Xing's persistence. "The ancient god is a dog," he muttered, then quickly defended himself. "I'm really not one of the faceless. There might be faceless in the cult, but I don't know who they are." Chen Xing was slightly disappointed. If Inuichiro had been one of the faceless, defeating him would have unlocked the merit system early. He then asked, "All right, if you're not, then fine. Tell me what you guys are up to. Why were you hiding like rats in the sewers? And why have you suddenly emerged now?" Inuichiro suddenly became defiant. "Because the human race on Blue Star is about to be wiped out," he sneered. "Do you think the survival of Blue Star humans on the battlefield of myriad worlds is due to their own strength or the protection of the human alliance? Wrong, it's neither. Other races were just waiting for Blue Star humans to develop a bit more before taking action, like fattening pigs. Now the pigs are fat, and it's time to slaughter." He looked directly into Chen Xing's eyes, his tone almost seductive. "I can tell you outright, it's not just us making a move here. The main world is also besieging Blue Star humans. Compared to those strong races, Blue Star humans are pitifully weak. They have no chance of survival. But Chen Xing, you're different. You're so powerful, there's no need for you to go down with the weak Blue Star humans. If you wish, I can introduce you to them, and I guarantee those strong races will accept you." "Screw you." Chen Xing erupted with anger, kicking Inuichiro to the ground. Even as a prisoner, he dared to try and deceive him. Chen Xing didn't believe a word Inuichiro said. On the battlefield of myriad worlds, there was no such thing as fattening pigs. Upon discovering a weak race, the only option was to kill them all and destroy their world. In this wretched place, no one knew if a strong individual might emerge from a small race. If their world wasn't completely destroyed, a strong one might rise and bring great trouble to your race, potentially even destroying your world in return. In this highly competitive universe, even the most powerful races dare not easily attempt the risky strategy of nurturing a potential threat. The races that are enemies of the people of Blue Star are at best considered mid-level, and yet they arrogantly dream of playing the game of raising pigs. It's sheer folly. Apart from the brainwashed fanatics of the 10,000 races cult, no one believes such an absurd notion. As for whether the human race on Blue Star is truly in crisis, it is possible. However, Chen Xing believes that this is likely due to issues with the combat power of Blue Star's leadership or fractures within the human alliance protecting Blue Star. The exact reasons are unclear to Chen Xing for now, but he is certain it has nothing to do with what Chen Quanlang said. This race, clinging to the bottom rungs of the 10,000 races, mistakenly believes it has escaped its constraints and can see everything clearly, unaware that it has merely jumped into a box prepared for it, seeing only what the box's owner wants it to see. Chen Xing's trust in Chen Quanlang had long since evaporated. He understood that although Chen Quanlang outwardly appeared rational, he was, in reality, deeply brainwashed. Sadly, individuals like him would never know the truth about other races. Even if Chen Xing continued to question him, the answers would be distorted, information so unreliable that even Chen Quanlang himself could not discern its truth. Therefore, asking was pointless. Survival was simple, Chen Xing told him. Just wait until his territory survives the monster siege, officially advances to level 10, unlocks the regional restrictions, and then gather members of the anti-human organization from other regions for him to eliminate one by one, allowing Chen Quanlang to survive. Chen Xing had never trusted Chen Quanlang in the slightest, and now he was more convinced than ever. Chen Quanlang's clarity was merely a facade, his fear of death an act, and even his resentment towards his father was insincere. However, one thing Chen Xing was sure of. Once Chen Quanlang returned, he would undoubtedly try to gather other members of the anti-human organization. Chen Quanlang wanted to do this not out of fear, but because he would never allow himself to reach the main world and threaten the aliens he admired. He would do everything in his power to eliminate himself in the novice world. Considering the formidable strength Chen Xing had just displayed, he believed Chen Quanlang might even gather all the anti-human organization members to set a deadly trap for him. However, for Chen Xing, any trap was inconsequential. The more that came, the better, making it convenient for him to capture them all at once. Whether Chen Quanlang could guess his intentions was irrelevant. Regardless of whether he guessed it or not, Chen Xing was confident Chen Quanlang would never pass up this opportunity. These foolish individuals, with their extreme nationalism and dual allegiance to alien followers, might have some brains, but not much. Upon hearing Chen Xing's demand, Chen Quanlang's eyes flickered with uncertainty about Chen Xing's intentions. He felt Chen Xing seemed overly arrogant. Though his archers were indeed strong, he didn't believe that alone could conquer the world. Chen Quanlang's mind raced, and he quickly realized this was a rare opportunity. Given such arrogance, he couldn't let it slip by. However, fearing Chen Xing might suspect him, he didn't agree outright, but instead showed a troubled expression and said, "That might be difficult. They all have their own tasks, and it's not easy to gather them. Whether it's easy to gather them or not is your problem." Chen Xing saw that Chen Quanlang wanted an excuse to comply, and he didn't mind cooperating. "In any case, if you can't gather them, you'll die? All right." Chen Quanlang feigned a major decision-making expression, his face showing a determination akin to burning bridges behind him. "I will definitely try my best to find a way and call as many people as possible." Chen Xing decisively released Chen Quanlang, but not before conducting a thorough security check under the guise of being considerate. He ordered Chen to empty his inventory, handing over all items for temporary safekeeping. As Chen collected the items, he cheerfully explained, "You're about to teleport back, and carrying too much might cause an accident." Chen was about to argue that teleportation was safe when he noticed the sharpshooter archer nearby, fixated on him. He immediately understood what kind of accident was being implied and wisely kept silent, obediently surrendering all his belongings. Chen didn't care how Cheng would deceive other anti-human organization members once he returned. To him, Cheng was merely bait, a lure in a fishing technique. Whether it caught anything was irrelevant. He already knew the location of Cheng's territory and could strike at any time. Chen thought to himself, "I might not profit, but I will never take a loss." After sending Cheng off, Chen began to tally the gains from the operation. Considering the distant distribution of these lords, looting via teleportation wasn't cost-effective, so he opted to destroy all territories. System notifications chimed continuously. "Congratulations, you've obtained 3 contract scrolls, 1 warehouse blueprint, 1 quarry blueprint, 13,200 wood, 8,960 stone, 23,000 gold coins, a hardwood bow, wooden armor." Looking at the spoils, Chen couldn't help but curse. Damn, another bunch of paupers. He destroyed over 20 territories, most yielding basic resources. Although the yield from each territory was low, the cumulative total reached nearly 300,000 in basic resources. Combined with the gold coins, he shouldn't run short for some time. In terms of blueprints, warehouse blueprints had the highest drop rate, with 17 obtained. Chen mused that if space wasn't an issue, he could build all these warehouses. What pleased Chen most was the seed hall. Whether they underestimated the seed's value or planned to plant them themselves, they yielded a whopping 5 million units of regular and spiritual seeds. With these, his spiritual fields could be fully planted, ensuring a sustainable food supply in the short term. As for rare resources, the hall was indeed sparse. Across all these lords, only 17 rare crystals were obtained, not enough to recruit a top-tier unit. Chen lamented that these people were truly impoverished. Of course, their impoverished state was mainly due to the short development time. Given more time, as top-tier lords, their resource yield would undoubtedly be much higher. As Chen tallied his gains, he contemplated his next move. On the chaotic battlefield, Chen Xing shook his head helplessly. He couldn't stop the soldiers eager to throw themselves into danger. Since they volunteered, their resources should be put to good use. After collecting all the resources into the warehouse, Chen Xing looked at the bodies of the top-tier units being dragged back. He thought to himself that these units hadn't yet grown, so offering them to the flesh wall wouldn't yield much energy. Without hesitation, he handed all non-humanoid bodies to Reina Main and tossed the humanoid ones to the flesh wall for digestion. With the flesh wall, the ability to process bodies in Chen Xing's territory had reached a new level. It gave him a sense of satisfaction, ensuring no guest left disappointed. After dealing with these matters, Chen Xing began preparing to confront the red dragon. He wanted to see if the dragon, once beheaded, could still be as formidable as before. As his territory reached level 10, the population cap increased again. To be on the safe side, Chen Xing decided to recruit another 100 farmers. After some thought, he chose to convert all of them into archers to maximize output. To his dismay, this batch of archers still didn't trigger any hidden professions in the job hall. However, during their promotion, 2 of them unexpectedly became sniper archers, somewhat compensating for the loss. Now, Chen Xing had 800 combat units under his command. Except for a few guarding the ant nest, the rest stood before him. 800 weapon-wielding men standing in formation was a spectacular sight, filling Chen Xing with pride. He was determined to show the red dragon, who truly ruled this land. Leading nearly 800 professionals, Chen Xing headed straight for the mines. To speed up, he increased the endurance aura to level 5, boosting movement speed by 500%, quickly reaching the entrance of the red dragon's cave. Sensing the faint dragon's aura, Chen Xing didn't rush to build a Zerg teleportation device. Although a mature red dragon was powerful, it didn't exceed level 30. He wanted to see if they could directly kill it. If they could, it would save a precious teleportation device. If the dragon's strength exceeded expectations, making a direct kill impossible, building the device later would still be an option. Nevertheless, Chen Xing planned to use a strategy of overwhelming numbers to wear down the dragon. Inside the red dragon's cave, Chen Xing followed the preset plan, first upgrading the strength aura and agility aura to level 6. Then, he used 8 skill points to max out the heavy strike aura, making its attribute a 100-fold attack effect. He kept the remaining 9 skill points in reserve, planning to see if his professionals could withstand the dragon's attacks. If they could, he'd adapt accordingly. If the dragon's damage was too high, he'd consider enhancing the life aura and order aura. Chen Xing suddenly remembered the attribute points he had accumulated. After slaying a lord-level boss, he had over 100 bonus attribute points. Facing the red dragon, there was no need to hold back. He checked his attribute panel and directly increased his constitution to 100 points, prioritizing his survival. With constitution at 100, Chen Xing still had 62 free attribute points left. After some consideration, he decided to distribute 20 points each to the other attributes, raising them to over 40 points to ensure balanced attributes. After allocating the points, Chen Xing confirmed everything was in order and led his army into the red dragon's cave. This dragon slaying was not only for revenge, but also to complete the Path of Glory quest. The new task required him to kill an epic-level boss. Whether he could complete it depended on the red dragon's performance. Feeling the presence of intruders in the cave once again, the red dragon Torrance irritably opened its eyes. Ever since it failed to kill the group of humans tainted with its kin's aura last time, the cave hadn't been peaceful. Those humans, carrying pickaxes, frequently busied themselves near its cave, hammering away as if they were mining for ores. Such behavior was intolerable to Torrance. Even though it was imprisoned here, this cave was still its lair, and everything within it, even a single stone, was its possession. How could it allow others to steal right under its nose? Without hesitation, Torrance unleashed a breath of dragon fire, instantly reducing the farmers to ashes. However, this action seemed to have stirred a hornet's nest, as wave after wave of farmers continued to invade the cave. Torrance would kill one, only for another to appear shortly after, seemingly endless. Growing weary of the slaughter, the red dragon decided to cast a barrier spell to keep the farmers out. To its surprise, the farmers used their pickaxes to break through the barrier, blow by blow. Frustrated beyond measure, Torrance had no choice but to set up a silencing spell, pretending the farmers did not exist. After all, they were merely digging up some worthless stones. If they wanted to dig, Torrance would allow it, considering it a gift from the great Torrance. Fortunately, after some time, the farmers seemed to have had their fill and withdrew, allowing Torrance's lair to return to peace. Yet this peace was short-lived, as new intruders arrived. This time, Torrance was utterly furious. It opened its eyes and immediately recognized Chen Xing among the group, knowing he was the leader of these humans, which only fueled its anger further. How dare this ant return? Dominated by its morning rage, Torrance rose from the stone platform. It had underestimated this human last time, allowing him to escape with a tool, leading to the current disturbances. This time, it would not let him go. Enraged, Torrance refrained from using Dragon Fire immediately, and instead began chanting a dragon language spell to seal the space. This time, no matter what spatial tools the human had, escape would be impossible. As Torrance completed the dragon language spell, a prompt appeared on Chen Xing's panel. The current space has been sealed. All spatial tools and skills are now ineffective. Seeing the space-sealing magic cast by Torrance, Chen Xing couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed this red dragon was deeply resentful of his escape with the teleportation scroll last time, directly sealing the space this time. Unfortunately, this time it was mistaken. It hadn't come here to communicate, but to slay the dragon. Therefore, it wasn't the one that should be fleeing, though it was trapped and unable to escape. This time, it could only meet its end here. Chen Xing silently calculated the distance between himself and the red dragon, realizing it was somewhat far. So, he discreetly used 2 skill points on the power aura, upgrading it to level 5. With the range increased 5 times, not only archers, but even mages with shorter ranges could hit the red dragon from here. As for Chen Xing himself, he stood behind the ranged units, near the edge of the entrance. After all, the red dragon's blockade was on spatial magic, not space itself, so he could still run out on foot. Chen Xing positioned himself such that if the battle went awry, he could immediately leave the red dragon's spatial blockade and create a Zerg portal, engaging the red dragon in a war of attrition. Normally, this tactic would be ineffective against a red dragon, but since it was immobilized, he intended to exploit its limited mobility. Once the strategy was set, Chen Xing immediately commanded the melee fighters to advance. Whether they could slay the dragon without casualties today depended on the melee fighters holding the line. Under the endurance aura, the previously slow-moving shield bearers now seemed as if they were on wheels of fire, reaching the lava pool in front of the red dragon Torrance in just a few breaths. Such speed left even Torrance, who had just cast a dragon language spell, momentarily stunned. It had seen fast creatures before, but humans running at such speed was a first. What on earth was going on with these ants? Torrance wondered, recalling that this group of ants didn't have such outrageous speed last time. While it was taken aback, the melee fighters' actions once again challenged its understanding. The melee fighters, leveraging their incredible speed, were actually running across the scalding lava pool towards it. Although lava is molten rock with a density much higher than ordinary liquids, theoretically, if one is fast enough, they can run across it without sinking. However, the temperature of the lava is extremely high, especially in a pool with a red dragon, where it is terrifyingly hot, far surpassing ordinary fire magic damage. Wading through it was akin to enduring several high-level fire spells. Seeing these human ants' actions, Torrance was startled. Did these humans possess dragon blood? Otherwise, how could they have such high fire resistance? Nevertheless, despite its surprise, Torrance was ruthless as the shield bearers and warriors approached. For Torrance, simply casting a spell to manipulate the lava pool would be enough to engulf these melee fighters. Yet, it couldn't be bothered with the hassle and was already irritated by the miners' harassment. So, facing these rapidly approaching humans, it used the simplest and most brutal means dragon breath. With a breath of dragon fire, all the approaching melee fighters were enveloped. Under the dragon breath, the originally crimson lava began to turn transparent, showing signs of vaporization, indicating the dragon breath's temperature was even higher and more deadly. Torrance was confident that under its dragon breath, these shield bearers and warriors would melt instantly, just like last time. After dealing with these melee fighters, it would then turn its attention to those ants standing afar. Those who thought they were safe just because it was trapped seriously underestimated the red dragon Torrance. Once it melted these weight, Torrance suddenly realized something was amiss. Why weren't these ants, covered by its dragon breath, dead yet? And what were these glowing red figures running towards it? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.